he died in a blaze of betrayal. A naive investor burned by the very anchor he trusted. But when fate snaps back like a broken ticker tape, and he wakes up in 1985 Hong Kong, the financial heart of Asia, he realizes this time, he's not the prey, he's the predator. This is the year when fortunes rise overnight, and collapse just as fast. British capital is fading, Chinese capital is surging, the four great families are carving up the city, and the Hong Kong dream, glittering, ruthless, unstoppable, pulls countless souls into its orbit. But among them stands one man with knowledge from the future, Jiang Kaiming, a man once mocked as leak, a man who knows every crash, every bubble, every giant that will fall. He steps into Central's financial district, where traders shout like madmen, phones ring non-stop, and billions move in minutes. Except he's calm, because he's seen 2024. He knows what greed looks like. He knows how bubbles burst. And now, he knows how to ride them. Bankers fighting for market share. Billionaires manipulating stock cycles. The golden age of Hong Kong cinema exploding across Asia. Miss Hong Kong contestants dazzling the entire continent. Tech, industry, entertainment. Everyone wants a piece of the future. But only he already knows the future. In a smoky private club overlooking Victoria Harbour, investors gather like sharks, and the room goes silent when he speaks. Jiang Kaiming doesn't bluff. He predicts. He foresees. He profits. And the tycoons of Hong Kong? They suddenly realize. This leak has sharper teeth than any of them. From a penniless time traveler, to a market-crushing strategist. From nobody, to the man rewriting Hong Kong's financial destiny. Stocks, real estate, entertainment, technology. Every industry becomes his battlefield. Every tycoon becomes his rival. Every opportunity becomes his empire. Because in 1985 Hong Kong, he isn't just surviving, he's building a dynasty. He woke up in 1985 Hong Kong, and started a financial empire overnight, only on Manhwa Recap Haven, where every rebirth reshapes the world. October 2024. Half a year passed in a blink, and the stock market like a phoenix rising from ashes soared back to 3,000 points. Brothers, didn't I tell you ages ago? On the phone screen, a man wearing a neon green hoodie shouted passionately into his livestream camera, spittle flying. Just go all in. I'm the green guy. I've been a financial blogger for years, 10 million followers. When have I ever been wrong? Trust me. Trust me? Jiang Kaiming's face twitched. He slapped himself twice hard, so hard that the sharp crack echoed through his tiny rental room. He stared at the livestreamer with eyes round as brass bells, filled with regret. If only he had listened earlier. If only he had bought in with everything. If only he had trusted Teacher Green. Right now, he felt like he had missed 100 million. He had worked more than 10 years at media, tightening screws day after day. All the money he saved ended up going toward buying a house for a wedding he hadn't even wanted. Now he had no savings left. Not even enough to catch the rising tide of the stock market. Yet his heart still burned with longing. Just a little money, and he could have changed his fate. But what money? He was broke. And realistically speaking, he wasn't much to look at. His face was passable, like a discount actor's, but his background was pure countryside. Poor family, average grades, zero connections. His only true talent was the speed at which he could tighten screws. He never planned to buy a house. He just wanted to save some money for his parents' retirement and eventually return to their hometown. Fresh air, real vegetables, quiet living. That was enough for him. But fate played a strange joke. At 30 years old, after countless failed blind dates, he suddenly met a girl 10 years younger than him. She was beautiful, stylish, with eyes that sparkled whenever she smiled. Her only flaw was her belly. It was big. A little too big. But to Jiang Kaiming, that wasn't a flaw at all. At his age, to meet a never-married woman? That was a blessing from the heavens. His friends teased him endlessly. He just smiled. So her stomach is big, he'd say. Better than being single for life. Love was something he never dared hope for. Yet it came. They dated less than a month, and they were already preparing to get married. Why so fast? Because some things could wait, but her belly couldn't. Marriage, kids, a future family. All of it needed money he didn't have. And for the first time in years, he felt pressure. Real, suffocating pressure. A man needs money to stand tall. But oddly enough, around the start of October, he suddenly felt like fortune was finally smiling at him. Love came. And now, financial luck too? He felt like the heavens could hear his sincerity. This was his chance. The chance of a lifetime. Brothers, let's make it big. Teacher Green's voice blared from the livestream again, stirring Jiang Kaiming's already restless heart. So he made a decision. He borrowed money online for days. Every platform, every loophole. He mortgaged his house. He borrowed from friends. He scraped together 1 million yuan. Right before the market closed, John Kaiming didn't even bother studying trends. He randomly picked a small cap stock worth a few yuan and slammed all his money into it. Teacher Green said that in a bull market, small caps were rockets. Tenfold returns were easy. When the computer displayed, transaction successful, John Kaiming almost cried. This was it. Goodbye, screw-tightening life. Goodbye, poverty. He looked at the livestreamer still screaming passionately on the screen and swore silently. When I cash out, Teacher Green, I'll send you 10 big airplanes. And I'll buy fireworks, lots of them, to celebrate with you. October 9th. Millions of investors stared at their screens. Everyone was convinced the market would explode upward today. John Kaiming took the day off. Today, for the first time in a decade, he didn't tighten a single screw. He stared at the screen with shining eyes. It wasn't even 9:30 yet, but pre-market values were already showing. Green, green, green. Everything was green. His stock too. His heart thudded painfully. No, Teacher Green said this happens. It's just shaking out weak hands. I can't sell. He muttered frantically to himself, praying silently. His sister used to tease him about being green on the head. He could accept that. But seeing his stock turn green? Unacceptable. The bell rang. In the very second the market opened, his stock hit limit down, straight to the floor. John Kaiming felt his vision blur. He stared, and stared, and stared, but nothing changed. The screen was a sea of green. Where was the bull market? Where were the fireworks? Where was the wealth? He sat numbly, feeling like his soul had been scooped out of him. Hours passed before he numbly picked up his phone and opened Douyin. Teacher Green should have been streaming. He wasn't online. John searched everywhere. All he found were curses. People screaming about being scammed. He contacted other bloggers he followed, same thing. They'd all vanished. Gone. His stock wouldn't sell. 5 days of consecutive limit down losses. His million shrank to less than 500,000. And the loans? The mortgage? Still there. His girlfriend took one look at his situation and dumped him instantly. With your useless cowardly self, you think you're worthy of being a father? Even if the kid isn't yours, you don't deserve it. Those words destroyed him. He quit the electronics factory and returned to his hometown. He took the remaining 400,000 cash and hid it in his parents' money drawer. Then he ate dinner with them one last time, telling them he was going on a trip to relax. They didn't suspect a thing. They'd seen him heartbroken many times before. Before leaving, they told him to have fun. Suzhou and Hangzhou, he went there. But he wasn't sightseeing. He had made a promise. He had promised Teacher Green fireworks. He couldn't send a big airplane, but fireworks? Yes. He spent his last 10,000 yuan buying fireworks and firecrackers. Then he quietly modified them, digging out the gunpowder, enhancing their power. Late at night, a high-end residential area. The green-clad livestreamer lived at the top floor. He loved fireworks, loved showing off. That night, fireworks lit up the sky around his home. Then, boom, boom, boom. Terrified screams echoed through the night as flames roared. Inside the inferno, John Kaiming stood expressionless. He felt no pain, no fear, no regret. He watched the green-clad livestreamer burn, and he burned with him. When dawn broke, news exploded online. A top livestreamer had died in a fireworks accident. The whole internet cheered. Finally, retribution. Perhaps heaven really did open its eyes. May 1985. Warm weather. New buds sprouting. Hong Kong waking up to spring. Amid distant calls, John Kaiming slowly opened his eyes. The unfamiliar environment and unfamiliar people left John Kaiming feeling somewhat lost. Am I already dead? John Kaiming thought to himself, but dared not utter a sound. His unusual experiences have made John Kaiming's heart as cold as ice. Before I understand the situation, I dare not easily trust anyone again. Ugh! A sudden, intense pain, as if pierced by 1,000 steel needles, shot through his head. This pain was even more intense than when he was burned by raging flames. Along with it came a flood of unfamiliar memories, like a tidal wave, causing him to groan involuntarily before his vision went black and he fainted. A middle-aged woman dressed in fine clothes became anxious as she watched John Kaiming faint again. Doctor, how is my son? A middle-aged man sitting in a wheelchair next to the doctor didn't speak, but his eyes were full of anxiety as he looked at the doctor. Mr. John, Mrs. John, please don't worry, we'll check right away. Please wait outside the emergency room for a moment. Upon hearing this, the two realized that they would only cause trouble for the doctor if they stayed there, like two headless flies. Ah Ying, push me out. Kaiming has always been healthy, he'll be fine. Let's not cause trouble for the doctors here. Jiang Yingwei patted his beloved wife Li Shiying's hand and comforted her, his voice as gentle as a spring breeze. Li Shiying nodded, turning back every few steps as if each step weighed a ton, and slowly left the emergency room. After leaving the emergency room, the two did not go far, but stood guard at the door like two guardian deities. With tears in her eyes and a trembling voice, Li Shiying said, "Yingwei, why is our son so unlucky? He has suffered from headaches since he was a child, and we have never been able to find out the cause. Recently, Omego also suffered a sharp drop in stock price due to Lu Luangxiang's betrayal and massive stock dumping. If anything were to happen to Kaiming, how could I live?" As Li Shiying spoke, tears streamed down her face like a burst dam. Jiang Yingwei was speechless for a moment, and could only keep comforting him. "Although our son is occasionally plagued by headaches, he is an absolute genius. His memory was so good that he could remember everything he saw, he could learn anything with ease. At just 20 years old, he has already earned both a PhD in business administration from Oxford University and a PhD in computer engineering from MIT. He's still studying medicine, determined to find the root cause of his brain disease. I believe Kaiming will be fine, so don't worry unnecessarily." Jiang Yingwei's eyes sparkled with pride whenever he talked about his son, John Kaiming. Li Si-young is no exception. She is deeply proud to have such an outstanding son. The only thing that puzzled her was why her son, who was as strong as a newborn calf, suffered from headaches from time to time. Is it really because of an overly intelligent brain? Bang! Just as the two were comforting each other, the emergency room door was suddenly pushed open, and the attending physician stepped out. "Doctor, how is my son?" Li Shiying looked at the doctor with hopeful eyes, her heart filled with anxiety, fearing she might hear any bad news. The attending physician reassured her, "Mrs. Zhang, you can rest assured that your son is in good health. As for the headache complication, so many years have passed and we really can't find any cause for it. However, judging from his physical condition, he should wake up soon." "Thank you, doctor." Li Shiying burst into tears of joy upon hearing that her son was about to wake up. She didn't care that the doctors couldn't find the cause of her illness. She had consulted countless doctors over the years, but none of them could find the cause. All she wanted was for her son to wake up. Hearing this good news, Jiang Yingwei's tense nerves finally relaxed. John Kaiming woke up not long after being transferred to a ward, but he didn't know how to face his parents in this life. He slowly opened his eyes after Jiang Yingwei and Li Shiying left. The sudden appearance of these memories in his mind truly surprised him. "It's so good to be alive." John Kaiming remained silent for a while, muttering to himself. John Kaiming, who has been given a new lease on life, is sometimes sad and sometimes excited. The sadness stems from feeling guilty towards one's parents in a past life, having failed to fulfill any filial duties beyond leaving behind a sum of money. What was exciting was Hong Kong in 1985, during the era of the four Asian tigers. 2 years after Hong Kong signed the ownership agreement, and after 3 years of stock market crashes, Hong Kong's economy began to recover, and Chinese people in Hong Kong were finally able to stand tall. In Hong Kong's business circles, Chinese business tycoons began to shine. The reputation of the entertainment industry as Hollywood of the East has begun to spread throughout the world. The Hong Kong dream has spread throughout the world, and is especially attractive in Asian countries. Countless people who want to realize their dreams of wealth are trying every means to flock to Hong Kong. In his previous life, John Kaiming worked in Shenzhen for over a decade, hearing countless legendary stories of Hong Kong's Chinese tycoons and celebrities. Guangdong and Guangxi, along with Hong Kong, are both Cantonese-speaking regions. Many Hong Kong tycoons are from Guangdong and Guangxi, which gives people from these regions a special affection for Hong Kong. He heard many stories about Hong Kong from his colleagues in Guangdong and Guangxi. John Kaiming once dreamed of getting rich, but he was easily fooled by these stories and read many biographies of tycoons. However, it's not very useful to look at it. Brainless, no connections, destined only to be a screwdriver. However, the original owner of John Kaiming's body in this life was no ordinary person. He has an exceptionally high IQ, otherwise, he wouldn't have earned 2 doctoral degrees at the young age of 20. Their family background is considered that of a wealthy family in Hong Kong's high society. Jiang Yingwei, nicknamed Cheap Old Man, co-founded the Amaya Jao Fan Company with Lu Luanxiang in the mid-1970s. Within a few years, it became the largest fan company in Hong Kong, with tens of thousands of workers under its command. When the company went public in the 1980s, Jiang Yingwei immediately became a billionaire thanks to his shares. The Jiang family suddenly joined the ranks of Hong Kong's elite. Although they can't compare to the real tycoons, they might be considered a small family at best, but they're still far more powerful than 99.9% of the people in Hong Kong. In John Kaiming's memory, Lu Luanxiang, the chairman of Amaya Jao, and his adoptive father Jiang Yingwei had a serious disagreement on the company's development direction. Lu Luanxiang has a real talent for finance and has made a lot of money in the stock market. He felt that making money in manufacturing was too slow, and the sales of fans had also declined. Therefore, it was suggested that Amigo should shift from the real economy to the virtual economy and make money through stock market arbitrage. Zhang Yingwei is a traditional businessman who values the development of real industries. These two have completely different development philosophies, so the conflict between them is huge. In a fit of anger, Lu Luenxiang announced his withdrawal from the company, sold all his shares, and spread rumors that he was pessimistic about the future of Ameo. Lu Luenxiang, as the main founder of Ameo, held the reins of the company before leaving. His pessimistic remarks were like a bombshell, causing a huge uproar in the stock market and leading to a sharp drop in stock prices. Lu Luenxiang's angry departure made it natural for Zhang Yingwei to become the chairman of Ameo. However, his actions infuriated Zhang Yingwei, who already had high blood pressure, to the point of rage, directly triggering a cerebral hemorrhage. Although Zhang Yingwei survived thanks to timely rescue, he was left with hemiplegia and will need a long period of recuperation to recover. Even if he recovers in the future, he will not be able to engage in high-intensity work again, otherwise he is very likely to relapse. Zhang Yingwei's accident left the company leaderless, forcing them to hastily recall Zhang Kaiming, who was studying medicine in the United States. As soon as Zhang Kaiming stepped into his home, he saw his father sitting in a wheelchair. He was so angry that his head throbbed with pain, his old illness flared up, and he fainted. The more Zhang Kaiming recalled the extra memories in his mind, the more he felt that something was wrong. Damn it! Really? Familiar names like Fan Lu, Ameo, and Lu Luenxiang swirled in his mind. Isn't this the stock market sniper Lau, who likes to use houses to woo female celebrities? Lu is not only a master of finance. He's still a master at hole-in-the-hole golf. This wealthy man remains active even after the turn of the century. He was a womanizer, extremely carefree, and had so many women that he needed a kidney transplant. Zhang Kaiming had heard many stories about Lu Luenxiang, who started his business with fans and became one of the top 10 richest people in Hong Kong through finance and real estate, with a net worth of over $100 billion. Lu Luenxiang was one of the major shareholders of Hengda Real Estate, which later became a renowned company. Zhang Kaiming was extremely envious and once idolized him. On the contrary, Zhang Kaiming's cheap father's name was not even mentioned in the Hong Kong tycoon circles of later generations. Ameo company remains under Lu Luenxiang's control. Clearly, Zhang Yingwei was no match for Lu Luenxiang in the power struggle within Ameo company. Among Hong Kong's many wealthy individuals, Lu Luenxiang started his business the latest, yet he still managed to secure a place in the top 10 of the rich list, demonstrating his exceptional abilities. Zhang Kaiming felt that for someone as inexperienced as a screwdriver to become an opponent like this was like dancing on a sword, extremely dangerous. Thinking about all this, Zhang Kaiming felt a little anxious. He had only just transmigrated and hadn't even had a chance to enjoy the life of a young master for a single day. Was he really going to be kicked out of the house? This is absolutely unacceptable. Zhang Kaiming's mind raced as he considered countermeasures. Upon reflection, Zhang Kaiming was surprised to discover that the brain of this body operated at an astonishingly fast speed. Like a supercomputer, it can instantly recall many things it saw in its past life and quickly organize them into a clear logical structure. While I can't handle every single detail, I can get the gist of it pretty much. I'm just a screwdriver, and I've actually become a genius one day. Zhang Kaiming was secretly delighted. Soon, Zhang Kaiming remembered a report he had read in his previous life, which mentioned Lu Luenxiang's operation of selling shares of Ameo first to buy shares. In the process of entering and exiting the company, he not only regained control but also made 200 million yuan. This was his breakthrough battle. From then on, he was like a hungry wolf who had tasted the fat meat, constantly speculating in the stock market and making huge profits. According to that report, Lu Luenxiang began to buy back large amounts of shares when the stock price of Amigo fell below $0.8, thus regaining control of Amigo. In other words, Lu Luenxiang's previous claims of leaving the company out of anger were just excuses he made to sell his shares. The real purpose was to profit from the stock market and get rid of Zhang Yingwei. Whether it was influenced by his behavior when he was dying in his previous life or not, Zhang Kaiming was able to calm himself down easily and become as still as water. Even though he knew he was facing a formidable opponent like Lu, he felt no nervousness whatsoever. Zhang Kaiming felt it was necessary to gain a deeper understanding of Ameo company's specific situation before making any further plans. The day after regaining consciousness, Zhang Kaiming disregarded the advice of his parents and doctors and chose to be discharged from the hospital to go home. It's not that the nurses at the hospital aren't attractive enough. When he learned that his adoptive father was the chairman of AIMGO and that he himself was the young master of AIMGO, he began to regard AIMGO as his own business. Now that he knows that a wolf like Lu Luenxiang is secretly eyeing his family's property, how can he sit still? Upon returning home, Zhang Kaiming did not rest for a moment, but he also did not immediately go to Ameo company to take up his new post. Instead, he had his father Zhang Yingwei's assistant, Tao Wenzhang, bring him all the developments of Ameo company over the past few months. After receiving these compiled reports, Jiang Kaiming locked himself in his study and began to read them with great eagerness. It took 2 days to finally review these documents and reports. The company's situation was far worse than he had imagined. After his brilliant and meticulous analysis, he couldn't help but admire Lu Luoxiang's vision and decisiveness. Although Amigo has developed rapidly in recent years, its product range is extremely limited, consisting of only fans. Of these fan products, up to 80% of the production capacity is for ceiling fans, all of which are sold to the North American market. The North American market is like a huge treasure trove, the world's largest consumer market. Business people all yearn to sell their products in North America and earn those coveted US dollars. It can be said that opening the door to the North American market is like stepping into a palace of wealth. However, to successfully enter the North American market, product quality, channel relationships, and opportunities are all crucial, and most companies simply do not have the capability and opportunities to do so. Embren's success in opening the door to the North American market was a remarkable achievement at the time. Lu Luoxiang's nickname Fan Lu originated from this. In the late 1970s, the oil crisis swept the globe like a storm, plunging the global economy into a deep freeze. Countless businesses withered and went bankrupt, and workers were laid off like a tidal wave. People's income levels are plummeting like they're on a slide. With no money in their pockets, their spending power naturally decreases significantly. Governments around the world are advocating for resource conservation, and many commonly used household appliances are being avoided whenever possible. Sales of power-consuming appliances such as air conditioners, refrigerators, and washing machines plummeted like an avalanche in those years. Small appliances like fans have become very popular as a result. A crisis is like Pandora's box. While it brings danger, it often hides opportunities. Jiang Yingwei and Lu Luoxiang seized this opportunity, taking advantage of Hong Kong's low labor costs to mass-produce affordable and practical fans, preparing to export them to North America. At that time, the retro style was very popular in North America. In order to cater to the North American market, Amigo carefully designed retro-style ceiling fans and strictly controlled their quality. With its retro design, affordability, durability, and cost-effectiveness, Amigo's ceiling fans attracted consumers like a magnet as soon as they entered the North American market. For a time, its development was as rapid as a rocket. Jiang Yingwei and Lu Luoxiang also amassed a fortune of hundreds of millions in just a few years with a ceiling fan and successfully took their company public. Economic crises eventually pass, and starting in early 1984, the global economy began to gradually recover, like a thawing river. This year, the global economic recovery has accelerated dramatically, like a runaway horse, and consumers have more money to spend on their desired products. Those cheap products that were previously only available due to limited funds are now being discarded by consumers in developed countries, resulting in a sharp decline in sales and even bankrupting some businesses. Embren's over-reliance on the North American market and its product diversification were now clearly exposed. Retro-style ceiling fans are no longer popular with North American consumers, resulting in the loss of a large number of orders from the North American market and plunging the company's operations into crisis. Orders have decreased significantly, products are not selling well, and the stock price has plummeted. The market value is now less than HK$ 300 million, while the debt ratio is as high as 50%. Most of these liabilities are debts owed to suppliers, with a smaller portion being bank loans. Embren is now like a giant ship tossed about in a storm, in urgent need of transformation to find a new course. Jiang Yingwei and Lu Luoxiang both keenly perceived this problem, but they had serious disagreements on the direction of the company's transformation. Following the trajectory of his past life, when faced with disagreements, Lu Luoxiang used a strategy of retreating to advance, which not only allowed him to successfully gain a huge profit of 200 million yuan, but also allowed him to regain control of Amageo Company and drive out his biggest competitor, Jiang Yingwei, from the company. Knowing this, how could Jiang Kaiming sit idly by and watch Lu Luoxiang so easily take away Amageo? Amageo is currently facing both internal and external troubles. The factory suffers from a persistent problem of unsold products, and due to a lack of orders, it can barely keep its workers' livelihoods afloat. The plan to lay off factory workers to alleviate the company's financial burden has been discussed repeatedly in company meetings, but it has not been implemented until now because Jiang Yingwei disagrees. Outside, Lu Luoxiang, who holds a large sum of money, is eyeing the company like a hungry tiger, and may buy up Amageo Company at any time. Is it to save Amigo, or to take advantage of Lu Luoxiang's acquisition of Amigo shares to drive up the stock price, sell off his shares, and start anew with the cash? These two choices left Jiang Kaiming in a dilemma. To preserve Amigo, it is essential to maintain absolute control, which undoubtedly requires a huge amount of capital. Jiang Kaiming knew without a doubt that his father, Jiang Yingwei, did not have such a large amount of cash. Cashing out is the simplest method. With the cashed-out funds, Jiang Kaiming firmly believes that with his memories from his previous life and his genius mind in this life, it is only a matter of time before he builds a company with a market value that surpasses Amigo. However, John Kaiming was just an insignificant screwdriver in his previous life, with no business experience. Even now, with a super brain, he might not be able to make the right choice. For a moment I hesitated. Bang! Just as John Kaiming was deep in thought, Li Shiying pushed Zhang Yingwei, opened the study door, and walked in. Remembering the furrowed brows John Kaiming had displayed when he entered, Zhang Yingwei couldn't help but ask with concern, "Kaiming, the company is in trouble right now, it must be tough on you. But you have to take care to rest, lest your headaches flare up again." John Kaiming was also deeply worried about the chronic headache, wondering if the original owner's childhood ailment would recur. After getting used to the body over the past 2 days, John Kaiming was quite satisfied with it. He was 1.8 meters tall, with firm muscles all over his body, as strong as a calf. Both his own height and his brother's height were what he had dreamed of in his previous life. There were only 2 things that slightly displeased him. One of them is the headache that can suddenly strike at any time. Secondly, his appearance is not as handsome as Andy Lau, nor as dashing as Daniel Wu. At most, he is only slightly better than Big Fool Brother. Whether it was his appearance or John Kaiming's special experiences in his previous life, his eyes were extremely sharp. When he is serious and doesn't smile, he can be intimidating, making people afraid to look him in the eye. These past 2 days at home, he has noticed fear in the eyes of the housekeeper and the housekeeper, who never approach him easily. John Kaiming only smiles involuntarily when he is with his family. He was not entirely satisfied with that smile, though. It made him look like a complete simpleton. Faced with Zhang Yingwei's concern, John Kaiming smiled and replied, "Daddy, you don't need to worry. The probability of this headache flaring up is gradually decreasing as I get older. It hadn't flared up for a long time, except for this one time when I returned. If that's true, that would be wonderful." Zhang Yingwei beamed, then quickly changed the subject and asked, "I've noticed you've been checking on the company's situation these past 2 days. How is it going? Have you encountered any difficult decisions? You've been exceptionally intelligent since childhood. However, in business, intelligence alone is far from enough. Experience is far more important. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me directly." John Kaiming also realized his shortcomings in this area and had originally planned to ask Zhang Yingwei for advice. When Zhang Yingwei asked about it, he explained his analysis. "Daddy, I checked the company's situation, and it seems that Amaya Jo Company is currently facing both internal and external troubles. I think we have to be careful." When Zhang Yingwei heard that his son's analysis of the situation at Amaya Jo Company was very insightful, and that there were many aspects that he had not even considered, he couldn't help but nod to himself. They felt that although their son had no business experience, his business acumen and analytical skills were in no way inferior to those of the old folks. When Zhang Yingwei heard that Lu Luenxiang might be waiting for an opportunity to buy up Amaya Jo at a low price, his expression changed immediately. Zhang Yingwei remained calm and spoke slowly. "Kaiming, why do you think Lao Lu might launch a surprise attack on the company's stock, attempting to seize control of the company?" John Kaiming said in a deep voice, "Daddy, the reason you and Lu Luenxiang have a disagreement on the company's development direction is that he wants to abandon the real business and make profits through the stock market. If I were him, the best way to profit from the stock market would be to own a listed company. They then use this listed company to continuously acquire other companies in order to boost the stock price or issue new shares to make profits. The readily available Emigo is undoubtedly the best choice. As one of the founders, no one outside knows the company's situation better than him. I believe his constant dissemination of negative information about Emigo during this period is a prelude to his takeover of the company." The more Zhang Yingwei listened to his son's analysis, the more likely it seemed. He knew Lu Luenxiang's business style well: bold, ambitious, and profit-driven. Lu Luenxiang may have ulterior motives towards Amei Gao, which makes Zhang Yingwei very worried. However, seeing that his son could discern Lu Luenxiang's motives from his actions, Zhang Yingwei felt deeply gratified by this keen insight. Therefore, the idea of testing John Kaiming arose, and he asked, "If Lao Lu is really preparing to secretly acquire Amaya Jo as you analyzed, how do you think we should deal with it?" John Kaiming held up 2 fingers and said, "Daddy, I have 2 strategies." "Oh, tell me about it." Zhang Yingwei was extremely surprised that his son had come up with 2 solutions so quickly. John Kaiming said, "The simplest and most direct way is to drive up the price and sell our shares when Lu Luenxiang is acquiring them, so we can get a lot of cash and start a new business." Zhang Yingwei slowly shook his head and said in a deep voice, "This plan is not feasible. If I wanted to cash out and leave, I would have done it long ago. Why would I wait until today?" "Kaiming, do you know why I didn't do that?" John Kaiming replied, "It is widely believed that Daddy is passionate about real business and dislikes making profits through stock market speculation, which is why he disagrees with Lu Luenxiang." Zhang Yingwei shook his head again and said slowly, "Those are just rumors from the outside world. Whether you're speculating or not in business is not important. I don't reject any reasonable and legal way to make money. Amaya Jo is a physical business, and physical assets are our core assets. The initial purpose of Amlogic's listing was to raise funds through the stock market to develop our business. The stock price level is insignificant. What matters is that the company can raise funds from the stock market when it needs capital for development. Delu initially shared the same idea as me, but after making a few quick bucks through stock market speculation in recent years, he changed. He abandoned our previous view and believed that the real economy of Hong Kong would inevitably decline in the future, and that the stock market should be placed at the core, using financial leverage to directly profit from the financial market. If things develop according to his ideas, once everyone in the company gets used to making quick money through stock speculation, who will bother to focus on doing real business? Ultimately, this will only lead to layoffs of many employees, and even departments, who serve the company's physical operations. Our company is relatively new, and many of our workers have been with us since the beginning of our careers. I don't deny that if the company develops in Lu Luangxiang's way, it might be able to make a lot of money, but your reputation might be ruined. Perhaps it's because I'm too sentimental that I've always been against layoffs. At this point, Zhang Yingwei paused deliberately, looked at Zhang Kaiming, and said earnestly, "Kaiming, you must remember that there are some kinds of money you can make in business, but there are some kinds you absolutely cannot make. We must never lose our conscience and humanity for the sake of making money. You can never earn all the money in the world. If, while you're earning some money, you can help more people have stable jobs and decent incomes, that's a truly meritorious act." Zhang Yingwei's words shocked Zhang Kaiming, who secretly gave his father a thumbs up for his character. If Lu Luangxiang's view of listed companies is similar to that of later A-share companies that went public simply to sell their companies, then this is a misconception. Zhang Yingwei's business strategy is remarkably similar to the mainland government's strategy for listing companies, both of which use the financing from listing to serve the company's core projects. However, this business model can lead to extremely slow business growth. In the cutthroat world of Hong Kong capital, where wolves and tigers abound, it would be impossible to survive. No wonder his name is no longer heard in the circles of the wealthy in later generations. He acknowledges his father's character and business acumen, but he won't copy them completely. Capital has its advantages, and he won't be so conservative as to refuse to utilize them. However, as a son, I should help my father realize his thoughts and wishes. Zhang Kaiming had already made his decision to save a Manhwa company first. Based on this, we will build an industrial conglomerate with an even larger workforce than Fujiwara in the previous life. He then said, "Daddy, my second plan is to find a new flagship product for the company. As for what product, I already have an idea in mind, but I'll keep it a secret for now. We also need to acquire absolute control of the company to ensure the absolute implementation of my plan and to prevent Lu Luangxiang from taking advantage of the situation. However, this requires a lot of money." As of yesterday's closing, Amex Technology was trading at HK $1.50 per share, with a market capitalization of HK $240 million. I also want to know how many shares our family owns in the company and how much cash we have in reserve. When Zhang Yingwei heard that his son still wanted to keep it a secret, he could only smile helplessly and say, "I have no interest in inquiring about your so-called flagship product. My family collectively owns 34% of Manhwa's shares, with your mother holding 4% and me holding 30%. Cash reserves are actually quite limited, amounting to only a little over 10 million Hong Kong dollars. How come my family owns so many shares?" Zhang Kaiming was surprised to find that his parents held so many shares in the company. Previously, the major shareholder of Manhwa was Lu Luangxiang. They don't hold that many shares. As for the limited cash reserves, that was within his expectations. In this era, businesses in the physical industry don't have much cash reserves. A lot of their assets are tied up in industrial equipment. What else could it be? Our family previously only held 24% of Manhwa's shares. Your dad saw that someone was selling a lot of stocks and the stock price was falling sharply. In order to stabilize the stock price, he paid out of his own pocket to buy them at a high price. This 10% stake cost over 40 million Hong Kong dollars, Li Shiying said, walking in with a bowl of chicken soup. If I hadn't stopped them in time, the 10 million Hong Kong dollars might have been stuck in the stock market by your dad. After saying that, she couldn't help but glare at Zhang Yingwei, making him shrink back guiltily. After hearing this, Zhang Kaiming suddenly realized and said, "So that's how it is. Mommy, how did we manage to have so much cash saved up? Your mom is a financial expert. Over the years, all the dividends the company has earned, apart from some living expenses, have been managed by your mom." Zhang Yingwei quickly praised Li Shiying. Zhang Kaiming was truly fed a dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing public displays of affection. "Mommy, you're amazing." Zhang Kaiming gave a thumbs up and said with a grin, "Mommy, how are you so good at managing money?" Hearing her son ask this, Li Shiying felt quite pleased and replied with a smile, "That's right. There are plenty of people who lose money doing business in Hong Kong, and even more who lose everything by investing in stocks and real estate. Especially during the stock market crash a couple of years ago, there were countless people who jumped off buildings. I've seen plenty of that. I think the best way to manage your money is to deposit it in a bank and earn interest. That's the safest way. But banks also face the risk of going bankrupt, right? John Kaiming asked, tilting his head. So, it's really important which bank you deposit your money in, Li Shiying said proudly. Your mommy deposits her money in HSBC and Hang Seng Bank. They also spent HK $10 million to buy shares in these two banks. Wow, son, I admire you so much. Many banks in Hong Kong might go bankrupt, but these two definitely won't. I think if you have spare money in the future, you should buy as much as you can. John Kaiming truly admired him from the bottom of his heart. These days, there are countless banks in Hong Kong, and they all offer quite high interest rates to attract citizens to deposit money. The interest rate for 5-year fixed deposits is mostly around 5%. For large fixed deposits like those of Li Shiying, which have tens of millions of Hong Kong dollars, the interest rate is even higher. Some factory owners work hard all year round, but they might not even earn as much as Li Shiying earns from the interest on her bank deposits. Not to mention she also bought HSBC and Hang Seng stocks. Judging from Li Shiying's investment style, it's clear she intends to hold them for the long term. Currently, HSBC and Hang Seng's market capitalization is only in the tens of billions, but in the future, the market capitalization of these two companies will be in the hundreds of billions or even trillions. If you hold on to this 10 million now and don't sell it, it will eventually be worth at least several hundred million Hong Kong dollars. I think so too. He's just like my son, even his investments are just like mine. Li Shiying beamed and said with a grin. Then she changed the subject. Son, if you want to buy back the shares of Embrand, mommy can give you this money to use. If it's not enough, you can sell your HSBC and Hang Seng stocks first, and buy them later when you have more money. Mommy, this money is enough for now. Let's keep the bank stocks for now. John Kaiming's lips curled up into a bright smile. Okay, then you should drink the chicken soup first. Li Shiying nodded in satisfaction. Okay. John Kaiming picked up the chicken soup on the desk, gulped it down in a few mouthfuls, and then said, Mommy, Daddy, you two go and rest first. Okay, don't just focus on work, take a break when you're tired, Li Shiying said with concern. As the two reached the door, Zhang Yingwei suddenly turned around, looked at John Kaiming, and said, I will arrange for a lawyer to come to the house tomorrow. At that time, the shares held by your mother and me will be transferred to your name, which will make it easier for you to take over the company. Zhang Kaiming was stunned. He never expected his parents, who were in the prime of their lives, to make such a decision. A warm feeling welled up in his heart. Seeing John Kaiming standing there in a daze without saying a word, Zhang Yingwei smiled and said, Kaiming, don't think too much. I've been busy with work all these years and haven't had much time to spend with your mother. I want to spend more time with her in the second half of my life. Moreover, with your intelligence and talent, I feel very reassured in trusting the company to you. John Kaiming took a deep breath, a confident smile spreading across his face. Your son will definitely not let you down. But that smile didn't seem to go well with confidence, he just looked like a complete goofball. That smile is perfect for playing dumb to fool the enemy. The next day, at 10 a.m., Li Shiying pushed Zhang Yingwei and personally greeted a middle-aged man in a black suit with gold-rimmed glasses on his nose at the front gate. He looked gentle and refined, and they slowly walked into the hall of the Zhang family mansion. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Yingwei called over John Kaiming and personally introduced him. Kaiming, come here quickly, let me introduce you. This is He Junhao, a very famous lawyer in Hong Kong, and also the legal counsel of our Amaya company. Attorney He, this is my son, John Kaiming. Attorney He, welcome to my humble abode. John Kaiming greeted He Junhao warmly, shaking his hand tightly to express his welcome. Young Master John, you're too kind. It's my honor to be a guest at your home. He Junhao replied warmly. Attorney He, please take a seat, let's have a long talk. Zhang Yingwei gestured for He Junhao to sit down. Not long after, Li Shiying came over with a pot of tea and poured a cup for everyone. After exchanging pleasantries with them for a while, John Kaiming got down to business. The procedures for transferring shares between immediate family members are not as complicated. He Junhao was clearly prepared, and directly produced the relevant contract. John Kaiming and his parents carefully reviewed the contract and, after confirming that there were no problems, signed their names. The whole process was completed in just a few minutes. Young Master John, I have to congratulate you, He Junhao said with a big smile. John Kaiming smiled and said, Attorney He, I'm afraid I'll be troubling you quite a bit in the future. He Junhao laughed loudly, haha, I'm going to charge you a fee, I'd love for you to come and bother me. Remembering yesterday's plan, which required a lawyer's assistance, John Kaiming said, Attorney He, I do indeed need your help with something. Seeing John Kaiming's serious expression, which seemed more like a polite remark, He Junhao immediately asked with a solemn expression, Young Master John, is there anything I can do to help? John Kaiming said softly, Attorney He, I'm thinking of registering a new company. I wonder if you would be willing to take on this small business. Of course we'll take it. There's no such thing as a small or large job. As long as the client has a need, we'll do our best to handle it, He Junhao replied solemnly. John Kaiming smiled slightly and said, then I'll trouble attorney Zhang to help me with the registration. I plan to register an investment company, and the company name will be Kaiming Investment. He Junhao nodded and said, no problem. Is there anything else you need? After a moment's thought, John Kaiming said, please register a few more for me. All the names start with Kaiming, such as Kaiming Technology, Kaiming Electronics, Kaiming Appliances, Kaiming Pharmaceuticals, Kaiming Food and Beverage. John Kaiming rattled off a string of companies whose names started with Kaiming, leaving Yi Junhao, Zhang Yingwei, and Li Shiying speechless with astonishment. Son, you've registered so many companies and are involved in so many industries. Are you managing to keep up? Li Shiying asked with a look of suspicion. We don't necessarily have to do everything, the main thing is to secure a name first, John Kaiming said bluntly. Upon hearing this, the three looked at each other, unsure of what to say. Attorney He, let's register this many for now. I'll trouble you to help me register more when I think of a new industry. John Kaiming's serious expression made the three of them instantly frown. Still somewhat dazed, He Junhao snapped out of it and replied, okay, don't worry about it, leave it to me. I'll bring it to you once the documents are ready in a few days. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. After saying this, he got up to leave. Alright, thank you so much, Attorney He. I'll personally see you off. John Kaiming said, then escorted He Junhao to the door as if he were a personal escort before returning to the living room. Kaiming, from now on, the entire responsibility for Amaya Jo Company and our family will be handed over to you. Whether your mother and I can enjoy our retirement depends entirely on you. Zhang Yingwei looked at John Kaiming as he walked in, his eyes full of earnest expectations for his son. Daddy, Mommy, don't worry, I'll take care of this family from now on. John Kaiming patted his chest and said confidently, you can't do it all by yourself. You're not getting any younger, you need to find someone soon. I'm really looking forward to having a grandson. Li Shiying teased with a smile. Zhang Yingwei quickly chimed in, yes, Mommy is right. You need to find someone soon. If all else fails, you can ask your mommy to help you find someone. Upon hearing this, Li Shiying's eyes lit up, and she said solemnly, it's not impossible. Last time at a banquet, I saw that the fourth daughter of the He family was so beautiful and she and my son were a match made in heaven. The youngest daughter of the CIO family is quite nice, but I wonder if she has a boyfriend. I'll try to find out later. Indeed, all parents are like this, as soon as their children finish their studies, they want to find them a partner, get married, have children, and continue the family line. John Kaiming broke out in a cold sweat. He was only 20 years old and had plenty of money. If he were to hang himself on one tree so soon, wouldn't his life have been wasted? John Kaiming thought to himself, how could his love be so narrow? It should be like the sun shining brightly, watering the entire forest. Seeing his parents getting more and more into their conversation, John Kaiming dashed off to the study as if his feet were greased. A full half-hour passed before the two realized with shock that John Kaiming had disappeared. Where did my son go? You scared him away. After entering the study, John Kaiming picked up the newspaper that he had asked the housekeeper, Uncle Wang, to find that morning and began to read it. These newspapers were all financial and business newspapers, covering major news that occurred during those 5 months in 1985. John Kaiming found these newspapers because he had read Li Ka-shing's biography in his previous life and remembered several of his classic business mergers and acquisitions. The first one was in the late 1970s, a thrilling battle of the snake swallowing the elephant. Li Ka-shing successfully acquired Hutchison Whampoa, one of the 4 major foreign trading companies, at half the market price. This feat established his renowned reputation as a superman and earned him the honor of being a source of pride for the Chinese people. The second time, in just half an hour, HK $2.9 billion was raised through a few phone calls to bring Hong Kong Electric, one of the only 2 power companies in Hong Kong, under its control. He vaguely remembered that the biography seemed to mention that the acquisition took place this year. Hong Kong Electric Company Limited is one of Hong Kong's blue-chip stocks, with a market capitalization of nearly HK $10 billion. Such a massive merger is bound to cause a huge uproar in Hong Kong. Newspapers and media outlets would likely report on this for 10 days to half a month, which would be quite possible. Sure enough, John Kaiming hadn't flipped through many pages when he saw the news that Hong Kong Electric Company had been acquired by Li Ka-shing. He couldn't help but feel disappointed. It was true that cheap deals weren't so easy to come by, so he had no choice but to give up the opportunity to make quick money through Hong Kong Electric and look for other targets. He then flipped through the remaining newspapers, especially those reports about British-owned companies. After the issue of Hong Kong's sovereignty was settled, British-owned enterprises, like Frightened Birds, accelerated their withdrawal from Hong Kong, and many of them became the property of Chinese tycoons during this period. At this time, John Kaiming urgently needed funds to repurchase Amaya Jo shares. He was looking through these newspapers hoping to get a piece of the pie and see if there was an opportunity to make a fortune and solve his financial problems. Soon, a report about Wheelock, one of Hong Kong's 4 major trading houses, caught John Keiming's attention, and he quickly began to read it with great concentration. The opening headline boldly proclaims, Whaley's debt exceeds HK $2.5 billion, Chairman Madden shouts, have faith in Wheelock. Wheelock is like a blue lantern among Hong Kong's blue-chip stocks. It is the typical type of stock that doesn't rise when others rise and plummets when others fall. Nobody believed that Wheelock stock would rebound. A moment later, John Keiming finished reading the report, took a deep breath, and tried to calm his excited emotions. In his previous life, he had seen the turbulent history of Hong Kong's 4 major trading houses in short videos. Pao Yukong and Li Ka-shing are the Chinese tycoons who have acquired the most British-owned companies. One of the 4 major trading companies was brought under the control of John Paul Bei, and this historic event happened this year. After Wheelock was acquired, it was perfectly integrated with Wharf Holdings and was managed very successfully by Pao Yukong. It transformed itself into Hong Kong's largest landlord, earning over HK $10 billion annually just from rent collection. Such an impressive company was something even John Keiming in his previous life envied. The fact that Madden is still the chairman of Wheelock & Co. has undoubtedly brought him an excellent opportunity. Although I don't have the appetite to devour Wheelock now, I can still take a bite. HSBC, a financial behemoth, stands majestically in Hong Kong. As the largest bank in Hong Kong, it is often referred to as the quasi-central bank of Hong Kong. It not only controls the savings of more than half of Hong Kong's citizens but also holds a large portion of the power to issue Hong Kong dollars. This was a behemoth carefully cultivated by the British Hong Kong government in order to control Hong Kong's finances. It is widely believed in Hong Kong that the 3 most powerful people in Hong Kong are the HSBC tycoon, the chairman of the Jockey Club, and the governor of Hong Kong, which shows how influential HSBC is in Hong Kong. This period was when it was at its zenith. HSBC's influence will only gradually decline after Hong Kong is completely taken back by the mainland. At this moment, John Keiming stood outside the gates of HSBC, gazing at this powerful bank. After a moment, he slowly withdrew his gaze, took firm steps through the HSBC entrance, and walked straight toward the VIP service area. Sir, may I ask your surname? How can I help you? The pretty bank teller asked warmly. My surname is Zhang. I have an appointment with your manager, Ms. Sun, at 2 p.m. to conduct some business. John Keiming looked at the beautiful woman in front of him, a warm smile appearing on his lips. Mr. Zhang, please come this way. Our manager's son will be here shortly and will be at your service immediately, the receptionist said, leading John Keiming to a VIP room. Okay. John Keiming nodded in agreement. Mr. Zhang, please sit down and wait a moment. Our manager's son will be here shortly. After saying this, the beautiful woman gracefully walked out of the VIP room. John Keiming hadn't been sitting down for long when he saw a middle-aged man of about 30 years old walk in quickly. Upon seeing John Keiming, he greeted him with a broad smile, extended his hand warmly, and said, Young Master John, good afternoon. I am Sun Bowen from HSBC. Hello, Manager Sun. John Keiming said, reaching out to shake hands tightly with Sun Bowen. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Sun Bowen asked, Young Master John, Mrs. John called me and said you wanted to cash the checks, is that right? John Keiming nodded and said, yes, my mom can't come, so she gave me a check. You can transfer it to my personal account for me. As John Keiming spoke, he took out a check from his pocket and handed it to Sun Bowen. Sun Bowen took the check, carefully verified its authenticity, and immediately said to John Keiming with a beaming smile, Young Master John, there's no problem with this check. I'll process it for you immediately, it should take about 10 minutes. Do you have any other business to handle? If so, we can take care of it for you. John Keiming's visit this time was certainly not for such a trivial matter as transferring money. Seeing that Sun Bowen had taken the initiative to ask, he said directly, I need to open a securities account, which you probably can't do here, right? Sun Bowen smiled and said, generally speaking, ordinary people do need to go to the securities department of our bank to open a securities account. At HSBC, we offer a one-stop service to all our valued clients. I can handle everything directly for you. John Keiming nodded and said, then I'll trouble Manager Sun to handle it together. Please wait a moment, we will process your request immediately. Sun Bowen said, taking the checkbook and John Keiming's identification documents with him as he walked out. In his previous life, John Keiming was just an ordinary citizen, and this was the first time he had ever enjoyed VIP service. The world of the wealthy is indeed different. As long as you have money, people will always be there to serve you. It only took half an hour from start to finish. John Keiming signed a few documents along the way, and then everything was done. Sun Bowen respectfully handed all of John Keiming's belongings to him, saying, Young Master John, these are your account books, personal identification documents, a checkbook, and your securities account number. Thank you so much, Manager Sun. HSBC truly lives up to its reputation as Hong Kong's top bank. Their efficiency is truly remarkable. Jiang Kaiming exclaimed in praise. With a beaming smile, Sun Bowen said obsequiously, Young Master Jiang, it would be a great honor for HSBC to serve you. May I ask if Mr. Jiang needs a credit line? Upon hearing this, Jiang Kaiming was taken aback and thought to himself, that makes more sense. As a bank account manager, how can one be considered a qualified manager if one doesn't recommend financial products to clients? Emran's banking business was mainly handled by HSBC and Hang Seng Bank. It is no exaggeration to say that these two banks had some understanding of Emran's financial situation. His purpose in coming here, besides cashing checks and opening an account, was to see if he could get some money for free. Sun Bowen brought it up at this moment, which suited him perfectly. Jiang Kaiming looked Sun Bowen over with interest and said in a nonchalant tone, I wonder how much credit line HSBC can give me, and how the interest will be calculated? When Sun Bowen saw Jiang Kaiming asking about the credit limit and interest rate, he couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. Based on his years of experience as an account manager, he believes that when a client asks such a question, it means they are interested in cooperating. So he quickly said to Jiang Kaiming, Young Master Jiang, HSBC can provide you with a credit line of $5 million, with an annual interest rate of only 8%. You can withdraw the funds at any time if needed. Jiang Kaiming shook his head repeatedly, saying disdainfully, a few million is too little, it's meaningless to me. Can you increase the limit? If not, forget it. Upon hearing this, Sun Bowen's face immediately showed a troubled expression, and he cautiously inquired, Young Master Jiang, how much credit do you need? At least a credit line of $30 million, the more the better. Jiang Kaiming blurted out without thinking. Sun Bowen continued tentatively, Young Master Jiang, a quota of 30 million is not entirely impossible, but I wonder if you have any fixed assets. If so, the credit limit can be increased accordingly. Jiang Kaiming smiled slightly and said, I hold 34% of Manhwa's shares and serve as both its chairman and president. Can this condition be used to increase the quota? Upon hearing this, Sun Bowen was first astonished as if struck by lightning, then overjoyed and said, Yes, if what you say is true, Mr. Jiang, I can increase the credit line to 30 million Hong Kong dollars. Jiang Kaiming frowned, his gaze sharp as he looked at Sun Bowen, and said, Only 30 million? Is that all the authority you have? When Jiang Kaiming is not smiling, his facial expression is like an iceberg, giving people a feeling of keeping them at arm's length. At this moment, he stared intently at Sun Bowen, which made Sun Bowen feel somewhat intimidated. Sun Bowen swallowed hard and said, That's not entirely true, Young Master Jiang. Before he could finish speaking, Jiang Kaiming interrupted him expressionlessly, saying, How about this, Manager Sun? I don't need more than that. Just give me a credit line of 50 million. If you agree, I'll lend it out immediately. When Sun Bowen heard Jiang Kaiming ask for a credit line of 50 million yuan, he felt as if he had been hit by a heavy hammer. He wanted to refuse outright, but when he heard that Jiang Kaiming was about to take out the loan, he couldn't help but hesitate. These account managers don't actually earn high salaries, most of their income comes from sales commissions. If Jiang Kaiming really lends 50 million, he can earn a huge commission. When Jiang Kaiming saw the troubled look on Sun Bowen's face, he knew perfectly well that Sun Bowen was already tempted. So he deliberately glanced at his watch and said in a provocative way, Manager Sun, my time is very precious. Give me a straight answer, whether it works out or not. No, I'll leave immediately, I have urgent business to attend to. After saying that, he got up and pretended to leave. When Sun Bowen saw Jiang Kaiming about to leave, he became as anxious as an ant on a hot pan and hurriedly said, Young Master Jiang, if you really need 50 million urgently, how about using your shares in Manhwa as collateral? Upon hearing this, Jiang Kaiming didn't even reply. He turned and left like a whirlwind. Sun Bowen was instantly stunned. Shouldn't you have tried to negotiate with me? Why did they just leave like that? Are young people really that impatient? Sun Bowen hurriedly stepped forward, blocking Jiang Kaiming's path like a roadblock, and gritted his teeth, saying, Young Master Jiang, don't worry. A credit line of 50 million is absolutely no problem. I'll process it for you right away. Sun Bowen was determined to get this tempting commission, since the money wasn't his anyway, and even if something went wrong, HSBC wouldn't be afraid of not getting it back. After all, Jiang Kaiming's shares in Amigo are there for all to see, and even without collateral, HSBC has the full capacity to reclaim them. Jiang Kaiming's lips curled up slightly, then he revealed a childlike, innocent smile, and said, Manager Sun, congratulations on getting a large commission. Sun Bowen instantly understood the deeper meaning behind Jiang Kaiming's words, and felt a great sense of relief. He smiled and said, Young Master Jiang, please have a seat here. I'll get it done for you right away. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Jiang Kaiming sat back down and took out the Manhwa shareholding contract that he had just signed that morning to verify the capital and cooperate with the process. Before long, the 50 million yuan was successfully deposited into his account. Subsequently, Jiang Kaiming asked Sun Bowen to introduce him to Li Jianwen, the director of HSBC Securities. Using 10 million as a deposit, I obtained 5 times leverage from him and directly entrusted HSBC Securities to help acquire AIMGO shares. 5 times the initial investment is 50 million yuan, enough to acquire more than 20% of AIMGO shares. Jiang Kaiming plans to transfer the acquired shares to Kaiming Investment once the new company application is approved. Only after signing the confidentiality agreement did Jiang Kaiming walk out of HSBC's doors with a sense of relief. However, he did not go home immediately, but instead drove to a Citibank branch in another part of Central. Without hesitation, Jiang Kaiming opened 2 more securities accounts at Citibank, one for the Hong Kong stock market and one for the US stock market. After a heated negotiation, Jiang Kaiming successfully obtained leveraged financing of 10 times from Citibank. He then entrusted Citibank Securities to act as his right-hand man, helping to acquire shares of Wheelock and its listed subsidiaries. You shouldn't put all your eggs in one basket, especially since this money was borrowed from HSBC. After completing the procedures at Citibank, Jiang Kaiming had achieved all his goals in coming to Central, and he returned home satisfied. Jiang Kaiming is full of anticipation for taking up his new post at AIMGO tomorrow. May 10th, a bright and sunny morning. This day was of great significance to Jiang Kaiming, as it marked the 5th day since his rebirth and the day he officially assumed the role of chairman. Jiang Kaiming got up early in the morning, ready to face new challenges. He stood in front of the mirror, looking at himself in a sharp suit, his posture upright, trying his best to project confidence and authority. A slight smile appeared on his lips, clearly indicating his satisfaction with his appearance, but he quickly suppressed the smile. He only nodded in satisfaction when he saw his reflection in the mirror displaying an expression that said "keep away." He thought to himself, in my previous life, I was just a screwmaker. This is my first time serving as chairman. I can't show any weakness and let others look down on me. My appearance does have some use. When I'm not smiling, at least I look intimidating and can command respect. When Jiang Kaiming went downstairs, he found that his parents were already waiting downstairs, ready to have breakfast together. Good morning, Daddy and Mommy. Jiang Kaiming greeted his parents with a smile. Looking at Jiang Kaiming wearing the suit she had personally tailored, his mother, Li Xiying, smiled broadly and praised, "My son is so handsome and dashing." Jiang Yingwei, sitting at the dining table, shook his head upon hearing Li Xiying's words. Sure enough, in a mother's eyes, her son is always the most handsome. Doesn't he know whether his son looks like him or not? He's not ugly, but he's nowhere near handsome. However, he dared not voice these thoughts. All he could do was sit there quietly and listen to Li Siyang keep praising her son. Jiang Kaiming responded with a smile, "Mommy knows her son best. This custom-made suit fits perfectly and feels very comfortable to wear." Li Xiying smiled and said, "If you like it, I'll go to Zongji tailor shop another day and have a few more sets made for you. The owner of that tailor shop has been a tailor his whole life. His skills are exceptional. All our clothes are custom-made there." Jiang Kaiming smiled and replied, "Okay, Mommy, I'll go with you then." Looking at the mother and son, who were talking more and more, Jiang Yingwei hurriedly reminded them, "Please sit down and eat first. Kaiming, starting today you are the chairman of AIMGO Company, and it's your first day at work. There's an important meeting at 10 o'clock, so please don't be late." "Okay, Daddy, I understand." Jiang Kaiming nodded in response, then quickly found a seat and began to enjoy his breakfast. As breakfast was nearing its end, the butler, Uncle Wang, led 2 middle-aged men into the dining room. One of them was Jiang Yingwei's assistant, Tao Wenzhang, and the other was someone Jiang Kaiming knew very well, who was Jiang Yingwei's driver and bodyguard. His name is Qin Chao, and he has been following Jiang Yingwei for 5 or 6 years. Qin Chao is a very methodical person who doesn't talk much, but he is extremely skilled in martial arts. Jiang Kaiming had heard about Qin Chao's past experiences from his father, Jiang Yingwei. Qin Chao appears to have swum over from mainland China and was among the first batch of employees recruited by AIMGO in its early days. Later, due to certain events, he angered a gang, which led to the gang hunting him down. At that time, AIMGO was still in its early stages and relatively weak. Lu Luwenxiang was worried that the company would be implicated, so he planned to fire him. After learning the truth, Jiang Yingwei discovered that Qin Chao had gone to the gang to fight in underground boxing matches in order to treat his comrades' injuries, and accidentally killed his opponent in a match, which led to the gang's retaliation. Jiang Yingwei felt that Qin Chao was a loyal and righteous person, so he stepped in to protect Qin Chao and prevent him from being fired. To avoid causing trouble for the company, Jiang Yingwei made Qin Chao his personal driver and bodyguard. Jiang Kaiming's robust physique is closely related to Qin Chao. Since Mr. and Mrs. Jiang were helpless in dealing with their son's headaches, they thought of improving his health by strengthening his body. As someone who is agile and skilled in martial arts, Qin Chao naturally knows how to exercise. Therefore, they asked Qin Chao to help train Jiang Kaiming, hoping to improve his physique through exercise. From then on, Jiang Kaiming followed Qin Chao to learn methods of physical exercise until he went abroad to study. Although these training methods contain some elements of combat techniques and can be used for physical exercise, they are not actually very lethal. Clearly, Qin Chao had no intention of teaching Jiang Kaiming fighting techniques. In a sense, Qin Chao could be considered Jiang Kaiming's mentor, but Qin Chao himself has never acknowledged this. Looking at Qin Chao and Tao Wenzhang in front of him, Zhang Yingwei solemnly instructed, "Chao, Jiang, from now on you two will follow Kaiming." "Okay, Mr. Jiang, please rest assured." Tao Wenzhang and Qin Chao replied in unison. Upon hearing his father's arrangement, Jiang Kaiming hurriedly objected, "Daddy, let Master Qin continue to follow you." Zhang Yingwei decisively interrupted him, "I'm retired now, I don't need anyone to protect me, that's the decision." Faced with his father's firm stance, Jiang Kaiming had no choice but to nod in agreement. Then, he turned to face Tao Wenzhang and Qin Chao and said politely, "Assistant Tao, Master Qin, if there is anything I do that is not up to par in the future, please remind me." "Young Master Jiang, you're too kind," Tao Wenzhang replied with a smile, then glanced at his watch and continued. "Young Master Jiang, you have a board meeting at 10 a.m. and a senior management meeting at 11 a.m. Both of these meetings require your personal attendance. It's getting late, we should set off as soon as possible." "Okay, let's set off now." Upon hearing this, Jiang Kaiming stood up immediately without any hesitation to say goodbye to his parents. The Jiang family is not a large family. Zhang Yingwei and his wife are very pragmatic people and they are not willing to spend a lot of money to buy a villa in the hillside. Jiang Kaiming currently lives in a detached villa in an affluent area of Kowloon City. There is an interesting phenomenon among Hong Kong's wealthy and political figures: the richer and higher their status, the more they tend to live in the mountains, as if this is a better way to showcase their identity and position. This trend was actually brought about by the British. These Englishmen considered themselves to have a noble lineage, and in the early days they even forbade Chinese people to live with them, so they tried to build their houses on high ground. Initially, residences were built on Victoria Peak, where the governor's residence was built. They couldn't fit everyone on Victoria Peak, so they built a house on mid-levels. Over the decades, this has actually driven up the prices of houses in these areas. Later, online rumors circulated that the mansion Old Ma bought for 1.5 billion was located on this hilltop. Amego is a physical industry company, and its office building and factory are located in an industrial park. This design aims to improve work efficiency and facilitate employees' travel between the office and the production workshop. The company has more than 10,000 employees. After successfully making a lot of money from the United States, it decisively invested in purchasing a piece of land near Kuntong and built a modern industrial park in 1981. Most of the buildings in the park are spacious and bright factories and fully functional warehouses used to store raw materials and finished products. The company headquarters is a 9-story modern office building where staff from all departments work together. Jiang Kaiming and his group's trip went very smoothly, taking only about 20 minutes from departure to arrival at the Ameajao Industrial Park. After getting out of the car, Jiang Kaiming stood at the entrance of the industrial park, looking at the relatively new-looking industrial park in front of him, somewhat lost in thought. The thought that from this day forward, he would become the ruler of this place, deciding its fate, filled him with excitement. Jiang Kaiming suppressed his excitement, looked away, and said to the people around him, "Let's go in and take a look." After saying that, he strode into the industrial park. When Emego went public, it was hailed as the first stock in emerging industries, and its stock was enthusiastically sought after by many securities institutions and investors. On the day of its listing, Imagi's market capitalization exceeded HK$ 500 million, and at its peak it reached more than HK$ 800 million. After several years and multiple rights issues, Amlogic's shareholding structure has become extremely dispersed. After one of the founders, Lulu Wenxiong, sold off all his shares, many individual shareholders followed suit and sold their shares as well. Today, besides Jiang Kaiming himself, the largest shareholders of Amlogic include HSBC and Hang Seng Bank, which hold 10% and 8% of the shares respectively. These two banks are not only major shareholders of Emego, but also its largest creditors. The remaining minority shareholders are mainly composed of the company's senior management, who collectively hold approximately 5% of the shares. These minority shareholders only have the right to receive dividends, while other important shareholding rights, such as voting rights, remain firmly in the hands of the chairman. In other words, although Jiang Kaiming personally holds only 34% of the shares, he actually has as much as 39% of the voting rights. The remaining shares are held by a large number of individual investors and some securities firms. Jiang Kaiming knew that if he could get the support of HSBC and Hang Seng, it would be a good opportunity. His voting rights would then allow him to achieve absolute control over Emego. How can we secure the support of these two banking giants? This is undoubtedly a huge problem. In Jiang Kaiming's memory, it seemed that Lulu Wenxiong had joined forces with other organizations to successfully expel Zhang Yingwei from Amei High School. Clearly, those working in the financial industry are more inclined to collaborate with partners like Lu Luenxiang, who share a passion for financial business. Thinking of this, John Kaiming's mood suddenly became heavy, and he involuntarily stopped walking. "Young Master John, why did you stop? The conference room is still inside." Assistant Tao Wenzhang asked curiously when he saw John Kaiming suddenly stop. "Oh, it's nothing, let's go." John Kaiming snapped out of his daze and quickened his pace toward the conference room. A short while later, they arrived at a door. "Chairman, the conference room is right here," Tao Wenzhang said, opening the conference room door for John Kaiming and gesturing for him to come in. It would be a lie to say John Kaiming wasn't nervous. After all, he had never experienced such a situation before. He took a deep breath, straightened his clothes, and strode into the office. As soon as John Kaiming stepped into the conference room, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. Everyone in the room stood, as if waiting for his arrival. Tao Wenzhang introduced each of the directors present to John Kaiming one by one. After shaking hands and greeting each of them, John Kaiming, guided by Tao Wenzhang, walked to his seat and slowly sat down. The HSBC board representative was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s, named Dong Wenjia. His expression was serious, his gaze sharp, giving him a calm and resolute impression. The Hang Seng Bank board representative was Ho Manho, who was about 30 years old and dressed in a frivolous manner. John Kaiming thought that the founder of Hang Seng Bank seemed to have the surname He, and felt that this guy might be here to gain prestige. In addition, several non-shareholder members hold board positions. One of them was Lu Luongxiang's wife, Bao Yangqin. John Kaiming was no stranger to her, as they had met many times before. In addition, there is another director representing all employees of Amlogic Company, named Zhao Ruxiang, who was 50 years old. He was one of the first to follow Zhang Yingwei and was also the factory manager of the company's production department. Before Lu Luenxiang left, he and Zhang Yingwei worked together seamlessly, each responsible for the company's internal and external affairs. Lu Luenxiang was in charge of foreign product trade. Zhang Yingwei was mainly in charge of internal production, and Zhao Ruxiang was essentially his man. After John Kaiming sat down, his gaze slowly swept over everyone present, then he smiled and began to speak. "Everyone here is my senior, and as a new chairman of AMEAJO, I still have a lot to learn. I hope everyone will generously offer their valuable advice and suggestions. I will humbly accept the criticism and strive to improve." HSBC Representative Dong Wenjia responded with a smile, "Mr. John, you're too kind. I have heard former Chairman Zhang Yingwei praise you on many occasions. Moreover, as far as I know, you are not only a PhD from Oxford University, but also a double PhD from MIT. Such an outstanding talent is truly admirable. Our HSBC senior advisor, Sir Michael Sandberg, is also a graduate of Oxford University, so he's your senior." Mr. Dong is right. "We at Hang Seng Bank also have great confidence in Mr. Zhang. We believe you can take AMEAJO to the next level," Hang Seng Bank representative He Wen who echoed. The other directors also expressed their agreement and spoke highly of John Kaiming. John Kaiming heard these words, but he didn't take them to heart. He knew perfectly well that these people's praises were nothing but empty words. He should just listen to them and not believe them. Once their own interests are involved, they will probably immediately change their tune. Businessmen are always good at flattering each other, but real profits are what they care about most. Isn't it just about speaking human language to humans and ghost language to ghosts? What's so difficult about that? With a smile, John Kaiming said sincerely, "Thank you very much for your trust in me, uncles and elders. I will do my best to live up to your expectations." Then he began to chat casually and pleasantly with the directors. Before long, John Kaiming realized that the so-called board meeting was not as serious and solemn as he had imagined. It was mostly just empty talk. He felt a little nervous when he first entered the conference room, but that feeling has now completely disappeared. Just as everyone was chatting and laughing, Bao Yangqin suddenly brought up a serious matter. She said with a serious expression, "Chairman, before the old chairman fell ill, he had been discussing with us how to solve the problem of the company's continuous stock price decline. After several discussions, we finally concluded that we should reduce expenses and increase financial results by laying off employees. In this way, when we release our financial report in the next quarter, we can make the data look better, thereby boosting the stock price. Do you agree with this decision?" As soon as Bao Yangqin finished speaking, the once lively conference room fell completely silent, as if the atmosphere had suddenly dropped to freezing point. Everyone present turned their gaze to John Kaiming, seemingly waiting for his response. Their eyes were all different. Some seemed to be watching a good show. Some, however, seemed indifferent. Others had very unpleasant and solemn expressions. With his extraordinary memory, John Kaiming took in the eyes of each of these people. In addition, Zhang Yingwei's advice to him before he came enabled him to quickly identify who supported him. Who are the neutral parties? Who are his opponents? He sneered inwardly, but outwardly remained expressionless, speaking calmly. "Dear uncles and aunts, you are all my elders and seniors. What are your thoughts on this layoff issue? Factory manager Zhao Ruxiang, his face grim, stated firmly, I am firmly against layoffs. I have never heard of any company boosting its stock price through layoffs. After hearing Zhao Ruxiang's words, John Kaiming nodded slightly, indicating that he agreed with his point of view. Before he could even respond, Bao Yanqin interrupted impatiently, Director Zhao, if we don't lay off workers, how can we support so many workers with such a small number of orders? Moreover, without layoffs, having too many employees will inevitably become a burden, and the financial report will look very bad when it is released. How can we even begin to talk about saving the stock price? Upon hearing this, Zhao Ruxiang's face instantly turned ashen, and he retorted sternly, is the company's lack of orders the fault of our production department? As for why the stock price plummeted, everyone here knows the answer. If you really want the stock price to rise, all you need to do is go home and shut your partner up. John Kaiming was truly surprised that Zhao Ruxiang, who seemed honest and simple, could speak so sharply and mercilessly, without even caring about a woman's dignity. It's almost like they're directly naming Lu Luanxiang. These words infuriated Bao Yanqin so much that she couldn't breathe and was unable to utter a single word for a long time. John Kaiming exclaimed that old man Zhao was amazing. John Kaiming looked around and found that everyone else was watching with amusement, clearly indicating that this was not the first time such a scene had unfolded. Never mind, I'm not going to talk to you, you old stubborn fool. Bao Yanqin glared fiercely at Zhao Ruxiang, as if she would faint from anger if she looked at him for another second. So she quickly turned her head and looked at John Kaiming, panting as she said, Chairman, it's already mid-May, and in 2 months we will be releasing our second quarter financial report. Did you know? We currently have an astonishing total of 12,300 employees, and the average salary of our employees is as high as 4,000 Hong Kong dollars. Based on this calculation, the monthly salary expenditure alone would amount to HK $49.2 million. This is a huge burden on our company, it's making it hard for us to breathe. If we don't take decisive action soon, the stock price will inevitably fall again when the second quarter financial report is released, and the consequences will be unimaginable. Upon hearing these words, John Kaiming's expression instantly turned serious, and he was secretly astonished. He never imagined that wages in Hong Kong in the 1980s would be so high. Keep in mind that even 10 years later, many people's average monthly salary still hadn't reached that figure. Zhao Ruxiang looked coldly at Bao Yanqin, a sarcastic smile on his lips, and said, don't you know why the company's salary and financial expenditures are so high? They actually have the nerve to use the average as an excuse. In recent months, the factory has reduced its overtime work, and the workers' monthly wages are less than 3,000 yuan. Your partner, however, was kind enough to triple the salaries of the management team before leaving. How could monthly salary expenses not be high under such circumstances? Bao Yanqin felt annoyed upon hearing these words, but she was too lazy to respond to Zhao Ruxiang's accusations, lest she invite trouble upon herself. After hearing Zhao Ruxiang's words, a cold glint flashed in John Kaiming's eyes. He realized that Lu Luanxiang's methods were extremely clever, it was practically a perfect open conspiracy. If his father, Zhang Yingwei, hadn't swallowed his pride and dismissed all the company's management, the company could very well have been paralyzed. John Kaiming could imagine the immense pressure and distress Zhang Yingwei had endured over the past few months. Old Lu truly deserves to be a man who could amass a fortune of hundreds of billions in later generations. 2 words to describe it, awesome. No wonder Zhang Yingwei couldn't beat him. You're really good at having fun, aren't you? Let's have some fun then. John Kaiming glanced at everyone in the conference room, his eyes sharp and resolute, as if trying to see through their expressions to their innermost thoughts. He raised his wrist, glanced at the time, and said in a serious tone, the company has been discussing the issue of whether to lay off employees for a long time, and it's time to reach a clear conclusion. I have another management meeting coming up, so I can't waste too much time here. So let's make a decision by showing our hands. Those who support the layoffs, please raise your right hand. After John Kaiming finished speaking, he raised his right hand without hesitation, his eyes fixed on everyone in the conference room. His actions caused a moment of silence, and the atmosphere in the meeting room became tense. Chairman, you have made a very wise and decisive decision, Bao Yanqin said with a smile, while glancing triumphantly at Zhao Ruxiang. Zhao Ruxiang stared wide-eyed at John Kaiming in disbelief. He couldn't accept this sudden change because the old chairman had always been firmly opposed to layoffs. He couldn't help but shout, Chairman, you can't lay off employees. This will have a huge impact on the company. The other directors were also surprised and confused by John Kaiming's actions. They originally thought John Kaiming would stick to his father's decision and wouldn't support such a major decision as layoffs. To their surprise, it was completely beyond their expectations. The board members present began to doubt John Kaiming's leadership and judgment, feeling that his reputation as a genius was somewhat undeserved. Layoffs are a devastating blow to a company's stock price. The former chairman, Zhang Yingwei, was well aware of this, and therefore, even though he was gritting his teeth, he resolutely refused to agree to layoffs. They thought John Kaiming was a good-for-nothing who couldn't even see through such a simple truth. Their initial expectations regarding the rumors of John Kaiming's genius vanished instantly, and they all raised their right hands without hesitation. Zhao Ruxiang ultimately did not raise his hand to agree to the layoffs. At this moment, he was filled with frustration and disappointment. John Kaiming didn't care what these people thought, he firmly stated. Since most people agree to layoffs, then this decision will be made. We will discuss the specifics of how to implement the layoff plan at the next company management meeting. Board members, are there any other matters to discuss? If not, this meeting is adjourned. Upon hearing this, all the directors shook their heads, indicating that they had no further questions. Meeting adjourned, John Kaiming said. As soon as John Kaiming finished speaking, Bao Yanqin was the first to stand up and quickly walked out of the conference room. Not long after leaving the house, Bao Yanqin couldn't wait to pull out a brick-like cell phone from her bag and dial a number. Hey honey, let me tell you, that little genius from the Zhang family, well, a little genius, actually dared to agree to layoffs. It's hilarious. Now you can relax, right? Just now. Well, HSBC and Hang Seng should no longer support John Yingwei. We don't need to keep an eye on them anymore, just wait for the harvest. On the other side, a short, slightly overweight middle-aged man hung up the phone with a disdainful look and casually tossed his mobile phone aside. John Kaiming's gaze fell on Zhao Ruxiang, who was about to turn and leave, and he shouted, Director Zhao, please stay for a moment. We need to discuss the specific details of the layoffs. Zhao Ruxiang's face instantly turned extremely ugly. He hesitated for a moment, but finally stopped and slowly turned around. He knew what this layoff meant for the company, and a sense of unease and anxiety welled up inside him. After all the directors left, John Kaiming turned to Tao Wenzhang and said in a serious tone, Assistant Tao, please inform everyone that the management meeting this morning has been cancelled and will be rescheduled to 2 p.m. this afternoon. Also, go and get a list of salaries for the company's management, I need it. Okay, Chairman, please wait a moment, I'll take care of it right away. Tao Wenzhang replied without hesitation. Tao Wenzhang left the room, and John Kaiming then turned to Zhao Ruxiang, who was sitting in his office chair with a still grim expression, and asked softly, Director Zhao, are you still angry about the layoffs? Zhao Ruxiang took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, but his face still showed some anxiety and worry as he slowly spoke. Chairman, are you really going to lay off employees? The former chairman insisted on not laying off employees because he was worried about the huge impact. I understand the difficulties the company is facing right now, but John Kaiming waved his hand gently, interrupting Zhao Ruxiang, and said firmly, Director Zhao, I understand how you feel, and I know this is a difficult situation for everyone. But please believe me, the afternoon meeting will give you a satisfactory explanation. Hearing this, Zhao Ruxiang felt a little more at ease, but he still looked at John Kaiming with some doubt. John Kaiming continued, Director Zhao, the reason we kept you here is to understand the specific situation of our factory's R&D department. I'd like to know how many R&D personnel we have, and what their R&D capabilities are. Also, how much does the company invest in research and development each year? Seeing that John Kaiming avoided the topic of layoffs and instead showed interest in the company's R&D department, Zhao Ruxiang had no choice but to swallow back the words he was about to say. He reported to John Kaiming in detail, Chairman, our company's R&D department currently has 10 professional R&D personnel. The company invests up to 1 million Hong Kong dollars in research and development every year. In terms of research and development capabilities, we have always performed exceptionally well. It is thanks to their efforts and contributions that our company is able to produce all the components of our fans completely independently. In terms of fan research and development and manufacturing capabilities, I can say without exaggeration that we are absolutely the industry leader in the entire Hong Kong region, completely overwhelming all other competitors. At this point, Zhao Ruxiang couldn't help but show a proud and self-satisfied expression. John Kaiming couldn't help but frown after hearing this. In his eyes, a large factory with tens of thousands of employees only had a mere 10 R&D personnel. Even more outrageous, they were actually quite pleased with themselves for developing those fans that contained absolutely no technological content. What left him speechless was that the R&D investment was only a negligible 1 million Hong Kong dollars. Still calling it Gundam? What a load of rubbish. To describe a mere 1 million Hong Kong dollars in R&D funding as Gundam shows how little Hong Kong companies care about R&D. With this little money, what can you possibly develop for research and development? This made John Kaiming feel somewhat disappointed and frustrated, and his expectations for Amaya Jo dropped sharply in an instant. It seems better to just stick to being a manufacturing plant. By this time, he had lost all enthusiasm for asking further questions about research and development, and simply said, Director Zhao, you can go back now. Remember to attend the meeting on time this afternoon. Zhao Ruxiang nodded slightly, turned and left the office, the door closing softly behind him. John Kaiming sat alone at his desk, gazing out the window, lost in deep thought. In his view, while Emigo may produce products of decent quality, it lacks a unique spirit of innovation. No wonder nothing has changed over the years. John Keiming knows that for a company to succeed, it needs not only high-quality products, but also its own unique characteristics and competitiveness. However, Emigo's current state clearly indicates that it still has a long way to go. John Keiming's thoughts grew increasingly deep. He understood that the challenges facing Emigo were not only technical and management issues, but also a lack of corporate culture and innovation. Only by fundamentally solving these problems can the company truly achieve sustainable development. Knock, knock. A knock on the door broke the silence of the office. Come in. John Keiming, awakened from his reverie by the knocking, looked towards the door and called out. Bang! With a muffled thud, the door was pushed open, and Tao Wenzhang strode in, holding a document in his hand. Chairman, this is the management's salary list you requested, Tao Wenzhang said, handing the document to John Keiming with a respectful tone. John Keiming nodded slightly and reached out to take the document. His eyes scanned each page intently, carefully reading the information on them. As he watched, John Keiming's brows furrowed, and his eyes flashed with anger. He discovered that there were so many deputy positions in the management of various departments of the company, and their annual salaries all started at HK $100,000. Many senior managers earn annual salaries of over HK $500,000. The sales and finance departments, in particular, account for more than 30% of the company's total salaries, which is utterly absurd. Their management is practically on par with the conscience of the United States. However, when John Keiming realized that all of this was a conspiracy orchestrated by Lu Luanxiang for Ameo, his anger instantly dissipated. Once John Keiming calmed down, his gaze was icy cold, as if he had seen a certain green-clad livestreamer turn to charcoal in a raging fire in his past life. It was a deep, undisguised indifference that sent chills down one's spine. Tao Wenzhang, who was standing to the side, suddenly felt a chill and couldn't help but shiver. John Keiming closed the document in his hand, looked up, and stared sharply at Tao Wenzhang. He asked in a serious tone, "The meeting at 2 o'clock will be moved to the lobby on the 4th floor. All office staff must attend, and the company's directors are also invited." Tao Wenzhang nodded quickly and replied, "Okay, Chairman, I'll go and inform them right away." John Keiming nodded slightly and then said, "Go and invite Master Qin, who is waiting outside, in first, and then go and inform him." Tao Wenzhang responded and then quickly turned and left the room. A few minutes later, Tao Wenzhang led Qin Chao into the room. John Keiming warmly stood up to greet him, smiling as he said to Qin Chao, "Master Qin, please have a seat." After Qin Chao sat down, John Keiming gestured to Tao Wenzhang, telling him to go and handle the afternoon meeting matters first. Qin Chao handed a thick file bag to John Keiming and earnestly explained, "Young Master John, this is what you need. However, Zhang Sheng hopes you will handle this matter carefully and try to avoid going too far. After all, it's always good to leave room for maneuver so you can meet again in the future." John Keiming smiled and nodded, saying, "Master Qin, please call me by my name from now on, it'll be more friendly that way." Then, he changed the subject and asked, "Master Qin, if you were on a battlefield and facing an enemy, how would you deal with it?" "A fight to the death," Qin Chao said without hesitation. "The business world is like a battlefield. Mercy to the enemy is cruelty to yourself. My daddy is too merciful," John Keiming said with a cold glint in his eyes. The 4th floor of the Ameo office building, which is over 1,000 square meters, has only one spacious and bright lobby. This hall is usually only used when the company holds large meetings, otherwise, it is idle. However, even before 2 p.m. today, the hall was already packed with people. Looking around, there were probably hundreds of people, and the scene was exceptionally lively. Only the seats on the platform remained empty, with no one sitting down. At this moment, an employee couldn't help but whisper to his colleague next to him, "I heard that at the board meeting this morning, our newly appointed young chairman actually agreed to the layoff plan. Could we be among those laid off?" "Really? Where did you hear that from?" "I don't believe it. The old chairman has always been firmly against layoffs, and Zhang Xiao is his son. How could he go against his father's wishes?" The employee just now said, "Believe it or not, my uncle is the company's cleaner." He overheard their discussion as he passed by the door of the boardroom. "I've already started looking for new job opportunities." He finished speaking with an indifferent expression. The people around the employee, seeing his confident demeanor, immediately stirred up a commotion. Many people looked worried and began to talk among themselves. Just then, the conference room door slowly opened, making a slight creaking sound. Led by Tao Wenzhang, John Keiming walked straight into the conference hall. He then strode quickly toward the stage, followed closely by several of the company's directors. The arrival of John Keiming and his entourage attracted the attention of all the employees in the conference hall. The once bustling conference hall instantly fell silent, as everyone turned their attention to John Keiming and the others, curiously observing the newly appointed chairman. "Is this our new chairman?" He looks a bit fierce, not like a good person. Many employees couldn't help but have this thought when they saw John Keiming. Some infatuated girls muttered to themselves, "The chairman looks so manly, I like him so much." John Keiming was completely unaware of what these employees were thinking. He walked up to the stage with the company's directors, found his seat, checked the time, and then began to organize the documents in front of him. The entire conference hall was filled with a tense atmosphere, as everyone waited for John Keiming's opening remarks. 2 o'clock sharp. After testing the microphone in front of him, John Keiming cleared his throat and said, "Good afternoon, everyone, directors and employees of AMAJO. I am John Keiming, and today is my first day as the chairman of the company. I am very honored to have the opportunity to hold my first meeting with you all here. First." After rambling on for a few minutes with nothing of substance, John Keiming stopped. "The reason is simple, I just can't make this up anymore." At this moment, he particularly admired those leaders from his previous life who could talk nonsense on stage for hours without repeating themselves. Slap, slap, slap. Fortunately, the employees in the audience were very accommodating, and they gave him a warm round of applause, which did not embarrass the newly appointed chairman. John Keiming gestured for everyone to quiet down, and then said, "This morning, the company held a board meeting. Right now, many people are probably wondering the same thing: will the company implement large-scale layoffs?" John Keiming's words were like a lightning bolt, instantly putting all the employees on edge. They all focused their attention on him, seemingly anxiously awaiting his final answer. Sitting on the stage, John Keiming surveyed the room and said calmly, "After discussion and decision-making by the company's board of directors, we have officially passed the resolution to lay off employees." His voice echoed in the conference room, causing a stir. Over the years, the company has blindly recruited employees, resulting in various departments becoming too large and bloated. This situation not only affected work efficiency but also increased costs. Therefore, we have decided to streamline administration and reduce bureaucracy to improve overall efficiency. As soon as John Keiming finished speaking, the conference hall erupted in chaos. Some employees looked panicked, their eyes revealing their anxiety about the future. Some looked angry, clearly dissatisfied with the decision. Some employees remained remarkably calm, as if they had anticipated this day or were already prepared to resign. Quiet. John Keiming's cold voice came through the microphone, and the noise in the conference hall instantly disappeared, with everyone falling silent. However, the respect they had shown John Keiming earlier was gone from their eyes. Instead, there was doubt, disappointment, and dissatisfaction. John Keiming ignored their thoughts and asked directly, "If you have any questions, each department can send a representative to ask me." His voice echoed in the conference room, but the room remained silent, and no one stood up to ask a question. Everyone seemed a little nervous, as if waiting for someone else to speak first. Time ticked by, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Just then, a male employee in his 30s raised his hand. John Keiming immediately turned his gaze to the employee and asked, "What's your name, colleague? Which department are you from?" When John Keiming asked him a question, the male employee did not immediately stand up to answer. Instead, he secretly glanced at Bao Yankin, the director sitting next to John Keiming, out of the corner of his eye. Bao Yankin nodded slightly, seemingly giving him some kind of hint or support. After receiving confirmation, the male employee slowly stood up and said to John Keiming, "Chairman, I am Lu Guangming from the investment department of AMAJO Securities. It is an honor to communicate with you here. I would like to ask the chairman, you just mentioned a layoff plan, but you did not specify which departments would be affected. Is this round of layoffs mainly concentrated in the production department, which has the largest number of employees, or will all departments be affected? Furthermore, if an employee is laid off, will the company provide appropriate compensation?" Lu Guangming, right? I've heard of you. You're the manager of our AMAJO Securities Department, and you majored in finance at Hong Kong University. Am I right? John Keiming asked Lu Guangming with a meaningful look. Lu Guangming felt a little flustered as John Keiming stared at him, but when he caught a reassuring look in Bao Yankin's eyes, he felt a sense of relief. He calmed down a bit and replied, "It's truly an honor that the chairman knows me. Chairman, what are your thoughts on the question I just raised?" John Keiming did not miss the interaction between him and Bao Yankin. John Keiming sneered inwardly, then turned to everyone and said calmly, "The question that Manager Lu raised earlier is one that everyone is concerned about. Here I can tell you definitively that the company will indeed be laying off employees. However, this round of layoffs will cover all departments, but will not affect entry-level employees. It will only target management-level personnel. Employees who are laid off don't need to worry. As long as you haven't intentionally harmed the company's interests, the company will compensate you for your losses in accordance with Hong Kong labor law." As soon as John Keiming finished speaking, a series of sighs of relief came from the conference hall, especially from the grassroots employees, whose hearts, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled down. Unlike the ordinary employees, the faces of the management staff turned extremely grim. They only got a raise a few months ago. With their current salary level, it's impossible for them to find a job with such a high salary outside the company. No one would be willing to leave. Originally, they thought that the most likely to be laid off would be ordinary workers in the production department or ordinary employees in other departments, but they never expected that this fate would befall them. John Kaiming did not wait for others to ask questions, but continued, when we, Ameajeo, were listed, we were hailed as the first emerging industrial stock in Hong Kong. In other words, at its core, Omego is an industrial company, and its grassroots employees are the cornerstone of the company. Therefore, all members of the company's management team, including myself as chairman, can be laid off, but the frontline employees cannot be laid off. John Kaiming's words reaffirmed his firm stance, bringing joy to the faces of all the grassroots employees in the meeting hall. But all the management was thunderstruck when they heard it. Apart from Zhao Ruxiang, all the management staff did not take John Kaiming's words seriously, and some even showed disdain. In their view, there are plenty of grassroots employees, and they can be recruited in large numbers at any time. If we lay off all of them, the management team, will the company still be able to operate? They felt that John Kaiming's decision was clearly a mistake. John Kaiming made a downward gesture, and the conference room instantly fell silent. His gaze slowly swept across the entire room, finally landing on Lu Guangming, his eyes revealing a profound meaning. He began by saying, of course, the grassroots employees I just mentioned do not include the Securities Investment Department. As a real business, Omego has always been committed to real business development, not financial speculation. So the question is, what would we do with the Securities Investment Department? Therefore, all 50 employees in the Securities Investment Department will be laid off, not a single one will be retained. What? Did I hear that right? No way. To wipe out an entire department like that? That's too ruthless. Is the chairman really that ruthless? Some people whispered. I've been fed up with those bastards in the Securities Investment Department for a long time. Many people looked at the people in the Securities Department with gloating expressions. The chairman is absolutely right. We are a real company. What's the point of hiring so many people who play the stock market? These people in the investment department have nothing to do all day, yet they get paid more than our department head. They should be fired. Some people complained indignantly, feeling jealous and dissatisfied with the high salaries in the investment department. Lu Guangming never expected John Kaiming to be so ruthless as to lay off the entire investment department. He's a department head. According to John Kaiming, wouldn't he also be eliminated? The thought of losing his high salary made Lu Guangming's face turn pale instantly, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He began to panic. He looked to Bao Yanqin for help, hoping she could intercede for him. Bao Yanqin never expected John Kaiming to be so ruthless, directly targeting the entire Securities Investment Department. This was not the outcome she and Lu Luenxiang had hoped for. The employees in the Securities Investment Department were almost all the couple's confidants. If they were laid off like this, the influence they had painstakingly built up over the years would be severely damaged. So Bao Yanqin hurriedly said, Chairman, we are a listed company. According to regulations, we must have a dedicated Securities Investment Department to keep a close eye on the stock market. Moreover, employees in the Securities Investment Department generally have high salaries, so laying off so many people at once would mean a considerable sum in severance pay alone. I hope you will carefully consider this decision. HSBC's board representative, Dong Wenjie, echoed, Chairman, I think Director Bao makes a lot of sense. The Securities Investment Department is indispensable and should not be easily abolished or its staff laid off. Seeing this, the other directors also expressed their agreement and began to offer their advice. The atmosphere in the meeting room suddenly became tense and heavy. John Kaiming sneered, his gaze sweeping over the assembled directors, and said, Directors, tell me, in Hong Kong, which non-financial listed company would employ dozens of people in its securities department? Under normal circumstances, it's usually around 1 to 5 people. We at Aimgu employ a full 50 people, which is more than 10 times that of other non-financial listed companies. It has more employees than many securities companies. His salary was even higher than that of employees at the same level in the entire Hong Kong financial industry. That's fine, but the key question is, what value did these 50 people create for the company? Don't worry, the department won't be cancelled. I plan to find 2 interns from the university to take charge. As long as they know how to monitor the market, I think they're better than the interns. Furthermore, I will not only lay off all employees in the securities department, but I will also not give them a single penny of compensation. What are the board members' opinions on my decision? Upon hearing John Kaiming's words, Dong Wenjie and the other directors were speechless, unsure how to respond. Because every word John Kaiming said hit the nail on the head, leaving them with no room for rebuttal. Indeed, Embrun's securities division had serious problems. It was too large and inefficient. Although they have expectations for Lu Luenxiang, this does not mean they can tolerate Lu Luenxiang harming their interests as shareholders. Bao Yanqin was dissatisfied that the other directors did not side with her and Lu Luenxiang, but she could not change the situation. She said unwillingly, "Chairman, you just mentioned that you want to lay off employees in the securities department and are unwilling to provide compensation. Doesn't that seem unreasonable? Doing so would violate labor laws." Hearing this, Lu Guangming knew he would inevitably be laid off, so he stopped worrying and directly questioned Jiang Kaiming. "That's right, why did you lay us off without any reason and without giving any compensation?" "Yeah, why should we? We have to get compensation. If you don't give it to us, we'll file a complaint against you." "That's right. Anyway, I've earned enough in the past few months. With our current salary level, plus severance pay, it's a considerable sum. If they want to lay us off, they have to pay us. Compensation is mandatory." With Lu Guangming leading the way, the employees in the securities department began to jeer, expressing strong dissatisfaction with the company's decision and demanding due compensation. Faced with questioning from the securities department employees, Zhang Qi appeared remarkably calm. He slightly raised his head, looked firmly at the crowd, and spoke in a measured tone. "I said I would compensate you according to labor law, provided that you did not harm the company's interests." Jiang Kaiming's words were like a bombshell, exploding in the conference hall. Lu Guangming's face instantly turned extremely ugly, and his heart skipped a beat. He widened his eyes and questioned, "Chairman, what do you mean by that? When have we ever harmed the company's interests?" However, his tone clearly lacked confidence, and the people who had been so arrogant just moments before fell silent, their eyes revealing a hint of panic. A cold smile crept across Jiang Kaiming's lips, his voice laced with sarcasm. "Whether there's damage or not, you don't need to explain that to me. You'd be better off explaining it to the Commercial Crime Bureau and the judge." Just then, the doors to the conference hall suddenly opened, and a group of people dressed in suits and uniforms, with signs for the Commercial Crime Investigation Department hanging around their necks, walked in orderly steps. The arrival of the Commercial Crime Investigation Department was like a storm sweeping through, instantly throwing the entire conference hall into chaos. Many people began to whisper among themselves, discussing what had happened. Those with guilty consciences showed expressions of terror, their foreheads were covered in fine beads of sweat, and their hands trembled incessantly. "Are you Lu Guangming?" A police officer walked up to Lu Guangming and asked with a serious expression. Upon hearing this question, Lu Guangming's face turned deathly pale, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He stammered, "Yes, no." Clearly, he was completely panicked at this point. Ignoring Lu Guangming's panic, the police officer said expressionlessly, "Mr. Lu Guangming, based on the evidence we have, you are suspected of abusing your position for personal gain, seriously infringing upon the interests of the listed company. Please cooperate with our investigation. This is an investigation order." As he spoke, he unhesitatingly took out an investigation order stamped with a large red seal and showed it to Lu Guangming. "This is slander. What right do you have to arrest me?" Lu Guangming shouted, but his voice trembled with fear. "Who is Tan Zongdu?" A police officer shouted. "Who is Sun Xiong?" As the Commercial Crime Bureau officers called out names one by one, the people in the Securities Investment Department were completely devastated. "Chairman, I was wrong. It was all Lu Guangming's doing, it has nothing to do with me." A Securities Department employee shouted to Jiang Kaiming in a state of utter despair. "Chairman." All the employees in the Securities Department tried to pin the blame on Lu Guangming, hoping that Jiang Kaiming would let them off the hook. Jiang Kaiming merely gave a cold smile and ignored it. The leader, accompanied by a police officer, approached Bao Yanqin and said sternly, "Ms. Bao Yanqin, you are suspected of leaking confidential information of a listed company, which has seriously damaged the company's interests. Please cooperate with our investigation." Bao Yanqin's body went limp and she fell to the ground, but two officers from the Commercial Crime Investigation Department immediately came and carried her away. The Commercial Crime Investigation Division investigates mostly commercial cases, and the easiest targets for offending are wealthy people. They wouldn't dare take action without sufficient evidence. Every arrest is carefully considered, and no innocent person will be wrongly accused. The entire arrest process was completed in less than 10 minutes. Those taken away by the Commercial Crime Bureau included not only all the personnel in the Securities Department, but also many senior managers from various departments. Besides Bao Yanqin, there are two other directors who do not hold shares. The evidence obtained by the Commercial Crime Bureau was naturally Zhang Yingwei's trump card for securing his son Jiang Kaiming's position as chairman. As one of the company's founders, Zhang Yingwei is intimately familiar with the various complexities within the company. Previously, he had considered old friendships and the fact that the company was at a critical stage of transformation. Fearing that exposing these matters before finding the right direction for development would lead to the company's bankruptcy, they have chosen to remain silent. Unlike Zhang Yingwei, Jiang Kaiming had no such concerns. He dared to submit this evidence to the Commercial Crime Bureau because he had successfully found a new direction for the company's development. Making these issues public now is undoubtedly the most opportune time for him. As the Commercial Crime Bureau officers left with the suspects, the previously crowded conference hall suddenly felt much more spacious. The remaining employees felt like they had survived a disaster. Their eyes were filled with fear as they looked at John Keiming, and they didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. They watched helplessly as their colleagues, who had just been sitting side by side with them, chatting and laughing, were taken away by the Commercial Crime Investigation Department, and a chill ran through them. The employees present felt that John Keiming, the young chairman sitting on the stage, was a truly ruthless person, just like his appearance. There were probably no fewer than 60 or 70 people taken away just now. Apart from the Carnegie Group fraud case a few years ago, no one in Hong Kong has arrested more people than this. The board members, who had agreed to layoffs with John Keiming that morning and thought he was nothing special, now looked at him with complicated expressions. Even He Wenhu, the son of the Hang Seng Bank's chairman, narrowed his eyes when he looked at John Keiming, no longer daring to underestimate him. He knew he couldn't be that ruthless. John Keiming felt no pity for those who were taken away. He would not let anyone who could be sent to prison go unpunished. John Keiming surveyed the entire room with a broad smile. Wherever his gaze fell, people lowered their heads, not daring to meet his eyes. His seemingly simple-minded smile was a stark contrast to his previous ruthless demeanor. It was as if John Keiming had two people inside his head, which made everyone feel even more terrified. The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became extremely strange. Cough, cough. John Keiming's cough was like a bolt of lightning piercing the silent night sky, instantly attracting everyone's attention and drawing their focus to him. Dear colleagues, the bad apples in the company have been removed. The fact that you are able to stay means that you have not done anything to harm the company's interests, so there is no need for you to worry too much. Our company, like a phoenix rising from the ashes, is about to be reborn after getting rid of these bad apples. As for the company's layoffs, we Hong Kong people love horse racing, so let's use a horse racing mechanism to compete for this precious opportunity. We will definitely ensure fairness, openness, and impartiality, allowing everyone to compete based on their own abilities. Everyone must participate in the election. Connections and education are irrelevant, only ability matters. The sales department judges success by sales performance, with a 1-month time frame, which I personally oversee. The production department determined the winners based on their technical skills, with a 1-week time frame, and the evaluation was handled by factory manager Ma. The capable rise, the mediocre fall. Those who are able to stay will have their base salary increased by 10%. Those who leave will receive compensation in strict accordance with labor laws. John Keiming's words were like a boulder thrown into a lake, creating ripples. The employees on site had different expressions, some were overjoyed, while others looked worried. This is undoubtedly exciting news for those who are capable but lack formal education. They have been overwhelmed by the mountain of academic qualifications, but now they finally see a glimmer of hope. This was a devastating blow to those who rose through connections. They originally thought they could easily keep their positions, but now they face enormous challenges. These people began to worry about their future, their hearts filled with unease and anxiety. What is the purpose of working? It's nothing more than to get promoted, get a raise, and realize one's self-worth. Now, this opportunity is presented to everyone, but only those with true ability can seize it. A tense atmosphere filled the meeting room as everyone pondered how to deal with this new situation. Before everyone could fully process the news, John Keiming announced, "Meeting adjourned." After saying that, he walked out of the conference hall without looking back. A group of employees were left looking at each other in bewilderment. After leaving the meeting hall, John Keiming did not go straight home, but went to his office. He sat down at his desk, took out paper and pen, and began to sketch. He knew that to save Amigo, simply getting rid of the bad apples in the company was far from enough. The core problem facing M-Logic is the gradual shrinking of the existing fan market, while new profit growth points have yet to be found. The company has always focused on the fan industry, and all production processes in its factories revolve around fan manufacturing. The market for ordinary fans is not only highly competitive, but also has very low profit margins. Especially in developed countries, air conditioning has become mainstream, and the fan market has almost disappeared. There was still some market when the economy was bad a few years ago, but not anymore. Faced with this situation, John Keiming decided to abandon this market. After learning about Amayajao's R&D capabilities from Ma Ruxiang, he had no choice but to participate in the design work himself. Fortunately, the previous owner of John Keiming's body gave him a super brain. Using his memories from his past life, he found a product for the company. The drawing he is currently creating is for a new product that he has meticulously prepared for the company. Just as John Keiming was engrossed in his work, his biggest competitor, Lu Luenxiang, was angrily cursing at the entrance of a securities company. That little bastard, how dare he do this? This morning, Bao Yanqin brought him good news, which made him very happy. That afternoon, he immediately went to a securities company and borrowed a large sum of money from the company to buy and sell Emigo shares at HK $1.5 per share. They wait for the price to drop, then buy it back at an even lower price and return it, thus profiting from the price difference. Perhaps they can buy at the bottom and take back control of Emigo in one fell swoop. Lu Luangxiang's large-scale short selling caused the stock price of Amlogic to plummet like a kite with a broken string. By the time the stock market closed in the afternoon, Amlogic's stock price had fallen to HK $1.1 per share. At its lowest point, the share price even fell to HK $0.9. If it weren't for a large buy order at the end of the trading day, the stock price might have been even lower. However, this still allowed Lu Luanxiang to make a fortune. However, Lu Luanxiang was not in a hurry to settle accounts. In his eyes, the news of Amaya Jao's layoffs had not yet spread widely. He would only reap the rewards when the news was fully exposed. Lu Luanxiang, who had made a fortune, walked out of the securities company with a face full of excitement. However, his wonderful dream of eating meat did not come true. Instead, the Commercial Crime Investigation Department appeared before him first. From them, Lu Luanxiang learned that his wife had been taken away and that he would also be summoned to cooperate with the investigation. In recent years, Lau has been a prominent figure in Hong Kong. He is not only a business genius, but his scandals with female celebrities are also a hot topic for reporters. Therefore, wherever he goes, paparazzi follow him like a shadow. This time was no exception, although they were unable to capture any juicy gossip about Lau and female celebrities. But Liu's outburst of profanity drew the reporters like sharks smelling blood, and they swarmed in immediately. Faced with the billionaire Lau, the Commercial Crime Bureau initially planned to discreetly take him away for investigation. But now, with reporters surrounding them, it's impossible to keep a low profile. They had no choice but to shield Lu Luanxiang in the middle and drive away the reporters who surrounded them. The reporters, like hungry wolves, were not about to miss this opportunity and began snapping photos like crazy. "Officer, I just saw you take out an investigation warrant. May I ask why Mr. Lu is being investigated?" The reporter from Oriental Daily asked eagerly. "This is classified information and I cannot disclose it. Please move aside immediately and do not obstruct official business," the officer replied without hesitation. He then tried to push the reporter aside and get Lu Luanxiang into the car. Unfortunately, news of billionaires being taken away is a rare occurrence. This would be perfect material for a front-page headline, and how could the Commercial Crime Investigation Department possibly stop these reporters' madness? Seeing that they couldn't get anything out of the police, they immediately turned the microphone on Lu Luanxiang like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey. He fired off a barrage of questions. "Mr. Lu, why is the Commercial Investigation Department investigating you? Did you engage in any serious illegal activities by reducing your holdings in AIMGO shares in the past 2 months? At first, Lu Luanxiang was indeed a bit flustered when facing these fierce reporters, but after all, he was a man who had experienced many storms. He quickly calmed down and angrily rebuked the reporter. "Nonsense, this is untrue. Don't make things up, or I'll sue you for defamation." How many journalists are timid and afraid of trouble? They're only afraid the news won't be sensational enough. One of the reporters pressed on, asking, "Then why did the Commercial Crime Bureau summon you?" No comment. Lu Luanxiang had completely calmed down by this point and chose to ignore the reporters. They voluntarily cooperated with the Commercial Investigation Department personnel and got into the car. Although they didn't get much valuable information from the parties involved, these reporters were no ordinary people. The photos of Lu Luanxiang being taken away by the Commercial Crime Investigation Department are the best news material. As the saying goes, start with a picture, and the rest is all made up. The following morning, the citizens of Hong Kong were awakened as if by a thunderbolt, as they were shocked to see in the newspapers that Lau Luanheng had been taken away by the Commercial Crime Bureau. Lu Luanxiang was already a frequent headline figure in major newspapers, and the clear pictures in the newspapers made him instantly recognizable. Lu Luanxiang is suspected of manipulating the stock price of Amaya Jao and illegally profiting? The explosive content was like a bomb, instantly igniting the entire Hong Kong. It's worth noting that only a few months have passed since Lu Luanxiang sold all his shares and exited Amaya Jao, yet he still occasionally jumps out to make statements that are pessimistic about Amaya Jao. The people of Hong Kong have witnessed this firsthand. Now that they've heard the news that he's been taken away by the Commercial Crime Bureau, many shareholders who lost everything on Amex stock are cursing that Lau Lu deserved it. John Kaiming, who learned of the news in the morning, was not surprised at all. He knew in his heart that it was still unknown whether the so-called evidence could convict Lu Luanxiang. After all, he had studied it carefully and there was not a single piece of evidence that could directly prove that Lu Luanxiang had violated any rules or laws. Lu Luanxiang is a cunning old fox. He operates in the stock market using many different identities, making him difficult to understand and investigate. John Kaiming did this simply to buy time. Once the Commercial Crime Bureau intervenes in the investigation of commercial crimes committed by Emigo employees, he can legitimately use the company's need to cooperate with the investigation as a pretext to have the Hong Kong Stock Exchange temporarily suspend Emigo's stock trading during the investigation period. In this way, Lu Luanxiang's black hand reaching into the Emigo stock market can be completely cut off, giving him enough time to launch new products to the market and thus completely reverse the downward trend of Emigo's stock price. Seeing that Lu Luenxiang was taken away at the entrance of the securities company, Zhang Kaiming fell into deep thought. He secretly thought to himself that perhaps there would be an unexpected gain this time. Young Master Zhang, our request to suspend stock trading has been approved. Tao Wenzhang rushed into the chairman's office and reported. Okay, good. Immediately publish the announcement of the suspension of trading of Omego stock in the media you are familiar with, including the news of company layoffs and the fact that some employees and directors have been taken away by the Commercial Crime Bureau. Zhang Kaiming nodded slightly and said, also, notify everyone in the sales department to assemble in the conference room at 10 a.m. At 10 a.m., sunlight shone like scattered gold on every corner of the AMAJO conference room. Zhang Kaiming arrived at the AMAJO conference room on time. Yesterday, in the conference hall, Zhang Kaiming casually sent the entire Securities Investment Department and some senior executives and directors into the abyss of the Commercial Crime Investigation Department. After a night of brewing, the incident swept through the entire AMAJO like a storm, and all of the more than 10,000 employees were aware of the ruthlessness of the new chairman. The employees also felt a deep sense of fear towards Zhang Kaiming. When he appeared in the conference room, all the sales staff stood up, bowed their heads to greet him, and dared not look him in the eye. Good morning, Chairman. Well, good morning, everyone. Zhang Kaiming nodded slightly. He then walked to the head seat and said to everyone, please sit down. As soon as Zhang Kaiming finished speaking, no one dared to sit down easily. Only after he personally took his seat and reminded everyone again did they all sit down with a sigh of relief. After scanning the crowd with his gaze, he said, do you know why I called you all here today? All eyes were on him, but no one dared to speak up, and the entire conference room fell into a suffocating silence. Sensing the eerie atmosphere, Zhang Kaiming muttered to himself, these guys are so timid, could it be that they went too far yesterday and are still suffering from the after effects? Seeing no one respond, Zhang Kaiming cut to the chase. Our sales department has 67 sales staff, 1 department manager, and 4 deputy managers. Am I correct? Manager Wang Herong. As Zhang Kaiming spoke, he looked at a slightly overweight middle-aged man. When Wang Herong heard Zhang Kaiming call his name, his heart clenched, and he quickly said, Chairman, your memory is really good, you're absolutely right. Zhang Kaiming said in a calm tone, I have had an excellent memory since I was a child. I can remember many things after seeing them only once or twice. Take your performance over the past 6 months as an example. I remember it clearly. It has been extremely disappointing, getting worse month by month. How can you, with 1 manager and 4 deputy managers, still have the nerve to take commissions 3 times higher than your competitors? Faced with Zhang Kaiming's questioning, Wang Herong defended herself by saying, Chairman, for our fan industry, the period from October to May is the off-season for sales. I firmly believe that after entering summer, our performance will definitely improve as well as spring flowers bloom. Yes, Chairman, we can't entirely blame ourselves. The weather's chilly these days, so it's understandable that fans aren't selling well. That's right, Chairman. Zhang Kaiming's cold gaze swept over Wang Herong and the 4 deputy managers. They were so frightened that they seemed to be frozen in place, and they all shut their mouths, not daring to offer any further explanation. Don't make excuses for your failures. After Zhang Kaiming finished speaking, he ignored the others and looked at everyone with piercing eyes, asking, who is Chen Ziyafei? Chairman, I am Chen Ziyafei. A thin, frail-looking young man in his early 20s stood up from the corner of the conference room and answered in a slightly trembling voice. Zhang Kaiming immediately noticed his nervousness, and with a slight smile, said, no need to be nervous. I tagged you because I want to get to know you. Over the past few months, you have undoubtedly been the most outstanding performer in the entire sales department. In the Southeast Asian market, performance has skyrocketed in the past few months, growing by a full 50%, and your achievements are truly remarkable. Although you only have a high school education, I have high hopes for you. Upon hearing Zhang Kaiming's praise, Chen Ziyafei felt a huge weight lifted from his heart and said with relief, Chairman, this is unacceptable. It's all thanks to my colleagues' generous sharing of their knowledge that I've seen some improvement in the last few months. Before that, my performance was absolutely terrible. Zhang Kaiming's tone was resolute, as if he were declaring an undeniable fact. This is your achievement, there's no need to be modest. If you can maintain your top sales position this month, I will definitely promote you to sales manager, putting you in charge of leading a sales team. Chen Ziyafei never expected such a surprise to fall from the sky, and his excitement surged into his heart like a flood breaking through a dam. He quickly thanked Zhang Kaiming. Thank you for your kindness, Chairman. I will do my best. Seeing how highly the chairman valued Chen Ziyafei, the other people in the conference room reacted with varying expressions, and many of them revealed a venomous jealousy in their eyes. Zhang Kaiming scanned the entire room, taking in everyone's expressions, and then said loudly, Chen Ziyafei has such an opportunity, and so do you. I would like to reiterate the layoff rules I mentioned at yesterday's meeting. Regardless of relationships or education, only your performance matters. The sales department has always used performance as the benchmark. The sales department will eliminate a total of 6 people, with the bottom 6 in performance rankings being ruthlessly eliminated. During this assessment period, I will temporarily be in charge of the sales department. Everyone is an ordinary salesperson, and everyone must go out like an arrow to achieve results, including me. Don't give me that ridiculous nonsense about no market during the off-season. Yes, everyone shouted in unison. John Keiming nodded in acknowledgement, and then spoke eloquently, that's good. Although it's the off-season for sales now, it doesn't mean that the market is closed. Our fan products are highly seasonal, with summer being our peak season. But that doesn't mean there aren't places in the world where it's summer all year round. There are many markets around the world that are located in tropical regions year-round, such as Southeast Asia, the Middle East, and Africa. Previously, we had focused our attention on the US market, and other markets had not yet been fully developed. Now is the time to uncover these emerging markets. Of course, this does not mean abandoning our previous markets, which are equally worthy of our careful cultivation. It's already mid-May, and summer is just around the corner. I plan to divide the entire sales department into 6 groups, each to develop different markets. Now, I will assign teams and divide the market. Upon hearing that John Keiming was going to divide the market, which was a major event concerning their performance, everyone was on high alert, their nerves were on edge, and their eyes were fixed on John Keiming. John Keiming asked his assistant Tao Wenzhang to bring him a list, and then began to read it aloud. Chen Ziafi. Here. Chen Ziafi replied reflexively, standing up as if on cue. John Keiming nodded slightly and said, you will be the leader of the first group, with Zhao Xiaoyi, Zheng Huashuo, 12 people in total, responsible for the Southeast Asian market. The second group is led by Gao Yujia, and its members include Ren Song, who are responsible for the Americas market. The sixth group, led by Wang Herong and including members Zhou Wentao, comprises 30 people in total, and is responsible for the Middle East and African markets. After John Keiming finished dividing the groups, some people were overjoyed, while others looked worried. Wang Herong and the 4 deputy managers' faces were twisted like pretzel. Africa, which they were in charge of, was one of the poorest places in the world and a gathering place for refugees. Although the Middle East has many wealthy people, it is currently engulfed in war. This isn't sending them to explore the market, it's sending them to their deaths. Wang Herong said indignantly, Chairman, I feel this is unfair. What market is there in the Middle East and Africa? You are clearly deliberately making things difficult for us. The Middle East is currently a land of war and conflict. John Keiming calmly put down the list and said in a nonchalant tone, how have I made things difficult for you? I've assigned you more than twice the number of people as the other groups, and your abilities are the most outstanding. Aren't you satisfied yet? Upon hearing John Keiming's words, Wang Herong nearly coughed up blood in anger. The 30 people assigned to him were either senior executives from various departments of the company or people with connections. These weren't talented people, they were all lords over everyone. And coincidentally, all of these people were Lu Luanxiang's confidants. He had followed Lu Luanxiang for many years and knew this all too well. Even if Wang Herong was foolish, she finally understood what was going on and couldn't help but laugh at herself. Yesterday, John Keiming gave them a vivid lesson by sending an entire department to jail, showing them what ruthlessness truly means. Today he taught them another lesson, showing them his superb skills. He smiled bitterly to himself, Lu Sheng, I'm afraid you never expected that your carefully laid high salary trap would be so easily foiled by John Keiming. John Keiming didn't care what they thought and said firmly, the company gives you 3 times the commission of your competitors so that you can create value for the company, not so that we can support you for nothing. The market allocation is as it is, there's no room for negotiation. We'll begin tomorrow. Meeting adjourned. After John Keiming finished speaking, he turned and left. He wasn't worried that Wang Herong and the other managers wouldn't take action. The sales department of Ameajao didn't have a base salary, they relied entirely on performance-based commissions. Previously, they could rely on sales commissions from sales staff, but now everyone is just an ordinary salesperson and can only rely on themselves. Whether they pass the assessment or not, he doesn't plan to lay off these guys, it would cost him money, and he's not going to do that. Just let them continue expanding, they have no base salary anyway, they're free labor, why not use them? If you're lucky and pass the performance review, that's fine too. You can arrange to go to the Middle East or Africa to oversee the markets they've developed. Ameajao profits more. No matter how you look at it, it's a huge profit. As for his resignation, that's none of his business. Ameajao factory. John Keiming stood at the workshop entrance, quietly observing everything inside. The production lines are neatly arranged, and the workers are busy but orderly at work. This familiar scene evoked memories of his past life, when he had also worked on a similar assembly line, tightening screws. This long-lost feeling stirred a sense of warmth and familiarity within him. So he went into the workshop, came to an assembly line, picked up a screw, and skillfully installed it onto the product. His movements were swift and precise, as if he were born for the job. The workers standing nearby looked at the new chairman in astonishment. They had never imagined that the chairman could be so skilled at tightening screws. John Keiming was focused on screwing in the screws, completely absorbed in the process, as if he had returned to a bygone era. 5 minutes later, John Keiming stopped what he was doing, smiled and nodded to the workers around him. After John Keiming, Zhao Ruxiang, and the others left the workshop immediately erupted in chaos. Holy crap, the chairman actually knows how to tighten screws. It's one thing that he can fight, but the key is that he's faster than me. No wonder I'm so poor. It turns out my typing speed is slower than the boss's. What kind of hand speed? During the lunch break, the news that the chairman could tighten screws quickly spread throughout the entire Ameo factory area. It became the subject of their gossip after tea. The factory area of Amego covers a vast area, totaling 1,200 acres. Zhao Ruxiang led John Keiming on a tour of each workshop. When they reached the last workshop, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. We are on our way to the R&D department. Sitting on the sightseeing bus in the park, John Keiming asked Zhao Ruxiang, Director Zhao, I've noticed that many of the assembly line equipment in the workshop are quite old, and there don't seem to be many new production lines. John Keiming's question seemed to strike a chord deep within Zhao Ruxiang's heart. He frowned, sighed deeply, and said, Chairman, I wonder if the old chairman ever mentioned to you that our Amigo company successfully entered the US market in 1978, and thus embarked on a path of rapid development? John Keiming shook his head. In his memory, Fang Yingwei had never discussed work-related matters with his predecessor. Zhao Ruxiang's gaze deepened, as if he were reminiscing, and he said, the period from 1978 to 1983 can be said to be the most glorious period for our Ameo. The US market is enormous, and the demand for all kinds of our fan products simply cannot meet the supply. To meet this huge market demand, our production workshop is constantly expanding, with new production lines being added almost every 1 or 2 months. As he said this, Zhao Ruxiang's eyes gleamed with pride and emotion. Pointing to the ground beneath his feet, he said with deep emotion, in 1980, this brand new factory was officially completed, marking a new peak for Amigo. This year also saw our fastest capacity expansion. Most of the production lines in our workshop today were installed that year. At this point, a hint of undisguised pride appeared on Zhao Ruxiang's face. He continued, by the summer of 1983, our company, Amico, had reached an unprecedented peak. At that time, we had more than 15,000 employees, and the factory's annual output value reached more than $3 billion. But after that, we started going downhill, and the company never added any new production lines. Last year, our annual output value had already decreased to $1.5 billion. The workforce has also dwindled significantly. Now there are only a little over 12,000 workers left. Zhao Ruxiang paused here, looking somewhat dejected. In his first year working at Ame High School, he was promoted to factory director and has held the position ever since, showing him a very special affection for the factory. This is also why he has consistently disagreed with the company's plan to lay off employees. Chairman, I know that the company spends 40 to 50 million Hong Kong dollars a month just on employee salaries, which is a huge burden for the company, but I still hope that you will not lay off employees on a large scale. Our company hasn't hired any general workers in the past 2 years. Those who have stayed are all experienced workers with at least 2 years of service. They are all valuable skilled workers. As long as the company finds new profitable products, we will definitely be able to unleash even higher production capacity. Zhao Ruxiang's words were pleading, his gaze fixed on Fang Keiming. John Keiming was somewhat moved. He understood that what Zhao Ruxiang said was true. These veteran workers were indeed the company's most valuable asset, but the company's current predicament did indeed need to be addressed. Director Zhao, don't worry, I said this layoff will not involve ordinary workers. My real purpose is to get rid of some people who are just loafing around in the company and not doing any work. That's how the company can develop more healthily, isn't it? John Keiming's tone was gentle, but his eyes were firm, showing his determination. Zhao Ruxiang felt somewhat relieved after hearing this, but he was still a little worried. But if there are large-scale layoffs, will it affect the company's reputation and employee morale? John Keiming said, in factory production, technology comes first. This time, I've put you in charge of maintaining a week-long technical assessment. On the one hand, it's to weed out those workers who only eat and don't work, and on the other hand, it's to discover real talent and give them the opportunity to showcase their abilities. After all, we can't let gold go to waste. He paused, then continued, because our company is about to launch a brand new product with extremely high technical requirements, the production department's production technology must be top-notch. Only in this way can we guarantee product quality and market competitiveness. Upon hearing John Keiming's promise, a hint of excitement flashed in Zhao Ruxiang's eyes, and his face beamed with joy. He said excitedly, Chairman, you are truly wise. On behalf of the more than 10,000 workers in the factory, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to you. His voice was full of sincerity and gratitude. Jiang Kaiming shook his head slightly and said with a smile, "I don't need verbal thanks. Your ability to successfully produce the products I need is the greatest gratitude I can show you. If they can't produce the goods, the company won't even have to wait for layoffs, it'll go bankrupt." Zhao Ruxiang straightened his back and replied confidently, "Chairman, please rest assured, I have full confidence in our workers. We will certainly live up to your expectations." Looking at Zhao Ruxiang's confident demeanor, Jiang Kaiming couldn't help but chuckle, saying with a half smile, "Don't rush to make any promises. You don't even know what kind of products I'm going to produce. It's a bit too early to be excited." His words carried a hint of teasing, but were more of a reminder and encouragement to Zhao Ruxiang. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ruxiang's expression changed, and he cautiously asked, "Chairman, what product is it?" Jiang Kaiming said mysteriously, "I'll tell you when we get to the R&D department." Starting in the 1970s and 80s, with the rapid advancement of chip technology, electronic and electrical products emerged like mushrooms after rain and gradually entered thousands of households. Those giants in the electronics and electrical appliance industries who later became famous all began to emerge in this era. If we were to name the electronic product with the greatest market potential, it would undoubtedly be the computer. Jiang Kaiming's predecessor pursued a PhD in computer science at MIT in the United States, and he has a thorough understanding of the development of computers and the computer industry. In the past few days, Jiang Kaiming has been racking his brains to think about the future transformation path of Ameo. After careful consideration, he finally set his sights on the field of computers. Of course, this does not mean that he intends to have Emego manufacture computers immediately after all. That would require too much time and effort. With Lulu Wenxiang watching him like a hawk, he couldn't afford to wait. After careful consideration, Jiang Kaiming finally chose a seemingly insignificant but crucial product, one of the computer's components, the cooling fan on the host. To gain a deeper understanding of the industry, he spent a lot of time researching recent reports on computer development. Although Apple entered the personal computer market as early as the 1970s and increased its sales year by year, it is not the market leader. In fact, IBM, the blue giant, is the true giant in the IT technology industry. In 1981, IBM's first personal computer entered the personal computer market along with Microsoft's MS-DOS system, selling for $1,565 and surpassing Apple's sales that year. As of last year, IBM's personal computer sales reached over $4 billion, accounting for more than 50% of the personal computer market. The rise of IBM's personal computers sparked a revolution, not only changing the landscape of the entire computer industry but also prompting electronics manufacturers around the world to shift their focus to PC production. Even more noteworthy is that IBM made all its technical documents public and ceased to manufacture hardware and software exclusively, thus providing more companies with the opportunity to compete. Jiang Kaiming planned to become a component supplier for IBM personal computers, starting with cooling fans installed on the computer cases. The reason why IBM was able to choose his accessories was because when the body's predecessor was pursuing a PhD in computer science in the United States, IBM funded the lab where he and his advisor, Liskov, worked. He had received numerous invitations from high-ranking executives at the Big Blue Company. If Zhang Yingwei hadn't had that accident, he might be working there now. The case fan isn't a critical component, and given his design, securing the order shouldn't be a problem. If all else fails, you can ask your advisor for a recommendation. AIMGO's R&D department. The R&D department sounds impressive, but it's actually just a small room of less than 100 square meters. Upon entering the room, one can see that there is hardly any experimental equipment inside. Instead, there are various fans that have been disassembled into pieces, making the whole scene extremely messy. Jiang Kaiming shook his head repeatedly at the sight. Jiang Kaiming previously pursued a PhD in computer science in the United States. During his time at the university, he frequently visited various laboratories, and the experimental environment and advanced equipment there were exactly what he envisioned a laboratory should look like. The Amego R&D department in front of him was far from what he had imagined. It was more like a dilapidated fan repair shop. Zhao Ruxiang noticed the displeasure on Fang Kaiming's face and immediately realized the situation was bad. He quickly shouted to the people busy in the room, "Stop what you're doing and gather here immediately. The chairman is here to inspect us." Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed drastically. The series of significant events undertaken by the newly appointed chairman in the past 2 days have left a deep impression on them. Hearing that the chairman was coming to inspect in person, they couldn't help but feel nervous. They quickly put down their work and rushed to Fang Kaiming and the others. They stood in a neat row, even their breathing became cautious, for fear that they might do something wrong that would displease the chairman and send them to Africa to conduct experiments. Jiang Kaiming raised his hand to stop Zhao Ruxiang from making the introduction. His gaze swept over everyone, and then he said directly, "The purpose of my visit here today is to have a brand new product design that you need to study and see if it can be successfully produced." "Which one is Ma Yunfei, the head of the R&D department?" As soon as he finished speaking, a man who looked to be about 30 years old and somewhat disheveled raised his hand and replied, "Chairman, I am Ma Yunfei." John Kaiming asked, "Do you know how to take apart a computer?" Ma Yunfei immediately replied, "Of course, Chairman. I have studied computers and related knowledge, and I have even assembled a computer myself." Hearing this answer, John Kaiming nodded in satisfaction. He turned to Qin Chao beside him and said, "Master Qin, hand over the main unit you brought to Ma Yunfei." Qin Chao didn't say much, but silently placed the host computer he was holding in front of Ma Yunfei. John Kaiming pointed to the computer host and explained to Ma Yunfei and the others present, "This is a personal computer that IBM released last year. These computer cases usually come with a fan. What we need to do is make fan accessories." Upon hearing this, Ma Yunfei and the others nodded in agreement. After all, they are all veterans in the fan industry, and they know all about the various uses of fans. At this point, John Kaiming continued, "On this host, the case, power supply, CPU, and graphics card are all equipped with fans. Leaving aside the other parts for now, the case fans shouldn't be too difficult to make, right?" After hearing this, Ma Yunfei replied, "Chairman, if it's just about imitation and manufacturing, we can indeed complete the task. These products are protected by technology patents. Even if we successfully manufacture them, we can't bring them to market." John Kaiming then reached out and took a document from Tao Wenzhang, explaining, "This document contains the design drafts for the computer host cooling fan. You need to design a sample suitable for installation on this computer case based on this design. I'm giving you 3 days to complete this task. Can you do it?" Upon hearing that there was a design draft, Ma Yunfei immediately became excited and eagerly asked, "Chairman, may I take a look at this design draft first?" John Kaiming smiled and nodded, then handed the design draft to Ma Yunfei. Ma Yunfei eagerly opened the document and began to read it. His eyes widened, and an uncontrollable excitement appeared on his face. "The more I looked at him, the more agitated he became, and his hands even began to tremble slightly. Finally, he looked up at John Kaiming with a face full of surprise and said, "Chairman, this design is amazing. If manufactured according to this design, its heat dissipation performance will be at least 20% better than similar heat sinks currently on the market." Tao Wenzhang looked at Ma Yunfei and said, "Who else could it be? Of course, it was designed by our chairman himself. Our chairman is a PhD in computer science. It's all because of you people's incompetence. Even a small product requires the chairman to design it personally." Upon hearing Tao Wenzhang's words, everyone in the conference room turned their gaze to John Kaiming, their eyes filled with surprise and admiration. They originally thought John Kaiming's current status was only due to being born into a wealthy family, but now they have discovered that he also has such outstanding talent. Ma Yunfei lowered his head in shame and muttered to himself, "Assistant Tao is right. Our R&D department is incompetent. We recently purchased a lot of computer coolers for research, but we have not been able to achieve any results. Now that we have the chairman's design draft, we can definitely produce a sample within 3 days." John Kaiming looked at Ma Yunfei and the others with some surprise upon hearing this. He hadn't expected that these people had already started researching the computer cooling fan project. He thought to himself, "It seems that the people in the R&D department aren't entirely useless. At least the research direction they chose this time wasn't wrong. With sufficient research and development funding, there might even be unexpected gains." Thinking of this, John Kaiming looked up at Ma Yunfei and the others and said in a serious tone, "I hope to see the samples you produce within 3 days. If they satisfy me, I will give you an opportunity to obtain sufficient research and development funding." Then, John Kaiming turned around and instructed Zhao Ruxiang, "Director Zhao, in the next few days, if they make any requests, do your best to meet them." After saying that, John Kaiming left the research and development room. He Junhao Law Firm. When He Junhao saw John Kaiming arrive, his face lit up with surprise and he quickly got up to greet him. Now, he no longer dares to treat John Kaiming as an ordinary junior. During this period, those who had underestimated John Kaiming all paid a heavy price. This is a ruthless person who, on his very first day as chairman of M-Logic, dared to send 3 directors and some senior executives and employees directly to the Commercial Crime Investigation Department. Following the announcement of the suspension of trading by Amex, news of the series of events that have occurred at Amex in the past few days quickly spread throughout Hong Kong. Although most ordinary people are unaware of the details of the case, top Hong Kong barristers like Ho Chun-ho have access to information. Many major cases in Hong Kong, and even some laws enacted by the Hong Kong government, invite these barristers to provide advice. This rare case of large-scale corporate corruption is a valuable case study for lawyers like He Junhao. In order to find out more details, he specifically sought out various channels to learn about the progress of the case. Based on his years of professional judgment, he believes that in this commercial case, apart from Lu Luanxiang, almost all other suspects will be convicted and imprisoned. It all depends on whether John Kaiming is willing to show mercy. As more and more inside stories are exposed, the various traps that Lu Luenxiang dug for Zhang Yingwei before leaving Amejao are gradually coming to light. After all, the company has so many employees, and if someone with a keen eye wants to dig deeper, it's easy to find out the truth. It was only because Zhang Yingwei intentionally covered it up that these things were not widely spread. As the truth was gradually revealed, the public's criticism of Lu Luenxiang grew louder, especially among shareholders who had bought shares in Amejao. But they were all digging pits within the rules, so at most they'd get a few scoldings, but it wouldn't cause them any real harm. At most, people can only sympathize with Zhang Yingwei and think he's just too unlucky. What's truly astonishing is that after Zhang Kaiming, the young chairman, took over his father's position, he not only dared to send a group of people who were harming the company's interests to prison. Within the bounds of the rules, they directly sent executives who were paid 3 times more but did no work to work in Africa. Using high risk and high reward as justification, labor laws have failed to provide any grounds for punishment. In this way, he successfully thwarted the trap deliberately set by Lu Luenxiang. Many media outlets have also reported that Lu Luenxiang had shorted a large amount of stock before the trading of Amejao shares was suspended, and now that the stock trading has been suspended, he is completely trapped. Many financial experts have stated that MLogic's proactive move to address internal issues at this time suggests that it has likely found a way to generate profits, and its stock price is likely to rise sharply once trading resumes. At the same time, Lu Luenxiang faces enormous risks. He could very well be liquidated due to rising stock prices. With reports from major media outlets and news organizations, the entire Hong Kong was abuzz with excitement. Many citizens know that Hong Kong has a 20-year-old chairman named Zhang Kaiming. His name quickly spread throughout the streets and alleys, becoming a hot topic of conversation. Hong Kong business leaders are even more impressed with this young chairman. They discovered from a series of events at Amigo that the young chairman not only had an outstanding business mind, but also skillful methods and far-sighted strategies. Every move is meticulously designed, making it impossible to defend against. This made everyone realize that this young man was no pushover and should not be trifled with. He Junhao warmly welcomed Zhang Kaiming into the office and placed a large stack of documents in front of him. He smiled and said, "Young Master Zhang, as you entrusted, the business license you applied for has been successfully processed. In addition, we have also completed the application for your personal patent. Although the certificate application process takes about 6 months, your patent is effective from the date of application, so you don't need to worry about it being stolen." With a joyful smile on his face, Zhang Kaiming said gratefully, "Thank you so much, Attorney He, it's all thanks to your help." He then gestured to his assistant, Tao Wenzhang, to put the documents away. Zhang Kaiming gently placed a document in front of Zheng Jiahao and said with a smile, "Attorney He, I need your help to transfer the shares on this share certificate to Kaiming Investment." He Junhao smiled and asked in confusion, "What shares?" At the same time, he reached for the document, slowly opened it, and began to read it carefully. To his surprise, he discovered that it was actually a shareholding certificate for Amigo. This is the share certificate of Amigo, but it doesn't seem to be the one I signed at your house before." Zhang Kaiming smiled slightly and replied calmly, "These are the shares I recently acquired through HSBC Securities." Upon hearing this, He Junhao's eyes widened, and a sense of shock welled up inside him. He never expected that Zhang Kaiming would be able to acquire so many shares without him even realizing it, and such a large share of 20%. "Young Master Zhang, what impressive skills!" He Junhao couldn't help but exclaim. He thought to himself, it seems that the rumors that Amejao has found a new profit growth point are not unfounded, otherwise Zhang Kaiming would never have secretly repurchased his own company's shares. Faced with He Junhao's praise, Zhang Kaiming shook his head slightly and replied modestly, "Not at all, it's just that HSBC Securities is very professional. I've never traded stocks before." When he received Li Jianwen's call, he didn't expect to complete the acquisition target so quickly, and that he didn't even use up all 50 million Hong Kong dollars. After listening to Li Jianwen's explanation, he realized that on the afternoon before Amejao suspended trading, a large number of sell orders were placed, allowing them to buy up a large amount of stock. Otherwise, it would take quite some time to acquire a 20% stake. He Junhao said, "Young Master Zhang, the shares you have acquired have exceeded the 5% threshold for disclosure. According to the rules of the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, you must disclose your shareholding percentage within 3 days. Zhang Kaiming smiled slightly and looked at He Junhao, saying, "Attorney Zheng, HSBC Securities has already handled these shares. Of the 20% of shares, 20% were distributed across multiple overseas accounts, with each account holding no more than 5% of the shares, so no disclosure was required. The document you have here was compiled specifically for easier viewing." He Junhao nodded in sudden understanding and said, "Oh, I see. Then there's no problem. It's a bit late today, I'll get the paperwork done for you and send it over as soon as possible tomorrow." Remembering the phone call Li Shiying had made earlier, Zhang Kaiming said to He Junhao, "Okay, then I'll trouble you, Attorney Zheng." I have other things to attend to, so I won't bother you any longer. After saying that, he got up from his seat and walked towards the door. In Kowloon City, a small villa is brightly lit. Son, tomorrow's the weekend, do you have time? Li Shiying asked softly as she served Jiang Kaiming some food. I have time. Jiang Kaiming said hurriedly when he saw that the bowl was overflowing with his mother's love. Mommy, the bowl is already full, don't add any more. Looking at the mountain-like masterpiece in Jiang Kaiming's bowl, Li Shiying couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. She put down her chopsticks and said to her son, Jiang Kaiming, didn't you say last time that you wanted to go with Mommy to Chung's tailor shop to order clothes? How about you come with Mommy tomorrow? Jiang Kaiming nodded without hesitation and readily replied, okay. When Li Shiying heard her son agree so readily, her eyes immediately narrowed into slits with a smile. Chungking Mansions is a bustling building located in Tsim Sha Tsui, Kowloon, Hong Kong. It is not only one of Hong Kong's iconic buildings, but also a witness to the city's history and culture. The building was officially completed in 1961. It has weathered the vicissitudes of time and is now somewhat old, but it still exudes a unique charm and flavor. The interior of Chungking Mansions is intricate and complex, resembling a small maze, which makes people marvel at its ingenious design. More than 20 years have passed, and with the passage of time, this once glorious building has gradually lost its former glory and become dilapidated. Nevertheless, it still attracts many tourists to visit and take photos, becoming a unique scenic spot. Here, you can find all kinds of budget hotels, shops, restaurants and other service industries, giving you a chaotic yet vibrant atmosphere. Zhong's tailor shop is located in such an environment. Although the location is somewhat remote, the craftsmanship is superb and the business is quite good. Early in the morning, Jiang Kaiming was still deep in his dreams when his mother, Li Shiying, dragged him out of bed. After washing up and having a simple breakfast, I drove to Chungking Mansions. Upon arriving at his destination, Jiang Kaiming got out of the car, and the scene before him felt both familiar and strange. This feeling stems from memories of a past life, as if something is deeply imprinted in the depths of one's mind. In his memory, his mother, Li Shiying, had brought him to this tailor shop many times. After parking the car, Li Shiying noticed Jiang Kaiming standing in front of Zhong's tailor shop, lost in thought. She walked over and asked softly, Son, what's wrong? Haven't you recognized this place in years? Li Shiying's voice pulled Jiang Kaiming back from his memories. He smiled and said, Mommy, it's been years since I've been here. It seems that apart from being a bit dilapidated, the buildings here haven't changed much. Stop lamenting here, come inside with me. I'll definitely have several outfits made for you today. Li Shiying smiled and pointed to the tailor shop not far away. Jiang Kaiming replied with a smile, okay. Thank you, Mommy. Make a few more sets for me later. After saying that, he took his mother Li Shiying's hand and walked into Zhong's tailor shop. As soon as the two entered the shop, they saw a middle-aged couple busy cutting fabric and taking measurements. The couple were Zhong Shishang and Deng Quilian, the owners of Zongji Tailor Shop. The arrival of Jiang Kaiming and Li Shiying immediately attracted their attention. Zhong Shishang and Deng Quilian exchanged a glance, smiled, and said in unison, Mrs. Jiang, young Master Jiang, welcome. Clearly, they were very familiar with Jiang Kaiming and Li Shiying, recognizing them at a glance. With a faint smile on her lips, Li Shiying said softly, Old Zhong, we're already so familiar with each other, there's no need to be so polite. I brought Kaiming here today because I wanted to order a few outfits from you. Zhong Shishang smiled and replied warmly, Of course, no problem. We are very grateful to Mrs. Jiang and Mr. Jiang for their support and patronage of our store. I'll give you a sample size right away. That would be too much trouble for you. Li Shiying smiled and nodded in thanks, then turned to Jiang Kaiming and said gently, Kaiming, let Uncle Zhong take your measurements first, and then Mom will go pick out some fabric for you. Okay, Mommy. Jiang Kaiming nodded in response, secretly thinking that he would just be a good tool for today. Holding a soft ruler, Zhong Shishang smiled and said to Fang Kaiming, Young Master Jiang, please come this way. Let me take your measurements. Jiang Kaiming smiled brightly and quickly replied, Okay, Uncle Zhong. However, please just call me Kaiming. I'm really not used to always calling me Young Master Jiang. After saying that, the two walked to the side to prepare to take measurements. After watching her son go to take measurements, Li Shiying turned around and followed Deng Quilian into the inner part of the shop. Upon entering the inner hall, Li Shiying lowered her voice and tiptoed to Deng Quilian's side, whispering, Mrs. Zhong, we've already agreed on this, haven't we? I brought my precious son with me, you know. Where's your Ah Hong? I haven't seen her anywhere. With a gentle smile on her face, Deng Quilian quickly replied, Oh, Mrs. Jiang, please don't be in such a hurry. Please wait a moment, Ah Hong is upstairs. I'll go up and call her down, he said, turning and walking towards the stairs. At this moment, Jiang Kaiming, who was obediently cooperating with Zhong Shishang to take his measurements, had no idea that his mother's real purpose in bringing him here was to arrange a blind date for him. Another girl was also kept in the dark. She was the eldest daughter of Zhong Shishang and Deng Quilian. What? Mommy, are you kidding me? You didn't even discuss such an important matter with me beforehand. A girl with delicate features and a touch of allure stared wide-eyed, her face filled with disbelief. She had an extremely sexy and hot figure and looked to be around 20 years old. At that moment, she was angrily clutching her beautiful long, wavy hair, muttering complaints under her breath. Deng Quilian went to great lengths to arrange her daughter's marriage, and began worrying about it very early on. Seeing her back down again, he couldn't help but say, somewhat annoyed, "Discuss? Every time I try to discuss something with you, you either run away or give me a perfunctory answer. Ah Hong, you're already 23 years old. Xiao Kui next door is the same age as you, and she's already had her third child this year. When will I be able to hold my grandson?" Hearing her mother's nagging, Zhong Chihong felt a little annoyed, but she still forced herself to retort, "That's because the people you found are completely unreliable, and I don't want to waste my time on them." Deng Quilian quickly explained, "This time it's different. The person I'm introducing to you this time is outstanding in both family background and personal talent. You two are a match made in heaven. And most importantly, our family and their family have a very good relationship, we know each other well, so you absolutely must go and meet them this time." Seeing her mother's firm attitude, Zhong Chihong knew she probably couldn't refuse this time, so she could only mutter helplessly, "Fine, I'll go. But let me tell you, every time you say how great the other person is, the result is always the same." She secretly decided that she could just give it a perfunctory answer, since she had experienced this kind of thing many times before. "By the way, oh mommy, you just said it was an acquaintance, who is it?" Zhong Chihong asked curiously. Deng Quilian replied with a smile, "It's Mrs. Zhang's son, John Kaiming. He used to come to our house to have clothes made. You've met her son a few times, haven't you? Not only is he tall and handsome, but he also holds 2 doctorates. I think you two are a good match." After listening to her mother's words, a blurry figure gradually appeared in Zhong Chihong's mind. She seemed to have some recollection of it, but wasn't quite sure. "That John Kaiming, isn't he the tall guy who just buries himself in his books and looks a bit silly and dull?" She thought to herself, "How could this possibly be reliable? He's a scion of a wealthy family. Although his looks are average, his status speaks for itself." The more she thought about it, the less reliable it seemed, but she still decided to go and see what was going on first. Zhong Chihong shook her head to herself, and then reluctantly went downstairs under her mother's tugging. "Ah Hong, you're getting more and more beautiful." Li Xiying's eyes lit up when she saw Zhong Chihong coming downstairs. She looked her over carefully and kept praising her. His eyes were filled with anticipation and satisfaction, as if he were looking at a future daughter-in-law. Even with Zhong Chihong's carefree and tomboyish personality, she was actually a little embarrassed by the stares, and a slight blush rose on her cheeks. "Good morning, Aunt Li." Zhong Chihong called out somewhat awkwardly, her voice much softer than usual. Li Xiying said with a big smile, okay. "Ah Hong, I've noticed you have a great sense of style. Look at you, you look so beautiful in this outfit. It just so happens that my son Kaiming also came to have his clothes made, and I was just wondering what fabric to choose for him. You young people probably understand young people better. Auntie would like to ask you to help me choose something, is that all right?" Deng Quilian quickly replied, "Mrs. Li, our Ah Hong is the best at this, so you can rest assured and leave it to her." Zhong Chihong wanted to refuse, but her mother had already made her position so clear, so she couldn't back down and could only bite the bullet and say, "Aunt Li, I don't know your son very well. I don't know what color he likes." Without hesitation, Li Xiying replied, "He'll definitely like whatever you choose. Auntie trusts your judgment." "All right then, I'll give it a try." Zhong Chihong said softly, her head lowered. "Ah Hong, take your time choosing. Once you've made your selection, remember to show it to young Master Zhang. Mommy has to go upstairs first. She needs to take Aunt Li's measurements so she can make her some new clothes." Deng Quilian said as she pulled Li Xiying upstairs. Zhong Chihong was left standing there, staring blankly at the fabrics hanging on the wall, feeling a little depressed. After a long while, her eyes suddenly lit up and a mischievous smile appeared on her face. She casually took down a few colorful fabrics from the wall and then walked towards the outer hall. When Zhong Shishang saw his daughter carrying several brightly colored pieces of fabric over, he was very curious and couldn't help but ask, "Ah Hong, is this the fabric that your Aunt Li is going to use to make clothes?" Zhong Chihong's lips curled up slightly, a sly glint in her eyes, and she said, "No, Daddy. This is fabric that Aunt Li specifically asked me to pick out for Mr. Zhang." After saying that, she turned around and smiled at Zhang Kaiming, saying, "Mr. Zhang, it's been such a long time. My mother told me that you've been studying abroad for the past few years. I wonder when you came back." Zhang Kaiming was stunned when he heard this. His gaze fell on the fabrics Zhong Chihong was holding, and his lips twitched a few times. "If you were to make clothes out of this fabric and wear them out, wouldn't you become a real playboy? At this moment, memories of his past relationship with Jong Chahong surfaced in John Kaiming's mind. They had only met a few times, and those meetings were all several years ago. To make matters worse, Jong Chahong gave his predecessor the nickname Big Dumb Guy. She was often tricked by the quirky Jong Chahong. John Kaiming said to Jong Chahong with a big smile, "Sister Hong, it's been so many years, you've become even more beautiful and charming. Even Marilyn Monroe, the Western icon, would pale in comparison if she stood before you." At this moment, he relied on his predecessor's memories and the movie footage he had watched in his previous life. "I know with absolute certainty that the sexy, charming, and radiant beauty in front of me is none other than Jong Chahong, who was hailed as the Oriental Marilyn Monroe. As I recall, Jong Chahong participated in the Miss Hong Kong pageant and ultimately won 4th place in 1979. From then on, she embarked on her acting career and gradually began to make a name for herself. In Hong Kong's entertainment industry, the Red and Xia Yu Fang Hong refers to Jong Chahong herself. This was probably the height of her popularity. Among actresses in the Hong Kong film and television industry, she was hailed as the most popular. There's a saying in the media, the most popular is Jong Chahong, and the hottest is Joe Runfa. From the 1980s when he started acting until he retired in the 1990s, he made more than 60 films in 10 years. They shoot at least 6 movies a year on average, which shows just how popular they are. Wow, how did this big, clumsy guy become so eloquent? Could it be that you suddenly had a breakthrough after studying abroad for the past few years? However, as soon as she finished speaking, Jong Chahong realized that she had said the wrong thing and quickly slapped her mouth. She looked at John Kaiming with an embarrassed expression and said apologetically, "I'm so sorry, I've always called you that, it's become a habit." "Haha, it's alright, I'm not very smart anyway," John Kaiming replied with a smile. Zhong Shishang, seeing his daughter's reaction, couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He helplessly explained to John Kaiming, "Kaiming, I'm really sorry, Hong has always been a scatterbrain since she was little, and she often speaks without thinking. Uncle Zhong, please don't mind. Sister Hong used to call me that too. If she suddenly changes how she addresses me now, I'll feel uncomfortable." Jong Chahong was very surprised by John Kaiming's open-minded attitude. She found that the John Kaiming in front of her was completely different from the one in the past. At least, his emotional intelligence seemed to have improved significantly. She then began chatting with John Kaiming with great interest. Just then, Li Shiying and Deng Quilian came out. Deng Quilian smiled and looked at Jong Chahong, saying, "Ah Hong, what are you two talking about? Have you chosen the fabric yet?" Upon hearing this, Jong Chahong looked at the patterned fabrics in her hand, her face flushed with embarrassment, and she hurriedly said, "These fabrics might not be suitable, let me choose some more." "No need, this is fine. I think it's good enough." John Kaiming saw Jong Chahong's predicament and helped her out. Li Shiying looked at John Kaiming and Jong Chahong and smiled, "I think the fabric is quite good, very bright." Kaiming used to dress like his father, which made him look old-fashioned. Clothes made with this color are what young people should wear. John Kaiming observed the way Li Shiying looked at Jong Chahong, and how Zhong Shishang had asked him so many questions when he took his measurements. He pondered to himself that, based on his experience of going on more than 20 blind dates in his previous life, his mother must be discussing with Zhong's parents how to match him up with Jong Chahong. Thinking of this, John Kaiming couldn't help but chuckle to himself, realizing how much his mother was worried about him. However, he didn't intend to expose it, since it's better to let things take their natural course. So he followed Li Shiying's words and said, "Yes, I also think this fabric is quite nice, let's take it." After hearing their conversation, Jong Chahong felt embarrassed about her prank and simply lowered her head and remained silent. "I never imagined that even with all this wealth in this life, I still couldn't escape the fate of blind dates." However, John Kaiming was very happy to go on a blind date with the beautiful Jong Chahong. ****. Hearing John Kaiming and Li Shiying's answers, Jong Chahong and her 2 daughters were dumbfounded. Mr. and Mrs. Zhong looked at Jong Chahong with a hint of displeasure on their faces. Their eyes seemed to say, "Just wait until we get back, we'll deal with you." Jong Chahong felt a pang of guilt. She knew she might have angered her parents, but she couldn't explain it clearly. So she quickly stuffed the fabric in her hand into Mr. Zhong's hands, then took John Kaiming's hand and walked towards the door. As she walked, Jong Chahong turned back to her parents and Li Shiying and said, "Daddy, Mommy, Aunt Li, Desha and I, Kaiming, haven't seen each other for several years. I want to take him out for a walk and see how things have changed here." John Kaiming was startled by Jong Chahong's sudden action. Before he could even react, Jong Chahong led him out of the tailor shop. "Son, have fun, and remember to take good care of Hong." Li Shiying called out to John Kaiming from the doorway with a big smile. John Kaiming was held tightly by Jong Chahong's hand as they jogged along. He didn't know how long he had been running or where he had gone, he only felt his wrists starting to go numb. Finally, the two arrived at a lawn. John Kaiming stopped and asked curiously, "Sister Hong, where are we going?" Jong Chahong glanced back in the direction of her home and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. as if she had finally broken free from some kind of constraint. Phew, we're finally far away. She raised her head, her gaze falling on John Kaiming beside her. A mischievous smile appeared on her lips as she said, "You big idiot, I don't need you anymore. I need to get some rest. You're free to do as you please. Go wherever you want." After saying that, she gracefully sat down on the lawn in the garden and relaxed. Looking at the beautiful and charming Jong Chahong in front of him, John Kaiming thought to himself that if he left such a beautiful woman, he would really become a big, dumb fool. So he sat down next to her, very close to Jong Chahong. She began by saying, "Sister Hong, I guess you wouldn't want to be forced by your parents to date someone, right?" After hearing this, Jong Chahong nodded vigorously, a hint of helplessness and grievance flashing in her eyes, and replied, "Yes, of course I don't want to. They always pressure me to go on blind dates, it's so annoying." John Kaiming looked at Jong Chahong with an understanding expression and continued, "Actually, I'm in the same situation. A lot has happened in my family recently, and we might face bankruptcy. At this time, I think it's best not to rush into a relationship, so as not to cause trouble for the other person." As John Kaiming spoke, he glanced at Jong Chahong beside him, sighed softly, and his eyes became somewhat lost, as if he were recalling many troubles and worries. Looking at John Kaiming's worried expression, Jong Chahong couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity. In her eyes, a young master like John Kaiming, born into a wealthy family, should live a carefree life with no worries about food or clothing. Seeing his worried expression at this moment was truly unexpected. She couldn't help but ask, "Big guy, you're from a wealthy family, you have no worries about food or clothing, so why do you look so worried?" John Kaiming was secretly pleased to see that he had successfully aroused Jong Chahong's curiosity. He gave a silly, feigned laugh, his face still bearing that worried expression, and slowly said, "Actually, I'm quite envious of the lives of ordinary people. Don't be fooled by the fact that I seem to be richer than most people. In reality, I suffered just as much as others when I was a child. Moreover, many things are not within my control." Ah! Upon hearing this, Jong Chahong's eyes widened, revealing a surprised expression. She found John Kaiming's words somewhat unbelievable. She simply couldn't imagine that this seemingly pampered rich kid had such an unknown side. Is it hard to believe? John Kaiming's lips curled up, revealing a self-deprecating smile. "No, Jong Chahong's voice stopped abruptly. She had originally wanted to express her doubts, but when she saw John Kaiming's deep and sincere gaze, she suddenly realized that he was not lying. A deep expression appeared on John Kaiming's face, as if hiding endless stories and pain. He said calmly, "I have a disease, a headache that has baffled the world's top doctors. As far back as I can remember, it would flare up every few days, the pain coming like a tidal wave, unbearable. Sometimes I would even faint, as if the whole world was leaving me." Jong Chahong was deeply moved. If it was true, she could hardly imagine the immense suffering John Kaiming endured as a child. "Fortunately, the frequency of headaches gradually decreased as I got older. Perhaps my body has adapted, although it still hurts badly occasionally, it's not as frequent as it was when I was a child." John Kaiming's tone carried a hint of relief. John Kaiming noticed out of the corner of his eye that Jong Chahong's eyes were a little red, and a hint of sadness flashed in his eyes. He sighed softly and said, "I have a great talent for learning, I learn everything faster than others. I earned my first doctoral degree at the age of 17, a Doctor of Business Administration degree from Oxford University in England. Just 2 years later, at the age of 19, I earned my PhD in computer science from MIT. Jong Chahong stared in astonishment, unable to comprehend how John Kaiming, not even 20 years old, could achieve such remarkable academic success. This is something unimaginable for a scholar like her who was considered academically weak. But there was no joy on John Kaiming's face. "But I'm not happy." John Kaiming's voice was low and firm, as if he were protesting against fate. Jong Chahong was clearly taken aback by John Kaiming's arrogance and asked, "Why? If I were as smart as you in school and could get into university, my parents would be overjoyed. Why aren't you happy?" John Kaiming shrugged and said, "Just like you said, if you get into university, your parents will be overjoyed. My parents were also overjoyed when they learned that I had obtained my doctoral degree. Because this is what my parents wanted me to learn. When I was little, my dad often told me that when I grew up, I would inherit the company, and I must learn management well. If I didn't manage it well, it might cause more than 10,000 people in the factory to go hungry. So I kept studying hard. But I wasn't happy, because that was what my parents wanted me to study, while what I truly wanted to study was medicine. I wanted to find the root cause of my illness and cure it. I wanted to live, and to give hope to more seriously ill people." When Jong Chahong heard that John Kaiming's reason for wanting to study medicine was simply to survive, his already soft-hearted nature caused his eyes to redden even more. He felt that the big, simple-minded man in front of him was truly suffering too much, so he said, "Then you can go and learn it. Your family isn't short of money." John Kaiming smiled and said, "I thought so before, so I went to study it. I'm currently studying neuroscience at Harvard Medical School in the United States. with a minor in biomedicine and genetics. Zhong Chahong was stunned by Jiang Kaiming's terrifying learning ability. He had never seen anyone with such an incredible learning capacity before, and sincerely congratulated him. Congratulations! With your learning ability, you'll definitely master the skills quickly, find the cause of your illness, and cure it. I've dropped out of school, Jiang Kaiming said. Zhong Chahong asked, completely bewildered, why? Are you giving up on your treatment? Jiang Kaiming said with a pained expression, my dad suffered a cerebral hemorrhage because of the company's problems. Although he survived, he can only sit in a wheelchair now. The company soon faced bankruptcy, forcing me to abandon my medical studies and return home to take over the factory and care for my parents. Zhong Chahong felt a pang of pain in her heart for some reason, and comforted her. I remember your family's company is called Amaya, right? Jiang Kaiming nodded. Zhong Chahong said, I recently read a report about your company in the newspaper. You were even hailed as the youngest chairman in Hong Kong. Didn't you say the company's crisis was resolved? You're saying there's still a possibility of bankruptcy? Jiang Kaiming smiled wryly and said, it's not that easy. I'm just saying these things to the company and my parents to put their minds at ease. The company's previous fan business is no longer viable, and the company is currently operating at a loss. Although I have developed a product, before it is launched on the market, no one knows whether customers will like it. If this product fails, Amigo will either go bankrupt or be acquired by a competitor. Thinking about these things has been keeping me up at night lately. Jiang Kaiming's words made Zhong Chahong feel immense pressure, even as an outsider. If it were her, she would probably collapse immediately. Seeing Jiang Kaiming, who was a few years younger than her, facing such immense pressure, the woman's sympathy immediately welled up. Come on, Sister Hong will teach you how to release stress. She immediately stood up and pulled Jiang Kaiming up. Where to? Jiang Kaiming asked. Stop talking nonsense, just come with me. I'm not going to eat you, Zhong Chahong said. The next morning, in a hotel room, Jiang Kaiming and Zhong Chahong locked eyes. Sister Hong, you said you wouldn't eat me. Or is this your way of relieving my stress? Shut up. You got the benefit but are still acting innocent. No one can tell anyone about what happened today. Zhong Chahong felt like crying when she recalled that she seemed to have taken the initiative last night. Even if we don't tell them, our parents will guess, since we didn't go home all night, Jiang Kaiming said softly. Looking at the bloodstains on the sheets, he said, I'm a man, and I have to take responsibility for what happened. Take responsibility? What are you going to take responsibility for? Take responsibility, my foot. I'll just consider it a mosquito bite, Zhong Chahong said irritably. Are there mosquitoes that big? Jiang Kaiming muttered. Upon hearing this, Zhong Chahong blushed and turned her head away in embarrassment and annoyance. Then let's try getting to know each other first, Jiang Kaiming suggested tentatively. Seeing that Zhong Chahong did not respond, he was secretly pleased. No objection was the best response. He immediately hugged her from behind and said, Sister Hong, I know I may not be the best choice, because I don't know when I might go bankrupt, or when my headaches might suddenly flare up and I might just disappear. But please give me a chance. While I'm alive, I will give you all my love. Zhong Chahong took a deep breath and said, don't say such discouraging things, just remember your promise. Yes. Jiang Kaiming nodded repeatedly and said, I will definitely remember. He secretly rejoiced, thinking, this is no easy feat. After 2 lifetimes, I've finally found love. Having received permission, Jiang Kaiming wasn't going to be foolish enough to pretend to be a virtuous man like Lu Xiaowai. It's time to show off our masculinity. Amidst Zhong Chahong's gasp, the blanket was pulled over her head. I didn't leave the hotel until it was almost dark in the afternoon. They sent her to Zhong's tailor shop. As they approached the question mark, he suddenly turned around and shouted at Jiang Kaiming, you big idiot, I have a feeling something's not right. I feel like I've been tricked by you. Jiang Kaiming panicked, thinking to himself, am I going to get dumped again and be single again? Pfft, I was just kidding, you really are a big fool. The newspaper said you have a lot of tricks up your sleeve, but that doesn't seem to be true at all. Zhong Chahong laughed as she walked into the tailor shop. Silly girl, the newspaper is actually quite right, Jiang Kaiming said softly, watching Zhong Chahong's departing figure. Mr. and Mrs. Zhong, who were having dinner, saw their daughter return and immediately asked, Hong, why did you go out for 2 days and 1 night? We were so worried about you. How are you? Yes, eldest sister, this is the first time you've gone out with a man for so long. This is your brother-in-law, is he all right? Asked the third sister of the Zhong family. If it works out, I'll definitely ask my brother-in-law to buy me some delicious food. I want one too. Eat, all you ever think about is eating. You'd even sell your own sister for food, Zhong Chahong said irritably. Deng Quilian hurriedly asked, Hong, you still haven't told me how things are going with Kaiming? As you wish. We're dating now, are you happy? I'm tired, I'm going to my room to rest. Jong Chahong said, then walked towards her room. She met a man as strong as an ox, and she was really tired these past 2 days. She went back to her room and fell asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow. On the other side, Zhang Kaiming, who had just returned home, was also grabbed by his mother, Li Xiying, who immediately began questioning him. Zhang Kaiming's answer made his parents happier than if they had made a lot of money. Zhang Kaiming had a very pleasant weekend. I had a long phone conversation with Zhong Chahong this morning. After learning that he was going to the film set to shoot a movie today, I told her to be careful and then hung up. Seeing how hard Zhong Chahong was working, Zhang Kaiming felt that he was a man who had cultivated that screw-making body in his previous life, and he couldn't lose to a woman in terms of diligence. So, early in the morning, Zhang Kaiming arrived at the Ameajao Industrial Park, escorted by Qin Chao in his car. Upon entering the park, he did not go to his office, but went straight to Omego's R&D department. When he entered the R&D department, he was greeted by a bustling scene, with everyone working diligently and focused on their respective tasks. Zhang Kaiming didn't disturb them, but silently went inside. Zhang Kaiming walked over to Ma Yunfei, the R&D director, and noticed that he was rubbing his forehead, looking slightly tired and troubled. So he asked with concern, "What's wrong? Is there some problem with the cooling fan?" The sudden sound startled Ma Yunfei, who was deep in thought. He quickly turned around, only to see Zhang Kaiming standing behind him staring at him. Ma Yunfei's heart tightened, and he quickly stood up, respectfully greeting, "Chairman, good morning." Zhang Kaiming frowned, looking at Ma Yunfei, who had a full beard and tired eyes, and asked, "Minister Ma, haven't you been home to rest for the past 2 days? What happened to you?" Ma Yunfei subconsciously scratched his messy hair, smiled somewhat awkwardly, and replied, "Chairman, I'm used to it." Zhang Kaiming shook his head helplessly, looking at Ma Yunfei's dwindling hair, and couldn't bear to blame him anymore. He took a deep breath and said slowly, "All right, let's not talk about that now. Tell me, how's the fan sample project progressing? Are there any design problems?" Ma Yunfei took a deep breath and replied seriously, "Chairman, there is nothing wrong with your design, but the core component of the fan, the motor, cannot be manufactured with the technology, materials, and equipment that our company currently has." Upon hearing this, Zhang Kaiming's face instantly darkened. He stared intently at Ma Yunfei and asked sternly, "Haven't we at Amigo always claimed to be able to manufacture all the parts? How come when it comes to the crucial moment, you're telling me we can't make them?" Among fans and components, the motor is the one that tests technical expertise the most. The quality of the motor determines the quality of the fan. If a fan's motor is prone to overheating, jamming, or even making noise from time to time, then the fan will provide a very poor user experience. Faced with Zhang Kaiming's questioning, Ma Yunfei's heart trembled, and he quickly explained, "Chairman, our company does have motor manufacturing technology, but it is AC motor technology. Although our technology is not the most advanced, it is sufficient to meet the requirements of ordinary fans for motors. For example, the motors used in table fans typically have a speed of 500-1500 revolutions per minute. Ceiling fans require even lower motor speeds, with 150 to 600 RPM being sufficient. This speed ensures that the ceiling fan does not produce too much noise while providing sufficient airflow. Exhaust fan motors typically operate at speeds between 1000 and 3000 revolutions per minute. These high-speed AC motors can quickly expel stale indoor air from the room, keeping the indoor air fresh. Our company has the corresponding manufacturing technology for these AC motors with different speeds." Zhang Kaiming asked, "What's the point of saying all this? I can't manufacture the motor for the computer fan I designed. Why is that?" Ma Yunfei subconsciously swallowed and said cautiously, "Chairman, the cooling fans used in computers have very high requirements. They not only need to have a wide speed range, but also low noise and a long service life." He paused for a moment, seemingly hesitant, but continued, "Our AC motor technology is insufficient to meet these stringent requirements. In contrast, only the speed of a DC fan can be flexibly adjusted by changing the voltage or current, allowing for precise control based on cooling requirements." Ma Yunfei sighed and said helplessly, "It's just that the cooling fan motor used in computers is extremely small and compact, at least 10 times smaller than the motor of an ordinary fan." He emphasized with a serious expression, "The smaller the motor, the higher the requirements for its manufacturing process. The DC motor that you, Chairman, have meticulously designed not only has a longer service life, but also a more powerful heat dissipation effect. Generally, a cooling fan motor speed of 1000 to 3000 revolutions per minute is considered acceptable. The DC motor you designed is more than 20% stronger than ordinary models, which undoubtedly places higher demands on motor manufacturing. With our company's current technology, we are not yet able to manufacture this type of motor." After saying this, he waited quietly for Zhang Kaiming's reaction. Zhang Kaiming then realized that the problem lay with himself. The company failed to fully consider its own actual situation and overestimated its existing motor manufacturing technology. Faced with reality, he understood that there was no other way but to temporarily purchase the necessary motors from external suppliers. John Kaiming turned to Ma Yunfei and asked, Minister Ma, do you know if there is any motor manufacturing company in Hong Kong that can produce motors that meet our needs? We must resolve this issue as soon as possible. Upon hearing John Kaiming's words, Ma Yunfei replied, Changde Electric, only this company in the entire Hong Kong has such technical capabilities. This is a company that specializes in motor manufacturing, and many small home appliance factories in Hong Kong purchase their motors. The company's owner, Wang Songliang, is a tech enthusiast who focuses on research into motor technology. I heard that their company successfully went public last year, and their current market value is comparable to our Ameajao. The names Wang Songliang and Changde Electric struck John Kaiming like lightning, instantly triggering memories of his past life. In his previous life, he worked quietly in an electronics company, screwing in screws. Since most electrical appliances use motors, he had become very knowledgeable about various motor brands over the past 10 years. Changde Electric, a leading company in the motor industry, naturally left some impression on him as well. He was unaware of the company's current status, but in the future, it would become the world's largest manufacturer of micro motors and one of the few companies in Hong Kong known for its technology. John Kaiming looked at Ma Yunfei with a firm gaze and said, You should first manufacture 100 sample units of the other components needed for the cooling fan as soon as possible. Ma Yunfei nodded vigorously and replied, Okay. However, he felt guilty because they had failed to complete the task assigned to them by their boss. Now that the crux of the problem has been identified and the R&D department is unable to resolve it, John Kaiming decided not to waste any more time on it. After quickly giving instructions to Ma Yunfei, he went straight to his office and immediately summoned his assistant, Tao Wenzhang. Chairman, good morning. What instructions do you have for me? Tao Wenzhang asked as he entered the room. John Kaiming immediately instructed, Contact Mr. Wang Songliang of Changde Electric Machinery right away and ask if he has time this afternoon. I would like to visit him. Okay, I'll go right away. Tao Wenzhang nodded in response, then turned and left the office. Changde Electric Company is located in the Tai Po industrial area of the New Territories in Hong Kong, but this is only where Chang's headquarters and R&D department are located. To reduce production costs, its manufacturing base was moved to neighboring Shenzhen 3 years ago. It was also one of the earliest Hong Kong companies to invest in mainland China. At 10 o'clock sharp, John Kaiming arrived at his destination on time. As soon as I got out of the car, I saw a group of people walking towards me from the gate of Chang Company. The leader was a middle-aged man who looked to be around 30 years old. I am Wang Huizhong. May I ask if you are John Kaiming, Chairman John? Wang Huizhong asked warmly. Mr. Wang, hello. I am John Kaiming. John Kaiming smiled and extended his hand to shake hands with the other party. Since arranging for Tao Wenzhang to meet with Changde Electric Company yesterday, he has made a point of thoroughly understanding the company. The chairman of Chang Company is named Wang Songliang. He is now over 70 years old and is a complete tech fanatic who spends all his time in the laboratory. The person truly responsible for receiving customers is his eldest son, Wang Huizhong, who is currently the general manager of Changde Electric. Welcome Chairman John to visit our company. Please come in. Wang Huizhong said with a smile, while extending his right hand to make a please come in gesture. Mr. Wang, you're too kind. I'm just following your lead, so please go first. John Kaiming replied with a smile and politely asked Wang Huizhong to leave first. So Wang Huizhong and John Kaiming walked side by side, chatting happily along the way. They headed into the company building together, the atmosphere harmonious and pleasant. Before his visit, John Kaiming had conducted a thorough investigation of Changde Electric, gaining an understanding of the company's basic situation and market position. Wang Huizhong also conducted an in-depth investigation into John Kaiming. John Kaiming, as the youngest chairman of Hong Kong, has recently been making headlines in major Hong Kong newspapers, and his reputation is quite impressive. In particular, since John Kaiming took over as chairman of Amlogic, the series of measures he has taken have won high praise and admiration from the Hong Kong business community. Information about John Kaiming's background, experience, and personal achievements has become the focus of media attention. Reporters from major newspapers dug into John Kaiming's past and discovered that the young chairman had earned 2 doctoral degrees at the age of 20, an achievement that amazed everyone. Such outstanding performance naturally attracted public attention, which led to a rapid increase in John Kaiming's popularity. Wang Huizhong is only 32 years old today, and he is a top-notch young talent in Hong Kong's business community. He graduated from Purdue University in the United States with a bachelor's and master's degree in electrical engineering. Among the scions of Hong Kong's wealthy families, there are very few peers of his age who can rival him in terms of strength. This made him feel a surge of pride. When compared to John Kaiming, he realized that he seemed to have some shortcomings. After a thorough investigation, Wang Huizhong confirmed that the rumors about John Kaiming were true. He immediately dropped his disdain for Jiang Kaiming, and any trace of arrogance in his heart vanished completely. So when Jiang Kaiming asked to visit their research and development laboratory, Wang Hui thought it over and readily agreed to Jiang Kaiming's request, and took him to the laboratory. Following the direction Wang Huizhong pointed, Jiang Kaiming saw a single-story building covering an area of several thousand square meters. The building has a simple yet modern exterior, giving it a high-tech feel. Not long after they left, Jiang Kaiming, led by Wang Huizhong, successfully entered the research and development laboratory. Upon entering, a strong scientific research atmosphere immediately greets you. The laboratory is equipped with various advanced experimental equipment and instruments, and the researchers are working busily. On the way to the R&D laboratory, Jiang Kaiming learned from Wang Huizhong that Chang Electric currently has a team of more than 100 professional R&D personnel. They focus on developing various types of micro-motors, including those used in toys and electrical appliances. In addition, Chang Electric has also begun to venture into micro-motors for automotive parts, but due to limitations in technology, its development in this field is still in its early stages. After the tour, Jiang Kaiming gained a deeper understanding of Chang Electric's technical capabilities. However, he believed that Chang Electric must have many other technologies and innovations, so he did not allow him to visit them. No company would be foolish enough to reveal all its secrets to outsiders without reservation, especially to someone like Jiang Kaiming who understands technology. In the laboratory's rest area, Jiang Kaiming took out a meticulously drawn blueprint from his briefcase and handed it to Wang Huizhong, who was sitting opposite him. He said, "Mr. Wang, this is the motor product in a cooling fan that I designed. I'd like to know if your company has sufficient technical capabilities to manufacture such a motor?" Wang Huizhong looked at the design draft handed over by Jiang Kaiming and a look of surprise appeared on his face. He originally thought that Jiang Kaiming's purpose in coming was only to purchase products, but he never expected that the other party would bring a detailed design draft. Wang Hui thought to himself, this guy has a double doctorate in business administration and computer science, could he really design such a complex motor? Despite his doubts, he still took the design draft and examined it carefully. As a seasoned electromechanical expert, he can naturally distinguish between the merits and demerits of design drafts. When Wang Huizhong studied the design draft in depth, he was amazed by its unique design concept. This motor has a unique design concept, and once its performance is transformed into a finished product, it will undoubtedly become a leader among motors of the same type. Is this the difference between ordinary people and geniuses? He has always held himself in high regard, believing himself to be a rare talent. But compared to Jiang Kaiming, he felt at this moment that he was just an ordinary person. Noticing Wang Huizhong's constantly changing expression, Jiang Kaiming asked, "Mr. Wang, I wonder if your company's current technical capabilities are sufficient to manufacture the ideal motor I envision?" Upon hearing Jiang Kaiming's question, Wang Huizhong reluctantly put down the design draft in his hand and continued, "Chairman Jiang, this is undoubtedly an excellent motor. It would be quite difficult to manufacture it. After all, such a small motor requires very high-quality bearings. Whether or not this problem can be created, we still need to study it in more depth. If you don't mind if I take the design draft for a moment, I'd like to show it to my dad right now." "Of course, please go ahead." Jiang Kaiming readily agreed. "Then please wait a moment." After saying that, Wang Huizhong eagerly picked up the design draft and walked quickly in one direction. That direction was exactly where Jiang Kaiming hadn't visited earlier. Watching Wang Huizhong's retreating figure, Jiang Kaiming thought to himself, it seems that's the core technology R&D laboratory of Chang Electric. However, Jiang Kaiming had already applied for a beneficial patent for the motor, so he was not worried at all that Chang would misappropriate his work. Deep down, he even hoped they would give it a try, perhaps he could find an opportunity to acquire the company. Thinking of this, Jiang Kaiming's lips curled up slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile. Inside the spacious and bright laboratory, Wang Songliang was looking down, intently directing the researchers as they busily carried out their research and development work. He frequently checked the data, adjusted parameters, and exchanged ideas with team members, creating a tense yet orderly atmosphere. Just then, the laboratory door was suddenly pushed open, and Wang Huizhong walked in hurriedly. As he walked, he excitedly exclaimed, "Daddy, come and look at this design. It looks just like the motor in that computer cooler you've been researching." Upon hearing his son's voice, Wang Songliang suddenly looked up, a hint of surprise and anticipation flashing in his eyes. He quickly stood up, strode towards his son, and asked eagerly, "Let me see it." Wang Huizhong quickly handed the design draft to his father, Wang Songliang, who snatched it and eagerly began to read it carefully. "He doesn't look like an elderly person over 70 at all." Wang Songliang's eyes quickly swept over the design draft, his brows furrowing and relaxing at times, his face showing surprise and admiration. After watching for only a few minutes, Wang Songliang's hands trembled with excitement. He grabbed his son's shoulders tightly, shook him vigorously, and asked excitedly, "Who designed this? That's absolutely amazing. Where is this designer? I absolutely must see him." Wang Huizhong was already used to seeing his father so agitated. The design was created by Mr. Zhang Kaiming, chairman of Ameijao, and he is currently outside, Wang Huizhong replied truthfully. Upon hearing Ameijao, Wang Songliang said with a disdainful look, Ameijao is just a bunch of small fry, what kind of technical content could it possibly have? It's a joke. Then, he frowned and asked in confusion, also, isn't the chairman of Ameijao that Lu Luenxiang, that young man who only knows how to speculate? Why the sudden change of personnel? Faced with his father, who was oblivious to everything else and focused solely on his research project, Wang Huizhong shook his head helplessly and sighed inwardly. He was truly helpless with his father, who was oblivious to worldly affairs. Following that, Wang Huizhong recounted in detail to Wang Songliang the various changes that Ameijao had experienced in recent months, as well as Zhang Kaiming's deeds. Wang Songliang listened quietly to his son's account, his expression gradually becoming serious. After Wang Huizhong finished speaking, he earnestly warned him, "Ah Zhong, you must remember this well. This is the tragic consequence of doing business but not mastering core technologies. The market can eliminate you if it decides to. To make products, one must have an innovative spirit, and more importantly, one must possess core technologies. People like Lu Luenxiang, who only know how to speculate and profiteer, can only make short-term profits in real industries and are incapable of sustainable development." "I understand, Daddy." Wang Huizhong nodded vigorously, indicating that he had kept his father's words in mind. Let's go see Zhang Kaiming, the one you mentioned. Maybe Ameijao really can turn things around because of this person," Wang Songliang said, picking up the design drafts on the table and striding out of the laboratory. "Kid, this motor design is your work." Zhang Kaiming, who was drinking tea in the lounge and waiting, was suddenly grabbed by the shoulder by an old man who asked him a question that left him somewhat bewildered. The old man's face was full of excitement and anticipation, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Zhang Kaiming was taken aback for a moment, but quickly recovered. He smiled slightly, nodded, and said, "It was indeed my design. You must be Wang Songliang, Chairman Wang?" The old man burst into laughter upon hearing this, his eyes filled with admiration. He introduced himself, saying, "I am Wang Songliang. Tell me how you designed it." Looking at the old man's anxious expression, Zhang Kaiming couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Just as the rumors in Hong Kong say, he is a true tech fanatic. At this moment, Wang Huizhong also hurriedly followed out. Seeing his father's behavior, he immediately covered his head with one hand, feeling utterly speechless. But then he gave a wry smile, thinking that his father always did this when he encountered research that interested him, so he was used to it. Wang Huizhong hurriedly apologized to Zhang Kaiming, "Chairman Zhang, I'm really sorry, my dad just does this whenever he encounters research that interests him." Zhang Kaiming quickly waved his hand, indicating that it was alright, and said with a smile, "It's nothing. Professor Wang is just being genuine. When I was studying in the United States, I saw many people like Professor Wang in the laboratory, people with such a strong scientific spirit." Wang Songliang glared fiercely at Wang Huizhong, then turned to Zhang Kaiming, his gaze intense, and said urgently, "Ignore that brat, let's continue our conversation. You still haven't told me how you came up with this idea." Zhang Kaiming knew that reasoning with a tech fanatic like Wang Songliang was useless, so he didn't waste any more words and directly told Wang Songliang his thoughts. After listening, Wang Songliang's eyes immediately lit up with excitement, and his voice trembled slightly with emotion. "What a genius! Could you sell me your motor design?" As Wang Songliang spoke, a sly look appeared on his face. Zhang Kaiming cursed inwardly, that old fox. He finally saw Wang Songliang's true colors. This old guy is a tech fanatic, but he's also a cunning old fox in the business world. Everything Wang Songliang had shown before was actually just to lower Zhang Kaiming's guard. However, Zhang Kaiming did not immediately respond to Wang Songliang's question. Instead, he asked in return, "Mr. Wang, does your Chang company really have the capability to manufacture this motor?" Wang Songliang said with an air of arrogance, "Of course we can, we just lack some design inspiration. Once we have your design concept, we can immediately begin production, and mass production can be achieved in less than half a month." Zhang Kaiming nodded slightly, a faint smile on his lips. "Since you are so confident, Mr. Wang, as long as you can achieve mass production, I am willing to license this technology to your Chang Electric Company for production." Upon hearing this, Wang Songliang frowned slightly and asked doubtfully, "Licensing? Can't we just buy out the technology?" Price is definitely not a problem. For him, delegation was not an ideal option, because granting authorization means that others will have control over your lifeline, and you will also need to continuously pay high fees. This would limit the company's development, which is exactly what he doesn't want to see. Zhang Kaiming gently shook his head and explained with a smile, "If you want to buy out the technology directly, that's fine, but I'm not interested in money. If we're really going to talk about a deal, I'd prefer to exchange Chang Electric shares for this technology." Wang Songliang glanced at his son, Wang Zhonghui, who immediately understood and picked up the conversation. Chairman Zhang, you should know that this is just a product, and its application is still very limited. At present, it can only be used in the computer field. Last year, the global personal computer market sold only a little over 2 million units, making it a very small market. If you'd like to exchange Chang shares for this technology, it's not entirely impossible, but we can only offer a maximum of 3% of our shares as a condition for the exchange. Zhang Kaiming shook his head, indicating his disagreement. He said earnestly, Mr. Wang, you're underestimating the speed of development in the computer market. Looking back at the personal computer market over the past 3 years, sales have doubled every year, indicating that the market is full of enormous potential and opportunities. 3% of the shares is far too little, it needs to be at least 20%. Otherwise, I cannot accept these terms. Upon hearing Zhang Kaiming's outrageous demands, the expressions on the faces of Wang Zonghui and his son Wang Songliang instantly turned extremely ugly. With Chang Electric's market capitalization at $240 million, a 20% stake would be worth tens of millions of Hong Kong dollars. After Chang Company went public last year, the Wang family only held a total of 49% of the shares. They would only agree to this if they were out of their minds. Wang Huizhong said curtly, Chairman Zhang, you're asking for too many shares. If you insist on a 20% stake, we would rather give up this technology and fund our own research and development than agree to your request. We can only offer a maximum of 5%, that's our bottom line. Zhang Kaiming never expected the father and son to agree immediately. When it comes to business, you can ask for an exorbitant price, but then try to negotiate it down to the bottom. So he shook his head and said, Mr. Wang, 5% is too little. I have 2 proposals. You might want to listen to them. If you think they are feasible, we can cooperate. Wang Songliang, who had been eagerly anticipating the technology, was on the verge of losing hope when he heard Zhang Kaiming's words. His eyes lit up instantly, as if he had seen a glimmer of hope. So he asked impatiently, Kid, tell me quickly. Zhang Kaiming smiled and said, the first option is to exclusively buy out the technology, keeping the 20% stake unchanged, and I can also include an order for 5 million motors within 3 years. The second option is licensing. I can license production to only Chang Electric and Aimgo. I can give up my shares and even give you an order for 500,000 motors. However, you will need to provide Aimgo with 2 of these motor production lines free of charge, and also provide training for relevant technical personnel. Wang Songliang and Wang Huizhong hesitated for a moment when they heard the conditions proposed by Zhang Kaiming. The first condition is that while they lose shares, they gain exclusive technology and an order for 5 million units. These motors don't come cheap on the market, they cost at least $20 each. This is practically a super order worth over $100 million. This is almost equivalent to Chang Electric's revenue for the entire previous year. The second option seems to be the most cost-effective, but its drawback is that it will create an additional competitor. Kid, I choose the second option. When can we sign the contract? Wang Songliang chose the second option almost without thinking. Seeing that his father had agreed, and also because he himself was particularly fond of the second option, Wang Huizhong did not object. They didn't think that Aimgo could pose any real threat to Chang Electric with just those 2 production lines. Chang's core has always been its R&D department, not its production line. If it were the old Aimgo, their thinking would have been perfectly correct. But now, Aimgo is in the hands of Zhang Kaiming, a genius who values research and development even more than they do. What he wants is to use others to his advantage, making Chang Motor a driving force for Aimgo's transformation. Those 500,000 orders are about using time to create room for development. Zhang Kaiming's lips curled up slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile, and he said, it'll be ready soon. Alright, then let's each find a lawyer. Wang Songliang said decisively. Zhang Kaiming immediately called lawyer He Junhao and told him to rush to Chang Electric Company. 2 p.m. After carefully reviewing the contract, Zhang Kaiming and Wang Songliang solemnly signed their names. Mr. Wang, it's a pleasure to work with you. I hope you, Chang, will continue to offer your guidance and instruction on Aimgeo's technology, Zhang Kaiming said earnestly, holding Wang Songliang's hand tightly. It's a minor issue. When do you need the production line? If you do, we'll immediately arrange for technicians to install and train you. I have to go to the lab now. If you have any questions later, just contact Zhong. After saying that, Wang Songliang took the design draft in his hand and walked directly towards the lab. Wang Huizhong smiled and said, Chairman Zhang, please don't mind. My dad is just that kind of person. Even my mom can't do anything about him. If you need anything, just let me know. Okay, I'll arrange for someone from Aimgo to come and discuss the production line later. Also, you need to produce 100 sample units for me in the next 2 days. Zhang Kaiming had a satisfied smile on his face. No problem. We'll probably need to break it in tomorrow, and Chairman Zhang can send someone over to pick up the samples the day after tomorrow. John Kaiming smiled and nodded. All right, then I'll trouble you, Mr. Wang. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. After saying that, he turned and left Chang'e Electric Machinery Company. All the objectives of this trip to Chang'e have been achieved. Now, let's see if the trip to the United States goes smoothly. After leaving Chang'e Electric Machinery Company and returning to Ameijao, John Kaiming went straight to Ameijao's production department, found Zhao Ruxiang and Ma Yunfei, and told them everything about the cooperation with Chang'e Electric Machinery. Upon hearing this, Ma Ruxiang frowned deeply, his brows furrowing as if two caterpillars were wriggling on his forehead. He said, "Chairman, a motor priced at $15 is outrageously expensive. This motor was designed by you personally, so they hardly need to bear any research and development costs. In addition, their production is in Shenzhen, mainland China, where labor costs are several times lower than in Hong Kong. I estimate their production costs are at most around $10. After all, this type of motor is small in size and uses less material, with the only slightly more expensive material being the bearings. The most expensive part is actually your design. The smaller the item, the more complex the design." After hearing this, John Kaiming bluntly said, "They have the production technology, they have a factory in Shenzhen, do you have that?" John Kaiming's words were like a heavy hammer blow, leaving Zhao Ruxiang and Ma Yunfei utterly ashamed. Seeing that the two still had a sense of shame, John Kaiming said without any mercy, "Since you have none of that, then you should be ashamed and then strive to improve. Now that you have received technical support from Chang'e Electric, then go all out, study hard, and improve your production technology." "Yes," Zhao Ruxiang and Ma Yunfei answered in unison. John Kaiming nodded slightly and instructed Zhao Ruxiang, "Factory Director Zhao, you should immediately arrange for people to go to Chang'e Electric Company, bring back the 2 electric motor production lines, install them as soon as possible, and train the necessary personnel." Zhao Ruxiang immediately nodded and said, "Okay, I'll arrange it right away." John Kaiming said expressionlessly and in a cold tone, "In addition, the production department and the research and development department will cease to exist from now on. This department will be officially abolished starting today, and all research and development personnel will be dismissed." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ruxiang's face turned deathly pale. He knew that John Kaiming was extremely disappointed with the R&D department, but he never expected that he would be so ruthless as to completely eliminate the entire department. Ma Yunfei heard that John Kaiming wanted to abolish the R&D department and lay off all of its employees. In an instant, it was as if all thoughts had been ripped from his mind, and his face turned as pale as a sheet of paper. John Kaiming took in their expressions, a subtle smile playing on his lips, and said, "I laid off the Amego R&D department so that Amego could focus more purely on improving production technology in the future. I hope that in the future, Amego will be able to make any product that enters Amego's factory into a high-quality product. As for the laid-off R&D staff, I will recruit them again at another company. The new company will focus on cutting-edge technology research and development. Would anyone in your R&D department be interested?" As soon as John Kaiming finished speaking, his gaze fell on Ma Yunfei, whose face was deathly pale. Ma Yunfei, who had been feeling utterly despondent, was overjoyed when he heard that John Kaiming wanted to rehire them. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Chairman, I am willing to work for your new company, and I'm sure the rest of my department are too. Please give us a chance." John Kaiming laughed and said, "You haven't even asked them for their opinions, how do you know they would be willing?" Ma Yunfei's voice trembled with excitement. "Chairman, you may not know this, but our R&D department. No, it's everyone in the former R&D department who absolutely idolizes you. We would be delighted if you could give us the opportunity to focus on research and development." John Kaiming nodded slightly, a smile appearing on his lips, and said, "All right, I will temporarily vacate one floor in Ego for the new company to use, and you can work there for the time being. Your top priority right now is to develop a heatsink for computer mainframes. The heatsink is not the same as the cooling fans for computer cases that we are about to put into production. Cooling fans typically consist of fan blades, a motor, and a bracket, and are designed to generate airflow to remove heat. A heatsink typically consists of a heatsink, heat pipes, a base, and a fan, resembling a sophisticated heat conduction system designed to absorb and conduct heat. From a technical difficulty perspective, it is much more challenging than the former, and of course, the profits are also much higher. If you lack talent, just poach people from Chang'e Electric Machinery, funding won't be a problem. In addition, the research and development of various computer components also needs to be promoted simultaneously. Those complex components might be too difficult for you to handle, so you might as well start with the most basic wires and casing. I hope that within 3 years, we can produce all the components of a computer, from the inside out, in-house. Chairman, please rest assured, we will definitely live up to your expectations this time," Ma Yunfei said confidently, patting his chest. John Kaiming said, "Just making promises isn't enough, we need tangible results to prove it. I'll give you a design draft later in 2 months to see the results." "Yes, Chairman, may I ask what our new company will be called?" Ma Yunfei asked, full of curiosity. Kaiming Technology. Jiang Kaiming said solemnly. The following day, Jiang Kaiming convened a meeting of senior executives at AMEAJO. At the meeting, he proposed suggestions for reforming AMEAJO. Like a warrior cutting off his own arm, Amego gradually abandoned ceiling fan production and instead embarked on diversified product production and operation. There are two new products, a computer case cooling fan and a computer case. The computer case itself doesn't involve much technology, so Jiang Kaiming plans to sell it directly as a package with the cooling fan. Everything is ready now, except for the trip to the United States. The Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, is located in Cambridge, Massachusetts, which is not only part of the greater Boston area but also not far from the world-renowned Harvard University. It is hailed as one of the world's 4 major universities of science and technology. After finishing his company business, Jiang Kaiming spent 3 more days with Zhongchahong. Only after obtaining the necessary samples did he board a flight to the United States. As Jiang Kaiming strolled through the campus, familiar scenes from the past gradually surfaced in his mind, but now he felt a sense of novelty and curiosity. After all, his soul was now completely different. Jiang Kaiming didn't linger in his surroundings for long. After a few minutes, he quickly walked toward the laboratory where his doctoral supervisor, Liskov, was located. 10 minutes later, Jiang Kaiming arrived at the computer lab and stopped in front of a middle-aged woman. This middle-aged woman was his mentor, Liskov, a computer science professor at MIT who was nearly 50 years old. Professor Liskov, it's been a long time. Jiang Kaiming bowed slightly and greeted Liskov respectfully. Oh my god, Jack, it's so good to see you again. Liskov's face lit up with surprise when he saw Jiang Kaiming, and he immediately went up to hug Jiang Kaiming tightly. Jack was the English name of Jiang Kaiming's predecessor. Among overseas Chinese men, you might find 1 or 2 out of 10 named Jack. When Jiang Kaiming learned that his English name was Jack, he couldn't help but make a couple of sarcastic remarks. Liskov looked at Jiang Kaiming and asked curiously, Jack, I heard you took a leave of absence from school and went back to Hong Kong. What happened that made you need to take a leave of absence? Jiang Kaiming quickly explained, Teacher, I'm really sorry, there was an emergency at home, so I had to take a leave of absence from school to go home and deal with it. I was in a hurry when I left and didn't have time to say goodbye. I'm so sorry. Then, Jiang Kaiming told Liskov about what had happened to his father and the company. After hearing this, Liskov expressed his understanding and asked with concern, Oh, I see. How is your family doing now? Jiang Kaiming replied, Thank you for your concern, teacher. My father is out of danger, but he is still unable to walk independently and is still in the recovery stage. Liskov breathed a sigh of relief and said, That's good. May God bless him with a speedy recovery. So, are you planning to start studying again now that you're back? Jiang Kaiming gently shook his head and replied, Not yet, teacher. I also need to take care of my father and manage the family business. Although I am unable to complete my studies at school, I will make full use of my free time to pursue further education through self-study. In fact, Jiang Kaiming was not lying. He genuinely intends to improve his knowledge through self-study. Having a brilliant mind is a waste if you don't make good use of it. Hearing this, Liskov nodded slightly and said with some regret, Oh, that's such a pity. However, I know Jack, you are a true genius, and I firmly believe that even through self-study, you will not fall behind in your studies. Then, Liskov suddenly changed the subject, asking curiously, So, Jack, you've come to the United States this time not just to visit your teacher, right? In response to this question, Jiang Kaiming smiled and said, Besides visiting you, teacher, I also plan to collaborate with IBM. I recently designed and developed a product on my own, and I plan to show it to IBM to see if they are interested in purchasing it. Liskov grinned broadly and laughed heartily, saying, Oh, my child, it's a pleasure to see you visit this old man. Then, she gently patted Jiang Kaiming's shoulder and continued in a slightly teasing tone, You actually want to do business with IBM? I can imagine how interesting the expression on their CEO Watson's face will be when he finds out about this. He invited you to IBM to lead research and development projects more than once, even offering an attractive annual salary of millions. Now you want to do business with him. The Watson that Liskov was referring to is the current president of IBM. Watson has a close working relationship with Jiang Kaiming's mentor, Liskov. In fact, Jiang Kaiming was one of Liskov's most outstanding students, and Liskov had also strongly recommended Jiang Kaiming to Watson. Thanks to this connection, Jiang Kaiming was fortunate enough to get a valuable internship at IBM, during which time he successfully solved many thorny problems for the company. For Jiang Kaiming, this experience was undoubtedly a valuable asset. Due to family reasons, he ultimately chose Hong Kong. Faced with Liskov's teasing, Jiang Kaiming shook his head helplessly and replied with a hint of regret. I had no choice. If it weren't for my father's sudden illness, which forced me to return to Hong Kong to inherit the family business, I might have already accepted President Watson's invitation by now. Unfortunately, things don't always go as planned, and I deeply regret this. Afterwards, John Kaiming chatted with Liskov for a while before getting up to say goodbye. Liskov called out to John Kaiming, who was about to walk out the door, "Jack, wait a minute." Hearing the sound, John Kaiming stopped and turned around. Liskov stood up, took a card from his desk drawer, walked up to John Kaiming, handed it to him, and said, "Take this. It's President Watson's private number. Making this call might be helpful to you." John Kaiming was taken aback when he heard this. He also had Watson's business card, but it only had the office phone number printed on it. You should know that the private phone numbers of tycoons of this caliber are not something you can just get any time. John Kaiming looked at Liskov with a complicated expression, his heart filled with mixed feelings. He knew what this number meant to him, but he also understood the human relationships and connections behind it. He hesitated for a moment, then reached out and took the business card, saying gratefully, "Thank you, teacher. I will definitely cherish this opportunity." Liskov smiled and patted John Kaiming on the shoulder, saying earnestly, "Son, just come visit your teacher more often. Remember to keep in touch." "I'll definitely come," John Kaiming said solemnly, clutching the card tightly in his hand. After saying goodbye to Liskov again, John Kaiming left the school directly. His visit to Liskov upon arriving in the United States was clearly not just for a simple glance. In fact, John Kaiming had a much deeper plan in mind. He hoped that his conversation with Liskov would provide him with additional assurance when discussing cooperation with IBM. In this way, he can better deal with potential changes and ensure the smooth progress of cooperation between the two parties. As a renowned professor at MIT, Liskov's wisdom and insight are naturally not to be underestimated. She easily saw through her students' true intentions, but did not point it out. Instead, she chose to give John Kaiming the crucial Watson headquarters business card directly, as a way of expressing her support and trust in him. IBM's headquarters are located in Armonk, New York. John Kaiming did not travel to the United States alone. In fact, he also brought Tao Wenzhang, Qin Chao, and several other researchers from Kaiming Technology with him. Upon landing, he went to MIT alone, leaving the others to transport the samples he had brought and to find a place to stay near IBM headquarters. As soon as John Kaiming left the school, he rushed to the hotel where they were staying. Upon entering the room, he discovered that, apart from Tao Wenzhang, Qin Chao, and a few other researchers from Kaiming Technology, there were others present. Gao Yuzhe and Ren Song from the sales department of Amea were also waiting there for a long time. Everyone gathered together to discuss the next course of action. Seeing that everyone was there, John Kaiming asked, "Team leader Gao, how are the fan sales going?" Gao Yuzhe took a deep breath and replied, "Chairman, we have already signed orders worth $1 million, but these orders mainly come from large supermarkets that we have cooperated with before." She carefully handed an order report to John Kaiming, a hint of nervousness and unease on her face. While the data in this order report isn't too bad, it has indeed declined compared to previous years. John Kaiming took the report directly and began to read it carefully. He noticed that most of the customers who ordered fans were concentrated in large supermarkets and bustling areas. This is understandable, given that these places have high foot traffic and relatively high consumption levels, so the demand for daily necessities like fans is naturally greater. However, with the recovery of the US economy, Americans who are not short of money naturally look down on low-end appliances like fans. Despite being a developed country, the United States still has a significant wealth gap. Although most people enjoy a relatively high standard of living, a considerable number of people still live in poverty. Fans, being inexpensive and highly practical, still have a broad market among these groups. However, these people rarely live in the most prosperous areas of the United States. Thinking of this, John Kaiming put down the report and said to Gao Yuzhe, "Team leader Gao, I suggest you don't put all your energy into those big supermarkets. You could try going to Chinatown, you might find more opportunities there. Most Chinese people are very frugal, which is reflected in all aspects of their lives. Air conditioners in the United States at that time were expensive, even the cheaper models cost several $100s, and installation was equally costly." John Kaiming instructed Gao Yuzhe to develop these markets because he noticed that Amea Company had not previously paid attention to this area. "Yes, Chairman." Gao Yuzhe nodded respectfully in response. Ordinary fans will no longer be Amego's main business. After giving his instructions, John Kaiming stopped paying much attention to the matter. Then, John Kaiming turned his gaze to the crowd and said, "Before coming here, I had arranged to meet with IBM President Watson tomorrow. Then, you few will bring the samples and come with me." When they heard that John Kaiming was going to lead them to meet IBM President Watson, everyone except Qin Chao showed surprise on their faces. Immediately following was a burst of ecstatic joy. "Boss, awesome!" everyone exclaimed. IBM is undoubtedly the IT industry leader, with an unparalleled market value, and has held the #1 position in the world for many consecutive years. This behemoth company has annual revenues exceeding tens of billions of dollars. As IBM's president, Watson undoubtedly became the pinnacle of the industry. Under normal circumstances, it would be almost impossible for an ordinary person to meet this important figure. They never expected that their boss was so capable that he was able to schedule a meeting with the CEO of Watson. Seeing the exaggerated reactions of these people, John Keiming shook his head and reminded them, "All right, everyone, let's not waste any more time here. Let's go back and get some rest." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. "Jack, oh my God. In my eyes, you are a computer genius. A super tech company like IBM is your best choice. But now you're trying to sell me some cooling fan? And then there are low-end things like computer cases, which anyone can make. Jack, you're wasting your talent. You've disappointed me so much." In the IBM president's office, a white man who looked to be in his 60s was angrily roaring at John Keiming. As he spoke, he waved his arms excitedly, spitting everywhere, and verbally abused John Keiming mercilessly. The old man sprayed for a full 10 minutes without stopping, until John Keiming felt a little embarrassed. John Keiming, however, did not agree with the other party's point of view. Who says computer cases and CPU coolers don't involve any technology? The American conscience, which was just established last year, is poised to apply for dozens of patents based on just one chassis technology, proving to the world and the Chinese people that it is a high-tech enterprise. It's world-class. John Keiming believes that the computer case he designed is highly innovative and practical, both in terms of appearance and internal structure, and is definitely more technologically advanced than the conscience of the United States. In addition, it has a more technologically advanced radiator technology than the conscience of the United States. It can be said that his product can be considered a high-tech product. Amlogic is now a high-tech company that far surpasses the future conscience of the United States. After the old man finished ranting, John Keiming completely ignored Watson's angry glare. Instead, a faint smile appeared on his lips as he calmly said, "President Watson, thank you very much for your concern. However, since things have come to this point, I really have no other choice. My father is now seriously ill, and I must take over the company. So I had to give up this job and go home to inherit the family business. You may not know this, but our family business mainly manufactures fans. To be honest, this kind of thing doesn't require much technical skill, but for the sake of the company's survival, we have no choice but to keep going. Of course, in order to enable the company to develop better, I specially developed a cooling fan. It possesses a certain level of technological sophistication, making it arguably unique in the market. This product has a significant advantage in heat dissipation, with a heat dissipation effect that is at least 20% better than similar products currently on the market. If paired with a case I designed myself, the heat dissipation performance will be even better. I brought some samples, you can take them and test them to experience their superior performance firsthand." In fact, John Keiming knew very well that he and Watson had no kinship, and the other party could not possibly feel regret or even anger because he valued talent. As a successful capitalist, how could he be easily swayed by emotions? This old guy must have read the product manual I submitted and was just putting on a show for me. A capitalist who can't act is definitely not a good capitalist. John Keiming previously worked at IBM and is very familiar with their computer performance. The cooling fans and chassis he designed were specifically designed to address the pain points of IBM personal computers. The computers of that time were not as advanced in performance and design as they are today, and had various obvious flaws. IBM computers are already quite good, with relatively stable performance across the board, but they still have one drawback: their heat dissipation performance is average. If we go back 2 years, IBM probably wouldn't have paid much attention to these minor issues. At that time, only Apple and IBM computers were available on the market. Previously, IBM held a dominant position in the computer field and set a set of standards for personal PCs. Unfortunately, they ultimately relinquished this advantage, choosing instead to make computer standards public and allow other companies to enter the market. In just a few years, hundreds of computer manufacturers have emerged worldwide. Despite IBM's continued dominance in the personal computer market thanks to its strong brand influence, fierce competition has led to increasingly demanding consumer requirements for products. This forces major home appliance giants to strive for excellence and continuously improve product quality. Under the siege of numerous competitors, IBM could only cautiously respond to the challenges. When John Keiming suggested that Watson try their company's products, Watson replied with a look of disdain, "I never concern myself with trivial matters like purchasing computer parts. You can contact the purchasing department directly. As long as your test results meet the standards, and considering your mentor and your past contributions to IBM, we can consider purchasing your product." John Keiming knew very well that a high-level leader like Watson had no need to personally get involved in these details. However, he knew that only through connections at the top could he ensure that lower-level employees took the matter seriously. So he said, "President Watson, there's a world of difference between personal computers and mainframe computers. IBM can achieve a gross profit margin of over 80% when manufacturing mainframe computers. But it's a different story with personal computers. If they can get 50%, that's considered pretty good. I'm sure you know better than I do. Our computer cases and cooling fans not only have a cooling effect that is at least 20% better than those of our competitors, but they are also 30% cheaper. I recently saw in the newspaper that IBM's new computers launched this year are selling exceptionally well, with over 300,000 units sold so far. This is still before the peak sales season. The results will only be better later. I'd conservatively estimate that we can still sell over 1 million units this year. The computer market is expanding rapidly, doubling in size every year. Given IBM's brand influence and popularity, it's entirely possible that they will sell millions, or even tens of millions, of units annually in the coming years. At this point, John Keiming paused deliberately and then carefully observed Watson's expression. The old man appeared calm on the surface, but John Keiming keenly noticed the subtle tremor in his eyes. Then he continued to tempt them. By using our Emigo chassis and cooling fans, each computer can save IBM at least tens of dollars in costs. Millions of units, which is tens of millions of US dollars. This amount of money may not be much to you, Mr. Watson. However, if the annual sales volume is in the millions or even tens of millions of units, then it involves a cost issue of hundreds of millions of dollars. These costs are all profits for IBM shareholders. Don't you want to hear my price quote? IBM had already begun in-depth research into the personal computer market last year. The computer education trend vigorously promoted in the United States is spreading rapidly and gradually sweeping the globe. People hope that computers will become as common as televisions in ordinary households, entering every home. The potential of this market is far greater than imagined. Since IBM's PC revenue surpassed $4 billion last year, they have begun to regret their decision to announce the PC standard. It's too late for regrets now. Watson was confident that, thanks to IBM's strong brand influence, they would be able to maintain their leading market share. After conducting a market assessment, he firmly believed that as long as the current pace of development was maintained, it was not impossible for IBM to sell tens of millions of computers annually within the next 2 years. If IBM can successfully procure high-quality and low-cost components, its personal computer business profits will certainly not be inferior to those of its mainframe computer business. Watson suppressed his inner turmoil and feigned composure, saying in a nonchalant tone, "Jack, what we at IBM value most is product quality. A few dozen dollars in cost savings are insignificant to us. If the product quality is substandard, we won't use it no matter how cheap it is." John Keiming confidently stated, "We at AMEAJO also only pursue high-quality products. The samples are right outside. I'll send someone to deliver them right away, and you can take them for testing immediately." Watson nodded slightly in agreement and said, "Okay, leave the sample here for now. We'll let you know as soon as the test results are available." Upon hearing this, John Keiming didn't waste any words and went straight out to give orders to Tao Wenzhang and the others who were waiting outside. They were instructed to quickly take the 50 sample sets that had been delivered and assemble them into IBM computers. He then led the group back to the hotel. Sitting in the car on the way back to the hotel, Tao Wenzhang could no longer contain his curiosity and anxiety and asked impatiently, "Chairman, what do you think the results of this test will be?" John Keiming smiled mysteriously, his eyes revealing a firm confidence. "Don't worry, just wait patiently for the results. You can take a good rest for the next few days and enjoy your time in the United States. But remember, never go out alone, especially at night, be extra careful." Seeing the boss's confident demeanor, the group of people who were initially apprehensive gradually relaxed. Over the next few days, John Keiming took them sightseeing, allowing them to appreciate the city's beautiful scenery, taste local delicacies, and experience its unique cultural atmosphere. John Keiming also specially bought some local specialties to take home for others to try. "The past few days have been relaxing and enjoyable, putting me in a good mood and making me feel like I've forgotten all my troubles." Everyone felt like they were on vacation, not on a business trip. John Keiming was well aware that large companies often suffer from some common problems: low efficiency and cumbersome processes. However, he was confident in his product and was patiently waiting for IBM's response, which was why he felt at ease traveling. He had expected to wait at least a week, but to his surprise, IBM called just 3 days later, inviting them to the company to discuss the cooperation in detail. This news delighted everyone, and John Keiming immediately led his team back to IBM. Unfortunately, John Keiming was unable to meet with Watson's president this time. Instead, they were personally received by the head of IBM's personal computer purchasing department. This person in charge was an old acquaintance whom John Keiming had met during his internship at IBM, a guy who's a bit of a blabbermouth and very outgoing. Facing this old acquaintance, John Keiming felt both warm and helpless. "Jack, it's been a long time. I never expected that we would reunite in such a special way. I'm so happy to see you." Vincent gave John Keiming a warm hug as soon as he saw him. John Keiming feigned disgust and pushed the guy away, saying, "Vincent, it's been over a year since I last saw you, and you've actually become the head of the purchasing department? Looks like IBM's judgment isn't all that great." Vincent shook his head repeatedly, looking quite arrogant, and said, "No, no, no, I, Vincent, am a genuine genius. The wisest decision IBM ever made was recruiting me." After saying that, he changed the subject and continued, "Of course, Jack, you are also a genius. The product you made this time is perfect. We would be very happy to purchase 500,000 sets of your products at a price of $100 per set." Tao Wenzhang and the others listened with great excitement. Each of the AMEA-JO computer cases was equipped with 3 cooling fans, costing approximately $200. At $100 a set, even after deducting other costs, they can still make a fortune. Conservatively speaking, the gross profit margin can reach at least 100%. However, they remembered John Keiming's instructions and pretended to have suffered a huge loss. John Keiming said with displeasure, "$100? Vincent, I misjudged you. We're no longer friends. The new computers you launched this year have a market price of over $2,500 each. I used to work at IBM. With the same configuration, your quality is even worse than ours. Your purchase price is definitely over $200. After John Keiming finished speaking, he turned to Tao Wenzhang and the others and said, "Old Tao, let's leave. This business is not worth discussing. Let's go and take a look at Steve Jobs instead." However, John Keiming spoke these words to Tao Wenzhang and others in English. Vincent heard John Keiming's words clearly and immediately became anxious. Watson's president had made it clear beforehand that as long as the purchase price was lower than the original product component price, the deal had to be made. Seeing John Keiming about to leave, he was like an ant on a hot pan, pacing around anxiously. He hurriedly grabbed John Keiming, feigning pleading, "Jack, you're my best friend. If I can't get your products, President Watson will definitely fire me. You have to help me." John Keiming looked displeased and said, "Helping you is fine, but you can't expect me to do something that loses money, can you?" Vincent looked pained, as if he were cutting off a piece of his own flesh, and said, "How about $120 a set?" John Keiming was secretly delighted, but he still pretended to be unhappy and said, "I told President Watson before that my product can be 30% cheaper than what you purchased before. I think 170 sets would be more suitable. If the purchase volume is large, the price can be reduced to $150 per unit. Moreover, the heat dissipation performance of our product is a major highlight. You could easily sell it at a higher price." Upon hearing this, Vincent jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, exclaiming dramatically, "Jack, I swear to God, $170 is absolutely impossible. We at IBM are a company with a conscience. How could we possibly raise the price? Moreover, 500,000 units is already the maximum we can purchase this year." Conscience? Capitalism talks about conscience with the world? Isn't that utterly ridiculous? John Keiming simply couldn't believe that IBM would be so honest as not to raise prices. If they were that honest, they wouldn't have been sued for monopoly. They might even sell these items as accessories at high prices, forcing previous customers to spend money again to buy a set of accessories to replace them. Seeing that John Keiming remained unmoved, Vincent gritted his teeth and said, "At $140 a set, we can purchase 1 million sets." John Keiming's face showed an expression even more bitter than a bitter gourd as he said, "Vincent, what can we do? We're friends. I agree to your condition. However, our current production capacity is as slow as a snail's pace. It will probably take about 6 months to meet your needs. If you want to receive the goods as soon as possible, you can provide us with production line equipment with sufficient monthly output, as well as corresponding personnel training. I've calculated it. If we had 5 more production lines, the speed would be like a rocket. We could supply you with all your goods in a month at most. The 5 production lines cost approximately $4 million, which can be deducted from the payment for the goods." Vincent covered his head with one hand, feeling like his head was about to explode. He felt like he wanted to die. Waiting 6 months? That's impossible. They need the goods to arrive as soon as possible so they can start production immediately. "Jack, you're really my nemesis. I don't think you're my friend at all," Vincent complained. John Keiming's words were just an attempt to gain some benefits. Even if Vincent disagreed, he would still agree to sign the contract. Enva's problem is simply a lack of motor production capacity. At worst, it will just allow Chang Motor to earn a little more. If they can solve the problem of insufficient production capacity together, he can make a fortune. John Keiming shook his head repeatedly and hurriedly said, "No, no, Vincent, you've really misunderstood me. I'm just trying to help you." Vincent, looking utterly frustrated, exclaimed, "Help me? Jack, don't you know that if your parts don't arrive on time, it will be a catastrophe for our production?" John Keiming quickly explained, "That's why we need you to provide the equipment. We have an existing factory and skilled workers. As soon as the equipment arrives, we can start production immediately. Moreover, I can buy a production line for $800,000, regardless of how much you paid for it." Upon hearing this, Vincent's eyes lit up, and he began to secretly plan in his mind. His breathing became rapid, and he said, "Jack, you are truly my most considerate friend. It's just purchasing a production line, leave it to me. The production line equipment you need will definitely be delivered on time by June 10th at the latest. However, aren't 5 too few? How about 10? John Kyming smiled slightly and said, since we're friends, I agree. So when do we sign the contract? I'll get someone to draft the contract right away, Vincent said excitedly, as if he were about to receive a large sum of money. Without saying a word, John Kyming immediately instructed Gao Yuja to summon Amaya Jao's personal lawyer in the United States. After several hours of work, the contract was finally finalized. There are 2 copies of the contract. One of them is a purchase order from IBM, worth $140 million. The other was a $8 million order for production line equipment that Embrand urgently needed. This contract, however, was signed with Vincent and did not bear IBM's company seal. After both parties confirmed that everything was correct, they signed their names on the contract. Looking at the $140 million order, John Kyming was extremely excited. He had never seen so much money in both of his previous lives combined. John Kyming was secretly pleased that all his hard work had paid off. He thought to himself, Lulu and Xiong, if you've really shorted Amaya Jao, even a god descending to earth can't save you this time. Just wait for your account to be liquidated. John Kyming waved his hand and led everyone back to the hotel to celebrate. During the celebration that evening, Tao Wenzhang voiced his concerns. Young Master Zhang, I noticed that the production line contract signed this afternoon doesn't seem to have IBM's official seal. Could there be some kind of oversight? John Kyming smiled slightly and said casually, it's alright, as long as we can get our hands on the production line. He didn't elaborate much, explaining that if he were to personally handle the procurement of this equipment, it would take an unknown amount of time and would certainly be very expensive. With the backing of tech giant IBM, Vincent naturally thrived. He didn't care how much Vincent could earn, he was content as long as he got what he needed. Moreover, John Kyming doesn't have much money on hand right now, and if things proceed normally, it's uncertain when IBM's payment will arrive. With Vincent's help, I believe the money will arrive smoothly in no time. Just as he expected, John Kyming and his team received a call from Hong Kong on their way to the airport. It is said that Embrand received a payment of $42 million in its account. This is 30% of the initial payment for this order. Immediately afterwards, Vincent called to inform him that IBM had successfully made the payment. John Kyming was perfectly aware of Vincent's true purpose. After hanging up the phone, he quickly contacted Emigo's finance department and transferred $4 million in equipment prepayment to the account provided by Vincent. Then, he led everyone onto the plane back to Hong Kong. Kai Tak Airport. Today, John Kyming, Tao Wenzhang, and others returned from the United States. As soon as John Kyming stepped out of the airport, he saw the crowd sent by the company to greet them. However, he did not intend to leave with them. Instead, he instructed these people to return to the company to handle their affairs, and said that he would return later. Because a special person was waiting for him that was Zhong Chahong. When John Kyming walked to the parking lot, he immediately spotted the beautiful woman with sunglasses and a graceful figure. She stood there with a smile on her face, gazing at him quietly, her eyes filled with expectation. John Kyming stepped forward happily, pulled her into a tight embrace, and whispered, Sister Hong, have you been waiting long? How have you been lately? Zhong Chahong's lips curled up slightly, and she replied coquettishly, no way. Humph, hurry up and get in the car and go home. John Kyming smiled and nodded, quickly opened the car door, and politely invited Zhong Chahong to get in first. Then, he followed closely behind and sat next to Zhong Chahong, letting Qin Chao drive. After starting the car, the two began to chat. Zhong Chahong asked with concern, did your trip to the United States go smoothly? John Kyming gently kissed Zhong Chahong's forehead, a silly smile on his lips, and whispered, Sister Hong, has anyone ever told you that you have a face that brings good fortune to your husband? Since I've been with you, I feel like everything I do goes smoothly. Can you guess how many orders I successfully secured during this trip to the US? Zhong Chahong stared at John Kyming's endearing smile and replied irritably, You're so lucky. You actually believe such superstitious claims? You're laughing like a fool. How many orders did you actually close? Look how happy you are. John Kyming did not answer immediately, but mysteriously raised one finger. Could it be 10 million? Zhong Chahong guessed. After hearing her answer, John Kyming shook his head slightly to indicate his denial and encouraged her to continue guessing. It can't be 100 million, can it? Zhong Chahong asked incredulously. John Kyming responded with a smile, to be precise, it should be an order of 140 million US dollars, and 30% of the payment has already been received. Do you think you have a special favor for me, making me so lucky? Now that I'm not short of money, just ask for anything you like, and I'll buy it for you. After hearing this, Zhong Chahong was completely stunned, her mind went blank, and she lost the ability to think. She had originally guessed that the amount would be at most HK $100 million, but this figure already seemed enormous to her. When she learned that the unit was US dollars, she simply couldn't imagine how much money that was. Based on the current exchange rate, $1 US can be exchanged for approximately 7.8 Hong Kong dollars. After a simple calculation, she was surprised to find that the money was worth a staggering HK $1.092 billion. Chung Choo-hun felt that she would earn hundreds of thousands of Hong Kong dollars for making a movie. To earn that much money, how many movies would you have to make? Seeing Jung Choo-hun staring blankly at him, John Kaiming couldn't help but ask, Sister Han, what's wrong? Why haven't you told us what gift you want yet? What do you think of luxury homes? How about I buy you a luxury villa halfway up the mountain as a gift? Jung Choo-hun snapped out of her reverie, looked at John Kaiming with a complex emotion in her eyes, and then softly replied, I don't need your house. And don't waste your money, I can support myself by making movies. John Kaiming was stunned when he heard this. He never expected that Jung Choo-hun would refuse his offer to give her a house. However, upon closer reflection, John Kaiming understood the reason. In her previous life, the media reported that Jung Choo-hun was a very individualistic, genuine, and non-materialistic woman. John Kaiming thought that perhaps this was the reason why Jung Choo-hun was unwilling to accept gifts from others, even if the recipient was someone she liked. My actions just now may have touched a nerve with her. John Kaiming didn't say anything, he just gently held her in his arms. Time passed swiftly amidst this heartwarming scene, eventually stopping outside the Zhang family mansion. The sound of vehicles coming from the doorway drew the attention of the people inside. Guessing that it might be her son returning, Li Shiying quickly went to the door. When she saw that it was John Kaiming and Jung Choo-hun who had returned, her face lit up with joy. Ah Hong, come inside. Chi Ming can bring those things back from the car himself. Li Shiying said, taking Jung Choo-hun's hand and leading her into the house. John Kaiming stood there, shaking his head helplessly. He muttered to himself, she really has forgotten about her son now that she has a daughter-in-law. John Kaiming bought a ton of stuff in the US, and he and Qin Chao made 2 trips back and forth to bring it all home. Li Shiying's gaze fell on the mountain of items piled on the sofa. She asked curiously, son, why did you buy so much stuff? How much did it cost? John Kaiming shrugged casually and replied in a relaxed tone, not much, just over $1 million. I made a lot of money in the US this time, so buying these things is a small amount. After resting for a while, John Kaiming began to carefully divide the purchased items into 3 portions. He smiled and looked at Zhang Yingwei, saying gently, Daddy, this was bought especially for you. Most of the things in it will help you recover. Then she turned to Li Shiying and said softly, Mommy, these are for you. There are various tonics, fashionable clothes, and exquisite jewelry, etc. Li Shiying unexpectedly shook her head and said softly, Son, I don't need these. You should give them to Ah Hong. Upon hearing this, John Kaiming smiled and explained, Sister Hong's share is right here. As he spoke, he pointed to another, even larger pile of items. Jung Choo-hun looked over upon hearing the sound and was stunned to find that the items were far more numerous than the other 2 combined. When she realized that Lee Si-young was looking at her with a strange gaze, her cheeks instantly flushed red. He quickly waved his hand, anxiously saying, This is too much, I can't accept it. John Kaiming smiled slightly and comforted her, Sister Hong, I specially selected these for you. If you don't accept it, I don't know what to do. Moreover, everything here is tailor-made for you. In addition, I bought some small gifts for my uncles and aunts, and also prepared some gifts for my younger siblings. We'll deliver it together later. When Jung Choo-hun heard that John Kaiming had bought gifts for her whole family, she felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey, and she was too embarrassed to refuse. Seeing this, Li Shiying secretly gave John Kaiming a thumbs up, seemingly praising him for being good at his job. After resting at home for a while, John Kaiming and Jung Choo-hun went to the Zhong family home to deliver gifts. However, they were unaware that their intimate behavior along the way had been observed by entertainment reporters. From picking them up at the airport to visiting the Zhang family and finally the Zhong family, every step was faithfully recorded by the reporters. On one side is Hong Kong's most popular female star, and on the other side is Hong Kong's youngest chairman. In Hong Kong, the stories of female celebrities marrying into wealthy families always attract a lot of attention and become a hot topic of conversation. This combination undoubtedly attracted a lot of attention and became a topic of conversation among Hong Kong residents. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window into the room, while John Kaiming and Jung Choo-hun were still sound asleep. Meanwhile, the Hong Kong media was already in an uproar. The entertainment sections of major newspapers and media outlets were dominated by news about John Kaiming and Jung Choo-hun. The entire page was filled with eye-catching news headlines. Hong Kong's most popular actress, Cherie Chung, marries into a wealthy family. A talented man is matched with a beautiful woman. The untold story of Beauty and the Beast. These headlines undoubtedly provided readers with a great deal of enjoyment. When John Kaiming woke up and saw those reports, he was so angry he almost vomited blood. Beauty and the Beast? I may not be handsome, but I'm not exactly a wild beast either. Jiang Kaiming complained, annoyed. Seeing his gloomy expression, Zhong Chihong couldn't help but laugh out loud. She joked, I think the newspaper is absolutely right. You're just like a wild animal, the kind that never stops when it gets into heat. Upon hearing this, Jiang Kaiming was furious, but he also felt that there was some truth to what she said. So he put down the newspaper, looked intently at Zhong Chihong, and a wicked smile appeared on his lips. Since that's the case, then I'll be a wild beast today. After saying that, he imitated the behavior of a wild beast and suddenly pounced on Zhong Chihong. Zhong Chihong screamed in fright and quickly dodged to the side, repeatedly shouting, Are you trying to kill yourself? Aren't you going to the company? However, Jiang Kaiming ignored her words and continued chasing after her. In the end, Zhong Chihong could not escape his clutches and was held tightly in his arms. Jiang Kaiming laughed smugly and said, Haha, let's see if you dare to talk nonsense again. Zhong Chihong, filled with shame and indignation, blushed and cursed, Bastard, let me go. Unfortunately, Jiang Kaiming did not give her another chance to speak. Good morning, Chairman. Chairman. Good morning. Jiang Kaiming smiled and nodded in response. After returning from the United States, Jiang Kaiming spent 2 days playing with Zhong Chihong at home before coming to work today. For some reason, from the moment he entered the gates of Amejao, every employee who saw him kept nodding and greeting him. This is completely different from before, when I would hide from him like a mouse seeing a cat. He nodded and responded countless times along the way. Jiang Kaiming twisted his slightly sore neck and strode into the conference room. Bang! With the sound of the door opening, Tao Wenzhang, who was waiting at the door, pushed open the conference room door to welcome Jiang Kaiming into the conference room. Good morning, Chairman. Everyone in the conference room stood up and greeted Jiang Kaiming. Their eyes were filled with fervor and adoration as they looked at Jiang Kaiming, because Jiang Kaiming successfully accomplished a great feat that neither of the previous 2 chairmen could achieve. The news that Jiang Kaiming had secured a huge order from IBM was not deliberately suppressed, and thus, the news spread rapidly within the company. After 2 days of continuous development, even the lower-level employees have heard about this, let alone the company's senior management. Jiang Kaiming's gaze slowly swept across the entire room. Compared to the first meeting, the heads of various departments in the company had almost been completely replaced. Nearly half of the executives he sent to the Middle East and Africa had already resigned before they even left. The remaining people, after arriving at their destination, were exhausted both physically and mentally by the harsh local environment within a few days and eventually chose to leave. This saved the company a considerable amount of compensation. However, 2 or 3 people chose to stay there and continue to develop the market. Due to the extremely small number of personnel, Jiang Kaiming had to redeploy another group of people to the Middle East and Africa. If these people can persevere and achieve certain results, Jiang Kaiming would not mind giving them a chance to prove themselves again. After sitting down, Jiang Kaiming glanced at the time, took a deep breath, and said, Let's begin the meeting. Assistant Tao Wenzhang nodded, cleared his throat, and said, Today's meeting topic is, firstly, the production task for IBM's $140 million order. Second, there are plans to expand the market for cooling fans and computer cases. Third, they discussed when to resume trading of Emigo shares. Jiang Kaiming nodded, then looked in Zhao Ruxiang's direction and asked, Director Zhao, what is Ameijao's current production capacity? Upon hearing this, Zhao Ruxiang's face turned serious. After pondering for a moment, he said, Chairman, we currently have 2 complete production lines, which is already the limit. The new production line will not arrive until after the 10th of next month at the earliest, and it will take a lot of time to install and debug it. Mass production is not expected to be achieved until after July. Based on the current situation, if a 2-shift system is adopted, the maximum production capacity per month can only be 200,000 sets. IBM's order for 1 million units will take at least 5 months to complete. The main limitation is the insufficient production lines for motor components. We previously placed an order for 500,000 motors with Chang Electric. Based on the calculation that each product requires 3 motors, that's only a little over 160,000 sets. This is far from meeting our order demand. Jiang Kaiming nodded, as he had expected this, and said calmly, Since that's the case, there's nothing we can do about it. After all, we can't accept all the orders. Therefore, we need to find a way to solve this problem. I suggest that, apart from maintaining the order volume we can produce, any remaining shortfall can be purchased from Chang Electric. In this way, we can meet customer needs without putting our production in a difficult situation. Of course, the specific details and arrangements need to be handled by the purchasing department. Yes, Chairman. Zheng Xiaohua, the head of the purchasing department, nodded in response, indicating that she would contact Chang Motor as soon as possible and handle the relevant matters. Jiang Kaiming's goal was simple, to secure all of Chang Electric's orders for the next 1 to 2 months in a short period of time, thus giving Amejao a month to catch up. If they can do this, they can use this time to complete the installation and commissioning of the new production line, and at the same time train employees to master the operating skills. Once everything is ready, Emigo can begin mass production and supply products to more computer manufacturers. When Zhao Ruxian heard that Zhang Kaiming was going to give up part of the orders to others, he couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. Faced with reality, he could only shake his head helplessly. Because Emigo's current motor production capacity is indeed limited, it cannot handle too much order pressure and can only watch helplessly as those orders that originally belonged to it slip away one by one. Ignoring his thoughts, Zhang Kaiming continued, the current order volume is large and the production tasks are heavy, which puts too much pressure on the workers. Moreover, we also need to train a large number of skilled workers. We can adopt a 3-shift system for our future production, which will give more workers the opportunity to get on-the-job training. Once our new production line arrives, we'll have enough skilled workers available immediately. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ruxiang felt a little worried and quickly said, Chairman, if we really do this, I'm afraid it will cause dissatisfaction among the workers. For workers who want to earn money, not working overtime means a decrease in income. Zhang Kaiming himself started as a frontline worker, so he naturally understands that for these workers who want to earn money, they don't really like the 3-shift work style. But he still firmly stated, even if you're unwilling, it's only for this month. You're the factory manager, so this matter is your responsibility. Yes, Chairman. Zhao Ruxiang nodded and agreed. After Zhang Kaiming finished speaking, he turned his gaze to the sales manager, seemingly waiting for his response. The previous sales manager was so scared by Zhang Kaiming's mission to Africa that he simply ran away. The current supervisor is Chen Xiaofei, who was personally promoted by Zhang Kaiming. When Chen Xiaofei saw his boss looking at him, he immediately stood up and reported to his boss, Chairman, according to the latest statistics, as of now, we have received a total of approximately 340 million Hong Kong dollars in orders for ordinary fans. If this trend continues, we expect to reach HK$ 800 million in orders by the end of this year's peak season. Orders for regular fans are estimated at HK$ 800 million this year, which sounds like a lot. In reality, Embrand pays its employees as much as HK$ 40 to HK$ 50 million in wages every month. Adding in other production and operating costs, if Zhang Kaiming hadn't secured a huge order from IBM, Aimgo would have inevitably faced the risk of massive losses this year. Zhang Kaiming nodded slightly in agreement, and then asked, computer cases and cooling fans are our company's main products for the future, but currently we only have IBM as a customer, which is clearly far from enough. So, have you developed a specific sales plan regarding how to expand the market and acquire new customers? Chen Xiaofei reported, regarding the market expansion plan for computer cooling fans and computer cases, I plan to use the name of the IBM order to promote our products to other computer manufacturers. IBM is a leading company in the computer industry. If they can purchase our products, I think other manufacturers will definitely consider it as well. Zhang Kaiming was very satisfied with Chen Xiaofei's plan and agreed with it. At that time, IBM was like Apple in the personal computer field in later years. Any component supplier of IBM would have no shortage of customers to buy their products. IBM is the best advertisement. Zhang Kaiming looked at Chen Xiaofei with appreciation and said with a smile, it's a very good idea. Let's do it your way. Furthermore, I hope the company can secure an order from Apple. When Chen Xiaofei heard that his boss agreed with his idea, he became so excited that his face turned red. He quickly patted his chest and assured him, Chairman, don't worry, I will definitely secure the Apple order. The meeting had been going on for almost noon. Zhang Kaiming checked the time and then announced the end of the meeting. There was another meeting scheduled for the afternoon regarding the resumption of Aimgo's listing, but Zhang Kaiming only allowed Tao Wenzhang to attend. Today, the investment department of Amlogic Securities is very small, with only 2 traders, both of whom are new recruits. Zhang Kaiming had no intention of further expanding the size of this department. He already has enough Kaiming venture partners. Looking at Tao Wenzhang in front of him, Zhang Kaiming said seriously, I plan to officially implement the resumption of Aimgeo's listing on June 1st. There is still about a week to go. Before resuming trading, we must disclose the details of IBM's orders. Therefore, you need to start arranging the relevant matters immediately. Upon hearing this, Tao Wenzhang nodded without hesitation and replied, no problem, Chairman. I'll handle this immediately. After receiving Tao Wenzhang's response, Zhang Kaiming waved his hand with satisfaction, indicating that he should go ahead and get busy. Not long after Tao Wenzhang left the office, Zhang Kaiming also got up and left the company. He had to go to Citibank to handle some business. Young Master Zhang, welcome to the Citibank Securities Department. Please come in. Yuan Tianfan stood at the entrance of the Securities Department, greeting Zhang Kaiming with a broad smile. Manager Yuan, you're too kind. I'm just here for a casual look around, it's hardly an inspection. Also, there's something I'd like to trouble you with, Manager Yuan. Zhang Kaiming smiled at Yuan Tianfan. Yuan Tianfan smiled and said, Young Master Zhang, you're too kind. Please don't hesitate to ask if you need any help. In Zhang Kaiming's memories of his previous life, this Yuan Tianfan was no ordinary person. He would later become a renowned banker in Hong Kong, with an impressive resume. He not only graduated from a finance program in the United States, but also held important positions in major banks such as HSBC and Citibank. In a few years, he might even become the CEO of the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, and Li Ka-shing's financial business will be inseparable from him as his personal advisor. Unfortunately, Jiang Qiming is currently unable to subdue a talent like Yuan Tianfan, but this did not prevent him from using Yuan Tianfan's talents to create wealth for himself. The two walked into the Securities Department office together and chatted for a while. Jiang Qiming got to the point and asked, "Manager Yuan, how many Wheelock shares have we successfully acquired so far?" Manager Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Young Master Jiang, Wheelock's total shares are 700 million, which, based on the current market value, is approximately HK $2.94 billion, or HK $4.2 per share. Over the past 2 weeks, we have been continuously acquiring shares and have now successfully acquired 12% of the shares. On average, the price per share was about HK $4.10, and the total cost was HK $344 million. Because we acquired a large number of shares during this period, the stock price was also affected, rising slightly by 1 cent. But please rest assured, according to our forecast, we will be able to successfully complete our 500 million Hong Kong dollars investment target within a maximum of another half month." Yuan Tianfan spoke humbly, but Jiang Qiming felt that this guy had a bit of a Versailles vibe. They acquired 12% of the shares, yet the stock price only rose by 10 cents. This level of control is simply incredible. If he had been in charge, the stock price would probably have skyrocketed by now. This is the difference between professionals and individual investors. Jiang Qiming gave Yuan Tianfan a thumbs up and said with great praise, "Manager Yuan, you truly deserve to be called a leader in the financial world. This is exactly it. Compared to you, those so-called financial elites on Wall Street are probably nothing special." Manager Yuan beamed with joy upon hearing Jiang Qiming's praise, and humbly replied, "Young Master Jiang, you flatter me. Compared to the elites of Wall Street, I am truly far inferior." Then, Manager Yuan asked, "Young Master Jiang, you just said you needed help with something. Is there anything I can do to help you?" Jiang Qiming's visit was not solely to understand the acquisition status of Wheelock, he had a more crucial objective. Chang Electric's current market value is approximately HK $240 million. At this time, Omega was about to place a huge order with Chang Motor. In the budget provided by the purchasing department, including the previously ordered 500,000 motors, IBM's order for this order will require Omega to purchase a total of 2.4 million motors. Based on the price of HK $15 per unit previously offered by Chang Electric, this is a large order for Chang Electric. How could Jiang Qiming let such a golden opportunity slip by? Upon hearing Yuan Tianfan's question, Jiang Qiming said without hesitation, "Manager Yuan, please don't use the remaining funds from the previous financing to acquire Wheelock shares. I need you to help me buy another stock." Yuan Tianfan was filled with curiosity about Jiang Qiming, who had recently gained fame in Hong Kong, and wanted to know which stock he had his eye on. So he asked eagerly, "No problem, which stock has young Master Jiang taken a fancy to?" Jiang Qiming's lips curled up slightly, revealing a mysterious smile, and he said, "Manager Yuan, I want to invest HK $100 million in Chang. I hope you can help me with the process." "Chang, is that the company that makes motors?" Yuan Tianfan asked with some doubt. He had previously followed this company. It was a down-to-earth, technology-focused industrial company. However, the stock prices of such companies are usually quite stable, and he really couldn't understand why Jiang Qiming would go long on this company. Could it be that the Chin company has secured a large order? Jiang Qiming said with certainty, "That's right, it's Chang Electric Machinery Company. This company has good technical capabilities, and I have high expectations for its future." Yuan Tianfan knew perfectly well that Jiang Qiming was definitely hiding something from him, but he also understood what he should and shouldn't ask. So he readily agreed, "Young Master Jiang, we at Citibank will take on your long contract business." Jiang Qiming nodded in satisfaction and said, "Okay, then I'll trouble Manager Yuan to handle it as soon as possible. I have other important matters to attend to." Upon hearing this, Yuan Tianfan dared not delay in the slightest and immediately took care of the relevant matters for Jiang Qiming personally. An hour later, Jiang Qiming left Citibank satisfied. "Qiming's back. How was work today?" Jiang Yingwei greeted Jiang Qiming with a smile. Jiang Qiming smiled and said, "Daddy, work is going very well, you don't need to worry, just focus on recovering." Jiang Yingwei nodded, a look of hesitation flashing across his face, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't. Jiang Qiming noticed that Jiang Yingwei seemed to have something on his mind, but he didn't want to talk to him about it, so he took the initiative to ask, "Daddy, is there something you want to tell me?" Jiang Yingwei sighed and said, "Qiming, Lu Luenxiong came to our house today?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiming's expression changed, and he asked, "What's he doing here?" Jiang Yingwei said, "He hopes we can drop the lawsuit against Bao Yanqin. In addition, he may also know that Ameajao has won a large order. Jiang Kaiming said calmly, "I'll drop the charges if he also ends up in a wheelchair." Jiang Yingwei shook his head and said, "How could that be? Don't think that just because Bao Yanqin is his wife, I've seen through him all these years. He only loves himself. If you make this request, he will give up Bao Yanqin without hesitation." Jiang Kaiming said with a serious expression, "Daddy, just follow the normal procedure for the lawsuit. Leave it to the police officer, we don't need to get involved." How did Lu Luenxiong know the company had secured a large order? Does he have people working for the company on his behalf? Jiang Yingwei said meaningfully, "It doesn't necessarily have to be someone from the company, it could also be a shareholder." Jiang Kaiming's eyes flickered, he roughly knew who had leaked the secret. On May 29, the sun shone brightly and the weather was clear. The Peninsula Hotel was bustling with activity as this luxurious 5-star hotel hosted a grand event, a press conference. 3 days ago, Jiang Kaiming personally instructed Ameajao Company to reserve a spacious banquet hall here and meticulously planned this highly anticipated press conference. Today, this banquet hall will become the focus of everyone's attention. Before 10 a.m., invited reporters from various television and newspaper media outlets had already eagerly flooded into the banquet hall, filling it to capacity. They were all excited, whispering among themselves, eagerly awaiting the major news that was about to be revealed. Just then, Jiang Kaiming walked steadily into the banquet hall. Walking alongside him was Vincent, the head of IBM's purchasing department. Vincent must have made at least hundreds of thousands of dollars by helping Jiang Kaiming purchase production line equipment. To generate buzz, Jiang Kaiming specifically called him and asked him to endorse the event. Upon hearing this, the guy immediately rushed from the United States to Hong Kong. Following closely behind Jiang Kaiming and Vincent were a group of directors and senior managers of Amego. Dressed in formal attire and with serious expressions, they walked together toward the high platform of the banquet hall. As the main figures of the press conference appeared, a group of reporters who had been waiting there turned their attention to them, raised their cameras, and eagerly pressed the shutter, with flashes going off one after another, creating an exceptionally enthusiastic scene. Some impatient reporters couldn't even wait for the press conference to officially begin before bombarding Jiang Kaiming with all sorts of questions. "Chairman Jiang, I'd like to ask, recently some people have photographed you and Ms. Zhong Chihong frequently appearing in public, and the two of you seem very intimate. Are you two dating? Young Master Jiang, how long have you and Ms. Zhong Chihong been dating? Do you have any plans to get married? Mr. Jiang, everyone knows you come from a wealthy family in Hong Kong, while Ms. Zhong Chihong comes from an ordinary family. Will your family support this relationship?" Jiang Kaiming ignored the reporter's questions, walked down the red carpet to the stage, sat down, and checked his watch. Then, Jiang Kaiming cleared his throat, smiled at the reporters below the stage, and said, "Dear friends from the media, we are gathered here today for what should have been a press conference for M-Logic Corporation. Given everyone's interest in my relationship with Ms. Zhong Chihong, and since we still have some time, I'll just say a few words. Ms. Zhong Chihong and I are currently dating, and this relationship began with the strong encouragement of both our parents. Actually, the elders of our Zhang and Zhong families were old friends for many years in the previous generation, and the relationship between the two families was very harmonious. Ms. Zhong Chihong and I have known each other since childhood." After finishing his sentence, Jiang Kaiming raised his wrist to check the time on his watch, and then added, "My private relationship with Ms. Zhong Chihong is not something that the media should report on. So we can put this topic aside for now. Now that it's time for the Aimville launch event, I will focus my energy on this event and answer all questions related to it." At 10 a.m. sharp, the Ameajao press conference officially began. After the host gave a brief but enthusiastic opening speech, he handed over the reins of the stage back to Jiang Kaiming. Standing on the stage, Jiang Kaiming tested the microphone and then smiled at the many reporters below, saying, "Thank you very much to all the reporters present for coming to our Ameajao press conference." In 1978, Ameajao was officially founded. Jiang Kaiming slowly recounted the story of Ameajao's growth from nothing to something, from small to large, to the reporters present. At first, when Jiang Kaiming saw the long and tedious story of Ameajao's entrepreneurship that Tao Wenzhang had prepared for him, he almost wanted to tear it up and throw it away. When he got home, Jiang Yingwei told him that as an entrepreneur, regardless of one's management skills, one must learn to tell the story of one's company. After hesitating for a while, Jiang Kaiming finally kept the story of Ameajao in mind. At that moment, he was giving a passionate speech while keeping an eye on the reactions of the reporters in the audience. To his surprise, the reporters seemed very interested in the story, and they all listened attentively. I thought to myself, these people who wield the pen are really something else, they actually enjoy listening to these kinds of corporate stories. In his past life, probably no frontline employee would want to listen to their boss's long-winded ramblings. He was the one who hated it the most. When Aimville went public, it was hailed as the first stock in emerging industries. Over the past 2 years, the company's development has encountered a bottleneck, and it needs to find new transformation opportunities to break through the predicament. During this period, a series of problems also occurred within the company. First, one of the founders sold all his shares and left the company. Following this, many senior managers were embroiled in corruption scandals. These successive negative news items caused Logic's stock price to plummet, resulting in heavy losses for shareholders. At this point in John Keiming's speech, his initial enthusiasm turned to dejection. Just then, John Keiming suddenly raised his voice and announced loudly, "From today onwards, Amaya will bid farewell to its transformation slump and embark on a new beginning." His words were like a bombshell, piquing the interest of everyone present. Everyone pricked up their ears, eagerly awaiting the next piece of news. John Keiming paused for a moment, then solemnly announced, "After a long period of hard work and investment, AIMGO has successfully developed key computer components, the heatsink and the chassis, and has officially entered the electronic computer industry." Next, John Keiming gave a detailed introduction to the radiator they had developed. He proudly stated that this radiator uses state-of-the-art technology, making it at least 2 years ahead of similar products currently on the market. Moreover, it also boasts numerous advantages such as efficient heat dissipation and low noise, which can effectively improve the performance and stability of a computer. Its heat dissipation effect is more than 20% better than similar products, and when paired with our dedicated case, the effect can be improved to about 30%. The reporters present took notes on every word John Keiming said, knowing full well that this news would cause a huge sensation. Before the reporters could ask any questions, John Keiming smiled and continued, "Our AIMGO R&D's heat sinks and cases are far ahead of the competition in terms of performance." This enabled AMEGO to successfully establish a strategic partnership with IBM, a global IT industry giant, and become one of their main component suppliers. As a leading global technology company, IBM is extremely selective in choosing its partners. The fact that we, AMEGO, were able to become their partner undoubtedly proves that we have reached world-class standards in terms of technical strength and quality management. In addition, IBM expects to sell more than 1 million personal computers this year, each of which will use heat sinks and fans manufactured by IBM. These two products have become an indispensable part of IBM computers. Next, please welcome Mr. Vincent from IBM to the stage to share his views on our AMEGI products. After John Keiming finished speaking, he smiled and extended his hand to Vincent, gesturing for him to come up and speak on stage. Vincent looked at the look John Keiming gave him, and although he felt that the heatsink and the case didn't have much technological content, but considering the small sum of money he had made before, he was still very willing to play along with John Keiming's boasting. Vincent adjusted the microphone and then began to rave about AMEGO's products. Vincent, who was already very outgoing, acted like a seasoned success guru, praising AMEGO's products to the skies. The reporters in the audience listened in stunned silence, occasionally letting out gasps of amazement. For some reason, I have this strange feeling that, without AMEGO, the computer would burn out. The reporters knew nothing about Vincent, but they were well aware of IBM's status as the world's leading technology company and its market capitalization of over $100 billion. This company, known as Big Blue, holds an important position not only in the technology sector. It is a supergiant with annual revenue of hundreds of billions of dollars, even exceeding the total annual GDP of Hong Kong. If AMEGO really does establish a strategic partnership with IBM as John Keiming claims, it will bring huge benefits to AMEGO. What appeared to be an ordinary computer case and cooling fan seemed to be packed with high-tech features after Vincent's explanation. The reporters could only stare blankly at Vincent on the stage, listening to his endless boasting. Our great IBM company has always regarded product quality as the top priority, constantly pursuing excellence and striving for perfection. Our component suppliers are all top performers in the industry. The heat sinks and chassis developed by AMEGO are of such high quality that they have even received high praise from Mr. Watson, the president of IBM. This fully demonstrates that AMEGO's technical strength and product quality are among the best in the industry. IBM has always adhered to a consumer-centric philosophy and is committed to providing users with the best product experience. To ensure that consumers can enjoy the best quality CPU coolers and cases, we were willing to bear the financial loss and resolutely canceled the CPU coolers and cases we had previously ordered. They also signed a contract with AMEGI Corporation to purchase computer cases and cooling fans worth up to $140 million. Our goal is singular: to ensure that every customer who purchases a new computer after June this year can use high-quality coolers and cases manufactured by AMEGA. When John Keiming heard Vincent's speech, he, the boss of AMEGO, almost mistook AMEGO for a truly high-tech company. Vincent has definitely got some skills. As to whether AMEGO is a high-tech company, the reporters were unsure, as their knowledge of the field was limited and they were unable to make an accurate judgment. Regardless, Vincent's words drastically changed AMEGO's image in the eyes of these reporters. The $140 million order that Vincent mentioned was clearly heard by all the technicians present. What is the market capitalization of Amlogic? Before its trading was suspended, its market capitalization was only around 200 million Hong Kong dollars. This order, worth 140 million US dollars, is 5 times the market value of Amy. Such explosive news will definitely shock the entire financial world. Every reporter at the scene went crazy, frantically scribbling down this exciting series of numbers in their notebooks. After Vincent finished his speech, the MC came up with a tray containing 2 contracts that John Keiming had prepared beforehand. The signing ceremony is scheduled to take place in the presence of numerous reporters. The contract had already been signed before this, and even the initial payment had been deposited into the account. The reason for holding this signing ceremony was that John Keiming deliberately showed it to these reporters and the general public in Hong Kong. This is to build momentum for the upcoming review of Emporio's stock price. He wants to completely crush those short sellers. After the signing ceremony, the host announced, "Next, we will proceed to the Q&A session. Please ask your questions in an orderly manner." Upon hearing the host announce that questions were open, the eager reporters raised their hands, hoping to be the first to ask a question. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, John Keiming randomly selected someone and pointed at him, saying, "Then let the reporter from the Hong Kong Economic Journal ask the question first." However, due to time constraints, each reporter only has one opportunity to ask a question. Upon seeing John Keiming specifically name him to ask questions first, the reporter from the Hong Kong Economic Journal blushed with excitement, stood up, and loudly asked, "Chairman John, as far as we know, Amy Ajayo's main business has always been household fans. This sudden foray into the computer industry is a huge leap. Do you think Amy Ajayo can successfully transform and achieve success?" Faced with pointed questions from the Hong Kong Economic Journal reporter, John Keiming smiled slightly and replied, "Crossing boundaries? No. This reporter friend may not know the situation. For other companies that produce fans, this may indeed be considered crossing boundaries, but for me, it is not like that. Actually, electronic computers are my area of expertise. After all, I have a PhD in electronic computers. Therefore, for Amlogic, operating a business related to computer products is the wisest and most correct choice." Upon hearing John Keiming's answer, the reporter from the Hong Kong Economic Journal felt extremely annoyed. He then realized that newspapers had indeed reported that John Keiming held dual doctoral degrees in business administration and computer science, and that his area of expertise was indeed computers. Thinking about this, they couldn't help but feel regretful, having missed an excellent opportunity to ask a question. Reporters from other newspapers were secretly pleased to see their colleagues so easily squander this precious opportunity to ask questions. They were relieved that they hadn't missed the opportunity like the Hong Kong Economic Journal, and they were also looking forward to the upcoming Q&A session, hoping to get more valuable information from John Keiming. After answering the questions from the reporter from the Hong Kong Economic Journal, John Keiming glanced at the many reporters below the stage and then randomly pointed to one of them. The reporter who was called out immediately stood up and introduced himself, "Chairman John, hello. I am Xiao Wang, a reporter from Ming Pao. I would like to ask you, AIMGO stock has been suspended from trading for almost half a month now. Could you please tell me when your company expects to resume trading?" After speaking, Ming Pao reporter Xiao Wang's eyes revealed a hint of nervousness as he stared intently at John Keiming. Clearly, he was very concerned about this issue, and it seemed to have some personal purpose behind it. The other reporters in the audience also turned their attention to John Keiming, as if they were all looking forward to the opening time of Amy Ajayo. John Keiming noticed the slightly nervous expression on the Ming Pao reporter's face, and a slight smile appeared on his lips, as if he had seen through the reporter's thoughts. He asked in a light-hearted, teasing tone, "Reporter Xiao Wang, you seem quite concerned about the exact opening time of Amy Ajayo. Could it be that you're a shareholder of Amy Ajayo?" These words immediately drew laughter from the reporters present, instantly lightening the atmosphere and making the scene more relaxed and lively. Ming Pao reporter Xiao Wang blushed slightly when asked the question and said somewhat embarrassedly, "Chairman John, I'm asking on behalf of the shareholders of Amy Ajayo. Please answer this question." John Keiming smiled and nodded to show his understanding, then said solemnly, "We at AIMGO have applied to the Hong Kong Securities and Futures Commission for a resumption of trading, and originally planned to release a related announcement tomorrow. Since you've raised this question, I'll take this opportunity to announce the debriefing time in advance. Imagi's stock will officially resume trading on June 1st. Upon hearing the news, Ming Pao reporter Xiao Wang couldn't help but exclaim, "That's wonderful." As soon as he finished speaking, he realized that he had inadvertently revealed his identity as a novice investor, but his elation made him forget about the embarrassment. He immediately offered a plausible explanation. "Chairman John, the news you announced is absolutely fantastic news for all the shareholders of Amy Ajayo. It's wonderful." John Keiming smiled and looked at him, without pointing out his identity as a season leak, a term for someone who was easily taken advantage of, and then pointed to the next reporter. As John Keiming answered reporters' questions one by one, the press conference gradually came to an end. After answering the last reporter's question, John Keiming immediately announced the end of the press conference. Although the Amigo press conference has ended, the storm it has stirred up has only just begun. The reporters, carrying a wealth of news material, rushed excitedly to their newspaper offices. The next morning, the shocking news revealed that the Amex press conference swept through Hong Kong like a storm. It quickly made headlines in major newspapers and sparked widespread discussion. Amigo pulls off a stunning comeback, securing a mega deal of $140 million. The genius who saved Ameo John Kaiming, Imagi and IBM have reached a strategic partnership? Will the price of Ameo shares surge tenfold on Children's Day? A golden age for Hiroshima stock market investors? The sensational news headlines sparked heated discussions among Hong Kong residents. In the streets and alleys of Hong Kong, in offices, shopping malls, wherever citizens gather, countless people are discussing Amigo and John Kaiming. They seem to be witnessing the birth of a miracle. Those shareholders who held Amigo stock were as desperate as they were before the trading halt, and now they were just as excited. Ha ha, luckily I didn't sell my Amigo stock, buddy, I'm going to be rich. In the crowded subway car, Lau Wang saw the news about Ameo in the newspaper and couldn't help but exclaim excitedly. His voice echoed in the quiet carriage, attracting the attention of the surrounding passengers. People around him cast envious glances at him. Someone whispered, "This guy's really lucky. The news might not be true. There's so much fake news in the newspapers these days." An older woman kindly reminded her. "Exactly, I think we should sell it as soon as possible," another person chimed in. "How many shares of Amigo do you own, and what was your cost price?" "I'll pay 20% more to buy your shares," a man asked, leaning closer. "You want to buy it for 20%? I'll offer 50%. "How about you sell it to me?" another man shouted, not to be outdone. "I'll pay double." 2 times. Everyone made their bids, and the scene became quite chaotic. Old Wang firmly shook his head and refused, saying, "I won't sell, no matter how much." He looked at the people who had gathered around him and felt secretly pleased with himself. As a seasoned stock market investor, he was very clear about what the news announced at the Amigo press conference meant. We'd want him to sell his shares if they were doubled or tripled, but now even if they're tenfold, he still won't sell. Just then, the subway arrived at the station. Upon seeing this, Lau Wang immediately pushed his way through the crowd and ran out without looking back. He disappeared in the blink of an eye among a group of envious, jealous, and hateful people. Central, as Hong Kong's financial center, is extremely prosperous, with towering skyscrapers everywhere. This place is home to countless financial institutions and business giants, resembling a giant vortex of wealth that attracts capital and talent from all over the world. The Federal Building is one of the earliest iconic buildings in Central, located at 71 Davos Road. This magnificent building has witnessed countless transactions and decisions, and the rise and fall of countless people. On the 24th floor of the Federal Building is Futa Securities, a long-established securities company founded in 1973. Its founder, Huang Fukai, is a legendary figure in Hong Kong's financial world. With his wisdom and courage, Futa Securities stood out in market competition and won the trust and praise of many investors. In the past 2 years, the global economy has gradually recovered, and Hong Kong's economy has also risen from the trough, showing strong signs of recovery. This should have been exciting news for everyone in the financial industry, but Huang Fukai was frowning and felt like he was sitting on pins and needles in his spacious office. The incident stemmed from a recent order Huang Fukai received for $80 million to short sell Amigo stock. Originally, this was just a routine investment, but now the situation has changed dramatically. Amigo has suddenly received a major positive announcement, which could very likely cause its stock price to soar. This means that Huang Fukai's short position could cause Futa Securities to suffer huge losses. For those of them in the financial industry, the principle is everything. They always covet the money in other people's pockets, but cherish their own capital and would never easily do a losing business. When Huang Fukai saw the news about Ameo, his heart skipped a beat. He knew he was probably in deep trouble this time, because he only had a mere 50 million in margin for this short position. Once Amigo opened for trading, this short position is very likely to be liquidated instantly, and may even prevent them from recalling enough shares to fill the gap. Worse still, this $80 million short position in MLogic is equivalent to 33% of MLogic shares. Futa Securities doesn't actually have that many shares. To raise the number of shares needed for this short position, Huang Fukai had to borrow a large number of shares from several Hong Kong securities firms, including HSBC and Hang Seng. These stocks are not free to borrow, each company has to pay high interest rates. Huang Fukai couldn't even imagine the consequences if Futa Securities couldn't return so many shares by the due date. Bang bang. A knocking sound came from outside the office door. "Come in," Huang Fukai called out somewhat stiffly. Then, a secretary came in and reported, "Mr. Huang, Mr. Lu Luwenxiang has arrived." Huang Fukai took a deep breath, nodded, and said, "Yes, please invite Mr. Luin." Not long after, the office door was pushed open, and the secretary led Lu Luenxiang in. "Good morning, Mr. Huang." Lu Luenxiang greeted Huang Fukai with a smile as he sat on the sofa. "Good morning, Mr. Lu." Huang Fukai stood up and replied with a smile, then looked at his secretary beside him, waved his hand, and gestured for her to leave. After the secretary left the office and closed the door, Huang Fukai looked at Lu Luenxiang with a serious expression and asked, "Mr. Lu, did you see the financial news this morning? Is the news about the AMAJO press conference true?" Upon hearing this, Lu Luenxiang also put away his smile and frowned, saying, "It's hard to say. Jiang Kaiming is different from his father. As soon as he took office, he kicked our people out of the company. I'm completely clueless about the situation at AMAJO now." Upon hearing Lu Luenxiang's words, Huang Fukai's face darkened, and he said unhappily, "Mr. Lu, you are also involved in finance, so you should know very well that if AMAJO really gets a huge order, the stock price will inevitably skyrocket once the market opens on June 1st. With your 80 million Hong Kong dollars short position, you only have 50 million Hong Kong dollars in margin available. I think it would be best to increase the margin just in case. Otherwise, you might face the risk of being liquidated when the stock market opens." Lu Luenxiang frowned and asked, "In your opinion, how much more margin should be added?" Huang Fukai replied with a serious expression, "As far as I know, you previously successfully cashed out more than 200 million Hong Kong dollars through AIMGO, right? Given the current situation, to ensure safety, I suggest you increase your margin to at least 200 million Hong Kong dollars. This would be relatively more secure." Upon hearing this number, Lu Luenxiang's face instantly darkened, and a surge of dissatisfaction welled up within him. He said curtly, "Mr. Huang, it's just a short position of HK $80 million, yet you're asking me to pay a margin of HK $200 million. That's going too far." Huang Fukai, however, was well aware of the severity of the current situation. Amex has received a huge boost, and its prospects are generally viewed favorably. It is expected that its market value will likely break through HK $1 billion quickly after the market opens, with an increase of up to 5 times. This means that the stocks that Fuda Securities lent to Lu Luenxiang for short selling will see at least a 5-fold increase in value. But for Fuda Securities, this would be a huge loss. The HK $200 million margin was intended to cover the losses, but in Huang Fukai's view, even that might not be enough. Although Lu Luenxiang is a major client of Fuda Securities, he is not the kind of person who would sacrifice the interests of Fuda Securities for the sake of others. Huang Fukai said to Lu Luenxiang with a serious expression, "Mr. Lu, we have done market research, and if this news is indeed true, that 200 million yuan principal is a conservative estimate. If it's not enough, we might need to increase the principal." Lu Luenxiang had actually learned of the news from HSBC in advance, knowing that IBM had transferred a huge sum of $42 million to Amagi. In other words, the news that M-Logic received a large order from IBM is absolutely true. This was also the main reason why he went to see Zhang Yingwei before, because he knew that Zhang Yingwei was soft-hearted and sentimental, so he wanted to persuade Jiang Kaiming to show mercy through him so that he could have a chance to close his position first. Even before the stock market opened, the news that AMAJO had secured a large order had already caused quite a stir, clearly indicating that Zhang Yingwei had not successfully persuaded his son, Jiang Kaiming. "That bastard Jiang Kaiming, I've watched him grow up, and he won't even give me a chance." Lu Luenxiang cursed inwardly. Lu Luenxiang glanced at Huang Fukai and cursed inwardly, "That bastard is such an ingrate. I've always taken good care of his business, but he doesn't care about our past relationship at all when it matters. They even asked me to come up with a 200 million yuan deposit, which is simply wishful thinking. At worst I'll just lose 50 million. You think I'll cover the deficit? No way. I still have over 200 million in cash on hand. I can start over anywhere." Thinking of this, Lu Luenxiang sneered inwardly, but still managed a smile on his face and said, "Mr. Huang, the 200 million deposit you mentioned means I have to come up with another 150 million. Unfortunately, I don't have that much cash on hand right now. I've invested it all. How about this? I'll go home first and liquidate those investments. Once the cash is successfully withdrawn, I'll transfer it to my account immediately. Is that all right with you?" Upon hearing that Lu Luenxiang was willing to increase the margin, Huang Fukai's face lit up with joy. He immediately stood up and excitedly said, "Mr. Lu, that's wonderful. Thank you so much. Then you must hurry up and wait for your good news. Even if Amex's stock price rises at first, it will definitely fall back later. With sufficient margin, the stock price may have already fallen considerably by the time the short position expires. If we close the position then, even if we don't make a huge profit, we can at least reduce our losses." Lu Luenxiang nodded, a look of agreement on his face, and said in agreement, "Huang Sheng, you're absolutely right. I'll go back and prepare the funds right away. Don't worry, I'll get this done as soon as possible. Just wait for my good news." His firm and confident tone reassured Huang Fukai. After Lu Luenxiang finished speaking, he turned around and walked out of the office, hurrying downstairs as if he really wanted to raise money. Soon, he arrived downstairs and got into his car. After he got into the car, the driver asked, "Mr. Lu, where are we going now?" Lu Luenxiang said in a calm tone, "I plan to go to Macau. Take me to the pier." Sitting in the car, Lu Luenxiang muttered to himself, "Huang Fukai. It's not that I'm being disloyal, but I'll wait in Macau for 2 days until Manhwa opens. If the stock price really skyrockets, I'll have to apologize and come back to make up for your losses after I've made my money." After several days of news coverage, the date of Amlogic's resumption of trading and relisting has been deeply etched in the minds of Hong Kong stock market investors, and even those who don't trade stocks have heard about it. At 9 a.m. on June 1st, half an hour before the stock market opened, a large number of investors had already gathered at the entrance of the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. They were excitedly discussing Amlogic stock, their eyes filled with anticipation and greed. Some people even arrived at the exchange entrance at 6 in the morning to queue up, afraid of missing this opportunity to make money. Inside the exchange, the crowd was huge, and the atmosphere was incredibly lively. Stockholders sat in small groups or alone, their eyes glued to the exchange's large screen, anxiously awaiting the opening of Amlogic stock. It's only 9 o'clock, and the market still has to wait half an hour to open. I've been waiting for an hour. A middle-aged man looked anxiously at the exchange's big screen, muttering to himself. He was clutching a newspaper tightly in his hand, which contained a report about Emigo Corporation receiving a huge order. "Don't rush, there's still plenty of time. I bet if the news of Amigo securing a large order is true, the stock will at least triple in price when it opens," another investor said confidently. "TCH, only 3 times. My cousin's sister-in-law works at Manhwa. She told me that all the employees in their factory are taking turns training to prepare for the production of their new products. So this news must be true. I think Manhwa's market value is only a little over 200 million now, so it should increase at least tenfold when it opens," a young stock investor said excitedly. "That's impossible. A stock that jumps tenfold on opening day hasn't happened in years," someone questioned. "What do you know? Amex is venturing into the computer industry, a high-tech venture unprecedented in Hong Kong, with a very promising market prospect. They've only just secured their first order, and it's already worth a whopping 140 million US dollars, equivalent to over $1 billion Hong Kong dollars. The market is still huge." Emigo was hailed as the first emerging industrial stock when it went public. It can now be called the first technology stock in Hong Kong, and the premium for technology stocks is very high all over the world. Emigo's stock price is destined to skyrocket. "Just watch, the moment of witnessing a miracle is coming soon," a veteran stock investor said confidently. Just as the shareholders were discussing the matter, someone suddenly exclaimed, "The market is open! The market is open! Look, the stock price of Embrand is out, HK $8.8 per share, wow, it's increased by 8.8 times. Quickly, buy 1,000 lots of Emigo stock at the highest opening price. 9 Hong Kong dollars, I'll buy 500 lots. 9 Hong Kong dollars and 50 cents, buy 1,000 lots. 10 Hong Kong dollars, 1,000 lots. My God, Amlogic stock price has increased more than 10 times. For a time, everyone at the Hong Kong Stock Exchange was shouting that they wanted to buy Amlogic shares. However, they found that the stock price soared, and even after half an hour, there were still very few sell orders. "I'm rich. I'm rich. I love Amigo to death. John Kaiming, from now on you are my god, the god of stock market." Old Wang shouted excitedly, his face flushed and his whole body trembling, as he watched Amigo's stock price rise all the way up without any sign of stopping. Those around them echoed, "Yes, yes, this is a rare opportunity. I'm going to get rich. I'm going to get rich." John Kaiming is truly amazing, his vision and decision-making are simply astonishing. People discussed it excitedly, their eyes gleaming with greed. They were eager to seize this opportunity to make money and amass a fortune. However, despite the high level of enthusiasm, very few people actually managed to buy Embrand stock. Because the stock price has been soaring, no one is willing to easily sell their shares. In this situation, some people begin to feel anxious. They worry about missing out on this money-making opportunity and are filled with regret and disappointment. "Oh dear, I should have acted sooner," one person said regretfully. "Yes, it's impossible to buy them now, what a pity." Another person sighed helplessly. Old Wang stared intently at the computer screen, afraid of missing any information about stock price fluctuations. He silently prayed that the stock price would continue to rise so he could make more money. The Hong Kong Stock Exchange was in an uproar, with people's emotions stirred by the stock price of Amex, as if a crazy feast was unfolding. But no one knows how long this celebration will last or how it will end. "Old Wang, Amigo's stock price has increased tenfold, it's time to sell," a shareholder said, looking at the exchange's large screen. "That's right, how about Old Wang sells it to me? I'll offer HK$12 per share, another shareholder quickly chimed in. Sell it to me for HK$13. I won't sell, I'd rather die than buy. Amigo will be my faith from now on. I can lose my wife, but I can't lose Amigo. Old Wang shook his head resolutely, then pushed away the shareholders around him who were trying to persuade him to sell his shares, and walked straight out of the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. Fine, I won't sell then. I'll go find someone else. You'll lose everything sooner or later. The first shareholder muttered, turning around to look for other shareholders who held Amigo shares, trying to buy shares from them. Other shareholders also realized that it was extremely difficult to buy Amigo shares through competitive bidding on the exchange. After all, Amlogic's stock price surged so rapidly today, and at this rate, it's likely to continue rising for at least a few more days. I doubt many people will be willing to sell their shares. Many savvy stock market investors are secretly looking for opportunities to conduct private transactions with other shareholders. Amex has undoubtedly become the most dazzling star in the Hong Kong stock market today. The Hong Kong Stock Exchange lobby was packed with excited retail investors, who stared intently at the screens. Meanwhile, major securities firms are also keeping a close eye on Amigo. When Amigo announced its resumption of listing in a series of positive news, these institutions began to calculate how many Amigo shares they actually held. They used to dislike this stock, but now they love it. They were all secretly plotting to make a fortune when the market opened. However, to their utter surprise, most of the institutions were so angry they were practically spitting blood. It turns out that before Ameo was suspended from trading, they had already lent their shares to Futa Securities for short selling. Among them, HSBC and Hang Seng Bank, the two banks that hold the most shares in Embrand, are the most furious. All 18% of the shares they held were borrowed by Futa Securities. Today, the situation regarding Amigo's stock has changed dramatically. John Kaiming holds 20% of the shares through his Kaiming Investment Company, and together with the 34% shares inherited from Li Xiying and Zhang Yingwei, he controls a total of 54% of the shares. Currently, thanks to Wang Fukai, less than 8% of Amigo's shares remain in institutional hands, while the vast majority are scattered among numerous retail investors. Wang Fukai has been receiving phone calls non-stop ever since Ameo opened for business. Without exception, all of these calls came from the securities firms that had previously lent them stocks. They loudly demanded that Wang Fukai return the stocks. Over the past 2 days, Wang Fukai has lost count of how many times he has called Lulu Wenxiang, urgently urging him to transfer the deposit as soon as possible. However, each time Lulu Wenxiang used the excuse that it would take time to liquidate the assets to avoid the issue. Today, the situation has become even worse. Wang Fukai is unable to even contact Lulu Wenxiang himself. As a result, he could only watch helplessly as his short position in Ame was forced to close due to insufficient margin. Only then did Wang Fukai realize that he had been deceived and used by Lulu Wenxiang all along. Bang! In extreme anger, Wang Fukai smashed the beloved purple clay teapot in his hand to pieces. He was so angry that his breathing became rapid and his chest heaved violently. It's increased tenfold. The stock that was originally worth 50 million is now worth 500 million. Big Lou, even killing you wouldn't be enough to make up for my losses. Wang Fukai's eyes flashed with a fierce light, his tone filled with resentment and unwillingness. Lou, don't think you can escape. In all my years in the securities industry, how many people have I helped? Just you wait and see. Wang Fukai said through gritted teeth, his heart filled with hatred and determination to take revenge on Lulu Wenxiang. The Ameo Industrial Park is bustling with activity. Tao Wenzhang hurried into Zhang Kaiming's office, his face beaming with barely suppressed excitement, and reported to him in a high-pitched voice. Chairman, great news. Our market capitalization has exceeded HK$2.048 billion, with each share price at HK$12.8, a more than tenfold increase compared to the HK$1.1 per share before the market was suspended. Faced with such amazing good news, John Kaiming simply nodded slightly and replied, "Okay, I understand." His expression was so calm it was almost imperceptible, as if this were no big deal. John Kaiming's indifferent reaction instantly cooled Tao Wenzhang's enthusiasm. He cautiously asked, "Chairman, this is more than 10 times the original price. Aren't you excited at all?" John Kaiming's lips curled into a slight, almost imperceptible smile as he replied in an extremely calm tone, "Yes, I'm very excited." Tao Wenzhang scratched his head, puzzled, and said, "But your reaction is too bland. I can't tell at all how happy you are." John Kaiming smiled and explained, "We are an industrial company, and focusing on product manufacturing and sales is our main job. As long as you do your job well, the market will naturally give you a fair evaluation." He then continued, "Furthermore, given the recent surge in Embrand's stock price, it's unlikely that anyone will be willing to sell their shares in the short term. As a result, it is difficult for other shareholders to profit from this. So you can quietly release a message to the outside world that we have placed a huge order with Changde Electric. Investors will know how to choose." Tao Wenzhang nodded in sudden realization and smiled. Chairman, the Hong Kong shareholders would be overjoyed to know that you care about them so much. I'll get on it right away. After saying that, he immediately turned and left, preparing to carry out the mission according to Zhang Kaiming's instructions. Watching Tao Wenzhang's departing figure, Zhang Kaiming muttered to himself, I'm also a shareholder of Changde Electric. How can I not think about myself? After Amex successfully resumed its listing, its stock price soared, rising more than tenfold in a short period of time, becoming a star stock in the Hong Kong stock market. This made Amigo highly sought after by investors, and its stock became extremely popular, to the point that it was difficult to obtain a single share. At that moment, in a luxury hotel in Haojiang, Macau, Lu Wenxiang sat by the window, his eyes filled with envy and jealousy. His gaze drifted out the window, as if he could see the location of the Amigo company. He murmured, my beloved Emily, I'm afraid she'll never come back. Lu Wenxiang did not regret selling his shares in Amigo and leaving the company. He firmly believed that he had not done anything wrong. Even if he had to choose again, he would make the same decision without hesitation. The only surprise was that his partner, Zhang Yingwei, had such a talented son Zhang Kaiming. If it weren't for this unexpected factor, Amigo would undoubtedly have returned to his control. Never mind, I need to leave now. Huang Fukai is no simple man. We've got him in trouble this time. If we don't leave now, it won't be so easy for us to get away later. Thinking of this, Lu Wenxiang glanced out the window one last time, then resolutely turned around, picked up his pre-packed luggage, and quickly left the hotel room. Clearly, he had long anticipated that the surge in Aimgo's opening price would cause his short positions to be liquidated, but he was unwilling to leave Hong Kong in such a sorry state. I've stayed here, clinging to that last sliver of hope that the god of wealth might smile upon me. Now that he knows the result is as he expected, he naturally has to make a quick getaway. Lu Wenxiang quickly walked out of the hotel and got into a taxi parked on the side of the road. As soon as he got in the car, he eagerly told the driver, to the ferry terminal. Hurry up. After saying that, he leaned back in the back seat, closed his eyes to rest, and looked exhausted. Okay. The driver nodded, then started the car and sped away. About 10 minutes later, the taxi slowly came to a stop. Lu Sheng, you've arrived at your destination. After getting out of the car, the driver walked to the back seat, opened the door, and called out to Lu Wenxiang, who was resting with his eyes closed. Upon hearing the sound, Lu Wenxiang slowly opened his eyes, glanced out the car window, and realized that this was not the ferry terminal he was supposed to go to at all. What came into view was an abandoned warehouse, deserted and empty. A sense of foreboding washed over him. He turned to the driver, frowning, and asked, This isn't the ferry terminal I need to go to. Have you gone to the wrong place? Also, how do you know me? We, the people of Hejiang, are very familiar with a tycoon like you who is always on the front page of newspapers. It's just that Mr. Lu hasn't gambled a single time during his stay in Macau these past few days. It's really because we underlings haven't done a good job. A man wearing a plaid shirt and a large gold chain around his neck, looking very domineering, walked briskly toward the taxi while talking. He was followed by several henchmen. The taxi driver, nicknamed Brother Jew, bowed deeply to the person who had arrived, acting like a younger brother. The man waved his hand, indicating that the taxi driver could leave, so the taxi driver stepped aside and obediently stood behind the man. Who are you? Lu Wenxiang looked at the domineering man in front of him and couldn't help but feel nervous. A look of unease appeared on his face. It's normal that a billionaire like Mr. Lu wouldn't recognize a lowly underling like me. That's all right, let me introduce myself. My surname is Yi, but people outside like to call me Broken Tooth Koi. Broken Tooth Horse seemed to sense Lu Wenxiang's fear, a mocking smile appearing on his face as he stared sharply at Lu Wenxiang and said, Mr. Lu, please get out of the car. Someone wants to see you soon. Lu Wenxiang looked at the several fierce-looking men in front of him, his heart tightened, and he subconsciously shrank back into the car. A look of panic appeared on his face, and he stammered, Who are you? What do you want with me? I don't have time right now. I need to take a ferry back to Hong Kong. There's an important business deal waiting for me to discuss. Upon hearing this, Broken Tooth Koi's lips curled up slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. He sneered, Humph, I didn't expect a billionaire to be so cowardly. I think you don't want to go back to Hong Kong at all, you just want to run away. Are you really brave enough to go back? After saying that, his expression suddenly turned extremely fierce, and his tone was threatening and intimidating. Mr. Lu, you are a very wealthy and distinguished man, so please cooperate with us and don't make things difficult for us underlings. As he spoke, Broken Tooth Koi gave a wink to the underling beside him. The henchman immediately understood and stepped forward, preparing to forcibly drag Lu Wenxiang out of the car. Seeing this, Lu Wenxiang knew he couldn't escape, as there was no village or shop in sight. For his own safety, he had no choice but to get out of the car and follow them toward the abandoned warehouse. It's too difficult to buy Amlogic stock. I asked several shareholders, and not one of them was willing to sell, a shareholder sighed, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, another investor slapped his thigh and exclaimed excitedly, "Are you stupid? If you can't buy Amigo stock, you can buy other companies' stock. Amigo can't do everything themselves. There have to be parts suppliers. Look at how Amigo became a supplier for IBM, and after securing a large order, its stock price immediately soared. Similarly, companies that supply parts to Embrand will certainly get a share of the profits. Since we can't buy Embrand, can't we at least buy its suppliers? Yes, that's a real eye-opener. But which companies are actually Amigo's parts suppliers?" Someone asked curiously. "Well, let me think. If Amigo is going to make a radiator, it will definitely need an electric motor. I wonder which company it is from. Look, Chang Electric's stock price has suddenly surged by a whopping 20% in less than 5 minutes. What's going on? Could it be that Chang Electric has also received a large order?" Everyone wondered. Chang Electric, who in Hong Kong can compare to them in making motors? It must be Chang Electric that got the order from Amigo Motor. Buy it now. A chance to make a fortune has arrived. Buy 1,000 lots of Chang Electric at HK $3.5 per share. For Hong Kong dollars, I'll buy 3,000 lots. 4.3 Hong Kong dollars. Soon after, news of Chang Electric receiving a large order from Amigo spread throughout the trading hall. Investors who had been waiting for a long time without being able to buy Amigo shares immediately turned their attention to Chang Motor and frantically bought Chang Motor shares. The unusual surge in stock price caught the attention of Chang Electric's securities department, which immediately reported it to General Manager Wang Huizhong. Wang Huizhong was very surprised when he heard the news, but he quickly understood the reason. He thought back to his previous collaboration with Zhang Kaiming and couldn't help but sigh. Zhang Kaiming is truly a benefactor to Chang Electric. They just delivered advanced technology to us a few days ago. Now they brought us such a huge order, causing our company's stock price to skyrocket. Thinking of this, Wang Huizhong immediately called Zhang Kaiming to express his gratitude. "General Manager, our stock price has suddenly surged, and the Hong Kong Securities and Futures Commission will definitely inquire about it. What should we do?" the assistant asked. Wang Huizhong decisively said, "Immediately arrange a press conference to announce that we have indeed received an order from Amigo. Okay, I'll take care of it right away." Upon hearing this, the assistant immediately turned and left, preparing to arrange the press conference according to Wang Huizhong's instructions. Huang Fukai rushed to an abandoned warehouse in Hejiang. He spotted Lu Luanxiang at a glance, who looked somewhat haggard and disheveled, and a surge of vengeful pleasure welled up inside him. "Lu Sheng, I've been looking for you for ages. If it weren't for the fact that I, Huang Fukai, have many friends, you really would have gotten away." A ferocious look appeared on Huang Fukai's face, and his eyes flashed with anger and hatred. Upon hearing the voice, Lu Luanxiang looked up and saw that the person was Huang Fukai. His pupils contracted sharply. "It's you, Huang Fukai. What do you want?" Lu Luanxiang asked, trembling. Huang Fukai's face was ashen, his eyes burning with fury. He gritted his teeth and roared. "What do I want? Have you been having fun playing tricks on me these past few days? I've been waiting for your deposit for 3 days, where's the money?" His voice was filled with anger and despair. He continued to roar. "Now the stock price of AME has increased more than tenfold, and financial institutions like HSBC and Hang Seng are frantically trying to get me back my shares. How can I repay it? Buying back those shares would cost 5 or 600 million Hong Kong dollars. How am I supposed to buy them? Are you suggesting I take your life?" His fists were clenched, and the veins bulged. Huang Fukai grew angrier the more he thought about it, so he grabbed an iron rod from the ground and swung it fiercely at Lu Luanxiang. "Ah!" Lu Luanxiang let out a scream and collapsed to the ground, his face covered in blood. "I told you to disappear, I told you to disappear." Huang Fukai shouted as he swung the iron rod in his hand, as if he wanted to vent all his anger. When Wan Yakoi saw that Lao Wenheng had stopped moving, he realized that something was wrong and immediately signaled his underlings to pull away Wang Fukai, who was already somewhat out of control. In this world brimming with capitalist influence, Hong Kong and Macau are dominated by wealthy and powerful families. Meanwhile, underlings like Broken Tooth Koi can only live in their shadows, serving as their pawns. Although Broken Tooth Koi usually acts very arrogantly in front of others, he actually knows how to assess the situation. Lu Luanxiang was a billionaire after all, and he was invited here by Wan Yakoi. If Lao Wenheng were to die on his own turf, the first person to not let him off the hook would be Stanley Ho. Broken Tooth Koi crouched down to check on Lu Luanxiang and found that he was still alive. He immediately and without hesitation gave orders to his henchmen. "Quickly, take him to our own clinic right away." Inside the chairman's office of Amigo, Tao Wenzhang respectfully placed a report gently in front of Zhang Kaiming and said softly, "Chairman, this is today's closing report for the Amigo stock market. Additionally, here's the stock price information for Chang Electric that you previously asked me to collect. John Kaiming nodded slightly, reached out, and took the document report, then slowly opened it and began to examine it carefully. Before long, an undisguised look of joy gradually appeared on his face. The report clearly shows that Amex's stock closed at HK $14.5 today. The company's market value also surged to HK $2.32 billion, an astonishing increase of 13 times. In just one day, his net worth skyrocketed to over $1 billion. How could John Kaiming not feel genuinely delighted by such a huge increase in wealth? News of Chang Electric receiving a large order from Amea spread, and Chang Electric's stock price soared like a rocket, more than doubling by the afternoon close. John Kaiming had previously placed a long order for HK $100 million, and now his account shows a floating profit of over HK $100 million, which is real money that can be readily converted into cash. Despite John Kaiming's net worth soaring in a short period, most of his funds are actually tied up in the stock market, leaving him with very little cash at his disposal. Having such a substantial profit at this moment undoubtedly gave him great confidence and motivation. However, John Kaiming was filled with envy when he thought about how Li Ka-shing was able to raise billions of dollars to acquire Hong Kong Electric Company in just half an hour. There may be suspicion that HSBC deliberately loosened its lending policies, but this is enough to demonstrate Li Ka-shing's value. John Kaiming realized that the gap between himself and these top business tycoons was still huge, and there was still a long way to go. He would need to put in more effort to catch up. Thinking of this, John Kaiming's heart was filled with fighting spirit. He looked at Tao Wenzhang and said, "Assistant Tao, immediately arrange for Chen Ziafei from the sales department to come see me." "Okay, Chairman, please wait a moment, I'll contact him right away," Tao Wenzhang replied, then quickly turned and left the office to convey John Kaiming's instructions. Upon receiving Tao Wenzhang's notification, Chen Ziafei didn't dare to delay for a moment. He immediately picked up a report and rushed to John Kaiming's office. "Chairman, this is the order status for cooling fans and computer cases this week. Please take a look," Chen Ziafei said, placing a prepared report in front of John Kaiming. John Kaiming nodded slightly, without looking at the report, and then asked, "Tell me in detail what the current situation is like." Upon hearing this, Chen Ziafei immediately reported, "Chairman, we have expanded to more than 10 new clients this week, covering Japan, Europe, and North America. However, the shipment volume of these companies is not very large, with a total order of more than $65 million. Upon hearing this number, John Kaiming secretly calculated that at this rate, the company's performance should be able to grow steadily. He couldn't help but smile with satisfaction and nodded slightly in approval. Seeing that John Kaiming had not expressed any opinion, Chen Ziafei continued, "Chairman, the global personal computer market is currently highly competitive. Although we have achieved some success, we still need to work hard to gain a foothold." John Kaiming nodded. He was well aware of the current market situation. Currently, only IBM and Apple have the largest PC shipments, accounting for 70% of the total market share. The rest of the computer companies are now mostly generic brands, and their shipments are not large. Thinking of Apple, John Kaiming asked, "I remember I told you before that we should focus on Apple computers. Didn't we get any orders from Apple?" "I remember that Apple computers were notorious for overheating, a problem that was widely criticized by users." Chen Ziafei explained with a wry smile, "Chairman, you may not know, but Gao Yuja and her team went to Apple, but they didn't even get to meet their manager." "Apple is so arrogant? Didn't you even meet Steve Jobs in person?" John Kaiming frowned, pondering to himself. "In my memories of my past life, Steve Jobs did seem to be a self-important and arrogant person." Chen Ziafei answered truthfully, "Chairman, our people were unable to meet with Jobs. He reportedly had conflicts with the company's shareholders and management, and now appears to have been dismissed, becoming an idol figure within the company." "What? Steve Jobs has been fired?" John Kaiming exclaimed in surprise. "That's right, there have been changes in Apple's senior management, and the relevant news announcements have already been released," Chen Ziafei said with certainty. He then added, "Chairman, this Steve Jobs has a considerable influence. According to Gao Yuja's report, Apple's stock price has been declining continuously and has remained sluggish since the announcement of Steve Jobs' dismissal." Upon hearing this, John Kaiming's expression changed slightly, but then a surge of joy welled up inside him. Thinking about the future market, and the throne that the world's #1 spot meant, his eyes gleamed with greed, as if he could see a mountain of gold and silver laid out before him. Countless thoughts flooded his mind, fueling his ever-growing ambition. He envisioned how to use this opportunity to acquire Apple and become a tech giant. He knew this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and if he seized it, he could realize his long-held dream. Have Gao Yuja keep a close eye on Apple and Jobs' situation, report to them weekly, and pay special attention to when Jobs leaves the company, John Kaiming instructed, his voice tinged with urgency and excitement. John Kaiming clearly remembers that in the past, Steve Jobs would leave the company shortly after being dismissed. He might even sell all his shares in a fit of anger, keeping only one to receive Apple's financial reports. Since then, Apple has been in a decade-long slump, with its performance plummeting, its stock price crashing, and many shareholders selling off their shares. But it was precisely during this low period that John Keiming received an excellent opportunity. However, no matter how low Apple's market value is, it still needs a considerable amount of funding. We still need to make a lot of money. Where are the opportunities? John Keiming fell into deep thought. Did you buy any shares of Emigo? This sentence seems to have become a kind of magic. As soon as the stock market closed on the first day, the news spread rapidly throughout Hong Kong, becoming the first question countless investors asked each other when they met. For a time, the streets and alleys were filled with discussions about Amlogic stock, and people were enthusiastically exchanging their opinions and speculations. Television, newspapers, and other media outlets naturally wouldn't miss this hot news, with major financial sections reporting on the astonishing phenomenon of Amlogic's stock price surging more than tenfold. These reports were like a fire, instantly igniting the desires and passion deep within countless stock market investors, making their blood boil. The next day, as soon as the stock market opened, Emigo's stock price soared like a rocket. Its popularity remained undiminished, and shares were still in high demand. As soon as a stock becomes available for sale, it is snapped up instantly. Investors who couldn't buy shares of Amlogic have once again pinned their hopes on Chang Electric, making it a new hot topic for speculation. Numerous investors flocked to the market to snap up Chang Electric shares, causing its stock price to rise sharply once again. The excitement reached its peak when Chang Electric officially announced at its 10 a.m. press conference that it had received an order for millions of motors from Manhwa. Stimulated by this extremely positive news, more investors joined in and bought Chang Electric stock without hesitation. By the morning close, Chang Electric stock price had more than doubled again compared to yesterday, a truly astonishing figure. As a result, Chang Electric's market value soared, approaching HK$ 1 billion. IMVO's market capitalization has surpassed an astonishing HK$ 4 billion, setting a new historical record. Faced with such a booming stock market, John Keiming frowned, looked at the excited Tao Wenzhang, and said, "Is it a good thing that these stock investors are so crazy? Emigo's stock price has clearly been overhyped and is obviously overvalued." Tao Wenzhang quickly chimed in, "Chairman, this just shows that our shareholders have full confidence in Manhwa. They firmly believe that you will lead everyone to make a lot of money in the future." John Keiming smiled slightly, shook his head and said, "That's true, but how many people can truly hold onto Amigo's stock for the long term? If investors can hold their shares for the long term, they could potentially earn 10 or even 100 times their initial investment in the future. Unfortunately, most people tend to only focus on immediate gains. With a market capitalization of 4 billion, Amex technology is already enough to place it among the top 30 in the Hong Kong stock market in this era." John Keiming believes that with his grasp of future trends, Amigo's future market value will definitely far exceed the current HK$ 4 billion. However, the current excessive frenzy in the stock market may not necessarily be a good thing. If a company's market value becomes inflated and cannot be sustained, large funds are already preparing to short sell Amlogic stock. If a company's stock always experiences wild fluctuations, the shareholders will undoubtedly suffer the most. For the companies themselves, their reputation will also be greatly negatively affected. John Keiming naturally did not want to see a similar situation happen to Manhwa company. After thinking for a moment, he slowly began to speak. "Assistant Tao, the enthusiasm of stock investors is too high right now, we have to cool them down. Pay close attention to the stock market these next few days. Keep a close eye on it and absolutely do not let Emigo's stock price get out of control. If anything seems amiss, issue an announcement promptly. We would like to remind all investors that Amigo is a stock that is very worthwhile to hold for the long term, but please do not engage in excessive speculation." Tao Wenzhang didn't really think it was necessary to do this, but since his boss had made the decision, he could only obediently follow orders. In a small clinic in Hejiang, Huang Fukai stood in front of the hospital bed, looking at the unconscious Lu Luwenxiang, and a sense of regret welled up in his heart. Last night, in a fit of impulse, he attacked Lu Luwenxiang, but now that he has calmed down, he realizes that he may have been too impulsive. Huang Fukai didn't regret hitting the person, what he regretted was taking action too early, before he even received the money. Lu Luwenxiang is currently in a coma, and no one knows when he will wake up, let alone receive the life-saving money. Thinking of this, Huang Fukai couldn't help but feel anxious, because he knew that the big shots behind those financial institutions wouldn't give him much time to wait. Especially for foreign powers like HSBC, if they don't get the results they want, the consequences will be unimaginable. Huang Fukai grew increasingly anxious, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He couldn't help but turn to the doctor beside him and ask, "Doctor, how is this guy? When will he wake up?" His voice was filled with anxiety and unease, as if he were shrouded in an invisible pressure. Recalling the horrific scene he witnessed while treating Lu Luwenxiang, the doctor replied irritably, "Wake up. Humph, with his current appearance, what are the chances of him waking up? He suffered multiple violent blows to the head. Based on my many years of medical experience, the probability of him waking up is less than 1%. Not only that, he suffered a comminuted fracture of his knee joint, 3 broken ribs, and severe damage to his internal organs. Even one of my kidneys is damaged, and I can't find a suitable replacement, so I have to remove it. You guys really don't know your own strength. Although he is currently out of immediate danger, it is still uncertain whether he can survive. Just wait patiently. Let's see if he wakes up tomorrow. If he doesn't, then there's nothing I can do. It's over, it's over. Huang Fukai seemed to collapse instantly after hearing the doctor's words, muttering to himself. Broken Tooth Koi stared intently at the doctor, but all he saw was the doctor gently shaking his head. After years of cooperation, Broken Tooth Koi immediately realized that Lu Luenxiang was probably in imminent danger, and his face turned extremely gloomy. She glanced at Huang Fukai with a hint of resentment, cursing inwardly, "That bastard, he's really screwed me over this time." He originally thought that Huang Fukai was only after money from Lu Luenxiang, but he did not expect that the other party would be so violent and beat Lu Luenxiang to the point of being in critical condition. Lu Luenxiang was forcibly taken away from the hotel entrance by his subordinates. This matter could not be concealed and would eventually be traced back to him. Thinking of this, Broken Tooth Koi was caught in a dilemma. After pondering for a moment, he finally decided to report the matter to his boss. After all, Huang Fukai had been helping many people in the underworld to wash rice, i.e., launder money. If he acted rashly, he would have difficulty explaining himself to everyone. Only by asking the boss to step in could the problem be solved. Citibank Securities Department. Yuan Tianfan spotted Zhang Kaiming at the entrance of the securities department and quickly stepped forward, his face beaming with a warm smile, to greet him respectfully. "Good morning, young Master Zhang." "Good morning, Manager Yuan." Zhang Kaiming responded with a slight upturn of his lips and a faint smile. When Yuan Tianfan thought about the recent surge in Amaya stock price, he couldn't help but feel envious and amazed. He hurriedly congratulated Zhang Kaiming, saying, "Young Master Zhang, your company's stock price has been soaring for the past 3 days, it's practically going to skyrocket. And there's absolutely no sign of a pullback, that's amazing." Zhang Kaiming shook his head slightly, sighed helplessly, and said, "These are just paper assets, they haven't been truly converted into cash, so they're not very useful. To be honest, I'm penniless right now, even more so than my face." Yuan Tianfan naturally didn't take those words seriously, so he smiled slightly and followed Zhang Kaiming's words, saying, "Haha, young Master Zhang, you're being too modest. However, since you've come all this way to see us, you must have something important to discuss, right?" Zhang Kaiming nodded slightly, gazing intently at Yuan Tianfan, a faint smile playing on his lips, and said softly, "That's right. I've come to visit Manager Yuan today to ask you to handle 2 matters. Yuan Tianfan nodded in acknowledgement, his expression grave, and said, "Please speak freely." Zhang Kaiming leisurely extended a slender finger and said slowly, "Firstly, I need to trouble Manager Yuan to close out my previous long positions in Changde Electric." Upon hearing this, Yuan Tianfan's face showed astonishment, and he blurted out, "Young Master Zhang, Changde Electric has already surged more than 3 times, making it arguably the second most popular stock in the market after Amigo. Judging from the current trend, there's at least a few more days of upward potential. Would closing out now seem like a bad move?" Zhang Kaiming smiled calmly and replied, "The profits are already substantial enough, so don't be greedy for that last bit of profit." Yuan Tianfan nodded, agreeing with Zhang Kaiming's steady approach. Having worked in finance for so many years, he understands very well that the biggest taboo in stock trading is being greedy for the last bit of profit. Many stocks that are clearly profitable have resulted in losses and even financial ruin for investors due to their greed. "Understood. We will immediately begin arranging the closing of your position. You will receive the final result after the market closes this afternoon." He then asked, "Young Master Zhang, what is the second thing you wish to do?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Kaiming immediately took out a document from his bag, placed it in front of Yuan Tianfan, and slowly said, "This is a certificate of 10% equity in AIMGO. I hope you can help me cash out within a week without causing too much volatility in the stock market. Is there a problem?" Upon hearing this, Yuan Tianfan's eyes widened, his face filled with astonishment. He could hardly believe his ears and exclaimed in shock, "Young Master Zhang, you actually plan to cash out your shares in Amigo?" Yuan Tianfan secretly wondered if Zhang Kaiming had deliberately spread all those positive news reports about Amaya recently. Is the purpose to manipulate the stock price so that he can cash out and profit now? Thinking of this, Yuan Tianfan frowned deeply, his face showing confusion and bewilderment. Zhang Kaiming didn't care about Yuan Tianfan's reaction. He just smiled slightly and asked softly, "Manager Yuan, are you very surprised by my decision?" Yuan Tianfan nodded thoughtfully, but still looked somewhat puzzled, and asked, Young Master John, after Ameajao reached a strategic cooperation with IBM, its development prospects are very bright. Why did you choose to reduce your holdings at this time, when the company is thriving? You should know that you originally only held 34% of the shares. He paused for a moment, then continued, as the chairman of the company, if you were to reduce your holdings by 10% this time, you would definitely need to issue a reduction announcement in advance, which could very likely trigger a collapse in the stock price. This would not only harm the company's interests, but you personally might also lose control of the company. Faced with Yuan Tianfan's question, John Kaiming smiled faintly and calmly replied, Manager Yuan, I never said that I only hold 34% of the shares. The shares mentioned in this document were actually acquired by me through other channels. Even if I reduce my stake by 10%, I will still firmly control 49% of the voting rights in Ambu. John Kaiming took a sip of tea and continued to explain, moreover, these 10% of the shares were placed in some anonymous accounts. According to regulations, there is no need to issue a reduction announcement in this case. So, Manager Yuan, you don't need to worry too much. I know Manager Yuan is highly capable in managing investments, so I'll have to trouble you to oversee the share reduction for me. He finished speaking, smiling at Yuan Tianfan with eyes full of trust. His reduction in shareholding was carefully calculated, with the premise of maintaining control of Emigo. He had previously acquired a 20% stake from HSBC Securities, in addition to the 34% stake he already held. There is also the 5% voting power of the public pool of shares held by the chairman of the board. After this calculation, he actually controls 59% of the voting rights in Ameago. Even if he were to reduce his stake by 10% now, it would not shake his absolute control over Emigo. Yuan Tianfan was genuinely surprised upon hearing this. He never imagined that John Kaiming had been hiding his true intentions so well. Without realizing it, they had acquired so many shares of Ameajao. It seems he had planned this all along. However, none of this concerns him. He just needs to do his job. He only offered his advice out of good intentions. Thinking of this, he smiled slightly and said, in that case, young Master John, you can rest assured. I will definitely handle this matter perfectly for you. That's good. John Kaiming nodded, indicating his satisfaction. Shortly after the market closed in the afternoon, Yuan Tianfan, holding the organized documents, walked up to John Kaiming and reported, Young Master John, I have successfully completed the long position closing operation of Chang Motors. You initially invested 100 million Hong Kong dollars, and after a series of operations and deductions of various fees, a total of HK$ 460 million was received, resulting in a net profit of HK$ 360 million. Please take a look at these documents. If there are no problems, please sign them to confirm. John Kaiming nodded slightly, took the document, and carefully flipped through each page. Not long after, he quickly signed his name on the document. He looked up at Yuan Tianfan with a smile and said gently, Manager Yuan, everything is fine. Thank you for your hard work. In addition, please help me withdraw HK$ 60 million, and use the remaining HK$ 400 million to continue buying Wheelock shares. Yuan Tianfan nodded repeatedly and replied, okay, I'll arrange it right away. Daddy and Mommy, it's already 10 o'clock, why aren't you resting yet? John Kaiming walked into the living room and saw his parents still sitting on the sofa, so he couldn't help but ask. Zhang Yingwei looked at John Kaiming with a serious expression and said in a low voice, Kaiming, come and sit down, I have something to ask you. Seeing his parents' troubled expressions, John Kaiming felt a pang of doubt, but he obediently sat down on the sofa and asked with concern, Daddy and Mommy, what happened? You both look very serious. After a moment of silence, Zhang Yingwei slowly asked, Lulu and Xiong got into trouble. Did you have someone do it? Upon hearing this news, John Kaiming's expression changed slightly, and he immediately followed up with a question. Did Lulu and Xiong come to our house again to beg for mercy? Humph, he really won't give up. However, Zhang Yingwei shook his head, his expression growing increasingly grave, and said, No, Lulu and Xiong didn't come looking for us. It was he who got into trouble. Something happened? What happened? Zhang Kaiming asked curiously. At this moment, Li Xiying, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but ask, Son, you really didn't hire someone to do this, did you? Zhang Kaiming answered without hesitation, What do you mean I hired someone to do it? Daddy and Mommy, please just tell me what's on your mind. If your son has done anything wrong, he definitely won't hide it from you. No one knows a son better than his mother. As soon as Li Xiying saw Zhang Kaiming's expression, she knew that he was not lying, and the heavy weight in her heart finally lifted. After letting out a long sigh, he said, It's good that it wasn't you. I knew my son would never do anything illegal or disorderly. Zhang Yingwei's previously solemn expression relaxed considerably, and he immediately informed Zhang Kaiming of the news that Lulu Wenxiang had encountered an accident. What? It's so tragic. Zhang Kaiming was shocked to hear that Lulu Wenxiang had been beaten into a vegetative state in Hejiang and even had one of his kidneys removed. After all, This kind of thing had never happened in my previous life. Given the long-standing animosity between his family and Lulu Wenxiang, it's no wonder his parents had doubts and suspected that the matter might be related to him. Jiang Kaiming quickly explained, Daddy, Mommy, Lulu Wenxiang's matter really has nothing to do with me. I just learned about his situation from you. However, I did read the newspaper today, and there was no report about this. How did you find out? Zhang Yingwei paused briefly before continuing, Lulu Wenxiang is a billionaire after all, and the incident happened in Macau. It seems to be related to the gambling dens in Macau. How could Stanley Ho possibly allow such a thing to spread? After all, this would seriously affect his casino business. Therefore, several top figures intentionally blocked the news and prevented it from spreading. Moreover, which of those media outlets, such as television and newspapers, would dare to broadcast these things? If we hadn't been involved with Lulu Wenxiang, we probably wouldn't have known about this. Jiang Kaiming frowned and pressed, Daddy, since you said that Stanley Ho intentionally blocked the news, do you know who hurt Lulu Wenxiang? Has the murderer been caught? After all, we didn't do this, and it wouldn't be good if we ended up getting ourselves into trouble. Zhang Yingwei shook his head and replied, as far as I know, it was Huang Fukai, the boss of Futa Securities, who made the move. The reason was that Lulu Wenxiang shorted Amei Ajao, and after his account was liquidated, he ran away before the deadline, causing Futa Securities to suffer huge losses. Unable to swallow this insult, Huang Fukai had someone find Lulu Wenxiang and severely beat him. Jiang Kaiming was overjoyed, secretly thinking, it seems that the huge sell order before Amei Ajao's trading was suspended was very likely orchestrated by Lulu Wenxiang. Is this karma coming back to bite us? Then, Jiang Kaiming turned to his parents and asked, Daddy, Mommy, has that guy named Huang Fukai been caught yet? Zhang Yingwei's face turned very serious, and he slowly replied, not yet. It is said that he has already escaped. Huang Fukai is said to have made his fortune in his early years by helping gangs wash rice. They can be a bit ruthless in their dealings with people, so you should be extra careful when you go out lately. This time, Amei Ajao has caused Huang Fukai such huge losses, it's hard to guarantee he won't retaliate against us. Li Shiying echoed with concern, yes, son, Hong Kong is different from other places. This place was particularly chaotic in the early years, and the situation only improved in recent years after the Independent Commission Against Corruption, ICAC, was established. Therefore, you must remember to bring Master Qin with you when you go out to ensure your safety. After hearing his parents' words, Jiang Kaiming's face turned serious. In his past life memories, although he had heard of Hong Kong triads, it was only through news and movies that he learned about some superficial phenomena. Now, as he learns these things from his parents, a heavy pressure wells up in his heart. Seeing the misfortune suffered by Lulu Wenxiang made him realize that the reality might be more serious than he had imagined. Furthermore, with the signing of the Sino-British Treaty of Amendment, the Hong Kong British government seemed to have deliberately relaxed its control over triads, allowing them to run rampant again before the 1997 handover. This undoubtedly brings more instability to society. The entertainment industry, a place brimming with the allure of fame and fortune, has become one of the hardest-hit areas for organized crime. In their past lives, many celebrities have mentioned in interviews that they were forced to film movies at gunpoint by triads. Moreover, there exists a larger, even more lawless gang than the triads. These people not only pursue monetary gain, but also resort to any means to threaten the lives of others. The key is that they also have heavy weapons. Their kidnapping of the wealthy has become commonplace, a chilling phenomenon. The kidnapping of a Hong Kong tycoon was even made into a TV series. This made Jiang Kaiming highly vigilant. To avoid worrying his parents, Jiang Kaiming took a deep breath, trying to suppress the surging emotions within him and forcing himself to calm down. He knew that he had to remain calm and rational at this time and not let his parents notice anything unusual. Forcing a smile and trying to appear relaxed and natural, Jiang Kaiming spoke softly to his parents. Daddy, Mommy, don't worry, I will be extra careful. Look how late it is, you should all get some rest, especially Daddy, who is still recovering and needs to take good care of himself. Hearing Jiang Kaiming's words, Li Shiying nodded and gently replied, okay, son, we're going to sleep now. Don't stay up too late either. As she spoke, she pushed Zhang Yingwei's wheelchair, and the two of them returned to the room together. Watching his parents' departing figures, Jiang Kaiming's eyes grew even more determined. He told himself that he must protect them and never let anyone have the opportunity to harm his family. Thinking of the sudden unease he had just felt, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. No one can hurt my family. Jiang Kaiming muttered to himself, his tone filled with determination and resolve. He then fell into deep thought. The tragedy that befell Lulu Wenxiang kept Jiang Kaiming tossing and turning all night, unable to sleep. He lay in bed, his mind filled with thoughts, his parents' worried faces constantly flashing through his mind. This incident made him realize that he was no longer the ordinary person he was in his previous life. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary office worker on the mainland, but now, as his wealth continues to accumulate, more and more people will be watching him and thinking about him. John Keiming knew that as his influence in the business world gradually expanded, he would inevitably encounter more and more business competitors of all kinds. Some of these competitors may abide by the rules of the game and limit themselves to competition on a purely business level. However, some people may resort to any means necessary, even flipping the table, to destroy their opponents. In the business world, cases of homicide are commonplace. In addition, John Keiming often learned many heartbreaking stories from news reports. There were countless incidents of family members fighting and killing each other over the distribution of wealth. Under the lure of money, family ties can sometimes become so fragile and vulnerable. If even family members act this way, don't expect outsiders to show you any mercy when it comes to wealth. Another reason is the overall environment in Hong Kong. Hong Kong has long been developed into an immigrant city, a melting pot of people from all over the world who have left their homes to make a living because they could no longer survive there. Here, in order to acquire wealth, some people will stop at nothing and use all sorts of despicable means. As a result, triads sprang up everywhere in Hong Kong, and gangsters and outlaws were countless, making it difficult for ordinary people to feel safe. For those desperate criminals, the wealthy are undoubtedly fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. He had never truly enjoyed life in this lifetime, and he didn't want to become easy prey in other people's eyes. If in the end you end up like that wealthy man in later generations who was kidnapped, being kidnapped again, and finally killed, not even your life is in danger. Unable to sleep, John Keiming got up early to wash up and invited Qin Chao to his study. Then, he told Qin Chao in detail everything that Lu Luenxiang had experienced. "Young Master John, rest assured, I will protect your safety at all times," Qin Chao assured him, thinking that John Keiming was afraid. John Keiming shook his head and said, "Master Qin, you're all alone, and you don't have time to protect all my family members." His voice carried a hint of helplessness and worry. Qin Chao understood the meaning behind John Keiming's words and frowned. He realized that he might have misunderstood John Keiming's thoughts. He paused for a moment, then said, "Young Master John, I understand your concerns. However, please trust in my abilities. As long as I am here, I will do my best to protect your family's safety. If you're still worried, we can add more security measures." John Keiming sighed and continued, "Master Qin, the reason I called you here is that I have something to ask you." His eyes revealed sincerity and expectation. Qin Chao frowned upon hearing this, somewhat puzzled, but still said, "Young Master John, you can ask me anything you want to know. I will answer any question I can, without reservation." John Keiming hesitated for a moment before finally asking, "Master Qin, I'd like to know, are there many mainland soldiers like you who have retired from the military?" Qin Chao was taken aback when he heard this. He hadn't expected John Keiming to ask such a question. He thought for a while and decided to answer truthfully, "Young Master John, there are indeed many veterans like me. In recent years, the mainland has been reducing its military, and many soldiers are facing the choice of retirement. Many of my comrades have already left the army." After saying this, a hint of melancholy flashed in Qin Chao's eyes. He recalled the days when he fought alongside his comrades, and those memories flooded his mind like a tide. John Keiming was secretly pleased and continued to ask, "Do you still have contact information for all your comrades in arms?" Qin Chao nodded and said, "Yes, in recent years, some of my comrades have come to Hong Kong, and some of them have found me and, under the arrangement of the master, are working at our Ame High School. Some chose to venture out on their own, while others joined clubs." At this point, Qin Chao sighed, clearly somewhat disappointed with his comrades who had joined the club. Upon hearing this, John Keiming was overjoyed and said, "Master Qin, this is what I think. For the safety of my family and factory, I'd like to organize a security team and put you in charge. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Qin Chao said, "Young Master John, doesn't our Amea Jao Industrial Park have a security team?" John Keiming shook his head and said, "Those people are fine for maintaining order in the industrial park, but asking them to protect people is a long shot." At this point, John Keiming's face turned serious. He stared intently at Qin Chao and said earnestly, "Master Qin, what I need is a security team that can risk their lives for my family in critical moments. They need to be as reliable as the guards around the leaders. I am willing to offer a generous resettlement allowance, but only if their character is impeccable. I only trust you, so I hope you will take charge of this matter. Do you have a suitable candidate in mind?" Qin Chao was taken aback by John Keiming's solemn tone and quickly replied, "Young Master John, your family has done me a great favor, and I am very grateful for your trust in me. I do have some suitable candidates, but I'm not sure how many you specifically need." John Keiming answered without hesitation, "The more people, the better, I have no limit. However, if you don't have that many retired comrades right now, can you temporarily find 100 people?" Upon hearing this number, Qin Chao's eyes widened in astonishment. 100 people, including highly skilled guards. The scale of this is simply beyond imagination. Many leaders may not even be able to enjoy such treatment. Are you trying to start a war? Looking at Qin Chao's expression, Jiang Kaiming couldn't help but wonder, did he think that 100 people weren't enough? Thinking of this, he quickly asked, Master Qin, do you think 100 people are too few? If that's not enough, then 200 or 300 people are fine. I said I don't mind having more people, the more the better. Money is absolutely not a problem. Upon hearing this, Qin Chao almost choked on his own saliva, and he quickly coughed twice. He swallowed hard and stammered, that's enough. We're not going to war, so why would we need so many people? But since you trust me so much, I'll do my best to help you recruit people. Upon hearing this, Jiang Kaiming breathed a sigh of relief and a joyful smile appeared on his face. He nodded repeatedly and said, that's good, that's good. Thank you so much, Master Qin. I'm counting on you for everything. Inside the chairman's office of Amaya Jao, Jiang Kaiming and Qin Chao were chatting. Zhao Ruxiang walked in and, upon seeing him, immediately greeted him with a broad smile. Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, Master Qin. Jiang Kaiming responded with a smile. Director Zhao, I called you here today mainly to understand two things. Zhao Ruxiang's expression turned serious, and he asked, Chairman, are you asking about the production progress of the new product? Jiang Kaiming nodded and said with a smile, that's right, that's one of them. How's it progressing? A look of joy appeared on Zhao Ruxiang's face as he reported, Chairman, we are now operating on a 3-shift system, which allows us to produce 30,000 sets per day. At this rate, IBM's order for 1 million units is expected to be completed in just over a month. Furthermore, once Chang Electric's motor production increases, our overall output can rise further, and we might even be able to complete the task faster. Hearing this, Jiang Kaiming couldn't help but smile with satisfaction and exclaimed, that's wonderful. Then he followed up with, by the way, Director Zhao, who is in charge of the security department of our industrial park now? How many people are there in total? Zhao Ruxiang has been in charge of the production department for many years and has always been very responsible. He knows all the departments in the production department very well. Upon hearing Jiang Kaiming's question, he immediately replied, Chairman, our security department has more than 50 people in total. The department head, Li Saiqiang, is a retired police officer who was injured. Upon hearing this familiar name, Jiang Kaiming fell into deep thought, as if he vaguely remembered it. Seeing this, Zhao Ruxiang quickly reminded him, Chairman, this section chief Li Saiqiang is Mrs. Zhang's relative. Oh, it was him. Jiang Kaiming suddenly realized, and a vague memory of Li Saiqiang surfaced in his mind. In his memory, Li Saiqiang was his mother Li Xiying's cousin, and he was already over 50 years old. Since we don't meet often, I don't have a particularly deep impression of him, but now when I think about it, I can still remember some things related to him. Jiang Kaiming looked at Zhao Ruxiang and said firmly, Director Zhao, the factory's security department will undergo a major reform starting today. From now on, it will be separated from the production department and officially renamed the security department. This newly established security department will be under my direct jurisdiction, and Master Qin will serve as the department head. We plan to implement comprehensive military-style training for security personnel to enhance their professional skills and work capabilities. All existing security personnel will need to participate in a reappointment process. Those who pass the assessment and meet the requirements will have their salaries increased by 20% if they wish to stay on and continue working. For those who fail the assessment, 2 options are offered: either resign with adequate compensation, or transfer to another workshop. Hearing this, Zhao Ruxiang was not surprised, because he was already used to this kind of change. He had witnessed too many similar reforms over this period of time, so this one did not surprise him too much. Yes, Chairman, I understand. Jiang Kaiming nodded slightly, then turned to Qin Chao and said, Master Qin, you can go with Director Zhao to take over the security department in a bit. The factory's current security measures are far too weak to meet actual needs. Therefore, we can directly select outstanding talents from the factory's 10,000 employees to quickly build a strong security team. We'll select 200 suitable candidates first, and then add more as needed. Okay. Qin Chao nodded, not feeling the slightest surprise. Jiang Kaiming had already discussed this matter with him before he even arrived at the company this morning. Recruiting hundreds of people directly is not an easy task, so Jiang Kaiming came up with a compromise. Among the tens of thousands of workers at Emporio, countless people were smuggled in from mainland China, including many very suitable veterans. This is a rare opportunity to select them all. Aside from the people Qin Chao introduced, it doesn't matter if we don't know the others very well, as long as they can fulfill their duties as factory guards and protect the factory. As for the security personnel needed by the Zhang family, they must be extremely reliable. Jiang Kaiming instructed Qin Chao to find familiar comrades in arms, and these people had to have families and their families were willing to come to Hong Kong to live with them. Only those people would be hired. Jiang Kaiming dared not be careless or negligent when it came to the safety of his family. Qin Chao said he could completely understand this. After Zhao Ruxiang and Qin Chao left, John Kaiming, from the R&D department of Kaiming Technology, rushed here without stopping. Upon entering the R&D department, John Kaiming noticed something different from before. The number of R&D personnel had increased significantly. He smiled, nodded in satisfaction, and then walked over to Ma Yunfei and gently patted him on the shoulder. Yunfei, judging from your appearance, you haven't been slacking off at all lately. Excellent, excellent. You've recruited so many outstanding R&D personnel for Kaiming Technology. Keep up the good work. I've never had too many talented people. Ma Yunfei smiled wryly and said helplessly, Chairman, you make it sound so easy, but it's not an easy thing to do. I did recruit quite a few people, but in doing so, I completely offended Chang'e Electric. I'm really worried that if I try to poach people from Chang'e Electric Machinery again, old Master Wan will beat me to death. Upon hearing this, John Kaiming burst into laughter and comforted him. If I'm not afraid, what are you afraid of? I gave Chang'e Electric such a big order, and all I did was poach a few of their employees. They wouldn't treat you like this over such a small matter, would they? But speaking of which, how many people did you poach from Chang'e Electric? Ma Yunfei cautiously replied, Chairman, our company currently has a total of 50 R&D personnel. 30 of them were poached from Chang'e Electric Machinery. Do you think there shouldn't be any major problems with doing that? Well. Upon hearing this, John Kaiming's face showed a strange expression, his eyes fixed on Ma Yunfei, and for a moment he didn't know how to respond. Good heavens! This kid's hoe for digging people up is pretty good. Chang'e Electric only has a little over 100 R&D personnel, and he managed to poach nearly a third of them in one go. No wonder that old man Wang was so furious. However, to be fair, Ma Yunfei performed the task assigned to him so well that he certainly deserves praise. Therefore, John Kaiming expressed his affirmation and encouragement to Ma Yunfei, and then asked with concern, Yunfei, what's the current progress of the research and development of the heatsink for computer motherboards? Are there enough people available? Ma Yunfei replied confidently, Chairman, we currently have enough R&D personnel. CPU coolers do indeed have higher requirements than case cooling fans. However, with your design ideas as a reference, and with the help of the R&D personnel poached from Chang'e Motor, we have successfully overcome the most difficult technical requirements for motor components and produced samples. I believe that we will be able to achieve mass production soon. John Kaiming smiled and nodded, saying, since we have enough manpower, let's not go to Chang'e Electric to poach talent in the field of motors for now. In addition, we need to expedite the mass production of CPU coolers, as this is Kaiming Technology's first product. Whether the company has sufficient R&D funding in the future depends entirely on how much profit it can generate for the company. Of the profits generated from this product, I will retain 30% within the company for research and development. Chairman, please rest assured, I will definitely not let you down. Upon hearing John Kaiming's promise, Ma Yunfei's eyes immediately lit up, and he excitedly patted his chest to assure John Kaiming, very good, I have confidence in you. You go ahead with your work, I have other things to take care of, so I'll be leaving now. John Kaiming highly recognized Ma Yunfei's abilities, and after saying that, he turned and left. When talking about Hong Kong's film and television industry, one absolutely cannot ignore Shaw Brothers Studio and its parent company, TVB, as well as their common founder, Shaw Yufu. It can be said that Shaw Brothers films have made an indispensable contribution to the current prosperity of Hong Kong's film industry, accounting for at least half of the market. In the later Hong Kong film industry, some people compared Shaw Brothers films to a Shaolin temple for cultivating stars. In this industry, whether in front of or behind the camera, more than half of the people have worked at Shaw Brothers Studio. It is no exaggeration to say that without Shaw Brothers films, there would not have been so many outstanding film talents, and the golden age of Hong Kong cinema today would not have been possible. Shaw Studios is hailed as the largest film studio in Asia. Countless classic Hong Kong films were born there. These films are not only popular in Hong Kong, but have also been exported to Southeast Asia, Japan, and other countries and regions, where they are loved by audiences. After completing his business related to Kaiming Technology, John Kaiming left the Ameya Industrial Park without stopping. It appeared outside a large cinema in Kowloon, owned by Shaw Brothers Cinemas. The purpose of my visit today is very clear, to meet with Zhong Chahong and watch her latest movie, The Amazing Flying Man. The movie has been showing for quite some time now, and its current box office revenue has reached over HK$ 10 million. Zhong Chahong, who had been waiting at the cinema for a long time, rushed forward to greet John Kaiming as soon as she saw him get out of the car, grabbed his hand and said reproachfully, "Why are you so late? The movie's about to start. Hurry, hurry, let's go inside." As she spoke, Zhong Chahong held John Kaiming's hand tightly and walked quickly toward the movie theater. As John Kaiming walked, he explained apologetically, "I'm so sorry, something came up and I was delayed. I'm late." Before long, the two entered the movie theater smoothly and found seats. As the movie canvas gradually lit up, the iconic logo of Shaw Brothers films appeared on the big screen. John Kaiming stared at the big screen, where the names of the main actors and director were listed. Many of them later became well-known celebrities. The director of this film is Wang Jing, a genius director known as the king of commercial films. The cast also includes many well-known stars from later generations. For example, Zhong Jingtao, Zhang Xi, Li Lijian, Chen Baixiang. Of course, the most dazzling one is Zhong Chahong, who plays the leading female role. Of these actors, she was the most famous at that time. Director Wang Jing also made a cameo appearance in the film as a supporting character. After the movie started, John Kaiming was filled with a nostalgic feeling of reliving old movies. Having grown accustomed to high-definition movies of later generations, he quickly lost interest when he saw the blurry image quality. After a while, he leaned against Zhong Chahong beside him and dozed off. At this moment, the cheers and laughter of the audience in the movie theater stood in stark contrast to John Kaiming, who was dozing off. This made Zhong Chahong, who was sitting next to him, very angry. She kept pinching and squeezing John Kaiming, leaving many red marks. John Kaiming didn't wake up from his sleep until the movie ended and the lights in the theater came on. The moment he opened his eyes, he was met with Zhong Chahong's almost murderous gaze. John Kaiming instantly understood what was going on, awkwardly touched his nose, and quickly explained to Zhong Chahong, "Sister Hong, I'm so sorry. I didn't sleep well last night, and I fell asleep while watching it. How about we watch it again?" Zhong Chahong rolled her eyes at him and said, "What are you looking at? Let's go. We have to go to the movie celebration party later." Hearing this, John Kaiming looked bewildered. This girl hadn't mentioned this to him at all. "A victory celebration banquet?" John Kaiming asked, puzzled. "That's right." Zhong Chahong nodded. He then explained, "Shaw Brothers rarely hold events like this. I heard it was a last-minute decision by Shaw Brothers. He doesn't like people knowing about it, so we'd better hurry." After saying that, she pulled John Kaiming and walked out of the movie theater. Seeing Zhong Chahong's anxious expression, John Kaiming couldn't help but ask, "Sister Hong, if you had told me earlier, I could have prepared some gifts to make things easier for you. It doesn't feel right for me to go there empty-handed now, does it?" Zhong Chahong rolled her eyes at him and said, "This is a movie celebration banquet, why would we need to prepare these things? The fact that you, young Master John, are here is already giving them plenty of face." After getting into the car, Zhong Chahong leaned against John Kaiming and whispered, "I heard from Fatty Wong that Shaw Brothers might be closing down." Upon hearing this news, John Kaiming's heart stirred slightly. He knew that Shaw Brothers' studio had indeed gone out of business in history, but he didn't know the exact time. Hearing Zhong Chahong say this, he realized that it was very likely to happen this year. Shaw Brothers films were once glorious, but with the changing times and market competition, they eventually declined. Once Shaw Brothers goes bankrupt, most of its resources will be transferred to TVB. At the same time, many filmmakers also join other film and television companies to seek new development opportunities. This seems to be a phenomenon of one whale falling and all things springing up, where the fall of a giant brings opportunities to other companies. After entering the hotel, Zhong Chahong warmly introduced John Kaiming to everyone present. John Kaiming smiled and politely returned the greetings to everyone. When he approached a thin old man of about 70 years old, he bowed slightly and said respectfully, "Sir Shaw, it is a great honor to be invited to this film celebration banquet hosted by you." Xiao Yufu smiled warmly and replied, "Chairman John, a warm welcome to our film celebration banquet." John Kaiming quickly waved his hand with a smile and said modestly, "Sir Xiao, you are an elder, please just call me by my name, Kaiming." Facing this elderly philanthropist who has generously donated over $10 billion to mainland China and built thousands of school buildings, John Kaiming felt a deep sense of respect and admiration. Xiao Yufu keenly sensed John Kaiming's sincere attitude, smiled and nodded slightly in agreement, and then said, "You don't need to call me sir. People close to me usually call me Uncle Six. You can call me that too." John Kaiming smiled and replied, "Okay, Sixth Uncle, I hope you will take good care of and help Ah Hong when she films her movie here in the future." Xiao Yufu nodded and said, "Kaiming, Ah Hong is a young woman. In this circle, it's rare to find someone as virtuous as her." Hearing this from the side, Chen Baixian joked, "Honggu, Uncle Lu and your boyfriend are talking about you? Your boyfriend is really good to you, he even asked Uncle Lu to take care of you." Li Lijian teased from the side, "Honggu, your boyfriend is so tall and strong. And the key is that he's so rich. I wish I had a boyfriend like you, Sheri Chung. Ah Zhen, with so much food, can't you shut up?" Zhong Chahong said with a smile, and then she started playfully fighting with Li Lijian. Chung Family Villa, Kowloon City District. Zhong Chahong, her face flushed, leaned against John Kaiming's chest and asked softly, "Hey Big Oaf, what did you and Sir Xiao talk about at the victory celebration? You two seem to be having a good time." John Kaiming affectionately patted Zhong Chahong's hair and replied with a smile, "Nothing special, just a casual chat. He admires you and said you're a rare find in this industry." Zhong Chahong was secretly pleased to hear this, but she still pretended to be angry and said coquettishly, I don't believe what you're saying. John Kaiming imitated Xiao Yufu's tone perfectly, saying, Sixth uncle said that Ah Hong is a rare, virtuous woman in the film and television industry. You should cherish her. Hearing this, Zhong Chahong felt a surge of warmth in her heart, but she still gave a haughty snort and then asked, what else did he say? John Kaiming didn't answer her question directly, but instead asked in return, Sister Hong, do you like making movies? Zhong Chahong was slightly taken aback, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure and answered seriously, I don't like it. I just treat movies as a way to make money. Once I've earned enough money to live comfortably for the rest of my life, I'll choose to retire from acting. Seeing Zhong Chahong's earnest expression, John Kaiming knew that she was speaking from the heart. After all, in her past life's memories, Zhong Chahong did indeed retire from acting at the height of her fame. Then, John Kaiming asked another question, Sister Hong, have you ever thought about becoming a strong woman like Fang Yuhua? No, being a career woman is too tiring. Zhong Chahong answered without hesitation. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly realized something, her eyes widened, and she stared at John Kaiming in disbelief. Hey Big Oaf, do you want to start a movie company or something? Faced with Zhong Chahong's questioning, John Kaiming revealed a sly smile and gave an ambiguous reply, we'll see. Then, he changed the subject, laughing and teasing, Sister Hong, don't you know? This Big Oaf only knows how to use brute force. After saying that, John Kaiming turned over and began to move. No. As time goes by, Hong Kong's economy continues to flourish, and the number of ultra-high net worth individuals is increasing day by day. In later generations, Hong Kong has become the world's largest city in terms of the number of high net worth individuals. This data fully demonstrates Hong Kong's wealth accumulation and economic strength. These affluent consumers have never stopped loving and pursuing luxury goods, which has naturally made Hong Kong a highly sought-after luxury shopping paradise. Especially after entering the 1990s, Hong Kong not only became the center of luxury consumption in Asia, but also occupied an extremely important place in the world. This place brings together top luxury brands from all over the world, offering everything from fashionable clothing and exquisite jewelry to high-end watches. It also boasts the world's most comprehensive range of luxury goods stores. Hong Kong has successfully jumped to second place in the world's most popular luxury shopping cities, second only to Tokyo, Japan. Furthermore, Hong Kong's sales of personal luxury goods far surpass those of other cities. Especially in the luxury clothing and footwear sector, Hong Kong has always been at the forefront. In terms of men's and women's jewelry and watches, its demand remains the highest in the Asia-Pacific region. Such a huge business opportunity has naturally attracted many internationally renowned luxury brands to set up shop in Hong Kong. For example, Hermes, Chanel, Louis Vuitton, and Dior have either established flagship stores in Hong Kong or actively expanded their business footprint to meet the growing market demand. These measures undoubtedly demonstrate the high importance that major luxury brands attach to the Hong Kong market. Of course, that's all for the future. In the 1980s, there wasn't a single local company in Hong Kong that focused on building high-end luxury brands. Even Poon Dick Sang, the king of watch brands who has risen to prominence in Hong Kong in recent years. Its business is limited to acting as an agent for European and American luxury brands, and it does not yet own its own independent brand. Those luxury brands that would later become world-renowned were in their infancy at that time, and some had not even been established yet. Hong Kong possesses unique advantages, but it is regrettable that, even in later generations, it has failed to produce a globally renowned luxury brand. At the film's celebration banquet, John Kaiming chatted with Xiao Yufu, who jokingly asked him if he was interested in getting involved in the film and television industry. John Kaiming originally intended to decline, as Hong Kong's film and television market was limited in size, and the total annual box office was even difficult to exceed $1 billion. Moreover, it will face strong competition from Hollywood in the future. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, Xiao Yufu suddenly mentioned that Pan Desheng spent a huge sum of money to establish a film and television company in order to win the favor of his beloved woman, specifically to promote her. They're even planning to rent his Shaw Brothers cinema chain recently. John Kaiming knew perfectly well that Xiao Yufu's words were clearly meant for him, with the aim of drawing him into the situation and increasing his bargaining power. But when John Kaiming heard this news, many other thoughts immediately popped into his mind. He knew that someone like Pan Desheng would never make such a big move just because of a beautiful woman. The real reason behind it is probably to better promote the luxury goods he owns. The reason why luxury goods are so popular is largely due to the brand's extensive advertising. In reality, the production cost of these luxury goods is often extremely low. The biggest cost comes from brand promotion and maintenance. Globally, almost every renowned luxury brand maintains close partnerships with major film and television companies. However, John Kaiming has no intention of personally getting involved in this field. Instead, he plans to entrust this important task to Zhong Chahong for management, while he himself will provide full support and assistance. For him, his initial motivation for entering the film and television industry was actually quite similar to that of Pan Desheng. Kaiming, do we really want to set up a film and television company and a clothing brand? I don't think I can do these things. Zhong Chahong looked at John Kaiming with a somewhat uncertain gaze, her heart filled with worry. John Kaiming smiled gently, patted her hand softly, and comforted her. Don't worry too much, I've got everything covered. His voice was firm and confident, which made Zhong Chahong feel at ease. Alright, since you put it that way, I'll give it a try. Zhong Chahong gritted her teeth and finally decided to give it a shot. Although she was still a little apprehensive, seeing John Kaiming's determination gave her the courage to persevere. Chung Chuhong is currently very popular, while Chung Kaiming is a well-known young entrepreneur in Hong Kong. The two are always the center of attention wherever they go. The media pays close attention to their every move and frequently reports on their news. Since getting together with John Kaiming, Zhong Chahong appears to be carefree on the surface, but in reality, she is under tremendous pressure. Many newspapers discussed that she was not good enough for John Kaiming. Although John Kaiming and his family may not care about these gossips, Zhong Chahong herself cared a lot. That's why she agreed to try doing business, hoping to prove her worth. John Kaiming smiled and said, "Alright, leave the rest to me." His tone was relaxed and at ease, as if everything was under control. Zhong Chahong nodded gently and said no more. At this moment, her feelings were still complicated, but she believed that John Kaiming would be able to arrange everything properly. "Chairman, here is the stock market report you requested." Tao Wenzhang walked into the spacious and bright office and placed a document in front of John Kaiming. More than a week has passed since Amego successfully resumed its listing. During this period, the company's market value repeatedly reached new highs, once exceeding HK$ 5 billion. In recent days, the stock price has begun to show signs of decline, fluctuating around HK$ 4.5 billion. Many stock investors, fearing market risks, have chosen to sell their shares in order to secure their profits. This situation led to a significant increase in the turnover rate of Amlogic stock. When John Kaiming received the stock market report from Tao Wenzhang, he understood that behind the surge in turnover was Yuan Tianfan helping him cash out his shares in Ameajao. However, he did not reveal this secret to Tao Wenzhang. "Okay, I understand," John Kaiming said softly. As he spoke, he picked up the report and began to read it, a thoughtful expression on his face. Seeing Tao Wenzhang's worried expression, John Kaiming slowly put down the documents in his hand, a gentle smile appearing on his face, and said, "Assistant Tao, you were anxious when the company was not doing well, and you are still anxious now that the company is doing well. Don't worry about it, there's absolutely no need to worry about these things. I'll take care of everything. The stock market is inherently volatile, and price fluctuations are normal, there's no need to worry excessively." Tao Wenzhang said, "Chairman, the turnover rate this time is too high. I'm worried that there might be a trap. I'm afraid someone is setting up a scheme behind the scenes. Moreover, I saw in some newspapers that some people were taking out loans to speculate on our Amigo shares, but the recent fluctuations have been too large, causing many people to lose everything. Worse still, some tabloids are blaming you for all of this. Under your wise leadership, our company has finally overcome its difficulties and ushered in a new spring. Your reputation and prestige must not be damaged because of these guys involved in finance behind the scenes." Hearing himself being unjustly criticized, John Kaiming couldn't help but smile calmly and said easily, "Being criticized by others won't hurt us, as long as we have a clear conscience. By the way, didn't I ask you to issue a notice reminding investors to maintain rational investment decisions? Most importantly, those small newspapers and magazines are not necessarily making baseless accusations. Yuan Tianfan was carrying out instructions to cash out shares, which involved a large amount of stock and caused some stock price fluctuations, resulting in losses for some shareholders, which is normal. As for those investors who borrowed money to speculate on stocks, we have already issued relevant announcements to warn them of the risks, which is more than enough. If they still insist on throwing their lives away, they have no one to blame but themselves." John Kaiming would never have such a womanly and compassionate mindset. Throughout history, those engaged in business have never escaped being criticized. If we let these so-called reputations bind our hands and feet, then we probably won't be able to accomplish anything. Kindness is often taken advantage of. John Kaiming knew very well that the reason his parents were unable to compete with Lu Luenxiong was not because they lacked business acumen. Rather, it is because they are too kind and honest in their dealings with others that they are often bound by reputation and emotions at crucial moments, thus giving up choices they clearly know are the right ones. John Kaiming received much instruction from Zhang Yingwei, who told him that in dealing with people and handling affairs, one should not only pursue personal gain, but must be true to one's conscience and moral principles. He naturally kept these words in mind, but he would not act on them completely. John Kaiming believes that such selfless love is something he would find difficult to achieve. He has a bottom line in his conscience. He is willing to uphold these principles as long as they do not harm his core interests. As for touching his taboos, no one's words will have any effect. This is also why he set off fireworks for the big green host in his previous life before his rebirth. Tao Wenzhang said, "Chairman, the announcement was issued a few days ago, but those shareholders are just too crazy. They don't take it seriously at all." John Keiming's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile, and he said, "Since an announcement has already been made to remind people, that's enough. When people make offerings to the bodhisattvas in temples, praying for their blessings to become wealthy, their wishes are not immediately fulfilled. If one's heart is not calm enough, even a bodhisattva in the next life may not bless him with wealth. These shareholders who buy our Ameijao stock, as long as they believe in Ameijao, believe in me, and can hold on, making money is only a matter of time." Tao Wenzhang nodded repeatedly in agreement, adding, "Chairman, you're absolutely right." John Keiming realized that his next plan would require substantial funding. After pondering for a moment, he said to Tao Wenzhang, "Assistant Tao, in order to give shareholders more confidence in our Ameijao, you can issue 2 announcements. First, you should compile statistics on the new orders that Amego has recently received, and then issue a corresponding announcement. Second, Keiming Venture Partners acquired a 10% stake in Ameago." Upon hearing this sudden news, Tao Wenzhang's face showed an expression of disbelief. His previously squinting eyes widened instantly, becoming as big as copper bells, and his mouth opened slightly in surprise. It took him a while to come to his senses. He stammered, "Chairman, isn't Keiming Investment your recently established personal investment company? When did they quietly acquire so many shares of Amego? This is truly unexpected." Faced with Tao Wenzhang's doubts, John Keiming remained calm and said half-jokingly, "What, do I need to report to you about any acquisitions I make?" No, Chairman, that's not what I meant." Tao Wenzhang shook his head repeatedly in fright. "Alright, remember to release the 2 company announcements today," John Keiming said, waving his hand. He nodded quickly and replied, "Yes, Chairman, I understand. But in my heart I still admire him. The chairman is indeed a business genius who is widely known in Hong Kong. He thinks 3 steps ahead for every step he takes and is very far-sighted. Now that we have this 10% stake as a backing, even if someone wants to stir up trouble, it will probably be in vain." Tao Wenzhang became more and more excited as he thought about it. Once these 2 major pieces of news were released, Amego's stock price would surely surge again. Thinking of this, he was so excited that he couldn't help but express his joy to John Keiming. "Chairman, if we make this news public, I'm afraid those shareholders will go crazy again." Seeing Tao Wenzhang's excited expression, John Keiming shook his head and said, "Then let's get on with it right away." After receiving John Keiming's instructions, Tao Wenzhang nodded and then turned and left with an excited expression. Shortly after Tao Wenzhang left, John Keiming called Yuan Tianfan to inquire about the progress of Ameijao cash-out. Upon hearing John Keiming inquire about the progress of the cash-out, Yuan Tianfan quickly reported, "Young Master John, Ameijao stock is currently very popular among investors, and our sale is progressing smoothly. To date, a total of 3% of the shares have been cashed out, at an average price of HK $28.12 per share. A total of HK $135 million was cashed out. Based on the current progress of the share sale, it is expected that the planned share sale will be completed in another 4 or 5 days." Upon hearing this, John Keiming smiled with satisfaction and praised, "Manager Yuan is indeed a professional. Entrusting tasks to you is very reassuring." Then, John Keiming continued, "Besides checking on the progress of the cash-out, I have another important message to tell you." "Oh? What news is it?" Yuan Tianfan asked curiously. John Keiming then explained to him in detail the contents of the announcement released by Ameijao. As for how to profit from this information, John Keiming did not ask further. As a professional financial practitioner, Yuan Tianfan naturally has his own set of methods and strategies. "Damn it! I just sold all my Amego shares and the good news announcement came out. I'm so angry, I'm about to explode. Are you kidding me? This is such a big positive announcement, and you're only releasing it now? This is just playing with people." Sigh, "It's because my faith wasn't firm. I clearly saw in the earlier announcement that I should hold onto my shares for the long term. I couldn't resist and sold them. Ha ha ha, I'm going to get rich. From this day forward, Amego will be my unwavering faith, and it will surely carry me to new heights. He. It was just a tiny bit more. Just a tiny bit more. If it had been a second later, I would have really sold it, and I would have lost so much money. A super positive development is coming. The second opportunity for Amego to take off has arrived. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so we must go all in." Shortly after Amego released its 2 major positive announcements, the entire exchange exploded like a bomb had been detonated. Some people had expressions of regret on their faces, constantly regretting that they had sold their Mlogic shares. Those who continued to hold onto Embran stock were so excited they were practically ecstatic, their excitement seemingly about to burst through the sky. Whether they own stocks or not, without exception, everyone seemed to be under a spell, rushing towards the trading window in unison. He shouted at the top of his lungs that he absolutely had to buy Amlogic stock. Quickly, buy 100 lots at the latest price of Emigo. 32 Hong Kong dollars, 200 lots, buy Embrand immediately. When Amagao just started its post-market analysis, the scene of frenzied investors once again unfolded like a surging tide, with everyone acting as if they had been injected with adrenaline. People flocked to buy Amlogic stock, creating a lively and exciting scene. Many financial reporters who were waiting in the exchange were instantly energized by the lively scene, just like cats smelling fish. They were all holding cameras and microphones, eagerly rushing towards the frenzied stock market investors. Their curiosity and the feeling that there was some big news hidden here are what made these stock market investors so crazy and out of control. Xiao Zhang from the Hong Kong Economic Journal, holding the microphone, grabbed a middle-aged man whose face was filled with excitement and asked with a broad smile, "Hello, sir. I am Xiao Zhang, a reporter from the Hong Kong Economic Journal. Could you spare a moment for me to interview you?" Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man cursed impatiently. "Damn it, get out of here. I make hundreds of thousands every minute. I don't have time to do your interview. If you ruin my golden opportunity to make a fortune, I'll be furious with you." As he spoke, the middle-aged man, seeing that he had been stopped by the reporter, became furious and shoved Xiao Zhang away forcefully. Then he desperately squeezed into the crowded throng, shouting that he absolutely had to buy Amigo stock. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's excited shouts, Xiao Zhang, a reporter for the Hong Kong Economic Journal, couldn't help but ponder. Could it be that Amagao has some extremely important good news again? Thinking of this, Xiao Zhang could no longer suppress his impulse and shouted loudly, "No, I have to buy one too. Old Lee, quickly get me the microphone." After saying that, he glanced at the increasingly frenzied stock market investors, and then handed the camera in his hand to his partner who was holding the camera. While his partner Lao Li looked completely bewildered, they squeezed into the crowded trading window. When Old Lee came to his senses, his eyes still seemed to retain the expression he had just had in a daze, and he couldn't help but feel anxious. He hurriedly shouted to Xiao Zhang, who was not far away, "Xiao Zhang, aren't we going to do our interview? In the short time you've been away, you've gone off to buy stocks. That won't do. Interviewing is our job, we have to do it well first." Hearing Lao Li's shout, Xiao Zhang stopped and turned around, a dismissive expression on his face. He said nonchalantly, "How much money can you make from an interview? What can you do with that little bit of money? Amex is my lucky charm. If I buy shares in Emigo, I'll make a fortune, which is much better than doing interviews. I can conduct a proper interview after I successfully buy Emigo stock." After saying that, he ignored Old Lee and followed the crowd toward the windows of the trading hall. In this noisy environment, investors are constantly crowding and scrambling, all eager to buy shares of Amlogic as soon as possible. After more than an hour of crowding, just before the market closed in the afternoon, Xiao Zhang managed to buy 20 lots of stocks thanks to his quick thinking and luck. Looking at the stock certificate in his hand, he felt an overwhelming surge of excitement and strode over to his partner, Lao Li. With his face flushed and his eyes sparkling with excitement, he said, "Old Lee, I bought it. I really bought it. That was so close. We were just a hair's breadth away from closing. Luckily, I reacted quickly and squeezed in time, and I finally managed to buy it." Old Lee, who had been waiting so long he was almost asleep, was startled awake by Xiao Zhang's actions. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, yawned widely, and said helplessly, "What good news has come out for Amgo that made you abandon your interview work and rush to buy stocks?" Xiao Zhang looked completely bewildered. He scratched his head and said, "I don't know either. I just saw everyone buying them. There must be some good news. I'm so lucky. I didn't expect to actually manage to buy some." As he spoke, he looked down and raised the stock transaction slip in his hand, a slight smile playing on his lips, as if he could already see future wealth beckoning to him. Looking at Xiao Zhang's expression, Old Lee's eyes widened in disbelief, and he exclaimed, "Did I hear that right, or are you crazy? How could someone dare to buy something without knowing anything about it?" Embrand's stock price has soared from $1.10 to over $20. Aren't you afraid of losing everything if you keep buying? Xiao Zhang, however, looked brimming with confidence, a smug smile playing on his lips, and answered firmly, "Don't worry, Lao Li, I'm not afraid. I am a believer in Amigo, and I believe it will bring me great rewards. Moreover, Amex's current share price is not just over $20, but has risen to $35.5. I worked really hard to snag this price. I bought 20 lots in one go. Once I've made a fortune, I'll treat you all to a lavish meal." Old Lee frowned deeply upon hearing Xiao Zhang's words, his heart filled with doubt and confusion. He simply couldn't understand where Xiao Zhang got his confidence from, being so certain that he would make money when he knew nothing about the market. He shook his head helplessly, sighed, and said, "Oh well, forget it, let's skip the big meal. However, if you do end up losing money, don't blame us for not warning you. Okay, the stock market is closed now. Shall we still go ahead with the interviews? Of course we have to go do the interviews. We haven't finished our tasks for today yet, let's go now. As he spoke, Xiao Zhang carefully placed the stock certificate in his bag, picked up the microphone, and walked toward the stockholders who came out of the hall. At the entrance of the exchange hall, Xiao Zhang immediately spotted the middle-aged man who boasted about making hundreds of thousands in minutes. His flamboyant Mediterranean hairstyle was unforgettable, so he immediately stepped forward and asked, "Brother, it's truly a case of fate bringing us together from afar. I never expected to run into you by such a coincidence. Look at how happy you are. Did you just successfully buy some Omega stock?" The middle-aged man's smile grew even brighter as he said smugly, "Haha, that's right. Luckily, I didn't listen to your interview suggestion earlier, or I would have missed a chance to make a fortune." Xiao Zhang quickly cupped his hands in congratulations and said, "Congratulations, brother. May you have great fortune from now on and make a fortune every day. But brother, what's your surname? Would it be convenient for you to do me this small favor and grant me a short interview?" The middle-aged man laughed heartily, revealing a set of white teeth, and said, "Of course, my surname is Wang. I'm free now. What do you want to ask? Go ahead and ask." Xiao Zhang asked, "Okay, Mr. Wang, as everyone knows, this Mlogic stock is the hottest stock in Hong Kong recently. Even though it has already increased more than 30 times, you rushed to buy it just now. Aren't you worried about losing money?" Old Li, who was holding a video camera, was both angry and helpless when he saw the question raised by Xiao Zhang. He muttered to himself. He clearly thought the price was too high, but he rushed off to buy it himself. What a contradictory guy. Upon hearing Xiao Zhang's question, Mr. Wang laughed and said, "If you were to ask me about other strange and unusual things, I might really have to rack my brains for a long time and still not be able to answer. However, if you're asking about Embrun stock, then you've come to the right person. Don't be fooled by the fact that it has already increased more than 30 times. In my opinion, it is far from reaching its peak." Today, Amaya released two major positive announcements. One of them was that Emigo successfully secured another $70 million order. Speaking of Zhang Kaiming, this young and promising chairman, he truly deserves to be called a genius who has earned 2 doctorates. He had only been in charge of the company for a month, and these huge orders were pouring in like a queue. At that time, the stock price was only over HK$30, which is hardly considered high. Even if the stock price rises to HK$100, I wouldn't think it's high. Embrun has unlimited potential. After hearing this exciting and positive news, Xiao Zhang was overwhelmed with joy. With a hopeful look on her face, she continued to ask Mr. Wang, "Mr. Wang, you just mentioned that there are 2 pieces of good news. What is the second one?" Mr. Wang was also extremely excited at this moment, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He couldn't wait to say, "This second piece of good news is even more remarkable. Kaiming Venture Partners directly increased its stake in Amigo by 10%. This huge positive news will definitely send Amigo's stock price soaring like a rocket." Kaiming investment? Xiao Zhang felt as if he were shrouded in a fog, and a deep sense of doubt welled up inside him. He himself is a financial journalist and is quite sensitive to all kinds of business information. There was never any trace of Kaiming Capital in his memory bank, as if the name had suddenly popped out of another world. With a face full of doubt, he asked, "Mr. Wang, which investment company is Kaiming Investment? This is truly something I've never heard of or seen before. Could it be a newly emerging force that has only recently risen to prominence?" Mr. Wang's lips curled up slightly, revealing a mysterious smile, as if he possessed some unknown secret. He said, "Kaiming Investment is a newly established company, so it's normal that you haven't heard of it. However, you've definitely heard of the boss of this company. Who is it? Who is it?" Xiao Zhang asked eagerly, his eyes shining with anticipation. Mr. Wang coughed lightly and then slowly said, "This is Zhang Kaiming, the chairman of Amaya. This is his newly established investment company. I went through a lot of trouble, using my connections at the Hong Kong registry, to finally find out this information." Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhang's eyes widened in shock. After a long while, he came to his senses and asked, "Doesn't that mean Zhang Kaiming personally bought back 10% of the shares? Adding to his existing shares, wouldn't he suddenly own 44% of Amayago's shares? This is incredibly good news." His voice betrayed an undisguised excitement. He felt that having bought 20 lots of stock, he was sure to make a fortune. Mr. Wang slowly shook his head, his eyes revealing a hint of helplessness and certainty, and said slowly, "You underestimated his 5% voting rights in the crucial management team. The company's directors voluntarily increased their holdings by as much as 10%, a series of actions that undoubtedly sent a strong signal to the market. With these positive initiatives and the company's inherent potential, Amigo's stock price is sure to soar like a rocket in the coming week. It's so high it'll make you dizzy and anxious. Breaking the HK$50 mark is no problem. It is certain that it will break through HK$100 per share within the next year. These are my words, spoken by Lao Wang. You are free to send them out verbatim without reservation. After saying this, Mr. Wang turned around gracefully and strode away from the scene without looking back. Zhang and Li were left standing there, looking at each other with confusion and surprise in their eyes. Xiao Zhang, what are you staring at? How can you actually believe his nonsense? Breaking through $100 per share? That's just a pipe dream, keep dreaming. Li curled his lip in disdain, his tone full of doubt and sarcasm towards Mr. Wang's words. He has worked as a financial journalist for many years, spending every day in the ever-changing world of the stock exchange, interviewing all sorts of people and witnessing countless ups and downs. He had seen far too many people making overly optimistic predictions about the future, to the point that he was numb to it all. In the end, few of them had a good ending. Xiao Zhang, however, seemed unaffected by Lao Li's words. With a silly smile on his face, he muttered softly, Lao Li, maybe Amy's stock price really can break through $100. Stop dreaming and hurry up and interview 2 more people before we call it a day and head home, Li said, picking up his camera and looking for suitable interview subjects. Zhang Kaiming was unaware that the market interpreted the 2 announcements he released as having a far greater positive impact than he had previously anticipated. At this time, he was taking Zhong Chahong around looking for a suitable company to acquire. HSBC Securities Department. Zhang Kaiming and Zhong Chahong have been here for the past few days, selecting suitable clothing companies and newspapers. Li Jianwen took out a document, opened it, and presented it to Zhang Kaiming and Zhong Chahong. He said slowly, Young Master Zhang, Miss Zhong, what do you think of this Casala company? Established 5 years ago, the company is one of the few in Hong Kong that integrates clothing design and production. It has more than 10 fashion designers and a factory with over 1,000 employees. Okay, let's take a look first. Zhang Kaiming nodded slightly, took the document, and began to examine it with Zhong Chahong. After a moment, Zhong Chahong said softly, Kaiming, I think this company's shareholder structure is not that complicated, its debt is not much, and it also has a ready-made design team and factory. Its price is only 10 million Hong Kong dollars, which is more suitable than the others we looked at before. Are you sure this is the right place? Zhang Kaiming's voice carried a hint of doubt. If it weren't for Zhong Chahong's picky shopping these past few days, he probably would have already acquired a company. For him, the acquisition would require a complete overhaul anyway. As long as there are no bad debts or legal disputes, you can acquire any company you like. Zhong Chahong nodded firmly and said, I'm sure, this is the one. Zhang Kaiming nodded in agreement and said to Li Jianwen, Manager Li, this is the company. Please have HSBC handle the acquisition, including the newspaper we talked about yesterday. Once the terms are agreed upon, please notify us so we can come and sign the contract. Li Jianwen nodded slightly and smiled, no problem, give us 3 days. Alright, we have other things to do, so we'll be leaving now. Zhang Kaiming stood up abruptly and said loudly, Wait, Mr. Zhang, a securities company is looking for a buyer. Are you interested? Li Jianwen hurriedly called out to Zhang Kaiming, who was about to turn and leave. A securities company? Zhang Kaiming's curiosity was instantly piqued upon hearing this. Which securities company is for sale? Li Jianwen lowered his voice and said, It's Futa Securities that's up for sale. The company's boss, Huang Fukai, owes HSBC a huge sum of money and has run away like a stray dog. Upon hearing the news that Futa Securities was going bankrupt, Zhang Kaiming couldn't help but sneer inwardly. It's no wonder Huang Fukai would fight him to the death because Lu Luwenxiang ruined Futa Securities so badly. Zhang Kaiming suddenly remembered that Zhang Yingwei had mentioned to him that this company seemed to be involved in money laundering for the gang, and he didn't want to take over such a company. Manager Li, Futa Securities is a long-established securities company in Hong Kong. Why doesn't HSBC acquire it itself, but instead put it up for sale? Zhang Kaiming asked with a puzzled look. Manager Li gave an awkward smile and said helplessly, Young Master Zhang, to be honest, almost all of Futa Securities' clients have left. For HSBC, it's like a chicken rib tasteless to eat, but a pity to throw away, acquiring it wouldn't make much sense. Finished running? Zhang Kaiming thought to himself, these clients have probably all been poached by HSBC. He still had a faint smile on his face and said, Manager Li, according to you, isn't Futa Securities just an empty shell company now? What use would it be for me to acquire it? Li Jianwen quickly explained, Young Master Zhang, don't underestimate Futa Securities. Although it no longer has clients, it still has more than 100 experienced securities professionals. Moreover, as a long-established securities company, Futa Securities has all kinds of financial licenses. For us at HSBC, these staff members and licenses are perhaps like a double-edged sword. But for you, wouldn't it be like adding wings to a tiger being able to buy it and use it right away? Zhang Kaiming's heart skipped a beat. He thought of his investment company, which was still just an empty shell with many licenses still pending. Futa Securities has the right talent and license, which is a good addition to Kaiming Investment. Those existing clients are like tempting pieces of meat to financial giants like HSBC, but it was of no use to him. Thinking of this, John Keiming asked, managerly, Futa Securities is now just an empty shell. At what price does HSBC intend to sell it? Upon hearing that John Keiming intended to acquire the company, Managerly was secretly delighted and hurriedly said, Young Master John, Futa Securities is a fully licensed financial company, which is extremely rare in Hong Kong. HSBC intends to sell for $50 million. John Keiming's face darkened upon hearing the price. When HSBC sells things to Li Ka-shing, they like to give them away for half the price. When it was his turn, the price increase was so drastic. Managerly, it seems that Futa Securities is not for me. You should look for another buyer. John Keiming shook his head helplessly. Then he said to Zhong Chahong, Hong, let's go. Seeing this, Li Jianwen became extremely anxious and quickly called out, Young Master John, don't be in such a hurry. If you feel the price is not right, we can discuss it again. No need, I've never been interested in finance anyway, John Keiming said insincerely. After saying that, he took Zhong Chahong and left HSBC without looking back. No matter how much Li Jianwen shouted, he showed no intention of turning back. Old Tan, let's go straight home. John Keiming and Zhong Chahong said to driver Tan Bing after getting into the car. Yes, young Master John, Tan Bing replied. Tan Bing was Qin Chao's comrade in arms. Back then, Qin Chao fought in that extremely dangerous underground boxing match just to save him. Qin Chao was transferred by John Keiming to be in charge of setting up the security department, and Tan Bing was assigned to be his driver. Keiming, why don't you acquire Futa Securities anymore? After spending this time together, Zhong Chahong was very familiar with John Keiming's actions. His expression just now clearly showed that he was tempted. Hee, that's too expensive. I have a better way. John Keiming didn't explain further. The next day, after consulting with his father, Zhang Yingwei, John Keiming went directly to Zheng Jiahao, the deputy general manager of Futa Securities. Through Zhang Yingwei, he learned that Zheng Jiahao was a capable assistant to another minor shareholder of Defu Securities. This talented young man, a graduate of the Department of Finance at the University of Cambridge in England, is only 35 years old. He is particularly skilled in corporate mergers and acquisitions, and his contributions to the current scale of Futa Securities are indispensable. It's a pity he was never given a prominent role. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, John Keiming cut to the chase. Mr. Zheng, with an annual salary of HK$ 500,000, how about you become the general manager of Keiming Investment? Zheng Jiahao had naturally heard of John Keiming, a brilliant entrepreneur who frequently appeared in the financial section. Under his leadership, Imagi's market value has now skyrocketed to over HK$ 5 billion. Based on his shareholding, his personal wealth exceeds HK$ 2 billion, enough to rank him among the top 30 richest people in Hong Kong, making him a well-deserved super-rich individual. What Zheng Jiahao envies even more is that he is the youngest among the billionaires. Young Master John, how much authority do I have? Zheng Jiahao asked impatiently. He had always felt his talents were not recognized at Futa Securities, and many of his brilliant ideas were difficult to put into practice. He had long been fed up with this constraint. He didn't want to continue being a puppet who could only obey orders in the new company. John Keiming smiled slightly, like a gentle spring breeze, and said, except for the targets I specify for acquisition or investment, you will be in full charge of managing all the company's specific affairs. Young Master John, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Hearing the generous terms offered by John Keiming, Zheng Jiahao finally made up his mind and resolutely embarked on his new journey. Very good, General Manager Zheng, welcome to the team. John Keiming smiled broadly. He then added, Keiming Capital's immediate goal is to hollow out your former employer. John Keiming does want Futa Securities, that's true, but he doesn't want just anyone at Futa Securities. Zheng Jiahao knows more about the inside story of Futa Securities than he does, and it would be better for him to step forward. It's mid-June. All 10 advanced production lines that John Keiming purchased for Amaya have arrived at the factory. At this moment, these production lines are in a state of intense and bustling installation and commissioning. Mass production will officially begin in July, and the production capacity of chassis and cooling fans will be able to keep up with order demand. Over the past 2 weeks, Amigo has remained the most dazzling star stock in the stock market, attracting a flood of investors. This popularity also provided John Keiming with extremely convenient conditions and environment for successfully cashing out his shares. Just today, John Keiming received news from Yuan Tianfan that he had successfully cashed out. Citibank Securities Department. When John Keiming saw the data on the cashing out of shares sent by Yuan Tianfan, a very satisfied expression appeared on his face, and he nodded slightly. Data shows that Amigo cashed out more than HK$ 500 million from its 10% stake. After deducting various handling fees, the final amount received was HK$ 520 million. With this huge sum of money in hand, John Kaiming could begin to prepare for his many long-planned schemes in an orderly manner, especially his dream laboratories. After being reborn, John Kaiming possessed a genius-level intellect, but unfortunately, even the most skilled cook cannot make a meal without ingredients. Without a high-end laboratory built with substantial investment, his brain wouldn't be able to function properly. Unlike when I was studying in the US, where the school labs could provide all sorts of high-end experimental equipment for any experiment I wanted to do, here in the US. After returning to Hong Kong, he found that he had no opportunity to test many of his ideas. John Kaiming aims to gradually build his own high-end laboratory. His true pursuit should be cutting-edge technology, like that of Huawei and Elon Musk's tech empire. This funding is the first source of initial capital. The advanced equipment needed to build a high-end laboratory is not cheap. The key issue is that we won't see any returns in the short term. Because of the AIMGO incident, even survival became a problem, let alone money. This forced him to abandon his idea of building a laboratory. The original intention behind buying Wharf Holdings at rock-bottom prices was to make a quick fortune and solve the current tight cash situation. Who would have thought that something went wrong? The fact that the battle for control of Wheelock by shipping magnates and Southeast Asian tycoons has yet to erupt has left him in an awkward position. They originally thought they could make a fortune from this battle. Unexpectedly, he couldn't find the right opportunity, and now he's almost become the owner of Wheelock Properties by trying to buy at the bottom. Considering that Wheelock is currently a major loss-making company with more than $2 billion in debt, he would not be able to digest the idea of acquiring it, which is why he gave up the idea of taking over. John Kaiming had already planned that if he waited until September, after the Eternal Plaza Agreement was announced but before the Wheelock takeover battle began, he would personally take over Wheelock himself. By then, he will not lack funds for acquisitions. Thinking about Wheelock, they had previously raised a total of $850 million through financing and cashing out of Chung Tak Motors to acquire shares. It's unclear how the recent acquisitions are progressing. Manager Yuan, what's the progress of the acquisition of Wheelock shares? John Kaiming inquired. Yuan Tianfan slowly said, Young Master John, we have acquired 21% of Wheelock shares at an average price of $4.1 per share, for a total cost of $620 million. The stock account balance is $230 million. There are not many shares available for trading in the stock market now, and there is a risk of exposure if a large-scale acquisition is to be made. If you're still thinking about making large-scale acquisitions, you'll probably have to turn your attention to the shareholders. However, acquiring shares directly from shareholders also carries the risk of exposure. John Kaiming nodded slightly, then solemnly said, in that case, let's temporarily halt the acquisition of Wheelock and use the remaining money to acquire Lane Crawford shares. When Yuan Tianfan heard that John Kaiming had decided not to continue the acquisition of Wheelock, he couldn't help but feel a sense of surprise. Previously, he had secretly guessed that John Kaiming's investment of such a huge sum of money must be for the purpose of completely taking over Defeng. Looking at John Kaiming's decision now, it was clearly not the case, and he thought to himself, could it be that I guessed wrong? Suppressing his doubts, Yuan Tianfan explained, Young Master John, Lane Crawford's current market value is $320 million. It owns 4 high-end stores in the most bustling and vibrant areas of Hong Kong, including Central, Admiralty, Causeway Bay, and Tsim Sha Tsui. It is the largest and highest quality high-end department store in Hong Kong. Whether it's the location of its shops or the quality and grade of the goods it sells, it's top tier in Hong Kong. John Kaiming is also very familiar with Lane Crawford, a century-old business. It is one of the oldest department stores in Hong Kong. Founded in 1850, it has maintained its British style ever since. The product range spans international women's wear, menswear, jewelry, accessories, beauty products, and high-end daily necessities. Luxury goods represent consumers' recognition of a brand. To put it simply, it's a kind of advanced sense of psychological cognition. Every brand needs a lot of time and money to slowly cultivate consumers' recognition of the brand. John Kaiming wants to enter the luxury goods industry, but building his own brand takes too long. Having a long-established, high-end department store that consumers recognize as a key to building a brand is undoubtedly the best choice. Lane Crawford was the perfect vehicle for him to build his vast luxury empire. John Kaiming said with a serious expression, I don't care how much Lane Crawford shares there are, I want as much as you have. Upon hearing this, Yuan Tianfan was secretly delighted. Acquiring such a long-established listed company would be a big deal. If the acquisition is successful, it would also be an opportunity for him to gain fame. He quickly replied, Young Master John, don't worry, we will do our utmost to help you secure Lane Crawford. John Kaiming looked at Yuan Tianfan with a faint smile on his face, and then said, Manager Yuan, I believe in your abilities. Also, thank you for your help with the cash-out process at AIMGO. As he spoke, he took out his checkbook and quickly wrote down a number on it. A check for $1 million was handed to Yuan Tianfan, who said, Manager Yuan, this is an extra thank you for you and your brothers. I hope you will not refuse it. Your efforts deserve this reward. Faced with Jiang Kaiming's generosity, Yuan Tianfan couldn't help but secretly marvel. He had handled business for many wealthy people, and Jiang Kaiming was undoubtedly the most generous person he had ever met. Yuan Tianfan wanted to decline, but was stopped by Jiang Kaiming's piercing gaze. He could only accept the check with gratitude and said earnestly, "Young Master Jiang, on behalf of my brothers, I thank you for your generosity." Yuan Tianfan carefully put the check away, then solemnly assured Jiang Kaiming that he would do everything in his power to acquire Lane Crawford's shares. After Jiang Kaiming left Citibank, Yuan Tianfan immediately gathered his employees and began to work intensively on the acquisition plan. And this is exactly the result Jiang Kaiming wanted. Get big results with little money. With $500 million cashed out by Amegao and $60 million withdrawn from Changde Electric, Jiang Kaiming, holding $560 million, immediately embarked on a buying spree. In 1985, Hong Kong's economy began to recover, but in reality, the real economy was still declining. The fastest recovery has been seen in sectors like real estate and finance. High labor and factory rental costs are a heavy burden on Hong Kong's real economy, causing it to decline year after year. Moreover, this rate of decline will only accelerate in the future. The most fundamental reason for this was the deliberate act of the Hong Kong British government, which effectively hollowed out Hong Kong's physical businesses. The real economy is already struggling, and with the Hong Kong sovereignty issue now confirmed, many middle and upper-class elites who lack confidence in the future are accelerating the pace of selling assets and immigrating. This was a golden opportunity for Jiang Kaiming. This made his acquisition much easier. Jiang Kaiming's first acquisition was a Futa Securities license, which cost only $5 million. Compared to HSBC's previous offer of $50 million, this is a world of difference, nearly 10 times more. The reason for such a large gap is that Futa Securities is no longer worth anything. In the past few days, Jiang Kaiming instructed He Jun how to dismantle the company from within, wiping out the most elite group of people at Futa Securities. As a result, the only valuable thing left for Futa Securities is its license. When Jiang Kaiming offered $5 million to acquire Futa Securities, Li Jianwen was so angry he grimaced. But all the top employees had left, so he had no choice but to ask his superiors for permission and grit his teeth to sell it to Jiang Kaiming. Jiang Kaiming felt that he was not yet powerful enough and did not want to be enemies with HSBC for the time being, so he directly gave HSBC an acquisition deal. The company commissioned HSBC to acquire a company that owns pharmaceutical research and development laboratories and manufacturing plants. Under Jiang Kaiming's sweet talk, Li Jianwen immediately became enthusiastic and readily agreed to help him find a suitable acquisition target. With the help of elites from Futa Securities, Kaiming Venture Partners transformed itself into an investment bank with over 50 financial professionals. Although its scale is not large, it is enough to help Jiang Kaiming complete some acquisition tasks. After acquiring all the licenses owned by Futa Securities, Kaiming Venture Partners has not ventured into banking, deposit taking and insurance functions. We also offer high-quality services for other areas such as stocks, funds, futures, foreign exchange, and financing. Among these financial licenses, license number 1 is a securities trading license, which allows one securities trading seat on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. The number of trading seats in the exchange's main hall is limited, you can't have as many as you want. These seats are equipped with telephone communication equipment, through which brokers can transmit transaction and closing information. If a securities firm wants to complete a securities transaction in the trading hall, it must first purchase a trading seat. Once purchased, these seats cannot be cancelled, they can only be transferred. Jiang Kaiming was extremely fond of the securities trading seat number 666 at Futa Securities after learning about it. Of course, the more important reason is that if he wants to conduct stock transactions in the future, he will no longer need to rely on other securities companies. He can easily complete the transactions directly through Kaiming Investment, which undoubtedly greatly improves the security and confidentiality of the transactions. In a VIP room at HSBC Securities, Li Jianwen, beaming, pointed to a middle-aged man and introduced him to Jiang Kaiming. "Young Master Jiang, Miss Zhong, this is Mr. Wang Haifeng, the owner of Casilla Company." Then, he gave Wang Haifeng a detailed introduction to Jiang Kaiming and Zhong Chahong. After exchanging greetings, Jiang Kaiming smiled and said, "Mr. Wang, I see that your clothing company is doing quite well. Why would you suddenly want to sell it?" Upon hearing this, Wang Haifeng gave a bitter smile and said helplessly, "Jiang Sheng, if my children had your abilities, wouldn't I also want to pass the company down to them?" They had studied abroad for many years, gotten used to life there, and had no interest in returning to inherit the family business. Instead, they advised me to immigrate to Australia. "I'm 53 this year. I was sick last year, and my energy isn't what it used to be. I was thinking of selling the company and going to Australia to take care of my grandchildren. That would be a good thing." Jiang Kaiming nodded in understanding, noting that cases like Wang Haifeng's were not uncommon among immigrants in recent years. Of those who went abroad to study in later generations, very few returned after completing their studies. With a smile, John Kaiming said softly, "Mr. Wang, the terms of acquiring all of Castle Company's assets for 8 million Hong Kong dollars and assuming 2 million Hong Kong dollars in supplier payments have already been clearly explained to you by Manager Lee. If you have no objections, we can now sign the contract and complete the payment." Wang Haifeng's face was filled with reluctance. He sighed deeply, then slowly nodded and said, "Zhang Sheng, I have no objection to this condition. These days, it's getting harder and harder to run a business in the physical retail sector, and there are very few people like you, Mr. Zhang, who are so quick to pay. The children are urging me to hurry, and I don't want to delay any longer." Seeing that the two had reached an agreement, Li Jianwen was overjoyed and quickly said, "Congratulations to you both on achieving your goal. I will arrange for someone to draft the contract right away. Please be patient." Before long, Li Jianwen handed 2 copies of the contract to the 2 men. John Kaiming took the contract and handed it to Zheng Jiahao, the barrister who had come with him, without hesitation, so that he could review it. Wang Haifeng also handed the contract to his lawyer for careful review. Subsequently, Zheng Jiahao, representing John Kaiming, discussed revisions to some details with HSBC and lawyer Wang Haifeng. After the discussion, John Kaiming took the new contract, quickly glanced at it, confirmed that there were no problems, and then signed his name with a flourish. Then he signed a check for HK$ 8 million and handed it to Wang Haifeng. As for the changes to the company's documents and assets, that will have to wait a few more days. These matters were left to Zheng Jiahao to handle. Not long after Wang Haifeng left, John Kaiming, through Li Jianwen's introduction, spent HK$ 1 million to buy an entertainment tabloid with a daily circulation of over 10,000 copies from a boss. The newspaper has fewer than 50 employees in total. Among them were 16 reporters, 1 editor-in-chief, and more than 30 people from other departments. The newspaper also publishes an entertainment gossip weekly, which sells only a few thousand copies per issue. The reports mainly focus on gossip about celebrities in the Hong Kong entertainment industry. However, John Kaiming didn't care about any of that. He bought this entertainment newspaper because he valued its human resources. Fashion magazines are an essential resource for the luxury goods industry's promotional efforts. Unfortunately, at that time, Hong Kong did not have a formal and professional fashion magazine. John Kaiming envisioned transforming the acquired newspaper into Hong Kong's first professional fashion magazine. As soon as he got the newspaper, John Kaiming looked at Zhong Chahong with a big smile and said, "Sister Hong, whether our fashion weekly Fashion Queen can be a great success in its first issue depends entirely on your influence as the Honggu of the entertainment industry." During this time, John Kaiming was busy with all sorts of things, and Zhong Chahong felt that she hadn't been able to help at all. Hearing that he could contribute, he immediately said happily, "Watch me. I'll bring all the handsome men and beautiful women in the entertainment industry over to be on our magazine." John Kaiming said with a smile, "Okay, I've already told you how to make the magazine, now it's up to you." Zhong Chahong nodded repeatedly. The acquisition of Futa Securities' license, the clothing company, and the newspaper's assets were all completed in just 1 week. The clothing company transformed itself into Kamenga. The newspaper also got a new name, Huashang, which means leading the fashion trend in the East. The first magazine, Fashion Queen, has made a dazzling debut, focusing on leading women's fashion and dressing. John Kaiming gave Zhong Chahong a fashion magazine proposal, which he referenced from the styles of some fashion magazines from later generations. After handing it over to her, John Kaiming confidently became a hands-off manager. As long as the general direction is correct, nothing will go wrong. The Golden Gate building in Hong Kong, also known as the Kerry Center, is a Grade A office building located at 12 Harcourt Road, Admiralty, Hong Kong. This building has 37 floors, each with an area of approximately 740 square meters, and it was completed in 1975. 2 years ago, when the Jialing Group fraud case broke out, many superstitious tenants moved out, leaving many floors vacant. The 9th floor of the Golden Gate building used to be the office space of a financial company. When John Kaiming saw that the place was quite new, he rented the entire floor and used it as office space for Kaiming Investment. Simply change the company sign, and it can be put into use immediately. In the office, Zheng Jiahao reported to John Kaiming, "Young Master John, these are several small appliance companies that we have selected after conducting research over the past few days. Their product lines cover induction cookers, electric ovens, rice cookers, hair dryers, and juicers." John Kaiming nodded and asked, "Do these companies have core technologies? What is their factory capacity like?" Zheng Jiahao explained with a smile, "Young Master John, these companies don't have any core technology other than rice cookers, they're just assembly companies. These companies are clustered together in the new territories, employing a total of over 8,000 workers, with an annual output value of approximately HK$ 1 billion. John Kaiming wasn't surprised to hear that there wasn't much core technology involved. Given the current environment in Hong Kong, this wouldn't significantly affect his future plans. He focused the core of his manufacturing business on Kaiming technology, investing money to develop whatever products he wanted. Production was outsourced to Amex. Afterwards, Emigo followed the same path as Foxconn in later years, taking the OEM route. John Kaiming looked at Zheng Jiahao and said, "You guys go and do a detailed evaluation. Roughly how much would it cost to acquire them?" The best way for Aimgo to expand its home appliance product range is through mergers and acquisitions. He had no intention of taking a cut of the profits from the computer cases and cooling fans. What Emigo needs to do in the future is to continuously expand the scale of its factories. Whatever Kaiming technology develops, Aimeo must be able to manufacture. These profits will be reinvested in expanding the business. Upon hearing that John Kaiming was going to acquire these companies, Zheng Jiahao, who was particularly interested in corporate mergers and acquisitions, immediately became excited. "Young Master John, don't worry, I'll go verify and assess it right away. I'll give you the results as soon as they're available," He Junhao said. "Wait, what's the rush? Kaiming technology needs a place for experiments and offices. Ma Yunfei found one not far from Aimeo. Go and check it out. If it's suitable, buy it. I will be purchasing a lot of experimental equipment, which will be delivered to Hong Kong by August at the latest. We'll need a suitable place to put it then." John Kaiming stopped Zheng Jiahao and instructed, "All right, young Master John, I'll go right away." Zheng Jiahao nodded and replied, "The environmental requirements for any laboratory are extremely stringent." During his studies in the United States, the labs he spent the most time in were computer labs. The environmental requirements for a software laboratory cover many important aspects, including temperature, humidity, anti-static properties, power supply, network, security, and cleanliness. In terms of hardware laboratories, the environmental requirements are the same as those for software laboratories, with strict requirements for temperature and humidity. There are also extremely high standards for air quality, ensuring that the content of impurities in the air is extremely low, so as not to adversely affect the normal operation of hardware equipment. It also has high requirements for lighting, noise, electromagnetic radiation protection, and even the external environment. Of course, these are all requirements for establishing a top-notch laboratory. John Kaiming doesn't need such a large laboratory now. All he needs is a laboratory where he can personally conduct research and development on electrical appliances and computers. In the short term, due to insufficient funding, it is impossible to have a top-level laboratory like that of a certain company in later generations. However, he can gradually improve and optimize the laboratory environment based on actual needs, providing a solid foundation for his research and development work. John Kaiming had already planned to first develop some products that were relatively low in technology but could provide a steady stream of cash flow. "We are making strides in technology step by step." In later generations, Musk had Tesla, which provided him with an endless supply of ammunition. With ample funding and the support of a large country like the United States, they can develop whatever they want without any constraints or restrictions. The conscience of the United States originally possessed the unique advantage of having computers. Even government agencies have designated its computers for procurement, endorsing its brand. As a result, the company was blinded by the desire to make money quickly and wasted such a rare opportunity. In comparison, the conditions that a certain company faced in the early stages were far worse than those of the conscience of the United States, both in terms of resources and opportunities. In later generations, the two companies developed in completely different ways. It became a world-class assembly company. Meanwhile, another company has risen to become a world-class technology giant. This shows that various factors, such as funding, talent, equipment, and the overall environment, can influence scientific research. John Kaiming was in Hong Kong at the time, which was during the Commonwealth period. Fortunately, many high-end devices can still be purchased through legitimate channels here, which provides some convenience for his path to technological advancement. If he were on the mainland, it would be virtually impossible for him to acquire such high-end equipment. Now, as long as the funding is right, even if the research environment is a bit poor, the talent and equipment can still be provided. The more prosperous Hong Kong's economy becomes, the more inevitable the decline of labor-intensive, low-end industries will be. However, high-profit, high-end manufacturing and technological research and development remain viable paths. Hong Kong may well become the Silicon Valley of the United States. Hong Kong was undergoing an economic transformation at that time. The Hong Kong British government is leading Hong Kong down the path of real estate development, which is the fastest way for them to drain Hong Kong dry. John Kaiming believes that Hong Kong, under the control of Li Ka-shing and his group, will become a real estate city. It might just be possible for it to become a city of technology under his leadership. However, he needs time. Time was of the essence, so John Kaiming picked up the phone and dialed Vincent's number. Once you've tasted the sweetness of money, you'll never forget its deliciousness. Half an hour into the call, Vincent readily agreed to help him purchase the necessary equipment. This equipment purchase order cost him $20 million. What he needs to do now is to create the necessary building environment for the laboratory. Seeing the somewhat dilapidated industrial park in front of him, with its white walls peeling off, Jiang Kaiming frowned. Looking at Ma Yunfei beside him, he asked, "Old Ma, this industrial park looks quite old. It's obviously not suitable to transform it into an art laboratory." Jiang Kaiming was too busy lately, so he handed the matter over to Ma Yunfei. Looking at the industrial park in front of him, Jiang Kaiming began to doubt whether he had misjudged Ma Yunfei. Ma Yunfei noticed a hint of displeasure on Jiang Kaiming's face, and his heart tightened immediately. He quickly explained, "Young Master Jiang, please don't be fooled by the dilapidated appearance of this industrial park. In fact, it perfectly meets all our needs as a laboratory." "Okay, let me take you inside to see for yourself, then you'll understand." Fine, this industrial park cost me 10 million Hong Kong dollars. You better pray it actually meets my requirements." Jiang Kaiming curled his lip, a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes, and then strode into the park. As they walked, Jiang Kaiming couldn't help but ask again, "Just how big is this industrial park?" Ma Yunfei quickly followed, explaining as they walked, "Young Master Jiang, this factory covers an area of 3,000 square meters and has three-story factory buildings. The space is very ample and can fully meet all our experimental needs." After the two slowly walked into the park, Ma Yunfei pointed to a factory building not far away and said, "You would never imagine what grade of steel and cement was used to build this seemingly ordinary factory building." Jiang Kaiming tilted his head slightly, and seeing the factory buildings in front of him, he was filled with curiosity and asked, "They're just ordinary factory buildings, how high can the grade of materials be? Can it possibly defend against missiles?" Ma Yunfei revealed a mysterious smile and said, "Young Master Jiang, you really guessed right. This industrial park was indeed built using missile-proof materials." Hearing Ma Yunfei's answer, Jiang Kaiming felt somewhat incredulous and said, "Has this boss gone mad? How much would it cost to build an ordinary industrial park using such high-specification materials as missile defense?" Seeing this, Ma Yunfei quickly and patiently explained, "Young Master Jiang, you don't know this, but this industrial park has been built for more than 20 years. The original owner of the industrial park was a retired British engineer stationed in Hong Kong. According to his son, he has an almost obsessive pursuit of building quality, and given that he works in the heavy machinery industry, he has high requirements for housing quality. That's why they spared no expense, using such top-tier bulletproof materials to build this industrial park." Ma Yunfei reported what he had heard to Jiang Kaiming. This industrial park was previously a heavy industrial base specializing in the production of precision machine tools, and it has stringent requirements for the quality standards of the factory buildings. However, in Jiang Kaiming's view, there is absolutely no need to use special materials with bulletproof properties. He was a retired British engineer, and before his retirement he was a major. Jiang Kaiming previously thought that the owner of this industrial park was crazy for using special materials to build factory buildings. Now it seems that's not the case at all. It's possible that this major obtained these special building materials directly from the Hong Kong garrison without paying, using his connections. After World War II ended, countless military supplies were left behind and resold. Just like those small countries in Southeast Asia, where do they get so many weapons? In fact, a lot of them flowed out from the military. Specialized building materials are actually not that useful. Jiang Kaiming laughed and said, "This industrial park has been abandoned for so long and it's still hard to sell. I'm afraid the price is too high." Ma Yunfei nodded repeatedly and said with a smile, "Young Master Jiang, you're right. This industrial park is very close to our Ameajeo, and I've known about it for a long time. It has been listed for sale for several years. At first, they relied on the good quality of the house and asked for a price of HK $100 million. The land is small, and no matter how good the building materials are, no one is willing to buy it. After all, people aren't buying factory buildings to go to war, ordinary materials are perfectly sufficient. In addition, the manufacturing industry has become difficult in recent years, and many factories have moved to the mainland, leaving a large number of industrial plants in Hong Kong empty. This industrial park will be even harder to sell." Jiang Kaiming asked curiously, "So how did you manage to negotiate the acquisition for 10 million? Ma Yunfei said with a smile, "The original owner of the industrial park has passed away, and we are talking to his son. He was eager to send his father's ashes back to England, and since we were willing to pay cash immediately, he agreed to sell to us. However, this was also thanks to Kaiming Venture Partners' professional negotiation skills. Let's go see what the factory built with this bulletproof material looks like." Before Jiang Kaiming finished speaking, he walked towards the nearest factory building. After a thorough inspection, they were extremely satisfied with the main structure of the building. It seems that with just a few modifications, it can be put into use directly. Thinking of this, Jiang Kaiming said, "Old Ma, you should immediately arrange for the construction team to move in and carry out the renovations according to our requirements. This place will be our Kaiming Technologies experimental base for a long time to come. Let's start by renovating this building right here. You'll personally oversee the work, and it must be completed before our first batch of equipment arrives. Jack Ma, his face flushed with excitement, replied loudly, "Yes, young Master Zhang. Let's go, there's nothing much to see here, let's go back first." Zhang Kaiming's lips curled up into a smile. Kaiming Investment, Jinmen Building. When Tao Wenzhang saw Zhang Kaiming return, he quickly went up to him and said, "Young Master Zhang, you've come back just in time. Manager Yuan Tianfan just called and said he has something urgent to discuss with you." Zhang Kaiming paused for a moment after hearing this, then said to Tao Wenzhang, "All right, I understand. You can go about your business now." "Okay." Tao Wenzhang nodded vigorously. Zhang Kaiming had entrusted him with many tasks these past few days, and he dared not delay in the slightest. He turned and left in a hurry. Yuan Tianfan rarely calls him, so this call most likely means there's been a problem with Wheelock or Lane Crawford's acquisition. Zhang Kaiming hurried back to his office, grabbed the phone, and quickly dialed Yuan Tianfan's number. "Manager Yuan, this is Zhang Kaiming. What brings you here?" Zhang Kaiming's voice carried a hint of doubt. Yuan Tianfan said, "Young Master Zhang, hello. Here's what happened today. While acquiring Lane Crawford stock, we discovered that someone was competing with us for shares. Is someone also trying to acquire Lane Crawford?" Zhang Kaiming's expression instantly turned serious, and he pressed for an answer. "How many shares have we acquired so far? Did the other side notice our actions? Do you know who your opponent is?" Yuan Tianfan reported truthfully, "Young Master Zhang, we have only acquired 10% of the shares so far. It is not yet clear whether the other party has noticed. The identity of the opponent is still under investigation, but we will definitely find out for you before the market closes today." Zhang Kaiming nodded slightly, paused briefly, and then said into the phone, "Manager Yuan, the acquisition is temporarily suspended. Await my notification." "Yes, young Master Zhang," Yuan Tianfan replied. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Kaiming immediately called He Junhao to his office. "Young Master Zhang, you wanted to see me?" Zheng Jiahao asked cautiously as he quickly entered the room, his face full of doubt. At this moment, the atmosphere inside the room was extremely tense, and the situation was indeed very urgent. Knowing that time was of the essence, Zhang Kaiming stopped wasting time on irrelevant remarks and asked directly, "I specifically asked you to collect information about Wheelock a few days ago. How's that going?" As Kaiming Investment Company gradually became more well-staffed, he quickly arranged for Zheng Jiahao to collect information on various companies. He had been anticipating a takeover battle for Wheelock, but there was no sign of it happening for a long time. Therefore, Zhang Kaiming decisively instructed Zheng Jiahao to send people to conduct an in-depth investigation of Wheelock immediately. When the boss suddenly asked about Wheelock's situation, Zheng Jiahao looked slightly uneasy and slowly replied, "Young Master Zhang, I have indeed gathered some information about Wheelock, but unfortunately, time is limited, so the information I have gathered is inevitably not comprehensive or detailed enough. However, I will continue to work hard and strive to perfect it in the shortest possible time. By the way, Mr. Zhang, are you planning to acquire Wheelock properties?" Zhang Kaiming narrowed his eyes slightly, a sharp glint flashing in them. Zheng Jiahao stood nervously to the side, barely daring to breathe. As a listed company, Wheelock & Company discloses a great deal of information for shareholders' reference. Investigating basic information is not difficult. Wheelock was founded in 1925 and is controlled by the British Madden family. John Madden is the current chairman of Wheelock. He can be considered the restorer of Wheelock. He took charge of Wheelock from the late 1950s and used capital operations to embark on a large-scale expansion. At its peak, the company had more than 200 subsidiaries and joint ventures, making it one of the 4 major trading houses in Hong Kong. To Zhang Kaiming's great surprise, Wheelock was seemingly dominated by the British Madden family. Its largest shareholder is actually a Chinese family, the Zhang family. The Chung family, as one of the oldest and most prestigious families in Hong Kong, has always maintained a very low profile. Zhang Kaiming had only heard of this family name and knew nothing about its specifics. Even in the information explosion era of later generations, the head of the family has never been heard of on the various rich lists in Hong Kong. According to information obtained by Zheng Jiahao's investigation, this family gradually rose to prominence through the Western medicine business. In the 1960s, under the leadership of the current head of the family, Zhang Yuliang, the Zhang family began to venture into the real estate industry and achieved remarkable success. The 2 iconic buildings in Hong Kong, the Federal Building and the International Building, were originally owned by the Zhang family. In the 1970s, the Zhang family sold the 2 buildings to Federal Properties, a subsidiary of Wheelock Properties, acquiring a 77% stake in Federal Properties and thus achieving a backdoor listing. He then partnered with Madden, exchanging his real estate company for Wheelock shares, thus becoming the largest shareholder of Wheelock & Co. The Zhang family now holds 34% of Wheelock shares, making them the largest shareholder in name and in fact. The Madden family only holds 25% of the shares. John Keiming discovered from the data that the Madden family's rise and fall were both tied to shipping. More than 80% of Wheelock's current debt stems from its reckless expansion of its shipping fleet during the shipping downturn. Hong Kong was indeed a shipping hub in its early days. From World War II until the 1970s, Hong Kong, due to its geographical location, seemed to have embarked on a broad road to wealth as long as one ventured into the shipping industry. Shipping giants made a fortune, making Hong Kong the place with the most shipping magnates in the world. The Madden family started out in shipping and has since grown into a diversified conglomerate. However, shipping still occupies the most core position in its main business. In the late 1970s, the oil crisis suddenly broke out, causing the shipping industry to fall into an unprecedented downturn. Seeing the opportunity, the shipping magnate abandoned ship and landed early on. The Madden family, however, remained convinced that the crisis would not affect the bulk carriers they operated. Instead of reducing his fleet, he claimed that other shipping magnates would borrow heavily to expand their fleets when selling ships. By the end of 1983, Wheelock Shipping's total ship deadweight had reached an astonishing 1.39 million tons. The price, however, was a massive debt of HK $2.18 billion. There is also a HK $680 million order for a new ship that needs to be paid. If the economy is really good, this amount of debt is nothing. Unfortunately, the oil crisis triggered an economic crisis in Hong Kong. The entire market has fallen into a slump. Under such circumstances, Wheelock's life became increasingly difficult. The stock market is an economic barometer for listed companies and best reflects the situation of a company. Wheelock is known as Blue Lantern by Hong Kong people because it's a typical stock that doesn't rise when others rise, but falls sharply when others fall. They were disliked by Hong Kong stock market investors. As of yesterday, Wheelock's market capitalization was HK $2.94 billion, and its share price was HK $4.2. However, its debt is as high as HK $2.86 billion, with a debt ratio of 97%, which is ridiculously high, and it is almost insolvent. However, Wheelock acquired many high-quality companies when Hong Kong's economy was booming. He controls as many as 7 listed companies, including Lane Crawford, though he only controls 30% of the shares. In addition, it also controls 3 listed real estate companies, 2 listed trading companies, and 1 listed shipping company. There are more than 40 unlisted subsidiaries and more than 200 affiliated companies. The industry sectors include shipping, real estate, finance, retail, trade, and manufacturing, with operations spanning dozens of countries worldwide. Many of these high-quality industries appeal to John Keiming. For example, Lane Crawford, which is currently being acquired. He also wanted the electrical and electronic industries involved in manufacturing. However, the enormous debt made it difficult for him to proceed. Wheelock and its 7 listed subsidiaries form a consortium through cross-shareholding. Looking at Wheelock's parent company alone, its market value doesn't seem high. However, the combined market capitalization of the 8 listed companies is indeed close to HK $10 billion. It's not easy for outsiders to acquire any of the companies under the Wheelock and Company conglomerate. The business battle between the shipping magnate and the Chu family, a prominent Chinese merchant family in Southeast Asia, for Wheelock properties is frequently brought up and discussed by bloggers on the internet in later generations. John Keiming had heard about it a few times and knew roughly what was going on. After the confirmation of Hong Kong's ownership, the Madden family intended to withdraw from Hong Kong. The Madden family's shares were sold to the Chu family. According to the information, Zhang Yiliang and Madden were at odds, and John Keiming suspected that Bao, the shipping magnate, had joined the Defeng acquisition battle, possibly because Zhang Yiliang had invited him. Thinking of this, John Keiming put down the documents in his hand, looked at Zhang Jiahao and said, "Send someone to investigate immediately whether Wheelock and its 7 listed companies have anyone secretly acquiring shares." Zhang Jiahao nodded solemnly in response. In John Keiming's past life memories, 1985 marked the beginning of a bull market in the Hong Kong stock market, which would continue until 1987 before slowly coming to an end. Since the beginning of the year, Hong Kong stocks have been showing signs of activity, with a slow upward trend. After Omega resumed trading and went public on June 1, it was like a raging fire, igniting the long-suppressed passion for speculation deep within the hearts of investors. This passion lasted for more than half a month and is still very intense. This even spurred a surge in the Hong Kong stock market. In the streets and alleys, in offices, and at home, countless citizens are talking about the ups and downs of the stock market, as if the whole of Hong Kong is immersed in the stock market frenzy. The Hong Kong stock market is like a wild horse, galloping all the way and breaking new highs repeatedly. Every time a new high is broken, it's as if the world is being told about the powerful strength of the bull market. As of today, June 17, the Hang Seng Index broke through the 1,600-point mark, closing at 1,628.32 points. The daily trading volume broke a new record of HK $1.5 billion, and voices in the stock market are growing louder about the arrival of a bull market. It is no exaggeration to say that Embren played a crucial role in igniting this stock market feast. It attracts countless funds to flow into the stock market in search of wealth opportunities. Those previously dormant stocks seem to have been injected with new vitality and began to become active again. Why do bull markets produce so many speculative stocks? Because only speculative stocks can ignite the enthusiasm for stock market speculation. Only with enough popularity can the stock market become hot. Of course, not all stocks can rise all the way up in a bull market. Even in a bull market, many people still lose money. There will always be some junk stocks that are excluded from both bull and bear markets. Wheelock is a prime example of this. Despite being one of the blue chip stocks in Hong Kong, its stock price characteristics are no different from those of junk stocks. It's a typical case where your price goes up, but its price doesn't. As you fall, it plummets. Through Citibank's resources, John Keiming acquired a 21% stake in Wheelock Properties. The impact on stock price increases is negligible. This shows how much investors dislike Wheelock stock. Young Master John, we found that the force behind the acquisition of Lane Crawford comes from HSBC's Securities Division. As for who exactly is behind the acquisition, that's very difficult to find out. Okay, thank you for your hard work. John Keiming smiled slightly upon hearing the contents of the phone call. Unexpectedly, I received a phone call from Yuan Tianfan as soon as I got home. The acquiring party is HSBC Securities, and Bao Xiaofu is a director of HSBC, through which many banking transactions are completed. Just like when he acquired Wharf Holdings, without HSBC providing a $2 billion loan, it wouldn't have been so easy for Bao Hong Kong's richest man to complete the acquisition. John Keiming believes that the Wheelock takeover battle may have already taken place, but it just hasn't become clear yet. Just like the conflict between Lu Luanxiong and his father John Keiming before Aimegao, if Lu Luanxiong hadn't taken the initiative to expose it, it would have been difficult for outsiders to know the real situation. The fact that they are now making large-scale acquisitions in the stock market means that the battle for Wheelock is likely to enter a heated phase and can no longer be kept secret. In the stock market, the information investors receive will always be outdated. However, John Keiming is now in a very stable position. Whoever wants to win will have to come to him first. He never intended to consume the entire Wat Tak Fung restaurant, it contained too many impurities. After the shipping magnate acquired Wheelock, he hardly made any more large-scale acquisitions. This period was the best time to acquire British assets. Is it because he doesn't want to be acquired? John Keiming disagreed, believing that Wat Tak Fung was more likely to be acquired. He argued that this would deplete Bao Yugong's resources, leaving them with no choice but to slowly digest its non-performing assets. He didn't want to waste his energy on Wharf's debt relief, especially since most of the British firm's debts were owed to HSBC and Standard Chartered. Both Li Ka-shing and Pao Yukong worked for banks like HSBC to pay off debts for a long time after acquiring British trading companies. John Keiming has no HSBC backing him, no unlimited funding, and he doesn't want HSBC's backing or control. The next morning, John Keiming got up early and went to Keiming Investment. Sitting in his office, he hadn't yet received the stock market information that Zheng Jiahao had collected about Wheelock and its 7 listed companies. The result was that Wheelock chairman Madden announced the suspension of trading at a press conference. The reason for the trading suspension was that Wheelock chairman Madden and Nanyang Chu Group's Chu Takpa reached an equity transaction. Madden, as one of the controlling shareholders, was required to suspend trading for 3 days due to a change in shareholding. At the press conference, Chu Diba announced that he had acquired 30% of Wheelock's shares. Clearly, Chu Diba not only acquired the shares held by Madden, but also privately acquired shares from other shareholders. If that's all there is to it, Wheelock is simply changing owners. It's still Wheelock, and the impact on the stock price is minimal. The problem is that Zhang Yuliang, another major shareholder of Wheelock, also held a press conference. Furthermore, as the largest shareholder, they firmly opposed Madden's sale of shares to outsiders with the board's approval, and claimed that their transaction was illegal and refused to acknowledge it. They also claimed to have found a more suitable candidate to lead Wheelock out of its predicament. However, since Madden dared to sell his shares, he must have already dealt with his shareholdings, and there must be no legal loopholes. The battle for control of Wheelock's major shareholders has now erupted, and shareholders are extremely excited. Anyone with a brain knows that when Wheelock opens for trading in 3 days, its stock price will inevitably skyrocket. Everyone was eager to get started and make a big splash. After Zheng Jiahao finished his report, he said to John Keiming, "Young Master John, is this the situation of today's Wheelock press conference?" John Keiming nodded and said, "The fact that Wheelock is currently suspended from trading clearly shows that Madden and Chu Diba don't want to give Zhang Yuliang a chance to fight back in the stock market. What do you think Zhang Yuliang would do if he wanted to resist?" After thinking for a moment, Zheng Jiahao said, "Young Master John, the Wheelock Group has 8 listed companies, and in order to be bound together, they hold shares in each other. Wheelock is suspended from trading and its shares cannot be traded. If Zhang Yuliang wants to retaliate, he can only target the 7 listed companies, or obtain the shares you hold. Zhang Kaiming smiled and said, "That's right, Zhang Yuliang will definitely do that, but it may not be him who takes action, it may be an outside help he invites. When Wheelock opens, they'll find that there aren't actually many stocks left in the market. I think the battle for those stocks will be quite exciting then." Zhang Shaokai is still a step ahead. Zheng Jiahao's tone was full of admiration for Zhang Kaiming. "It's just a small advantage, nothing to brag about. If I had enough chips, I would have swallowed Hui Takfeng whole," Zhang Kaiming said casually. Deepwater Bay is located at the southern tip of Hong Kong Island and is a traditional affluent area in Hong Kong. It was later known as the first bay in the world. This area combines natural beauty, upscale residences, and historical culture, making it one of the most famous bays in Hong Kong and even the world. The housing prices here are so high that ordinary people can hardly afford them even if they work their whole lives. It also has the highest security level in Hong Kong. As a result, the people who live here are all wealthy and powerful, including business elites, political figures, and social celebrities. Li Ka-shing, Pao Yukon, Su Shi-sun and other super-rich people all live here. Inside the living room of the Bao family mansion at 77 Deepwater Bay, Wu Guangzheng stood beside Bao Yugong, reporting on the day's acquisition progress with a serious expression. "Daddy, our acquisition of the 7 listed companies under Wheelock is progressing relatively smoothly, except for Lane Crawford." Wu Guangzheng's voice was steady and powerful, but it revealed a hint of worry. Upon hearing this, Bao Yugong frowned slightly, his gaze fixed on Wu Guangzheng. The question was asked, what problems did Lane Crawford's acquisition encounter? Wu Guangzheng explained, "When we acquired Lane Crawford, we found that the number of its shares in circulation was far less than we initially expected. I started investigating the circulation of Lane Crawford stock in the past few days. Citibank's securities brokerage has been found to have purchased a large number of Lane Crawford shares in the past few days." Citibank? Upon hearing this, Bao Yugong couldn't help but show a look of surprise on his face. Seeing his father-in-law's reaction, Wu Guangzheng said, "I suspect it might be the Chu Group, who already knows we're also going to acquire Wheelock. Therefore, they commissioned Citibank to secretly acquire Lane Crawford shares, in order to create trouble for our acquisition plan." Bao Yugong frowned slightly and fell into a brief moment of contemplation. After a while, he slowly shook his head and said in a serious tone, "Well, although there is such a possibility, I don't think the chances are very high. Chu Diba is a wealthy man from Southeast Asia, but he has no roots in Hong Kong. He himself is one of the major shareholders of UOB. Such an important acquisition will most likely be handled by UOB's Hong Kong branch. It's unlikely that they'll need the help of others." After listening to his father-in-law's analysis and thinking about it carefully, Wu Guangzheng also felt that it made sense. He asked, "Daddy, if it's not the Chu Group, then who could it be? Could it be that besides them, other forces are also eyeing Wheelock's lucrative prize?" Bao Yugong smiled faintly and replied, "Your guess may not be unreasonable. However, in my opinion, this mysterious force may simply be targeting Lane Crawford. If they truly wanted to take over the entire Wheelock and Company, they would not be satisfied with merely acquiring Lane Crawford shares. Lane Crawford's holdings in Wheelock are quite limited. Even if they acquired all of them, it would be a drop in the ocean for them to control Wheelock and would have no practical significance. Judging from the current situation, this unknown force is very likely only targeting Lane Crawford." After listening, Wu Guangzheng nodded repeatedly and said somewhat unhappily, "Daddy, your analysis is very correct, but this may affect our overall acquisition of Wheelock?" Upon hearing his son-in-law's concerns, Bao Yugong burst into hearty laughter. He said, "Guangzheng, it's just a little obstacle, nothing to worry about. No matter who is competing with us for Wheelock, in the end Wheelock will only be acquired by us. Tomorrow, you must officially announce to the public that we are going to acquire Wheelock." His confident tone suggested that he had the entire Wheelock and Company firmly in his grasp, exuding domineering power and pride. Wu Guangzheng stood to the side, deeply impressed by his father-in-law's powerful presence. The negative emotions that had arisen from the various setbacks encountered during the acquisition of Lane Crawford vanished instantly. "Okay, Daddy. I'll do whatever you say. I'll start arranging things first thing tomorrow morning and make sure it's done perfectly. You must be tired after a long day, you should get some rest." Meanwhile, at the Madden residence, not far from the Bao family's house, a banquet was underway. After announcing the suspension of Wheelock shares, Madden meticulously prepared a grand banquet at his villa. This banquet was nominally an ordinary social gathering, but in reality, it was a way to connect Shudiba with some small shareholders who held a small number of shares in Wheelock. Madden was planning to use the time before Wheelock's financial statements were finalized to acquire as many shares as possible for Shudiba, thereby securing victory and taking control of the company. Unfortunately, things took an unexpected turn. Despite the lively and bustling banquet, they failed to acquire even a single share of Wheelock properties after an entire night. Madden was completely baffled. He couldn't understand why his carefully planned banquet would end like this. Little did he know that his mismanagement of Wheelock had led to a decline in the company's performance over the years. Many shareholders have lost confidence in Wheelock's future and have long harbored dissatisfaction and disappointment with him. His act of selling shares privately behind the backs of other shareholders has thoroughly enraged all of them. Even Madden's fellow British citizens did not choose to support him. After Dibba left in disappointment, Madden asked a shareholder with whom he had always been on good terms for the reason. Only then did they realize that Zhang Yuliang had sought Bao Yugong's help, and had not only sold all of his shares to Bao Yugong. With Zhang Yuliang's help, the shares of the remaining minority shareholders were also acquired. The thought that Bao Yugong might already hold 40% of the shares made Madden feel like crying. He was secretly annoyed and said, "Old Bao, you're a friend I've worked with for many years. If you wanted Huaifeng shares, you should have said so earlier. I'll just sell it to you directly." What he didn't know was that Bao Yugong had never intended to acquire his friend's company in the first place. When Zhang Yuliang first approached him, he did not agree. Only after learning that Madden had sold his shares did he agree to Zhang Yuliang's conditions for acquiring Wheelock. Dibba, a Southeast Asian banker and hotel tycoon, is now over 70 years old. Born in Malaysia, a citizen of Tsingtao Daily, he is the richest man in Southeast Asia with a net worth of billions of Hong Kong dollars. He is the founder of Malayan Banking, the largest bank in Malaysia, which owns 5 listed companies. When John Kaiming saw the information about Dibba, he couldn't help but sigh that although the man was old, his heart was young. At this age, instead of enjoying his retirement at home, he still has the energy to come to Hong Kong to compete for Wheelock properties. Zheng Jiahao said thoughtfully, "Young Master John, this richest man in Southeast Asia is no less wealthy than Bao Xiaofu. I'm afraid Zhang Yuliang is no match for him. His decision to oppose the acquisition at this point makes me feel like he's playing hard to get, trying to see which Hong Kong tycoon is interested in his shares." John Kaiming laughed and said, "Just keep an eye on the targets we've set our sights on. We'll know Zhang Yuliang's motives tomorrow. He's really looking forward to the battle between the richest man in Southeast Asia and the richest man in Hong Kong." Yesterday, news broke that Wheelock chairman Madden and major shareholder Zhang Yuliang had engaged in a heated exchange at their respective press conferences. It quickly spread throughout Hong Kong overnight. At this moment in Hong Kong, whether on the streets or during leisure time, the topic of conversation among stock market investors is nothing but news about the battle for control of Wheelock and Company. Early this morning, newsstands across Hong Kong were bustling with eager stock market investors, all hoping to get the latest news as soon as possible. When they confirmed in the newspaper that Wheelock chairman Madden had indeed sold his shares to Chu Takpa, the richest man in Southeast Asia, Wheelock's largest shareholder, Zhang Yuliang, strongly opposed the move and planned to bring in a mysterious speculator to save Wheelock. These reports from authoritative newspapers filled the faces of stock market investors who read them with ecstatic joy. As if they had discovered the secret to wealth, they were all eager to rush into the stock market and make purchases as soon as Defeng resumed trading. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the atmosphere inside the United Overseas Bank in Hong Kong was unusually solemn yet full of anticipation. Dibba held a grand press conference here. At the press conference, he solemnly proposed a full acquisition of Wheelock at a share price of HK $4.50. The news struck like a bolt of lightning, instantly illuminating the entire venue and shocking everyone present. Not long after the press conference ended, the stock market investors who had just learned the news were like a powder keg that had been lit. Their joy didn't last long, as even more exciting news followed. At 10 a.m., HSBC, not far from UOB, was also preparing to hold a press conference. Securities Department Manager Li Jianwen and Bao's son-in-law Wu Guangzheng appeared at the press conference. At the press conference, Wu Guangzheng solemnly announced that Wharf Holdings now holds a 38% stake in Wheelock. He then went on to propose a conditional full takeover of Wheelock. HSBC Securities was responsible for the acquisition. Wu Guangzheng further stated that he would use HK $2 billion in cash to complete the acquisition at a price of HK $5 per share. Another HK $2 billion. Everyone present seemed to see again the 1970s, when Bao, the richest man in Hong Kong, spent $2 billion to acquire Wharf Holdings. All the citizens of Hong Kong know that Wu Guang is the son-in-law of Bao Yugong, the richest man in Hong Kong. Every word he says and every decision he makes represents the will and ideas of Bao Yugong. His plan to fully acquire Wheelock & Co., as announced at the press conference, certainly represents the intentions of Bao, the richest man in Hong Kong. One was the richest man in Southeast Asia, and the other was the richest man in Hong Kong. They are all people who are not short of money. Once this battle officially begins, Defeng's stock price will inevitably skyrocket, shaking the entire Hong Kong capital market. Countless eyes were fixed on this impending battle for wealth, filled with anticipation. Wheelock stock was suspended from trading, but that didn't dampen the enthusiasm of investors, who patiently awaited its resumption of trading. The 7 subsidiaries of Wheelock collectively hold 10% of Wheelock's shares, while shareholders waited for Wheelock to open for trading 2 days later. The shares of these 7 companies were quietly acquired later. After the market closed at noon, Lee Jianwen frowned as he looked at the data in his hand. Mr. Wu, there are indeed other institutions competing with me for Lane Crawford shares. Should we compete with them? He said, handing the data to Wu Guangzheng. Wu Guangzheng took the data, glanced at it, thought for a moment, and then said, "Don't worry about it for now. Our purpose in acquiring these listed companies is to obtain their voting rights at Wheelock. Lane Crawford already holds a small amount of Wheelock stock. At this time, it shouldn't risk losing more than it gains. It should first acquire shares in the other 6 companies. I also think we can put Lane Crawford aside for now. The other 6 companies haven't attracted much attention from investors yet, so this is the best time to accumulate shares." Lee Jianwen nodded in agreement. "Young Master Zhang, your prediction was spot on. The richest man in Bao really did quietly make a move against 7 companies under Wheelock Properties," Zheng Jiahao said excitedly. "It's not hard to guess, it's just a roundabout route. The business acumen of the richest man is not hard to conceive of," John Kaiming said with a smile. "By the way, did they back down from their acquisition of Lane Crawford?" Yes, as soon as we took them out, it made our subsequent acquisition of Lane Crawford shares much easier." Zheng Jiahao was extremely excited when he thought about how he had repelled Bao, the richest man in Hong Kong. "Alright, what's there to get so excited about? They're just trying not to alert the enemy." Seeing Zheng Jiahao's excited state, John Kaiming couldn't help but pour cold water on him. He then instructed, "You should contact Yuan Tianfan of Citibank and cooperate to acquire Lane Crawford. Bao, the richest man in Hong Kong, is acquiring 7 listed companies under Wheelock. This can't be kept secret for long. Before that happens, we must acquire more shares." "Yes, I'll go and talk to manager Yuan right away." After saying that, Zheng Jiahao excitedly went to contact Yuan Tianfan. For those of them in finance, what they love most is this kind of thrilling acquisition. It's rare to see a giant like Wheelock being acquired, maybe only a few times every few years. Being fortunate enough to be involved is something to brag about for a lifetime. Xu Diba and Bao Yugong seemed to be locked in a fierce battle. In the afternoon, UOB raised its offer price to HK$5.5 per share. Wu Guangzheng was not to be outdone and immediately announced that he would raise the acquisition price to HK$6. In other words, Wheelock stock was not open for trading, otherwise, its share price would definitely have risen sharply. This news thrilled many investors, especially those who were stuck with Wheelock shares and were now ecstatic. They never dreamed that their dead stocks, which had been stuck for so many years, would one day turn around. John Kaiming was overjoyed to see the 2 richest men bidding against each other. His 21% stake has appreciated by $2 per share. Over the next 2 days, the bidding war between the 2 richest men did not continue. Instead, the share prices of the 7 listed companies under Wheelock began to rise rapidly. Clearly, Xu Diba realized what was happening and also began acquiring shares. The 2 tigers were fighting for chips, and the stock market immediately reflected this. The stock price surged abnormally. Only then did the investors, who were always a step behind in their reactions, realize that the battle for control of the stock market had already begun. "I'm so stupid." Wheelock's share price rose, and any company holding Wheelock stock should see its valuation increase. That's a correct guess. Why didn't I think of that? Whale Feng has 7 listed companies under its umbrella. Which ones are they? Quickly find them and buy them. Damn, United Enterprises holds the most Wheelock shares. After falling for so long, I wondered why it broke through and rose by 1 yuan yesterday, so I quickly sold. Now I've lost a lot of money. A stock investor slapped his thigh in anger. "I'm the same way, I sold my Lane Crawford shares too. No, this stock market battle isn't going to end anytime soon, I have to hurry and snatch it back." Realizing what was happening, investors rushed to the stock exchange to buy the relevant shares. The fierce battle for control of Wheelock has spread to its previously peaceful listed subsidiaries due to the suspension of its stock trading. Pao Yukong and Chu Tiipa are both the richest men in their respective parts of the Asian business world, and the takeover battle they triggered naturally became the focus of discussion in society. This led to a frenzy of buying up shares of Wheelock's listed companies, causing the stock price to soar. Lane Crawford, which John Kaiming acquired, was also inevitably affected by this battle for control. As the acquisition battle intensified, Lane Crawford's stock price, while not rising as rapidly as some other companies, still saw a significant increase. In Kaiming Venture Partners' office, Zheng Jiahao was holding a data sheet and reporting the progress of his work to John Kaiming. "Young Master John, we have successfully acquired a 20% stake in Lane Crawford, at a total cost of HK$68 million. Lane Crawford had a market capitalization of HK$320 million before our acquisition. After many investors joined the buying spree, the final purchase price increased by 9.4%, resulting in a cost significantly higher than expected." John Kaiming praised with a broad smile. Despite the frenzied buying by investors, the stock only rose by less than 10%. Your ability to control the market is already quite impressive. He was clearly very satisfied with this result. He then asked, so many shares have already been bought from retail investors, is it still easy to buy more now? Zheng Jiahao said with a wry smile, young Master Chen, it's very difficult to acquire Lane Crawford stock now. There are very few sellers of Lane Crawford stock right now, and shareholders who hold onto their shares are holding on tightly and unwilling to sell easily. Everyone's probably waiting for Wheelock stock to resume trading. As Zheng Jiahao spoke, an unpleasant expression appeared on his face. Zhang Kaiming was not surprised at all after hearing this. The battle between the two richest men for Wheelock has only just begun 2 days ago, and based on the disclosed shareholdings, the richest man, Bao, is currently in the lead. However, this lead is not significant and is far from absolute. Unbeknownst to outsiders, Zhang Kaiming had already secretly acquired a large number of Wheelock shares. Currently, most financial experts agree that Wheelock stock is the key to determining the outcome. These remarks resonated with countless stock market investors. At times like these, no one would be foolish enough to easily sell their shares. Since the acquisition can't be completed, let's put it on hold for now. Zhang Kaiming's tone showed no sign of anxiety. He currently holds Wheelock stock, and no matter who ultimately acquires Wheelock, Lane Crawford will not escape his grasp. When Zheng Jiahao saw that his boss did not blame him for failing to fully acquire Lane Crawford, a huge weight was finally lifted from his heart. Young Master Zhang, what should we do next? Should we just wait and see? Zheng Jiahao asked cautiously. We don't need to spend much energy paying attention to Wheelock's affairs right now. At the right time, spread the word, and those who are anxious will naturally come knocking on your door. At this point, Zhang Kaiming glanced at Zheng Jiahao and reminded him, the purpose of Kaiming Investment is to provide services for Kaiming technology. Our main business is not with Wheelock. Your most important task right now is to finalize the acquisition of those appliance companies as soon as possible, understand? Yes, I understand. Zheng Jiahao nodded repeatedly, as if pounding garlic, indicating that he had grasped the meaning. Inside the UOB building in Central, a burst of hearty laughter echoed from an office, reverberating throughout the room. Old Shu, of all the companies you could have used for a backdoor listing, why did you have to choose Wheelock? Going against Bao Zheng now must be tough, right? It's not a pleasant experience. I've really felt the influence of Bao Yugong in Hong Kong these past 2 days. Not only is he generous, but his connections in Hong Kong are also something I can't match. Those shareholders aren't going to give this old man much face. Xu Diba thought about his experience in acquiring shares over the past 2 days, especially what happened at Madden's banquet, which made him very unhappy. Huang Ziwiao laughed and said, oh, you're admitting defeat so quickly? That's not like you, Xu Diba. Xu Diba glanced at Huang Ziwiao, who was still gloating, his face so serious it seemed like it could drip water, and said in a deep voice, it's too early to admit defeat. However, with the help of HSBC, Pao Yukong directly spent HK$ 2 billion in cash to acquire it. If I want to win, I need to have enough funds. Old Huang, we're all outsiders from Southeast Asia, you'd better give me enough financial support. Upon hearing this, Huang Ziwiao's playful expression instantly turned serious, recalling how local banks had suppressed UOB when it first opened in Hong Kong. Even now, there are constraints at every turn. Bang! No problem, we have plenty of funds for the acquisition of Wheelock. Let them see that we from Singapore are not to be trifled with. Huang Ziwiao slammed his hand on the table, deciding to support Xu Diba. Ha ha, good, let's join forces. Even if Bao Yugong and Huifeng are combined, we still dare to compete. Xu Diba was full of domineering spirit, not at all like a man over 70 years old, but rather like a strong lion. Inside the Bao mansion in Deepwater Bay, Wu Guangzhen presented Bao Yugong with a summary report of the stock acquisitions over the past 2 days. Daddy, in the past 2 days, out of the 7 listed companies, only Lane Crawford has acquired 3% of the shares. We successfully acquired 10% of the shares in the other 6 companies, becoming the second largest shareholder. Walt Ford opens tomorrow. If we acquire another 10% of the shares, we'll have enough voting power on the board to take it all in one fell swoop. Well done. Bao Yugong nodded in satisfaction. Having no sons of his own, Wu Guang was the son-in-law he valued most among his sons-in-law. Entrusting him with the task of acquiring Wheelock is a test for him. At least for now, Wu Guangzheng has not disappointed him. Although he lacked a bit of boldness, he was more than capable of maintaining the status quo. The Bao family's current wealth is enough for several generations to live a comfortable life, provided their descendants don't squander it. Wu Guangzhen's conservative approach suited his tastes perfectly. Bao Yugong felt he was getting old, and Wheelock Properties was the last piece of family business he planned to acquire for the family. Ah Zheng, acquiring only 10% of the shares isn't that safe. Wheelock is different from Wharf Holdings. The company is heavily indebted, and many shareholders are eager to sell their shares and cash out. If we cannot gain an absolute majority in shares, we can only rely on the voting rights of the remaining shareholders. I know Chu Diba, he has a controlling business style. I doubt he'll give us that opportunity and will instead directly acquire the shares from the other shareholders. So what does Daddy mean? Wu Guangzheng asked hurriedly. Our biggest advantage is our abundant funds. Don't be afraid to spend money. Spending more money now can prevent potential future problems. We must acquire at least half of the shares, no matter what. Wheelock can only truly escape its quagmire by being transformed according to our will. Bao Yugong's words were filled with an air of domineering confidence. He said that Chu Diba was controlling, but wasn't he just as controlling himself? Okay, Daddy, I know what to do. Wu Guangzheng nodded repeatedly in response. On June 20th, Wheelock reviewed its financial statements. Hong Kong stock market investors have been counting down the days until the market resumes trading. I reckon he might forget his girlfriend's birthday, but he certainly won't forget this day that will make them a fortune. Many eager investors arrived at the exchange early and lined up, excitedly waiting for Wheelock to open. In those days when stock trading was still quite primitive, one could only trade in the trading hall. If it were in the future, where you could buy stocks online with just a few clicks of the mouse at home, you'd probably start placing buy orders in the middle of the night. Just as the investors were waiting anxiously, a cry of surprise rang out. The market is open. The market is open. Holy crap, the opening price was HK $6.3, more than 20% higher than when trading was suspended. Don't worry about anything else, just buy it. That's right, Wheelock is the next Embrand. I firmly believe that Bao will win. Once I buy the shares, I will definitely sell them to Bao. Bullshit. I think it's richest man Chu who should have won. Damn it, what street are you hanging around on, you loser? If you don't support Bao the richest man, you might get your hands on him later. I'm from Star Island, why would I be afraid of you? So you're from Southeast Asia, I understand, but this is Hong Kong. You should go back to Southeast Asia and support your Mr. Chu. A middle-aged man with a burly face and a resemblance to Zhang Fei said something and kicked the skinny, monkey-like Neniang guy out of the queue like a chicken. What are you doing? What are you doing? I've been waiting in line for ages for this spot. Unfortunately, his shouts only earned him countless middle fingers. You Hong Kongers are bullying me. The young man from Southeast Asia cried, looking at himself, isolated and helpless. Like a defeated rooster, he could only obediently run to the back of the queue. At this moment, he felt deep regret for his loose tongue and wished he could slap himself twice. Time passed minute by minute, but very few people actually bought stocks. Wow, both Bao and Chu have driven the stock price up to 8 yuan, how come there aren't many sell orders yet? Could the miracle of Embrand be repeated at Wheelock? How is that possible? Imageo doesn't have as much debt as Wheelock. Could someone have already bought up a large number of shares? How is that possible? There was absolutely no news about Wheelock before it was suspended from trading, unless he's a fortune teller who can predict the future. More than an hour after the opening, both Bao Yugong's and Chu Diba's sides continued to raise the acquisition price. However, they did not acquire many shares. At this moment, they all sensed that something was wrong. Inside HSBC and UOB, the traders realized that something was wrong. They hurriedly reported the situation to their superiors. Upon receiving the report, Li Jianwen's face turned ashen, and he immediately began discussing the matter with Wu Guangzheng. Mr. Wu, something is amiss. According to the intelligence we've gathered, there should be at least 20% of the shares in circulation on the market. We have raised our purchase price multiple times, how could ordinary retail investors possibly sit still? To date, we haven't even acquired 3% of the stock. Wu Guangzhen's face was grave, like a dark cloud gathering, and he asked, could it be that Chu Diba made his move ahead of time? Absolutely impossible. Li Jianwen shook his head and said firmly, according to my intelligence, Dua Bank has mobilized a large amount of funds in the past 2 days, and obviously the number of shares they have acquired is far from enough. Then what exactly is the reason? There will certainly be a premium for acquiring the company, but it's almost double, which is already extremely high. Wu Guangzhen's face grew increasingly grim. For him, the acquisition of Wheelock was not just a matter of monetary gain. It was also related to the test his father-in-law, Bao Yugong, put on him like a heavy mountain pressing down on his shoulders. Over the years, he has always lived in the shadow of Bao Yugong. No matter how well he did, others only attributed the credit to his father-in-law. He was constantly thinking about how to prove himself. His wife specifically instructed him that he had to do a perfect job this time. Although it wasn't explicitly stated, he understood the deeper meaning behind the words. If he could successfully complete the mission this time, he would have the opportunity to take independent power. He would never allow himself to fail. Investigate. The cause must be thoroughly investigated today. Wu Guangzheng shouted sternly. On the other side, Chu Diba also issued the same order as Wu Guang. However, he went directly to Madden and explained the whole story. He suspected that either Madden had hidden the stocks, or Zhang Yuliang was behind it all. It is suspected that they not only want to get rid of the mess that is Wheelock & Co., but also want to take the opportunity to make a fortune. Besides John Keiming and his men, the only people who knew the truth about Wheelock were the people in the securities department of Citibank who had previously been in charge of acquiring Wheelock shares. However, after receiving a $1 million red envelope from John Keiming and signing a confidentiality agreement, they did not disclose the information to the public. Looking at the bizarre scene unfolding in the Wheelock takeover battle, Yuan Tianfan felt even more admiration for John Keiming's vision and strategy. He knew that any party that wanted to successfully acquire the company would need John Keiming's shares. Young Master Zhang is probably going to become famous again, this time by climbing over the shoulders of two of the richest men. Upon realizing this, Yuan Tianfan immediately summoned the people involved in the acquisition of Wheelock and said sternly, "Young Master Zhang has been extremely generous to us, giving us a red envelope of $1 million. No one is allowed to divulge a single word about the acquisition of Wheelock shares. From this moment forward, no one is allowed to step out of this VIP room. Everyone must keep a close eye on the movements of Lane Crawford and Wheelock." Yes, the traders responded in unison, like soldiers. John Keiming, the instigator of all this, was completely unaware that Xu Diba and Wu Guangzheng had already begun their investigation. After learning about the stock market news, he simply instructed others to keep an eye on it and then forgot about it. At this moment, he is fully engaged in the acquisition of several electrical appliance companies. "Young Master Zhang, we have successfully reached an acquisition agreement with these electrical appliance companies. The total acquisition price is $100 million. As long as you nod your head, we can sign the contract at any time." As Zheng Jiahao spoke, he handed the completed acquisition agreement to John Keiming. Upon hearing this good news, John Keiming was overjoyed and praised, "Well done. The speed was even faster than I expected. If there are no problems, arrange for them to come to Ameajao this afternoon to sign the contract." Upon hearing that John Keiming intended to use AIMGO for the acquisition, Zheng Jiahao quickly advised, "Young Master Zhang, I do not recommend that you directly use AIMGO for the acquisition." John Keiming asked with a puzzled look, "Oh, isn't the reason I acquired these companies to give AIMGO a diversified production capacity? If I don't need AMEGO to acquire them, what's the point of me acquiring them?" Zheng Jiahao's lips curled up slightly as he hurriedly explained, "Young Master Zhang, I know your purpose is to expand Ameajao's strength. However, AMEGO doesn't belong to you alone. If I remember correctly, after you cashed out your shares, you currently only hold 44% of the shares. We can take a different approach. You can personally fund the acquisition and integration first, and then AIMGO will make the acquisition. This way, not only will it not affect the scale of your beauty business, but it will also maximize your personal interests." Personally fund the acquisition? John Keiming's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing this. Zheng Jiahao's words immediately brought to mind the listed companies in the A-share market of later generations that were keen on mergers and acquisitions. These listed companies, despite not creating any valuable products, have seen their market value soar by continuously acquiring one company after another. Most importantly, the major shareholders' shares did not decrease due to the merger and acquisition. On the contrary, they increased like a snowball. The reason is that the companies that were acquired were either companies established by the major shareholders themselves, or small, unknown companies that they had acquired. A company worth $1 was able to be acquired by a listed company for $2, thus cleverly increasing its own shares. Although John Keiming did not intend to acquire companies that were completely worthless, what was wrong with seeking greater benefits for himself within reasonable limits? If handled well, not only can the money spent on acquiring these companies be recouped, but a significant number of shares can also be acquired. Thinking of this, John Keiming's mind raced, and he soon came up with an idea. However, he does not intend to acquire the company with his own funds, at least not publicly. So he made a quick decision and instructed John Keiming, "Old Zheng, go and register an overseas company, and use the name of this overseas company to acquire those appliance companies. The legal representative should be a foreigner, and the company should be registered in his name. After the integration is complete, I will make an acquisition offer for this company under the name of AMEGO." Upon seeing that his boss had adopted his suggestion, Zheng Jiahao was so excited that he immediately replied, "Young Master Zhang, I'll arrange it right away." After Zheng Jiahao left, John Keiming went to Keiming Technology. The newly acquired Keiming Science and Technology Park is still under renovation, and the purchased equipment is still at sea. The laboratory space will still be borrowed from the Emizhou site. Upon arrival, John Keiming handed several electrical appliance design drafts to Ma Yunfei, asking them to manufacture the samples as soon as possible. These design products don't offer many technological highlights compared to similar appliances in terms of core technology. He simply put a lot of effort into the appearance and practicality. Electrical appliances have been around for some years, but they are not high-tech products and have limited technological content. John Keiming's designs drew heavily on design ideas from later products. In terms of technological sophistication, it is only on par with current mainstream products. As a new brand that has not yet launched any products, Kaiming Electric Appliances must find a different way to compete with those big brands. John Kaiming plans to carve out a path to success by leveraging the advantages of good looks and cost-effectiveness, emulating the successful model of the Rice family bucket. The difference is that he resolutely refused to take the shortcut of OEM production and instead chose to produce everything in-house. Having a large number of workers in Hong Kong can sometimes be a good talisman. His initial plan for the first batch of products was to capture consumers' kitchens. Start with rice cookers, ovens, induction cookers, and multifunctional juicers, taking it one step at a time. We will acquire range hoods and other appliances later to gradually expand our product range, until it completely captures all of consumers' needs for household electronics and appliances. Late at night, John Kaiming and Zhong Chahong were vigorously playing the game of procreation. Meanwhile, some people were tossing and turning all night because of him. At this hour, the lights at Bao Mansion in Deepwater Bay would normally be off and the place would be closed. At this moment, however, the lights are brilliant, as bright as day. Wu Guan was sitting in the living room, his hand stroking his brow, glancing at the phone beside him from time to time, his face full of anxiety. Wharf Holdings has already intervened in the acquisition of Wheelock and cannot stop now. $2 billion is not easy to borrow, interest must be paid, and every day of delay is a huge loss for Wharf Holdings. Ah Zheng, don't put so much pressure on yourself. It's almost 12 o'clock. Drink this bowl of chicken soup and then go to rest. It's not too late to wait for the results tomorrow. Bao Pai's face was full of concern. She gently handed the bowl of soup she was holding to Wu Guangzheng. It's all right, you go and rest first. I'll be there in a bit. Wu Guangzheng looked at his wife affectionately, took the chicken soup, and finished it in a few gulps. All right, remember to go back to your room and rest early. Bao Pai knew her husband's temper well and knew that persuasion was useless, so she had no choice but to pick up the soup bowl and leave helplessly. Like Wu Guangzheng, Xu Diba, who is over 70 years old, is also anxiously awaiting the investigation results. Ring ring. A phone call startled Wu Guangzheng awake from his nap. Ignoring his exhaustion, he grabbed the phone beside him and quickly answered it. Hello, this is Wu Guangzheng. Mr. Wu, I'm so sorry to bother you so late. The investigation results are in. Li Jianwen's voice came from inside. Anxious and worried, Wu Guangzheng had no time for pleasantries and went straight to the point. Manager Li, you've been working hard, still busy with our work so late. Have you found out who it is? Li Jianwen didn't mince words and stated directly, the investigation results show that as early as the middle of last month, Citibank's securities seats were continuously acquiring Wheelock shares. The acquired shares are conservatively estimated to be over 10%. Moreover, they were the ones who acquired Lane Crawford stock. Citibank? They started the acquisition a month ago. Wu Guangzheng was stunned when he heard this, as if struck by lightning. Starting to acquire Wheelock shares a month in advance, could it be that they are also preparing to take control of Wheelock? Wu Guangzheng frowned as soon as he thought of this possibility. A moment later, Wu Guang was on the phone, asking Li Jianwen, have you investigated whether it was someone else who commissioned Citibank to make the acquisition, or whether Citibank itself made the acquisition? Li Jianwen said helplessly, it is still unknown. Citibank's confidentiality measures for its clients are airtight, and we will probably find it difficult to achieve the same level of confidentiality in a short period of time. If we want to know the truth as soon as possible, we'll probably have to ask Bao Sheng to intervene. Wu Guangzheng fell into deep thought upon hearing Li Jianwen's suggestion. Citibank is a giant in the global financial world, HSBC is just a small bank compared to it. He didn't think he had that much influence that would make Citibank disregard its business reputation and reveal the information about the person behind him to him. It's not that these banking giants are particularly strict about customer confidentiality, it's just that their own influence is far from sufficient. Wu Guangzheng was not a pedantic person. He knew what was important and what was not. He knew that the acquisition of Wheelock could not fail. Knowing that the matter was beyond his ability to resolve, he decisively prepared to ask his father-in-law to step in. Manager Li, thank you for your hard work tonight. You should get some rest. I'll handle the rest. Wu Guangzheng hung up the phone after saying that. Shortly after Wu Guangzheng received the news, Xu Diba also received the news. Old Li, is there any big news today? As usual, Xiao Zhang strolled over to the newsstand, asking as he picked out newspapers. Hey, you know what, it really exists. Old Li, the newspaper vendor, said mysteriously, half concealing his intentions. Old Li's words instantly attracted the attention of Xiao Zhang and the other citizens in front of the newsstand, who all turned their curious eyes to Old Li. What big news? Tell me quickly. Xiao Zhang asked curiously. Didn't you guys discuss yesterday why, even though Bao and Chu have raised the stock prices so high, not many people are selling? I have a newspaper here, the answer is in it. As he spoke, Old Li, the newspaper vendor, rubbed his hands together, looking as if he were looking at a flock of fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. You Old Li, all you care about is money. I come here to patronize your business every day, Xiao Zhang said, tossing a coin to Lao Li like a shooting star. Which newspaper is it? Quickly, get a copy and let me see. He queued for hours yesterday but still couldn't buy any Wheelock shares. Now that he heard about Wheelock shares, he immediately wanted to know why. The other citizens who were also preparing to buy newspapers overheard their conversation and took out their money, eager to know the first-hand news. To everyone's surprise, after receiving the coin, Old Li shook his head. $1 Hong Kong isn't enough, you need to pay more. What? Old Li, you're trying to raise the price on the spot. This isn't exclusive news. If you keep doing this, we'll buy it from other newsstands and never patronize your business again. That's right, Lao Li, we've been patronizing your business all this time, and you've gone too far. Yeah, hurry up and get the newspaper out, or we'll never come back. Seeing that he had angered the crowd, Old Li quickly explained, this is not my fault. It was all Huashang magazine's idea. We're just trying to earn a little money. Huashang? Which magazine is that? I've never heard of it. Their prices are so high. Are they trying to rob us? Xiao Zhang said indignantly. Old Li explained, Huashang magazine was an old newspaper that was acquired and renamed. The newly published newspaper is called Xiangjiang Metropolitan Daily. Hong Kong Metropolitan Daily, I do have some recollection of what you're saying. It's supposedly a newspaper run by the big star Zhong Chahong. It's only been out for a few days. I bought it before, and it only cost 1 yuan. How could it be as expensive as you're saying? Xiao Zhang said, scrutinizing Lao Li with a suspicious look. Old Li said with a mournful face, what I said is absolutely true. This time, the Hong Kong Metropolitan Daily did indeed have a major news story about the mysterious buyer of Wheelock. The reason it's so expensive is because Huashang magazine released a new fashion magazine today called Fashion Queen. The rule was that only those who bought Fashion Queen could buy today's newspaper. We'd also like to sell the newspapers directly to you, but Huashang magazine wouldn't allow it. Seeing Old Li's aggrieved expression, Xiao Zhang and the people around him were skeptical. They all began to criticize Huashang magazine and its owner, Zhong Chahong. How can you sell newspapers like this? This is clearly forced selling. Exactly. This big star is obsessed with money. I'm never buying their newspapers and magazines again. I'm not buying it either. This phenomenon was playing out at newsstands throughout Hong Kong, where they were crowded with disgruntled citizens. Not buying? You'll definitely regret it if you don't. This is the best fashion magazine I've ever seen. Old Li said, taking out a beautifully packaged magazine. Regret? I'll only regret it if I buy it. That's right, absolutely not buying it. Anyone who does is a coward. Ladies and gentlemen, this magazine brings together the most glamorous Miss Hong Kong and female stars in Hong Kong. They wore very little clothing, but it looked great. Such as So Rong Rong, Xiaxia from Taiwan, Swexu from ATV. Old Li unfolded the magazine as if he had found a treasure, quickly flipping through it, a sly smile on his face. I'll buy it. Yes, I'm the grandson, I'll buy it. My wife has been eager to learn about fashion lately. A citizen stared at the magazine that Old Li was showing them, and the image of Miss Hong Kong in a bikini instantly dazzled him. No, I'm the grandson. I want to buy it. A fashion magazine for only HK$10, such a great deal. How can I not support my goddess Kingxia? Old Li, give me a copy of the Hong Kong Metropolitan Daily, and a magazine too. I want to bask in the spring breeze of fashion. Citizens who had just vowed never to buy anything were now generously opening their wallets and snapping up items. This scene left Xiao Zhang speechless. After realizing what had happened, he immediately grabbed a newspaper, pretending to want to read it, and looked aggrieved. Afterwards, under the disdainful gazes of everyone, he quickly slipped home to learn about fashion. In less than an hour, the 100 magazines that Lao Li had purchased were snapped up like snowflakes. He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. These were all small sums of money, so he immediately dialed Huashang's number to urge them to deliver the goods. Huashang magazine office. These past few days, she has taken over the magazine and, following John Keiming's instructions, has revamped the Hong Kong Metropolitan Daily. After being redesigned, the newspaper's daily circulation soared from over 10,000 copies to around 30,000 copies. In the past 2 days, the growth rate of issuance has gradually slowed down. With the upcoming release of Fashion Queen magazine, she felt uncertain and went directly to John Keiming. After paying a heavy price, she received his guidance. Keiming, won't selling magazines like this attract criticism? Zhong Chahong thought about John Keiming's suggestion to her and felt that it was not very reliable. In truth, John Keiming was also somewhat uncertain. He wasn't worried about the magazine's poor sales. With the sensational news about Wheelock as a selling point, even if this bundled sales method is somewhat unethical, he believes that shareholders will still choose to buy. This will definitely boost magazine sales. Most stock market investors come from relatively wealthy classes in Hong Kong. For them, a $10 magazine is less than the cost of a breakfast. Without brand imagination, it won't be easy to get users to buy the new magazine. With the help of Wheelock's information, the market can be opened up at the fastest speed. Based on the magazine's high quality, he firmly believed that if it sold well on the first day, subsequent sales would certainly be good. The launch of fashion magazines is also intended to serve luxury brands. Their precise target customers are the wealthy upper middle class in Hong Kong, and stock market investors are a part of that. He wasn't sure if using bundled sales tactics would draw criticism. Seeing Zhong Chahong's worried expression, John Kaiming comforted her. "Trust me, our magazine is so excellent, it will definitely sell well, and it's impossible for it to be criticized." "Yes, I believe you." Zhong Chahong nodded vigorously after hearing this, as if she was cheering herself on. Knock knock knock. "Come in." Knock knock knock. "Come in. Boss lady, our magazine is absolutely a hit." The phone lines at the newsstand are practically ringing off the hook with pre-orders. Shen Wenli pushed open the door like a gust of wind, walked up to John Kaiming and Zhong Chahong, and reported excitedly. Upon hearing this, Zhong Chahong was overjoyed, but she quickly regained her composure. "Why are you so excited? Have you kept track of how many orders have been placed?" "Boss lady, I've finished the statistics. A total of 30,000 copies were ordered, which is exactly the same as our newspaper's daily sales. Perhaps these newsstands are ordering newspapers based on their usual daily sales volume," Shen Wenli said, handing Zhong Chahong a neatly compiled data sheet. Zhong Chahong took the data sheet, looked it over carefully, and then looked up at John Kaiming with eyes full of love and admiration. "Ahem." John Kaiming coughed twice and said to Shen Wenli, "Go and deliver 30,000 copies of the magazine to the newsstands right away. Additionally, call the cooperating printing plant and increase the magazine order to 100,000 copies. The magazine has a long publication cycle, and given our magazine's excellent quality, I predict that selling 100,000 copies in the first issue will be absolutely no problem." "Okay." Shen Wenli nodded in response and turned to arrange the printing order. After Shen Wenli left the office, John Kaiming looked at Zhong Chahong with a strange smile on his face. "See? I told you it would sell like hotcakes." Kaiming, you're amazing," Zhong Chahong exclaimed happily. "You said the same thing last night. Get out of here. This is an office, stop being so indecent." Zhong Chahong blushed deeply. "Is it wrong to tell the truth?" As he spoke, John Kaiming reminded him with a smile, "Also, don't forget the conditions you promised me, but you've only fulfilled half of them. You said you'd only fulfill your partner's conditions if the magazine sold well. I've finished. Don't try to renege. If anyone goes back on their word, I will definitely keep my promise." Zhong Chahong blushed as she thought of the conditions John Kaiming had set. "I really don't know where you learned all that stuff." Zhong Chahong glared at him, annoyed. "Of course it's with the old man, cough cough." John Kaiming was annoyed that he almost let it slip. "That teacher must be a beginner at walking." "Who is Kang Lao?" Zhong Chahong asked curiously. "He's a very knowledgeable teacher, there's no harm in learning from him," John Kaiming explained earnestly. "Oh, then you could introduce me to him sometime." "That might not be convenient, as she has some difficulty moving around right now." "All right," Zhong Chahong said with some regret. John Kaiming secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "Finally, I've managed to fool them." Seeing Zhong Chahong's flushed face, he casually changed the subject. "Sister Hong, how's the garment factory we acquired going?" When John Kaiming asked about the factory, Zhong Chahong's eyes sparkled with excitement. "The factory recently purchased a batch of more advanced production equipment, and now Daddy is overseeing the installation and debugging. The design department has already finalized several of the clothing sketches you drew earlier. These samples are featured in our fashion magazine. It's the same style that Mi Shui, Zhao Yazi, and Rosamund Quan were wearing." He had seen the magazine once, and John Kaiming recalled the styles they wore, thinking they were all right. So he said, "How about this, wait a few more days, and then arrange for newspaper reporters to conduct a public opinion poll. If the market response is quite positive, then mass production can begin. I'll set up a special counter at Lane Crawford to showcase the products." Upon hearing this, Zhong Chahong asked with a look of surprise, "Kaiming, does that mean you have successfully completed the acquisition of Lane Crawford?" John Kaiming said confidently, "The acquisition is not completely finished yet, but it's almost done." "That's wonderful," Zhong Chahong exclaimed excitedly. In the Citibank CEO's office in Hong Kong, Liang Jingsong hung up the phone and fell into deep thought. A moment later, Yuan Tianfan was summoned to his office. Liang Jingsong was a man who was the same age as Yuan Tianfan, yet Yuan Tianfan felt inferior to him. In 1974, Liang Jingsong joined Citibank, where he relied on his unparalleled ability in the foreign exchange market. In just a few years, he was entrusted with important responsibilities by headquarters and was successively sent to various regions in the Asia-Pacific region to serve as the head of Citibank branches. Now, at less than 35 years old, he has been promoted to president of Citibank's Hong Kong branch and vice chairman of Citibank's Asia-Pacific branches. If John Keiming were to hear this name here, he would probably be so surprised that he would blurt out, "This is Hong Kong's god of wealth." This tycoon, who later took control of the Hong Kong government's finances, had an extremely rich work experience. After the age of 30, he almost always served as president of top banks such as Citibank and Morgan Stanley, and was hailed as the #1 person in Hong Kong's financial industry. He was even selected as one of the world's top 10 financial figures. He is also a fervent admirer of Mao, a brilliant individual who has thoroughly studied Mao's selected works and applied his knowledge to management. Liang Jingsong arrived at his office early in the morning, and before he could even sit down, he received calls from Bao Yugong and Xu Diba, who were asking him who was acquiring Wheelock shares. This sudden situation left him feeling bewildered and at a loss. His usual duties do not involve interfering in trivial matters such as the Securities Department's acquisition of a company's stock. He was naturally aware that Bao Yugong and Xu Diba were vying for control of Wheelock properties. However, he never expected that Wheelock would become associated with Citibank's securities division. The fact that the two richest men called at the same time piqued his curiosity. They wanted to know whether it was the securities department that acquired a large number of Wheelock shares. "Good morning, President Liang," Yuan Tianfan greeted. "Good morning, Manager Yuan." Liang Jingsong nodded slightly, then asked, "Manager Yuan, do any of our clients in the securities department have entrusted us to acquire Wheelock shares?" Upon hearing this, Yuan Tianfan smiled and said, "Since last month, we have indeed had some clients entrust us to acquire Wheelock." "Oh, who is it?" Liang Jingsong asked, his face full of curiosity. "It's Mr. John Keiming, chairman of AMAJO." Yuan Tianfan truthfully recounted to Liang Jingsong the specific details of John Keiming's entrustment to acquire Wheelock. "It's him, the youngest chairman in Hong Kong?" Liang Jingsong was very surprised. Before this, he had imagined many wealthy individuals who might acquire Wheelock, but he never expected it would be John Keiming. Yuan Tianfan said, "It is him. I wonder if President Liang suddenly asked about the Wheelock acquisition. Is there something wrong?" Liang Jingsong laughed and said, "No, it's just that Mr. Bao Yugong and Mr. Xu Diba asked me who was acquiring Wheelock. I invited you here to find out more about the situation." Upon hearing this, Yuan Tianfan frowned and asked, "Does President Liang mean to inform Bao Yugong and Xu Diba about John Keiming's acquisition? How could that be? Citibank's reputation is paramount. We would never sell customer information," Liang Jingsong said without hesitation. "However, you can ask John Keiming himself what he thinks." Yuan Tianfan nodded repeatedly, indicating that he understood. As copies of the Hong Kong Metropolitan Daily were distributed and entered the hands of citizens, the headline of today's Hong Kong Metropolitan Daily's financial section instantly caught the attention of citizens, unveiling the mysterious tycoon who decided the ownership of Wheelock and Company. The article below the title details that the two richest men, Bao Yukong and Chu Teba, are secretly investigating the identity of the mysterious tycoon who holds a large number of Wheelock shares. This shocking news was like a bombshell, causing a huge uproar in the financial world. Countless investors suddenly realized why there were so few sell orders in yesterday's Wheelock stock market trading. Then an even bigger mystery was presented to them. Who exactly was this mysterious tycoon? How was he able to control such a huge number of Wheelock shares? Immediately, all sorts of speculations and discussions arose. In my opinion, this mysterious tycoon is probably secretly planning a takeover of Wheelock, otherwise how could he possibly hold so many shares? Could a thrilling three-way battle for supremacy unfold in the Wheelock stock market? My God, if it really turns into a three-way battle for White Fang shares, I can't even imagine what it would be like. They'd probably fight tooth and nail, wondering that shareholders who currently hold Wheelock shares must be rolling in money. That's not necessarily true. It's possible that the mysterious tycoon will simply sell the shares and end this battle directly. However, this controversy may unfold in any way. Everyone agrees that the mysterious tycoon has become the key figure in determining the outcome of the contest between the two richest men, Bao Yugong and Xu Diba. It can be said that whoever the mysterious tycoon supports will ultimately gain control of Wheelock. Of course, besides discussing the mysterious tycoon, the magazine fashion queen and Zhong Chihong, the actress who founded the fashion magazine, have also become the focus of discussion among countless men and women. Manager Yuan, are you saying that Mr. Bao Yugong and Mr. Xu Diba want to see me? John Keiming said softly into the phone with a slight smile on his lips. All that could be heard on the phone was Yuan Tianfan's respectful voice. "Yes, young Master Zhang. Just this morning, the two of them personally called our President Liang. We want to find out who exactly commissioned Citibank to acquire Wheelock shares. At Citibank, we have always had a strict obligation to keep customer information confidential. We cannot disclose any information about the employer without their consent. Upon learning of this situation, we informed you immediately. I'd like to know if you'd be willing to meet with them. If construction is needed, we can convey the message. Thank you so much, Manager UN and Citibank, for keeping this confidential, John Keiming said with a broad smile. He spent nearly a month waiting for the big fish to bite, and now the moment of harvest has finally arrived. After thinking for a moment, I said to Manager UN on the phone, Manager UN, please pass on my message to Mr. Bao Yugong and Mr. Chudiba. If they are interested in the shares I hold, they can come to Keiming Investment to discuss the details with me in person. No problem, young Master John, I will convey your message immediately. Yuan Tianfan quickly agreed. After hanging up the phone, John Keiming's face showed an undisguised joy. Seeing John Keiming grinning foolishly at her, Zhong Chahong laughed and said, "It's just a phone call, why are you so happy? What good thing happened? Lane Crawford is about to be ours, isn't that a good thing?" John Keiming looked at Zhong Chahong with a smile. "Is this true? Didn't they say just an hour ago that we would have to wait a while?" Zhong Chahong exclaimed with delight upon hearing the news. "Of course it's true, when have I ever lied to you?" John Keiming said confidently. "Humph, you've lied to me quite a few times. You said it didn't hurt at all last time, but it's been several days now and it still hurts." Whenever Zhong Chahong thought about this incident, an inexplicable anger would rise in her heart, and she would complain indignantly. "Well, that was purely an accident. Neither of us had much experience at the time." John Keiming explained, saying it was an accident, while his eyes darted around nervously. He didn't dare look Zhong Chahong in the eye at all. "Really? You seem so skilled at it, I feel like you're lying to me," Zhong Chahong asked with a disbelieving look on her face. Sister Hong, I need to go to Keiming Investment right away to handle some matters related to the acquisition of Lane Crawford. I won't chat with you any longer, I'm leaving." John Keiming, who had a guilty conscience, saw that the situation was not good. He quickly found himself a plausible excuse and slipped away. "All right. Then remember to come back early." Before Zhong Chahong's words had even finished, John Keiming had already disappeared from the Huashang magazine office. "Humph, that big oaf must have lied to me." Zhong Chahong, realizing what had happened, stomped her foot in frustration. "Old Tan, drive. Let's go to Keiming Investment." John Keiming quickly got into the car and instructed the driver, Tan Bing. Tan Bing nodded silently, and without saying a word, he started the car engine, stepped on the gas, and the car sped towards Keiming Investment. Downstairs at the Kinman building, a black luxury car slowly came to a stop, the door opened, and John Keiming, dressed in a sharp suit, stepped out of the car. Zheng Jiahao paced back and forth, glancing at his watch every now and then, looking extremely anxious. When he saw John Keiming, a look of joy instantly appeared on his face, and he hurriedly stepped forward to greet him. "Young Master John, you've finally arrived. I tried calling you earlier, but you didn't answer," Zheng Jiahao asked anxiously, panting heavily. "Something came up," John Keiming said. Seeing Zheng Jiahao's anxious expression, John Keiming asked curiously, "You look so worried, is there something important you need to see me about?" Zheng Jiahao took a deep breath to calm himself down, then lowered his voice and said, "Young Master John, it's Bao Sheng who's come to our company." "Bao Sheng? Which Bao Sheng?" John Keiming didn't react for a moment and asked in confusion. "It's Bao Yugong, Bao Sheng, who's here," Zheng Jiahao quickly explained, his tone filled with awe and nervousness. "They're really quick. I received the news in no more than an hour, and he actually came straight to the company." John Keiming was very surprised and taken aback to hear that Bao Yugong had come to the company directly. "I also admire Bao Yugong's decisiveness." Zheng Jiahao, standing to the side, looked puzzled and couldn't help but ask, "Young Master John, do you think that the fact that this richest man rushed to our company has anything to do with the shares of Whitford?" John Keiming smiled and said, "Besides Wheelock shares, there's nothing else here that would attract him. An hour ago, I specifically instructed Yuan Tianfan of Citibank to proactively inform Bao Yugong and Chudiba that the acquisition of Wheelock was commissioned by Keiming Investment." Upon hearing this, Zheng Jiahao quickly asked, "Young Master John, what should we do next? What to do? After all this planning, isn't this the day we've been waiting for?" "What we need to do next is to carefully select assets that suit us," John Keiming said confidently. "Understood," Zheng Jiahao said happily. "All right, enough chit-chat, let's hurry up and go. Don't keep the richest man, Mr. Bao, waiting too long." With that, John Keiming strode towards the door. Seeing this, Zheng Jiahao hurriedly followed. After entering Keiming Investment, John Keiming and Zheng Jiahao went straight to the reception room without any delay. Upon entering the reception room, Zheng Jiahao stepped forward and gave a brief introduction, after which the atmosphere became relaxed. With a hint of apology on his face, John Keiming took the initiative to say, "Mr. Bao, Mr. Wu, I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting here for so long." Upon hearing this, Bao Yugong, who was sitting on the sofa, laughed heartily and said, "Chairman John, you've been very busy lately, which is common knowledge throughout Hong Kong. Our arrival was rather unexpected, we should be the ones who disturbed you." John Kaiming quickly waved his hand and replied with a smile, "Old Bao, please don't say that. Before you, I am but a junior, you may simply call me Kaiming." Ha ha. John Kaiming's humble and low-key attitude pleased Bao Yugong, who nodded and replied, "Alright, since that's the case, then this old fellow will take advantage of his seniority today and call you Kaiming." Bao Yugong was always a generous and forthright person, and he disliked formalities and being overly concerned with trivial matters. After exchanging only a few pleasantries with John Kaiming, he developed a deep liking for the young man before him. After exchanging pleasantries, Bao Yugong got straight to the point. He went straight to the point and asked, "Kaiming, I've always been a pretty direct person when it comes to things. To be honest, the main purpose of my visit is to acquire the Wheelock shares you hold. How many shares do you currently own? I intend to buy them all." Without even asking the price, Bao Yugong declared he wanted to take over the entire business. His determined tone took John Kaiming by surprise. Today he truly experienced the Shanghai-style elegance that Bao Yugong was rumored to have. He was indeed a man of great generosity. "Mr. Bao, to be honest, I started the acquisition of Wheelock a month ago. Currently, I hold 21% of Wheelock shares. I just wonder, what price are you willing to offer?" John Kaiming smiled slightly, his tone unhurried. John Kaiming's words greatly surprised Bao Yugong and Wu Guangzheng. Before they came here, they had estimated that John Kaiming would only hold about 10% of the shares at most. But to everyone's surprise, the actual shareholding was as high as 21%. This figure far exceeded their expectations. If they can acquire all of these shares, they will gain absolute control of Wheelock. Chu Diba should have just announced his elimination. This acquisition is of great significance to Wu Guangzheng. Success was just one step away, and he eagerly opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something. But prompted by Bao Yugong's gaze, he had no choice but to swallow back the words that were about to come out. Bao Yugong secretly pondered that John Kaiming's secret acquisition of so many shares was very likely aimed at acquiring Wheelock. Unfortunately, Madden's sudden sale of shares may have unexpectedly disrupted John Kaiming's original plans. If that's the case, the shares held by John Kaiming might not be so easy to acquire. "Kaiming, I never imagined you held so many shares in Wheelock. Could it be that you intended to acquire Wheelock before?" Bao Yugong asked casually, narrowing his eyes. But his eyes were fixed on John Kaiming, trying to catch some clues from his expression and reaction. John Kaiming could easily detect the probing in Bao Yugong's words, and readily replied, "That's right, Mr. Bao, we at AMEAJO have always focused on the development of the physical industry. Wheelock's resources in retail channels, trading channels, and physical industries, if integrated and utilized by us, will undoubtedly become a powerful support for the company's further growth." At this point, a bitter smile appeared on John Kaiming's face. Then he changed the subject. "It's a pity that now you and Mr. Chu Diba have both set their sights on Wheelock. Given your abilities and skills, I am well aware of my own limitations and know I am no match for you. After careful consideration over the past 2 days, we have decided to abandon this acquisition plan." John Kaiming's sincere words made Bao Yugong's eyes flash with understanding, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, as if everything was as he had expected. Bao Yugong waved his hand and said generously, "Kaiming, since you are willing to sell your shares, I will not treat you unfairly. Currently, Wheelock's share price is approximately HK $8.2 per share. How about this? I'll offer HK $10 per share to acquire all of your Wheelock shares. What do you think?" To Bao Yugong's surprise, John Kaiming did not immediately agree as he had expected after hearing these words. Instead, he gently shook his head. At this moment, John Kaiming's brows were furrowed and his eyes were shifty, as if he was carefully weighing the pros and cons in his mind, and he remained silent for a moment. "Mr. John, at HK $10 per share, I believe that you will not find a buyer offering a higher price in the entire market. What are you still hesitating about?" Wu Guangzhen's stiff tone made John Kaiming frown. He did not respond immediately, but pretended to be silent for a moment before slowly speaking. "Mr. Wu, Mr. Bao, I must admit that the price you two offered is indeed quite tempting. If it were merely a matter of cashing out and leaving, I would not hesitate at all to transfer my shares to you. But I'm not interested in money, I don't need cash right now." Bao Yugong finally frowned, staring directly at John Kaiming, and asked bluntly, "Kaiming, what conditions do you need to sell your shares? Just tell me directly." I was secretly delighted. That was exactly what he was waiting for. "Mr. Bao, Wheelock is involved in too many industries. After you successfully acquire Wheelock, you will surely conduct a thorough investigation and reorganization of the company, right?" Faced with this question, Bao Yugong did not shy away from it at all, and readily nodded in response. "Yes, you are right. Wheelock has expanded blindly in recent years, venturing into too many fields without a focus, resulting in uneven overall development. Therefore, after the acquisition is completed, it is necessary to conduct a comprehensive review and reorganization of its internal structure and business segments. Those industries that do not align with future strategic directions or are poorly performing will certainly need to be divested. John Kaiming nodded and smiled. Mr. Bao, Wharf Holdings' main businesses are real estate development, warehousing, port operation, and shipping services. In my opinion, even if you successfully acquire Wheelock, its core business direction should remain largely the same. When Bao Yugong heard John Kaiming's insightful analysis of their plans after acquiring Wheelock, he admired him even more. After a brief silence, Bao Yugong roughly guessed John Kaiming's intentions and said, "Kaiming, what exactly are you planning? You can just say it." Upon hearing this, John Kaiming smiled faintly and replied, "Mr. Bao, the Wheelock shares I currently hold, calculated at HK$10 per share as you mentioned before, have a market value of approximately HK$1.47 billion. My idea is to exchange Wheelock shares for shares in other companies that I like. I wonder what Mr. Bao thinks." Just then, Wu Guangzheng, who was sitting to the side, couldn't help but interject, "Mr. John, isn't your request a bit too demanding? Does that mean that as long as it's a company you've chosen, we have to unconditionally give it to you according to your wishes? If that's the case, what's the point of us acquiring Wheelock? I'll just sell it to you directly." Wu Guangzhen's tone clearly revealed a hint of dissatisfaction and doubt. John Kaiming turned his head and glanced at Wu Guangzheng sitting next to him. This guy seems to have a problem with him. Both of his statements were barbed and sarcastic. In fact, what John Kaiming didn't know was that Wu Guangzhen's mental imbalance was largely due to him. On the one hand, the acquisition of Wheelock put a lot of pressure on him, and he longed to succeed and prove himself to the world. On the other hand, before the meeting, Bao Yugong learned that it was John Kaiming who had acquired Wheelock shares. They lavished praise on John Kaiming, calling him the #1 young person in Hong Kong. This made Wu Guangzheng, who always considered himself no worse than others, feel somewhat resentful. After arriving here, the more Bao Yugong admired John Kaiming, the more jealous Wu Guangzheng became. Bao Yugong frowned deeply and gave Wu Guangzheng a sharp look. He sensed that his son-in-law was acting strangely today, quite unlike his usual calm and composed personality. Wu Guangzheng felt the invisible pressure emanating from his father-in-law, his heart trembled, and he immediately shut his mouth, no longer daring to interrupt. Seeing that Wu Guangzheng had come to his senses, Bao Yugong turned to John Kaiming and said, "Kaiming, please tell me in detail which companies you have your eye on. As long as it's within our acceptable range, we can agree to your conditions." John Kaiming said solemnly, "Mr. Bao, please rest assured, I know what I'm doing. I will never try to take your company's shares, because I know very well that even if I did, you would never agree. Wheelock has a total of 7 listed companies. This includes a department store, 2 trading companies, 2 shipping companies, and 2 real estate companies. My idea is to acquire a stake in Lane Crawford department store and one of its trading companies. The combined market capitalization of these 2 companies is currently around HK$500 million. Wheelock's 30% stake is worth approximately HK$150 million. In addition, Wheelock also holds shares in more than 200 affiliated companies. These affiliated companies are located all over the world, and I believe they would be quite complicated to manage. Many of these companies belong to the physical industry and are not worth much money, but for us at AIMGO, they are a good supplement. I hope to carefully select a number of suitable industries for acquisition." After John Kaiming finished speaking, Bao Yugong and Wu Guangzheng both fell silent and fell into deep thought. Among the Wheelock assets mentioned by John Kaiming, there are quite a few that they value. In particular, the trading and retail companies are rare and high-quality assets under Wheelock. If they agree to John Kaiming's conditions, in the short term, it would save Wharf Holdings a large sum of money and allow them to dispose of some assets that they don't need urgently, or even that are a burden. They were somewhat reluctant to give up their retail and trading companies. After some deliberation, Bao Yugong finally broke the silence. Looking at John Kaiming, he slowly said, "All right, no problem, I agree to your conditions. However, we must immediately begin the process of signing the share transfer agreement." Bao Yugong was in such a hurry because Chu Diba was watching him closely. In this situation, any delay or hesitation could lead to unforeseen complications. The most crucial thing right now is to quickly acquire Wheelock shares to ensure everything goes smoothly. After hearing Bao Yugong's affirmative reply, John Kaiming smiled and said, "Mr. Bao, since you have agreed to my conditions, we can formally sign the contract at any time." Seeing John Kaiming's decisiveness, Bao Yugong admired him even more and laughed heartily. "Good, Kaiming, you are truly a promising young man. Compared to you, I really feel old." Faced with Bao Yugong's praise, John Kaiming humbly replied, "Mr. Bao, you flatter me too much. I am just a junior who has just started out, and there is still much for me to learn and improve. I still need to rely heavily on the guidance of an experienced and highly respected senior like you." Immediately afterwards, John Kaiming turned his head slightly and looked at Zhang Jiahao beside him, and instructed, "Old He, could you please make a trip and ask attorney He Junhao to come over here?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiahao nodded without hesitation and replied, "Yes, young Master John, I'll take care of it right away." Before he finished speaking, he turned and left, disappearing from the room in the blink of an eye. John Kaiming and Bao Yugong did not have to wait long before their respective lawyers arrived at Kaiming Investment one after the other. After several hours of discussion between the lawyers of both parties, the contract was finally drafted. John Kaiming's 21% stake in Wheelock was transferred to Wharf Holdings for $1.47 billion at a price of $10 per share. In addition to the share transfer agreement, a somewhat complicated share swap agreement was attached. After negotiations, the two parties first swapped the shares of the trading company and Lane Crawford Company at a valuation of $500 million. Wheelock originally held 30% of the shares in each of the two companies. During this period, Wharf Holdings acquired 3% of Lane Crawford's shares and 12% of the trading company's shares. As a result, Lane Crawford's shares accounted for 33% of the actual shares exchanged. Its value is estimated to be approximately $105.6 million. The actual share swap of the trading company was 42%. The corresponding value is $75.6 million. The total value of the two items together reached $181.2 million. After this exchange, the remaining Wheelock shares held by John Kaiming are still worth $1.2888 billion. After negotiating with Bao Yugong, John Kaiming cashed out $600 million from these shares. John Kaiming intends to use this money to repay the 500 million yuan financing from Citibank and related handling fees. In addition, there is a 50 million loan from HSBC, which also needs to be settled with this money. The remaining shares, valued at $688.8 million, were used to exchange for the necessary assets. Selecting all the eligible assets will take at least 10 days to half a month. Once these assets are selected and Amego has fully digested them, its strength will undoubtedly increase significantly. After carefully reviewing all the contracts, John Kaiming signed his name on them. June 23, morning, Peninsula Hotel. Inside the hotel's luxurious lobby, a large crowd of reporters from various media outlets, armed with cameras and microphones, gathered. They were all invited by Wharf Holdings Limited and came here specifically for this purpose. Today, Wharf Holdings will hold a press conference here. The news, once released, caused a huge stir, like a boulder thrown into water, exciting all the reporters who came to the conference. During this period, the fierce battle between Wharf Holdings and Nanyang Chu Group over the control of Wheelock Holdings has been the focus of attention in the financial world and even the entire society. The two business tycoons, Bao Yugong, chairman of Wharf Holdings, and Chu Takpa, chairman of Nanyang Chu Group, are locked in a fierce battle in the stock market, neither willing to yield and the fight proving extremely close. This thrilling business battle not only captivated countless investors but also provided a constant stream of news material for numerous media outlets. The most direct beneficiaries of this business war were these journalists, who reaped substantial bonuses for reporting on it. Yesterday, the Hong Kong Metropolitan Daily reported that a mysterious tycoon held a large number of Wheelock shares, which immediately attracted the attention of citizens. On that day, the Hong Kong Metropolitan Daily sold more than 70,000 copies, more than double the usual sales. They also bundled and sold 70,000 copies of the magazine in one day, making a fortune. Other newspapers were drooling with envy, and they all decided that if they had any breaking news in the future, they would also bundle it with their magazines. For newspapers, magazines and advertising are the most profitable. Yesterday, Huasheng Daily sold 70,000 copies of its magazine, generating over $700,000 in daily revenue from the magazine alone, with a gross profit margin of at least 50%. Many citizens now praise Zhong Chahong not only for her excellent acting skills but also for her first-rate business acumen. This made Zhong Chahong extremely happy. That very night, he took the initiative to fulfill the conditions he had previously agreed to with John Kaiming. I woke up really late today and almost missed the press conference. Other newspapers also saw a significant increase in sales during this period, though not as dramatic as the Hong Kong Metropolitan Daily. This is all thanks to Wheelock's business battle. Wharf Holdings announced a press conference, and our agency, having been invited, immediately dispatched its most elite reporters to the scene. They just want to dig out big news and make money from it. At this point, there was still some time before the press conference officially began, but the atmosphere at the scene was already very enthusiastic. The reporters gathered in small groups, whispering amongst themselves. Xiao Zhang, instead of rushing to buy up Wheelock shares at this time, Wharf Holdings is holding a press conference. In my opinion, there's definitely more to this than meets the eye. Old Li said, frowning as he struggled to carry the heavy camera. Yes, Lao Li, what you said makes sense. I also have a strong feeling that Bao, the richest man, has probably already received the support of that mysterious tycoon. Otherwise, why would he be distracted by these things at such a critical juncture? Maybe we'll find out who that mysterious tycoon is in a little while. Xiao Zhang nodded thoughtfully, agreeing with Lao Li's opinion. At this moment, the numerous reporters present were whispering and discussing amongst themselves, racking their brains to guess what astonishing news would be announced at today's press conference. Amidst everyone's anticipation and curiosity, Jiang Kaiming and Bao Yugong, under the close protection of a group of well-trained and burly bodyguards, slowly entered the press conference hall. They walked along the red carpeted path laid out by the hotel toward the high platform ahead. "Quick, they're here. Oldly, don't just stand there, hurry up and take pictures." Xiao Zhang, with sharp eyes, was the first to spot the figures approaching from the other end of the carpet. He immediately became excited, his face turning red, and he patted Old Li's shoulder hard, urgently reminding him. Old Li, as expected of a seasoned reporter, reacted extremely quickly. Upon hearing Xiao Zhang's shout, he immediately raised his camera without hesitation. He skillfully adjusted the focus and started snapping away in the direction of Bao Yugong and Jiang Kaiming. The other reporters at the scene did the same. In an instant, the entire press conference hall was illuminated as bright as day by countless flashes of light. Jiang Kaiming actually came here. Old Li, tell me quickly, could he be that mysterious tycoon? Unable to contain his excitement, Xiao Zhang whispered excitedly in Lao Li's ear. That's certainly very possible. Ameo and Wharf Holdings have never had any business dealings, so why would he suddenly appear here? Old Li said, but his camera kept clicking away. If this is true, he'll be the headline story in our newspaper tomorrow. The more Xiao Zhang thought about it, the more excited he became, already imagining the sensation his report would cause. 10 a.m. After the host's enthusiastic opening remarks, the atmosphere was fully engaged, and the host solemnly announced, "Now I am honored to announce that this Wharf Holdings press conference is officially open." As the organizer of this press conference, Bao Yugong first adjusted the microphone in front of him and said with a smile, "Thank you very much to all the journalists for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend today's Wharf Holdings press conference." After exchanging a few polite words, Bao Yugong suddenly raised his voice and solemnly announced, "Here, I would like to announce an important message to everyone. Following negotiations with Mr. Jiang Kaiming, chairman of Amoy Holdings, Wharf Holdings acquired Mr. Jiang Kaiming's shares in Wheelock Properties for HK $1.47 billion. Whoosh! The entire press conference room erupted in uproar. All the reporters looked utterly astonished. HK $1.47 billion. The reporters almost simultaneously muttered this astonishing number to themselves and quickly jotted it down in their notebooks. Many journalists have already decided to make this number their front page headline tomorrow. How many shares can you buy with HK $1.47 billion? When did Jiang Kaiming buy the shares? These are the questions that journalists are trying to uncover. The news value contained here is exactly what citizens want to know. If the press conference hadn't yet moved into the Q&A session, they probably would have already been eagerly asking their questions. After Bao Yugong finished explaining his grand plan for Wheelock's future development, he slowly stopped talking and ended his speech. Moving on to the signing process. An MC took 2 photocopies of the contract from a tray and placed them in front of Bao Yugong and Jiang Kaiming. The sole purpose of these 2 contracts is to serve as a demonstration. The original, legally binding contract had already been signed by both parties long before. Under the watchful eyes of many, Bao Yugong and Jiang Kaiming picked up the pens on the table one after the other and carefully signed their names on the contract. As the final stroke was made, a burst of enthusiastic applause erupted, marking the successful completion of this highly anticipated signing ceremony. The reporters on the scene naturally wouldn't miss this rare opportunity. He didn't hold back on the film in his hand, constantly pressing the shutter, wanting to capture every wonderful moment with his lens. The moment when Bao Yugong and Jiang Kaiming shook hands, in particular, became the focus of all the cameras. For these journalists, the photos they took today will undoubtedly become excellent news material for the front pages of major newspapers tomorrow. Jiang Kaiming initially didn't want to come, feeling it was too high profile and that he could have simply issued an announcement. However, he profited handsomely from the deal and couldn't refuse Bao Yugong's invitation. Moreover, Jiang Kaiming was well aware of Bao Yugong's purpose in holding this press conference to put on a show. This is also what many listed companies like to do most. Wharf Holdings' acquisition of Wheelock will conservatively cost at least HK $2.78 billion. With such a massive amount involved, even a powerful company like Wharf Holdings would face considerable pressure. Don't think that Bao Yugong only left the outside world with the image of a shipping magnate. In fact, he was a top expert in the financial field. Long before he entered the shipping industry, he was already a seasoned banker. At a grand and spectacular press conference, Wharf Holdings announced to the world that it had successfully acquired Wheelock Properties. Is there a better stage for a show? Without a doubt, this is an incredibly positive development for the entire market. Wharf Holdings is practically saying, fellow shareholders, come on over. We urgently need to reduce our debt. It is foreseeable that major financial news outlets will unanimously release positive news about Wharf Holdings. Once these news break, a large number of stock investors, unable to resist the temptation, will surely jump into this seemingly alluring trap. They were reduced to tools used by Wharf Holdings to repay its debts. Those listed companies announce acquisitions of other companies at the drop of a hat, spending billions or tens of billions of dollars. Do they really have that much money? In fact, acquiring those companies often doesn't require spending too much real money, because ultimately, many shareholders will be willing to pay for it. Don't be fooled by the fact that Wharf Holdings has acquired Wheelock & Company and is supposed to benefit greatly from it. However, it also carries a huge debt of more than 2 billion yuan. As a result, the company's debt ratio will inevitably skyrocket. As for Wheelock, the acquired company, it will probably take at least 3 to 5 years, or even longer, to turn a profit. Therefore, during this long period, Wharf Holdings' financial statements were destined to be less than impressive. This is also why Jiang Qiming chose to cooperate with Bao Yugong and directly split the assets he needed. If the positive news released at this press conference can last for 10 days to half a month, that would be quite good. In the stock market, a sharp rise is inevitably followed by a sharp fall. For stock market investors, if they can effectively control their greed, know when to take profits, and decisively leave the market after earning a certain amount of profit, they will definitely make a profit. If you choose to hold it for the long term, you can achieve huge returns. However, most stock traders cannot withstand the market's violent fluctuations and blindly chase highs and sell lows, ultimately becoming the leeks that get harvested. Stock investment is a purely personal activity, and Jiang Qiming had no intention of stopping it. In fact, by personally participating in this press conference, he himself could also gain quite a few benefits. Perhaps, taking advantage of this opportunity, Emigo's stock price, which has been stagnant, will rise again. As the signing ceremony came to a successful close, the atmosphere instantly became lively, and the long-awaited Q&A session finally arrived. The reporters, who had been eagerly waiting and ready to ask questions, were all itching to raise their microphones, eager to be the first to ask a question. At today's press conference, the focus of attention was undoubtedly Bao Yugong. A large number of reporters swarmed towards him like a tide, surrounding him and vying to ask him one question after another. Jiang Qiming was also surrounded by a large number of reporters. The barrage of questions made Jiang Qiming feel dizzy. I had absolutely no idea which reporter's question to answer first. Left with no other option, he had to loudly announce, "Dear media friends, please be quiet. Next, we will select the questioner by calling on someone to answer." As soon as he finished speaking, a brief silence fell over the crowd. Everyone held their breath, hoping to be lucky enough to be called on. Jiang Qiming raised his hand and casually pointed to the reporter from the Hong Kong Economic Journal standing in the front row. Upon seeing that it was him, Xiao Zhang's face immediately lit up with undisguised joy, and he was so excited that he almost jumped up. Xiao Zhang quickly stood up and asked in a slightly trembling voice, "Hello Mr. Zhang, I am Xiao Zhang, a reporter from the Hong Kong Economic Journal. It is a great honor to be the first person to ask you a question. Just now, Bao, the richest man in Hong Kong, officially announced that he will acquire your Wheelock shares for a huge sum of HK $1.47 billion. With such an astonishing acquisition amount, you must own quite a few Wheelock shares, right? It seems your name has never been on Wheelock's list of major shareholders. Could you please tell me exactly when you began holding such a large amount of Wheelock stock?" Jiang Qiming's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile, and he said softly, "To be honest, I don't really have a clear concept of how much money there is. For me, as long as I have enough money to meet my family's daily needs, that's enough. Having too much money can sometimes be a problem. HK $1.47 billion is just an ordinary number to me. I have held 21% of Wheelock shares for over a month now. Initially, there was no intention to sell these shares. In fact, there was a desire to acquire a few more. Unfortunately, I was really unlucky. Who would have thought that a random search for a stock would lead to this? It's unbelievable that two billionaires are vying for it. Compared to them, my small frame really can't compete. There was no other way but to reluctantly sell the stocks and make a few $100 million. I don't know what to do with all this money." After hearing these words, Xiao Zhang and the other reporters present felt a strong urge to rush up and beat Jiang Qiming up. However, they quickly understood the meaning behind Jiang Qiming's words, and they were all shocked. Jiang Qiming had been secretly acquiring Wheelock shares for over a month. It is obvious that his long-term, discreet, and covered operations were aimed at acquiring Defeng in its entirety. However, the sudden and aggressive acquisition by Bao Yukong and Chu Teba was unexpected. That's what forced this crocodile, hidden deep underwater, to be blasted out. If the speculation is true, then Jiang Qiming really is unlucky. If it had been a few months later, Jiang Qiming might have already secretly acquired Wheelock. To completely dispel any remaining doubts, reporter Xiao Zhang pressed further, "Young Master Jiang, so according to what you just said, you initially only wanted to acquire Wheelock properties?" Jiang Qiming smiled enigmatically and replied, "This is the century-old Wheelock & Co. Trading Company, who wouldn't want to own it? Unfortunately, I don't have the financial resources of someone like Bao, the richest man in China, so I can't swallow it all at once. Ultimately, the only option left was to cash out and leave." These seemingly ordinary words actually contain a hidden meaning. John Kaiming's lavish praise on Bao Yugon, whether intentionally or unintentionally, was actually aimed at guiding media attention. This allows more attention to be paid to the wealthy and powerful tycoon. In this chaotic era, being too prominent is not a good thing. They are easily targeted by malicious individuals and become easy prey. John Kaiming considers himself a pragmatic person. He believes he has already gained the most from the Wheelock acquisition battle, so there is no need for him to make a big fuss. It's better to leave things like showing off to Bao, the richest man in China. What he needs to do now is to quickly select the high-quality assets he needs and further expand his own strength. Okay, I understand. The atmosphere inside UOB was heavy. Chu Diba, with a gloomy face, slammed down the phone. Chu Diba is one of the key figures in this battle for Wheelock Properties. He paid close attention to every move of his competitor, Wharf Holdings. Upon learning that Wharf Holdings was going to hold a press conference, they immediately planted their informants at the event. Shortly after Bao Yugong announced the successful acquisition of John Kaiming's shares, his informant quickly dialed Chu Diba's number. Inform him of the press conference. Huang Ziwiao, who had been observing Chu Diba's changing expression, felt a pang of anxiety upon seeing his grim face and quickly inquired with concern. Old Chu, judging from your face, did Bao Yugong announce some shocking news at the press conference? Chu Diba gritted his teeth and replied in a low voice, tinged with annoyance. We were still a step too late. Bao Yugong beat us to it and bought those shares from John Kaiming for HK $1.47 billion. Now, Wharf Holdings holds more than half of Wheelock's shares, so we have absolutely no chance in this battle. After saying that, he sighed heavily, his face full of frustration and resentment. Bao Yugong actually spent HK $1.47 billion to acquire it. It's truly unexpected that John Kaiming holds so many shares. Huang Ziwiao looked astonished, his disbelief evident on his face. Immediately afterward, Huang Ziwiao seemed to suddenly realize something important. His expression turned serious, and he frowned as he said, Old Chu, now that the acquisition of Wheelock has failed, we must make a decisive move and cut our losses immediately. We absolutely cannot let our funds be tied up in Wheelock. The average price of the Wheelock shares you hold is HK $5.2 per share. Wheelock's share price rose to HK $8.6 per share after the market opened today. If we can seize this opportunity and act in time, we still have a chance to make a fortune. As a seasoned veteran who has been navigating the business world for decades, Chu Diba naturally possesses extraordinary psychological qualities and adaptability. After hearing Huang Ziwiao's words, he quickly adjusted his emotional state and began to calmly and rationally consider the current situation. At this point, Bao Yukong's shareholding in Wheelock has exceeded half, which will inevitably cost a huge amount of money. Chu Diba knew very well that if he wanted to sell his shares to Bao Yugong, the latter might not have enough funds to take them over. Recognizing the seriousness of the situation, Chu Diba made a decision without hesitation. He said decisively, there's no time to lose. We need to arrange shipments before this press conference ends. Moreover, the action must be swift, the entire sell-off must be completed before the relevant news spreads widely. That's right. Wheelock shares are hot right now, and they're hard to come by. It's the perfect time to buy. Huang Ziwiao nodded in agreement. He immediately gave orders to his assistant. Inside the Hong Kong Stock Exchange Hall, crowds thronged as investors exchanged their stock trading experiences, creating a lively atmosphere. Since the Hong Kong stock market gradually showed signs of recovery, the market has been packed with investors eager to get rich overnight as soon as it opens at 9:30 every morning. Look, Wheelock is having sell orders. A sharp-eyed investor suddenly shouted, his excited voice instantly echoing throughout the trading hall. It really is true. After waiting for so many days, I've finally got what I've been waiting for. I'm determined to get my hands on it this time, no matter what. Another investor excitedly echoed, clenching his fists tightly, as if he could already see wealth beckoning to him. Wei Feng stock, HK $9, give me 100 lots to buy. Someone placed the buy order without hesitation, afraid that if they were even a step too slow, they would miss the opportunity. Oh my god, it's gone up again. It suddenly jumped to HK $9.2. The surrounding crowd exclaimed in surprise. Don't worry about anything else, anyway, with the two richest men backing us up, what's there to be afraid of? If we don't buy now, we'll miss our chance. Anxious shouts rose and fell, filling the entire trading hall. At this moment, Chu Diba, who was manipulating everything behind the scenes, was issuing orders one by one in an orderly manner. Under his control, Wheelock's stock price soared like a rocket, easily breaking through the HK $10 mark in the blink of an eye. As the stock price continued to rise, the trading volume of Wheelock shares on the stock market experienced explosive growth. The constantly rising numbers acted like a shot of adrenaline, strongly stimulating the gambler's mentality deep within the hearts of stock market investors. They stared intently at the flashing prices on the screen, completely ignoring other factors, and rushed to buy in droves. While these investors were focused solely on the price, the number of small sell orders for Wheelock shares on the stock market was increasing. Unsuspecting investors, upon seeing a sell order, rushed to buy without even checking the price, completely unaware that they may have fallen into a carefully designed trap. These stock market investors, who are frantically buying stocks, are placing all their hopes on news of a stock battle. They want to replicate the success of the original battle for Wharf Holdings. Wharf Holdings share price initially rose from $20.32 over $100, multiplying several times over, resulting in substantial profits for many shareholders. They were overjoyed, believing that the two richest men would eventually come and take over the deal. As the closing bell rang, Wheelock's share price closed at $10.3 per share at the close of the morning session in Hong Kong. The share price has risen by nearly $2 per share compared to the opening price this morning. A tense yet exciting atmosphere permeated the entire exchange. Most of the investors who were caught up in the fervor of stock trading did not choose to leave, but instead remained in the stock exchange. They gathered in small groups, enthusiastically discussing their morning's gains, waiting for the stock market to open in the afternoon. Not long after the Wharf Holdings press conference ended, the reporters who went to interview the journalists had not yet compiled their interviews for publication. The news from the press conference has already begun to spread in small circles. The stock market always reacts the fastest. After the stock market opened in the afternoon, within a short period of time, the number of sell orders for Wheelock shares suddenly increased. Not only is Chu Diba selling off his shares on a large scale to cash out, but many well-informed shareholders are also selling their Wheelock shares. The biggest advantage of the T+0 trading system is that it allows investors to exit at any time. When the market first opened, Chu Diba, the major market manipulator, still had a considerable number of shares he hadn't sold. In order to ensure smooth shipment, they will try their best to control the market. As time ticked by, Chu Diba's shareholdings continued to decrease. As the last hour of the trading session approached, the situation suddenly took a dramatic turn. Seeing that he had few shares left, Chu Diba decisively ordered the abandonment of support for the stock price and began a large-scale, decentralized sale of the remaining shares. Without large funds controlling the stock, the share price plummeted at a visible speed. Within minutes, the stock price plummeted from $10.20 to $10.00 per share. $9.83. The numbers kept changing. 8 Hong Kong dollars. The sudden plunge stunned the investors who had just bought shares, and panic began to spread, plunging the market into chaos. Why did it plummet like this? Wasn't it said before that this was a fierce battle between the two richest men? Is this a shakeout? Yes, it's definitely a deep shakeout. If you hold on a bit longer, it will rebound. Could it be that the two richest men have already decided their battle, and the other one is dumping shares? During the trading session, investors with differing opinions argued endlessly, but everyone wore a look of panic on their faces. Their discussions couldn't stop the stock price from continuing to fall. When the stock market closed at 4 p.m., Wheelock's share price was fixed at $6.7 per share. Compared to the price at the opening in the afternoon, the drop was so large that some investors who bought the shares were questioning their life choices. The entire stock market was shrouded in gloom, and countless people's dreams of wealth were shattered at this moment. UOB. Huang Ziwiao walked into the office with the data report in his hand and saw his old friend Chu Diba sitting there with a frown on his face. He had a pretty good idea of why Chu Diba was frowning, and put on a happy smile as he said, "Old Chu, don't frown anymore, the data is finally out. Average price per share, $7.3. Compared to the cost price of $5.2, this operation, although failing to acquire Wheelock, still resulted in a profit of $367 million. Take a look." As he spoke, he handed the data sheet in his hand to Chu Diba. Chu Diba took the data sheet, glanced at the dense numbers on it, and casually put it aside. He showed no joy whatsoever at the sight of this astonishing profit. Given his enormous wealth, these mere hundreds of millions of Hong Kong dollars are but a drop in the ocean. He has accumulated so much wealth in his lifetime that it would take generations to spend it all. For him, money is more often than not just a meaningless number. Chu Diba fought with Bao Yugong for control of Wheelock & Co., but ultimately failed. The blow from this defeat was far greater than a few $100 million could make up for. As Chu Diba thought about these things, an indescribable sense of loss and frustration welled up in his heart. Turning to his longtime friend Huang Ziwiao beside him, a hint of helplessness and exhaustion appeared in his eyes. "Old Huang, after all this turmoil, I've come to realize that Hong Kong might really not be the right place for me. I have made up my mind to hand over the family business to my children to manage and run. As for myself, I plan to return to my ancestral home in Southeast Asia and enjoy my retirement in peace." "Old Chu, you." Huang Ziwiao looked at Chu Diba's slightly dim eyes, and swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. He originally wanted to offer a few more words of comfort, but at this moment he felt that any words would seem so pale and powerless. Recalling the recent battle with Bao Yugong for control of Wheelock, Huang Ziwiao couldn't help but sigh. They gave it their all, but ultimately fell short and were defeated. The thought of how the major newspapers would sensationalize this defeat tomorrow gave him a headache. The richest man in Southeast Asia is no match for the richest man in Hong Kong? This headline is probably going to take the top spot on every major page. Huang Ziwiao thought to himself. Having lived in Hong Kong for so many years, he was very familiar with the way the media operated here. Those journalists have always been eager to stir up trouble, and they'll be quick to act once they sniff out a juicy story. They will then amplify and distort the events indefinitely, just to attract readers' attention and earn more sales. As the loser in this competition, Chu Deba will undoubtedly become the target of public criticism. Huang Ziwiao couldn't bear to let his friend stay in this place of trouble and suffer the ridicule of those unscrupulous media outlets. Perhaps returning to Southeast Asia is the best choice for Chu Deba. At least he can temporarily avoid this storm of public opinion and avoid unnecessary humiliation. Upon learning of Wheelock's stock prices' wild fluctuations today, John Kaiming could only sigh inwardly. There's never a shortage of leaks, a term for retail investors who are exploited. You can never harvest them all. He glanced at Zheng Jiahao and said, "Tomorrow, the Wheelock Group's stock price will inevitably plummet, which is the best time for us to acquire Lane Crawford and Wheelock Trading Company. I'm giving you a week. I want to see both companies acquired." "Young Master John, rest assured, leave it to me," Zheng Jiahao said confidently. Breaking news. The terminator of the Wheelock takeover battle, John Kaiming, unveiling the secrets of a mysterious tycoon's amass of HK $1.47 billion. John Kaiming's acquisition of Wheelock Properties ended in failure, leaving him with only a meager profit of $1 billion. With the richest man in Hong Kong spending HK $1.47 billion, Wheelock's fate is sealed. Southeast Asia's richest man suffers a crushing defeat in Hong Kong. Is the plunge in Wheelock stock price a sign that Southeast Asia's richest man has cashed out and fled? The headlines of major newspapers were like sharp swords, piercing the eyes of countless Hong Kong citizens. The moment they see the newspaper in the morning, they are instantly energized, as if they've been injected with adrenaline. Holy crap, I never imagined the mysterious tycoon would be John Kaiming. I was wondering if it was Li Ka-shing. I had always thought it was Li Ka-shing. After all, he was known for his sneak attacks when acquiring Hutchison Whampoa, Wharf Holdings, and HK Electric. I never expected it to be Chung Kaiming. I'm afraid no one expected it to be John Kaiming. Was John Kaiming blessed by the god of wealth? Not long ago, he made hundreds of millions of US dollars from US tech giants, and now he has easily made over $1 billion Hong Kong dollars. It's pitiful that someone the same age is still working on screws. Could it really be Chu Deba, the richest man in Southeast Asia, who dumped the shares yesterday? Damn, that's very possible. How could the richest man in Southeast Asia be willing to keep his shares and work like a slave for Bao after losing to him? Hey, why are you running? What else could he possibly be running for? He's probably just an unlucky guy who bought Wheelock shares and is now rushing to the exchange to cut his losses. Before the newspaper vendor had even finished speaking, the crowd surrounding the newsstand scattered like birds and beasts, with more than half of them fleeing. "You little rascal, I'll remember you. We're neighbors, how could you not remind me? You're so disloyal. I'm never inviting you to a massage again." As newspapers continued to be distributed, the truth behind Wheelock's dramatic fall became known to more and more people. Hong Kong citizens were amazed by the extravagant spending of Hong Kong's richest man, who successfully acquired Wheelock Properties. John Kaiming's astonishing ability to make money has also become a focus of discussion among many citizens. Because of John Kaiming's age, he has been honorably promoted to the status of someone else's child, becoming a role model for countless parents to encourage their own children. Of course, there were also quite a few kids who gritted their teeth at him. Those who held Wheelock shares wished they had 4 legs, and rushed to the stock exchange one after another. He was terrified that if he arrived too late, the stocks would be stuck in his hands. Inside the chairman's office of the Amajao building, unaware that he had become the focus of public opinion, John Kaiming was listening to his assistant Tao Wenzhang report on the latest developments at Amajao. "Chairman, we have completed 70% of the production for IBM's $140 million order, and 60% of the goods have been shipped out. In addition, there was an order worth over $70 million from several computer manufacturers. With the commissioning of our new production line, production has also begun simultaneously." As Tao Wenzhang spoke, he handed a document to John Kaiming as if it were a precious treasure. John Kaiming nodded slightly in agreement, then asked, "Have there been any new orders?" Upon hearing this, Tao Wenzhang's face showed a hint of worry, and he reported with a cloud of gloom, "Chairman, the total amount of new orders is $40 million US, which is less than the previously expected number of orders." John Kaiming was not worried at all about the decrease in orders, as it was all within his expectations. The computer industry is an emerging industry, and its market size will be in a period of rapid expansion over the next 1 or 2 decades. There is absolutely no need to worry about not having orders. Looking at Tao Wenzhang's worried face, Zhang Kaiming praised him highly. "The orders are much better than I expected. Well done." Seeing that his boss didn't seem to blame anyone, Tao Wenzhang breathed a sigh of relief and immediately flattered him. "It's all thanks to your brilliant leadership, Chairman. Without your successful acquisition of IBM's large order, it would have been incredibly difficult for us to secure other orders in the future." Faced with these flattering words, Zhang Kaiming merely smiled slightly, not taking them to heart, and instead asked, "Now that summer has arrived, how are our orders for household fans?" Tao Wenzhang replied with a beaming smile, "Chairman, thanks to your guidance in helping the sales department explore those emerging markets, we have successfully secured orders worth $1.2 billion for our household fans." Not bad. Zhang Kaiming nodded slightly, not showing much surprise. A 1.2 billion yuan order sounds like a huge amount, but household fans are not technologically advanced and belong to a sunset industry. He'd be grateful to have a 30% gross profit margin. At least net profit can be maintained at around 10%. In reality, the gross profit margin in the fan industry is mostly below 30%. Those that can maintain around 30% are basically big brands, which contain brand premium. This is worlds apart from making computer cooling fans. He now runs a computer cooling fan business, selling them together with computer cases. His gross profit margin is over 70%, and his net profit margin is around 50%. Of course, this is mainly due to the high quality of the product and the scarcity of competitors. Zhang Kaiming has made up his mind to gradually phase out low-profit products and move towards high-value-added products in the fan industry. Tao Wenzhang took out another report and said, "Chairman, here is a compiled second quarter report. The number of shareholders on the board of directors has changed significantly. Please take a look." "The number of shareholders has changed significantly?" Zhang Kaiming asked, feigning ignorance. Listed companies are required to regularly disclose annual and quarterly reports, which must include detailed information on the shareholdings of the top 10 shareholders. This includes important information such as shareholder names, number of shares held, and shareholding percentages, for shareholders to view. Hong Kong listed companies begin disclosing their second quarter reports on July 1 and end on August 31. After reviewing the report, Zhang Kaiming noticed that Hang Seng Bank and HSBC were indeed absent from the list of the top 10 shareholders. After acquiring Fuda Securities, he learned from He Junhao that the two banks had lent their shares to Fuda Securities to short Amajo. Currently, these two banks are no longer among the top 10 shareholders, indicating that they have not yet begun repurchasing shares after Fuda Securities' bankruptcy. The reason these two banks are willing to be taken advantage of again and repurchase shares may be because Amagi's stock price is now more than 10 times higher than before. Moreover, apart from him as the major shareholder, several smaller institutions hold less than 5% of the shares among the top 10 shareholders. Clearly, these institutions were not taken seriously by Fuda Securities at the time, and instead, they were the ones who got a great deal. Lulu Wenxiong is such a good person. Not only did they give him shares, they also helped him remove two potentially threatening shareholders. Thinking about all this, Zhang Kaiming secretly awarded Lu a good guy card in his heart. Zhang Kaiming asked, "Are you sure there are no statistical problems with the number of shares held by shareholders and the financial statements?" "Chairman, I've checked it repeatedly, there are absolutely no statistical errors," Tao Wenzhang affirmed. A strange smile appeared on Zhang Kaiming's face as he thought to himself, "Since you've already withdrawn from the top 10 circulating shares, you'd better never come back." Looking at Tao Wenzhang, he said, "Since there are no problems, this quarterly report will be released on July 1 as scheduled." Knock knock knock. "Come in. Good morning, young Master Zhang." Zheng Jiahao greeted Zhang Kaiming as he entered the room. "Good morning." Zhang Kaiming responded as he scribbled on the paper in front of him with a colored pencil in hand. He didn't put the pencil down on the table until he finished the last stroke. Zheng Jiahao looked at the several blueprints laid out on the table. His face instantly showed surprise, and he couldn't help but say, "Young Master Zhang, I never expected you to be a fashion designer." Hearing this, Zhang Kaiming laughed and said, "What do I know about fashion design? I never studied it properly. I was forced into this situation." "Ha! What do you mean?" Zheng Jiahao asked, somewhat confused. Zhang Kaiming looked helpless, shook his head and continued, "Well, my wife insists that I go to some movie award ceremony. She even gave me a strict order I had to design an evening gown for her myself, or she wouldn't let me into the house. I had no choice but to bite the bullet and go for it." After saying that, he handed the completed design drawings to Zheng Jiahao with a wry smile. Come on, quickly help me see how my design is?" Zheng Jiahao quickly replied, "Great. Then I'll have to take a good look at your masterpiece." As he spoke, he placed the documents he was holding on the table, reached out and took the design draft handed to him by Zhang Kaiming, and examined it carefully. "Take a look. Is that document you put on the table a financial statement?" Zhang Kaiming said, picking up the document and glancing at it. "That's right, young Master Zhang. This is the latest financial statement. Zheng Jiahao, who was standing to the side, nodded quickly in response. Okay, then I'll take a look at this report first. Take your time to appreciate it, and remember to give me some valuable feedback after you've finished reading it, Zhang Kaiming said with a smile. Young Master Zhang, you flatter me too much. I don't know anything about these things, how could I possibly offer you any valuable advice? Zheng Jiahao scratched his head, feeling a bit overwhelmed. If you ask him to get into finance, he'll complain, but if you ask him to do something artistic like fashion design, he'll just not understand it. Upon hearing this, Zhang Kaiming simply smiled and didn't say anything more. Instead, he lowered his head and began to carefully review the financial statement in his hand. The report shows that during this period, through a series of operations, he successfully cashed out a total of HK $1.18 billion from 3 companies, Chang Electric, Amico, and Wheelock. Of the HK $600 million he cashed out from Wheelock, he used to repay a HK $500 million loan from Citibank, as well as corresponding handling fees. This also includes a HK $50 million loan from HSBC. After all the maneuvering, less than HK $20 million remained of the funds. In addition, the HK $560 million obtained from the cash out from Chang Electric and Amigo also has a clear destination. HK $100 million was used to acquire several electrical appliance companies, while another HK $15 million was spent to acquire a newspaper and a garment factory. The largest expense was the acquisition of an experimental base for Kaiming technology, as well as the purchase of various cutting-edge equipment. This payment cost HK $156 million. The equipment he purchased was top of the line and extremely expensive. Other miscellaneous expenses amounted to HK $6.8 million. The total cost, when added up, amounted to a staggering HK $280 million. In addition, the acquisitions of Lane Crawford and Wheelock Trading also cost some money. Lane Crawford currently holds 75% of the shares, while Wheelock & Co. holds 56%. Affected by the sharp drop in Wheelock's stock price, its listed companies also began to decline significantly, making Zhang Kaiming's acquisition efforts much easier. Zhang Kaiming was surprised to find that the account still had a balance of HK $230 million. One can only lament that money is truly shallow these days, yet purchasing power is incredibly strong. Now that all the acquisitions are completed, there are not many places where large sums of money are needed. When Zhang Kaiming checked the Ameajao account yesterday, he found that there were already hundreds of millions of US dollars lying in the account. This is the remaining funds after paying off the bank loan. After deducting payments to suppliers, the company still has hundreds of millions of Hong Kong dollars in its own funds. Spending money is an art. It's definitely not good to leave this money in the account to rot, we need to find a good place for it. Just as Zhang Kaiming was pondering how to manage the funds, he noticed that Zheng Jiahao had already put down the design draft in his hand. So, with a smile, he asked, "So, what do you think of my design this time?" "Young Master Zhang, the evening gown you designed is truly indescribable." Zheng Jiahao scratched his head and racked his brains for a long time, but couldn't come up with a single word. I can only say, it's absolutely stunning." Seeing him racking his brains, Zhang Kaiming laughed and waved his hand. "Forget it. I don't think you can come up with any good words either. Stop thinking, or your head will go crazy." Zheng Jiahao quickly explained, No, young Master Zhang, the evening gowns you designed are simply perfect for our Eastern aesthetics. Yes, that's the feeling. It has an Eastern charm, and it's somewhat similar to Western evening gowns, but there are also very obvious differences. Haha, not bad. I didn't expect you to have such a good eye. Zhang Kaiming was surprised that Zheng Jiahao could actually see something out of it. His suit was designed by combining classic styles worn by many celebrities at award ceremonies that we see online in later years. He just wasn't sure if it would fit the aesthetic standards of this era. Zhang Kaiming shook his head, putting the matter of the evening gown aside. Looking at Zheng Jiahao, he asked with a smile, "Old Zheng, I see there's still HK $230 million in the account. Is that enough to acquire the remaining shares of those 2 companies?" After a moment's thought, Zheng Jiahao said, "Young Master Zhang, HK $100 million is enough for the remaining shares in both companies." Zhang Kaiming nodded and said, "Then we'll apply to the stock exchange for delisting immediately and complete this final acquisition." "Okay, I'll arrange the delisting application right away." Zheng Jiahao nodded in response. Zhang Kaiming thought about the earth-shattering event that was going to happen in Japan in September. Before that, it would be best to significantly increase Amego's market value, so that the more money the better. "Old Zheng, speed up the process of selecting assets from Wheelock. At the latest, go to Wheelock and get me an asset list to review by tomorrow. The acquisition of the electrical appliance company has now been completed, and we must race against time to restructure it. At that time, suitable assets can be selected from Wheelock and injected directly into the company. This company must merge with Amlogic by September. Upon hearing this, Zheng Jiahao nodded repeatedly with a solemn expression, indicating that he understood. After receiving Zhang Kaiming's order, Zheng Jiahao submitted a privatization and delisting application to the stock exchange the following day. After the application was approved, he immediately issued an acquisition announcement in his capacity as the major shareholder, launching a full-scale takeover bid with a 10% premium over the current share prices of the two companies. Once the announcement was released, shareholders who had painfully sold their shares at a loss a few days earlier were furious and pounded their chests in frustration. Whaley Trading Company is going to delist? Not only that, but Lane Crawford is also going to be delisted? What is Bao, the richest man, up to with this perfectly good company? Brother, did you read the announcement carefully? The major shareholder of Lane Crawford and Wheelock & Co. is now John Kaiming. Wheelock Group no longer has any shares. The announcements of the privatization of the two listed companies were like a boulder thrown into the lake of Hong Kong's financial market, instantly stirring up 1,000 waves and causing countless people to discuss it, as if a pot had been boiled over. In the 1980s, mainland companies had not yet started listing in Hong Kong, and the total number of listed companies in Hong Kong did not exceed 500. Moreover, most of them were junk companies that went public during the chaotic period of the four universities. These lousy companies have made a mess of the Hong Kong stock market, even more so than the current A-shares market. Since 1980, the Hong Kong government has been preparing for the merger of four exchanges and has been vigorously reforming the securities trading market, making it extremely difficult for companies to go public in recent years. Hong Kong has more than 10,000 companies, and countless of them dream of going public and raising money. Those junk companies that went public in the early years, even if their stock price plummeted to a few cents per share and they became penny stocks, stubbornly refuse to be delisted. Because whenever they are short of money, they can make a fortune in the stock market by fabricating good news. In Hong Kong, it's possible for a single company to be delisted in a year. Wheelock & Co. and Lane Crawford are both long-established publicly traded companies with excellent financial standing and other aspects. John Kaiming's act of delisting two companies at once has once again made him a trending topic and the focus of attention in the financial world. Golden Gate Building, Kaiming Investment. Zheng Jiahao was currently ranting and raving to John Kaiming. Young Master John, you have no idea, but Chairman Mo of the exchange was initially absolutely against our delisting application. He said that the Hong Kong stock market had just begun to recover, and delisting now would easily have a negative impact on the stock market. I practically wore myself out trying to persuade him, and only then did Mr. Mo reluctantly agree to our delisting application. John Kaiming listened and kept shaking his head. The delisting of a high-quality company from the exchange is indeed a loss for the exchange. However, given the size of trading companies in Lane Crawford, even if they were delisted, it would likely have little impact on the exchange. Mo Yingji, chairman of the stock exchange, was the first Chinese chairman in Hong Kong and wielded immense influence in the financial sector. Since taking office as chairman of the exchange, he has been vigorously promoting exchange reforms. He was one of the first to advocate for the merger of the four institutions. The standardized charter for the merger of the four institutes has now matured after several years of trial operation and is scheduled to be officially put into operation next year. From his perspective, he naturally didn't want any complications to arise at this crucial moment. John Kaiming could understand Mo Yingji's opposition, but he would never change his mind. Seeing Zheng Jiahao still drooling, John Kaiming didn't want to listen to his nonsense any longer and waved his hand to interrupt him, saying, "All right, it's already been approved, isn't it? Just handle the rest properly." Okay, young Master Zhang. Junhao, who was suddenly interrupted, had no choice but to swallow back what he was about to say. John Kaiming took a document from his desk drawer, threw it in front of Zheng Jiahao, and said, "I've already selected from the Wheelock's asset list that was given to me a couple of days ago. I've marked the assets I need. Take a close look at it, then discuss with Wharf Holdings how to properly divide these assets." "Yes, young Master Zhang." Zheng Jiahao took the document with both hands and examined it carefully. After a moment, Zheng Jiahao put down the documents and said with some doubt, "Young Master Zhang, these assets involve electrical appliances, electronics businesses, and even clothing businesses. I can understand if you want to acquire them. But why acquire a 10% stake in TVB? Do you intend to take over this television station?" John Kaiming said, "Television Broadcasts Limited, TVB, is not so easy to acquire. My acquisition of these shares has its own specific purpose. You simply need to arrange for someone to carry it out." He did want to acquire the TV station. If it had been a few years earlier, he might have had a chance, but unfortunately, he woke up too late. Neither of Hong Kong's two television stations, TVB and ATV, are publicly listed companies, and the two bigwigs behind them are both well off. The chances of an acquisition now are extremely slim. Okay, Zheng Jiahao nodded, indicating that he understood. After Lane Crawford and the trading company entered the delisting process, shareholders, tempted by a 10% premium, flocked to the exchange to settle their shares. After 3 days and more than HK$90 million, John Keiming successfully acquired all the remaining shares, bringing both companies under his control. When these two companies went public, their market capitalization was only a little over $500 million. In John Keiming's view, its market value is seriously undervalued. Such high-quality companies with net assets far exceeding market value are commonplace in Hong Kong. Throughout Li Ka-shing's rise to wealth, he has acquired many such companies. This is true for companies like Qingzhou Yingni, Hutchison Whampoa, and Hong Kong Electric. Even Wharf Holdings, acquired by Bao Hung Bao, is no exception. The land and properties owned by these companies are like treasures buried deep underground, their value severely underestimated. Although the two companies acquired by John Keiming do not have large land reserves like those acquired by Li Ka-shing and Bao Xiaofu, they do have high-quality properties. Lane Crawford owns one commercial building, Crawford Building, which was completed in Hong Kong in 1966. This building is not only the first modernist building in Hong Kong, but also the first landmark building in Hong Kong with a height of over 100 meters. Located in central Hong Kong, the building has 24 floors, with the bottom 6 floors being a shopping mall and the remaining floors being commercial office space, with a total floor area of 21,000 square meters. In later generations, thanks to its prime location, this building could generate hundreds of millions of Hong Kong dollars in revenue each year just from rent. Most importantly, its property rights are extremely rare in Hong Kong, with a term of 999 years. Such properties are extremely rare in the entire Hong Kong. Although the trading company does not own a building, it has two large warehouses, each 30,000 square meters, located near the container terminals in Kwai Tsing and Tsuen Wan. Moreover, this trading company can trade freely throughout the Commonwealth and developed Western countries. Even Eastern Europe has trading partners. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that their trade channels span the entire globe. John Keiming bought it for $500 million, which can be described as getting a great deal. With a trading company, it becomes much easier to both purchase goods and promote your products globally. The top floor of the Carver Building houses Lane Crawford's headquarters offices. Of course, it has now been renamed Keiming Retail Group. After the acquisition, John Keiming had the two companies renamed. Young Master John, Miss Joan, our conference room is just ahead. The company's top executives are already gathered. A middle-aged woman dressed in fashionable clothes, exuding the aura of a domineering female CEO, raised her delicate hand and pointed to a spot not far down the corridor. Okay, sure. John Keiming nodded slightly in response. This middle-aged woman is named Li Saiki. She is 38 years old and graduated from Milan. Before joining Lane Crawford, she was an outstanding fashion designer. She has worked at Lane Kevusen for 7 years and has served as general manager for 4 years. Before arriving at Carver Building, John Keiming had Zheng Jiahao meticulously collect information on the company's senior management. Upon entering the conference room, Li Saiki first introduced John Keiming and Zhong Chihong, and then introduced them to the company's senior executives one by one. After taking his seat, John Keiming's sharp eyes swept across the room, a slight smile playing on his lips. I am very pleased to work with you all in the future. Lane Crawford is a century-old brand that enjoys a great reputation in Hong Kong and even Asia. It is widely recognized and loved by consumers. This, of course, also owes much to the hard work of everyone present here. John Keiming paused here and said in a deep voice, unfortunately, in my opinion, Lane Crawford is far from recovering to his peak. During its heyday in the last century, Lane Crawford had stores all over Asia, but now only 4 stores remain in Hong Kong. As Lane Crawford people, we must have ideals that surpass Lane Crawford's most glorious period. My plan for Lane Crawford's future is to open at least 50 stores in Asia within 3 years. Within 10 years, we aim to have Lane Crawford stores in every developed city around the world. Do any of you here have the confidence to accomplish this? As soon as John Keiming finished speaking, all the company executives present showed excitement on their faces. As senior executives, no one dislikes a boss with lofty ambitions. The bigger the company grows, the more they gain. When Li Saiki thought of her experiences during the Wheelock era, the excitement in her heart instantly cooled down. After a moment's hesitation, he opened his mouth and said, Young Master Chen, we are confident we can accomplish it, but we also have conditions? What are your conditions? Tell me, John Keiming said with a smile. Li Saiki mustered her courage and said, Young Master John, our Lane Crawford shopping malls are mostly self-owned properties, and we also have very high requirements for the size and location of the malls. This means that the demand for funds is very large. Lane Crawford has a century of development and has long had its own mature model. What we lack is financial support. We hope that Mr. Zhang, the company can maintain sufficient operating funds and not take all the profits. After hearing this, John Keiming nodded and assured him, no problem. I will not take a single penny from the company within 3 years. All of it will be used for internal company purposes. Young Master John, really? Boss, you've made the wisest decision ever. "Boss, as long as you don't arbitrarily withdraw money from the company, we will definitely build Lane Crawford into the world's top luxury retail group." John Keiming's promise was like a fire, instantly igniting the company's passion for high productivity. Everyone patted their chests and made their own solemn vows. Sure enough, it's this easy to motivate artists. John Keiming chuckled to himself. According to Zhang Jiahao's investigation report, most of Lane Crawford's senior executives were poached from Europe and were people with a fervent pursuit of fashion and art. Most of these people tend to have a disdainful attitude towards money. John Keiming knew that relying solely on monetary incentives was far from enough. The ideal blueprint he had just drawn up for Lane Crawford, coupled with ample funding for their development, was like a magnificent luxury empire slowly unfolding before their eyes. This acted like a shot in the arm, igniting their fighting spirit. John Keiming waved his hand to signal everyone to quiet down. With a serious expression, he said, "A tall building starts from the ground up. Ideals are beautiful, but if we want to achieve them, we must be down to earth and take steady steps, one at a time." John Keiming changed the subject and looked at Lee Saiki, asking, "Manager Lee, as the company's general manager, why don't you elaborate on the company's current situation?" "Okay." Lee Saiki nodded slightly, opened the folder in front of her, and reported in an orderly manner. "Young Master John, Lane Crawford currently has 4 shopping malls in Hong Kong, located in the most prosperous areas of Hong Kong, with a total operating area of 30,000 square meters. Last year's sales, including rent from the Carver building, totaled around $600 million, with a net profit of over $50 million. In the first 2 quarters of this year, the company's cumulative sales reached $350 million. The second half of the year is the peak season, and the company is expected to exceed $800 million in sales this year. The company has a total of over 800 employees. The account balance is $300 million, but 80% of it is prepayment for purchases. Operating a shopping mall doesn't usually yield high profits, but its advantage lies in its large cash flow. After the shopping mall opened, the biggest expense was the cost of purchasing supplies. Fortunately, given Lane Crawford's brand advantage, they generally operate on a take the goods first, pay later basis. After hearing this, John Keiming said, "Lane Crawford takes the high-end route. With the size of Hong Kong, 4 stores are enough. We could consider opening another one in Macau. After that, they can expand overseas." In addition, I decided to separate the 4 Lane Crawford supermarkets that operate fresh food stores and establish a separate Lane Crawford supermarket as a sub-brand. This supermarket will primarily operate on a membership-based model. Upon hearing this, Lee Saiki frowned slightly and said, "Young Master John, opening a Lane Crawford shopping mall in Macau is naturally a piece of cake. But running a supermarket is not our forte. If it weren't for Mr. Martin of Wheelock & Co.'s previous request, we probably wouldn't have gotten involved. And regarding the membership store model you mentioned, there's no precedent for it in Hong Kong. Could you perhaps explain it to me personally? For these people who are keen on pursuing high-end fashion trends, they look down on the supermarket business, which caters to the poor." John Keiming was well aware of this, as evidenced by the disastrous performance of Lane Crawford's supermarkets. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thought of separating these 4 supermarkets. However, he had no intention of explaining it to them. "If you don't know how, then go learn. You must have heard of Costco in the US, right?" John Keiming said, looking at everyone. He saw some people nodding and others shaking their heads, and he understood. It's understandable that people are unaware of this membership store, as it hasn't yet become a global phenomenon. John Keiming said in an unquestionable tone, "Whether you know it or not, you must select a group of elite talents to go to this supermarket to learn from its operating model. 3 months from now, I want to see a complete transformation of the supermarkets under my management. Manager Lee, I'm entrusting this matter entirely to you. I want to see results." "Okay." Lee Saiki nodded in agreement. After John Keiming finished explaining the matter, he pointed to Zhong Chahong and said to everyone, "From today onwards, Ms. Zhong Chahong will serve as the company's president and concurrently as the director of the finance department." In addition, Manager Lee Saiki was promoted to vice president and concurrently served as general manager, responsible for the execution of the company's specific affairs. The positions of the remaining personnel will remain unchanged for the time being. Slap, slap, slap. As soon as John Keiming finished speaking, enthusiastic applause erupted in the conference room. Wheelock House, located in central Hong Kong, is a brand new Grade A office building that was just completed last year and has 24 floors. It's not far from the Carver building. This building is not only the headquarters of Wheelock Group, but also the office of many of the group's subsidiaries. Keiming Trading, formerly Wheelock Trading Company, has its office on the 7th floor of this building. This trading company, formerly known as Wheelock & Co., was a long-established trading company highly respected in the global trading industry. Whether in the procurement of goods or in the sales and transportation processes, we have extensive and stable channel resources. This signboard held immense appeal for John Keiming. It was precisely because of this that John Kaiming, after discussing with Bao, secured for Kaiming Trading that it could continue to use the Wheelock brand to conduct business for the next 5 years. However, the prerequisite is that the words Kaiming Trading must be added before the name. The reason why Bao Yugong was able to agree to John Kaiming's request so readily is actually quite simple. As a world-renowned shipping magnate, his trading companies, with their own strong strength and excellent reputation, have no need to rely on the Wheelock brand to enhance their visibility. Lending it to John Kaiming temporarily will not have a significant impact on him. Another reason is that Bao Yugong greatly admires John Kaiming's abilities. Using a signboard that wasn't very useful to him to befriend John Kaiming was a surefire way for him to make money. In terms of interpersonal relationships and social skills, the older generation of business people can be said to have been very adept at it. John Kaiming was well aware that he might owe someone a favor, and he was happy to owe someone a favor. Doing business is not just about fighting and killing, but also about human relationships and social interactions. The bigger your business, the more important your network becomes. John Kaiming is very confident in himself. After 5 years of development, Kaiming Trading no longer relies on the Wheelock brand and is able to establish its own channels. At Lane Crawford, John Kaiming spent 2 days organizing the company's various departments and setting the future strategic direction before confidently entrusting Lee Saiki with its execution. Zhong Chahong's role was primarily supervisory. Only today did John Kaiming have time to visit Wheelock Trading Company. Wheelock & Co. had a higher percentage of white management than Lane Crawford. The current general manager, Lawrence, is a British man in his 40s who has been working in trading companies for nearly 20 years. John Kaiming also conducted a thorough investigation into the company's senior management. Not only that, he also had He Junhao take the lead in carrying out a major purge of them. During this period, they hired many people through headhunting firms and placed their own people in key departments such as finance, human resources, and business at Lane Crawford and the trading company. Many managers who felt their interests were being harmed resorted to various tricks and obstructions. Many people were ousted as a result, and now many management positions in the company have been completely revamped. Despite such a large-scale cleanup, Lawrence remained firmly in his position as general manager. This is not only because he is a true China expert, but also because he has a clear understanding of his own position. He was very cooperative with the people that his new boss, John Kaiming, had placed in the company. Even before John Kaiming made his official appearance, he had already ignited the first spark, successfully establishing his authority among the many management members. Wheelock House. Lawrence received a notification that John Kaiming would be coming to the company today, so he waited for him downstairs early in the morning. "Good morning, young Master Zhang." Lawrence hurriedly stepped forward to greet John Kaiming as he stepped out of the car. John Kaiming nodded in response. He was warmly welcomed and entered the company, where he held a management meeting with senior executives. The company's trading business has been operating for decades, and its channel partners are very stable. As long as there are no major changes in the international environment, the business will not be greatly affected. A sudden oil crisis a few years ago dealt a heavy blow to global trade. Countless trading companies have gone bankrupt in recent years. Wheelock & Co.'s most profitable import and export trade in electronics, textiles, toys, and electrical appliances was hit hardest and plunged into a quagmire of losses. Fortunately, the company has a long history and deep roots, supported by its trading business in daily necessities such as food and oil, which has enabled it to survive despite slight losses. After learning about the company's current situation, John Kaiming did not make any major changes to the existing business, but simply asked the company to increase its trade volume with the mainland. At that time, Hong Kong was a transit point for trade between the mainland and the world, and trading companies were as numerous as hairs on a cow. However, most of these businesses are run by Chinese people, and there are still relatively few large-scale trading companies. British-owned companies in Hong Kong are now fearful of the mainland and are considering leaving Hong Kong. Madden, the former chairman of Wheelock, is a typical example. Therefore, Wheelock's mainland trade business was pitifully small. Now that John Kaiming has acquired the trading company, he naturally won't let go of the huge mainland market. He knew very well that at this time in mainland China, the dowry for weddings was typically 3 turns and 1 sound, referring to a watch, a bicycle, a radio, and a bicycle, and the demand for home appliances was extremely high, especially for imported goods. Moreover, the mainland has many goods that are particularly suitable for export, and the procurement costs are very low. The new boss demanded an increase in trade with mainland China, using those disobedient managers as negative examples. Now, these managers, in order to keep their jobs, are all patting their chests and guaranteeing that they will definitely do as John Kaiming asks. John Kaiming raised his hand to look at his watch. The hour hand was almost pointing to the number 10. Remembering that there were important matters to attend to, he stood up, looked at the crowd, and announced, "That concludes today's meeting. Everything I've said must be implemented thoroughly. Meeting adjourned." With that, he left the meeting room first. As soon as John Kaiming stepped out of the conference room, he spotted Zheng Jiahao standing there waiting. Upon seeing Zhang Kaiming, Zheng Jiahao immediately stepped forward, bowed slightly, and said, "Young Master Zhang, we have just finalized the price for those Wheelock assets you circled earlier. The contract has been drafted. Now all that's needed is for you and Mr. Bao to be present and sign for confirmation, and then this contract will officially take effect." Zhang Kaiming nodded in satisfaction, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes, and asked, "Not bad. Approximately how much funding is needed?" Zheng Jiahao dared not delay and quickly replied, "These assets total approximately HK $430 million. The remaining value of the shares, discounted to approximately HK $260 million, is estimated." Zhang Kaiming patted Zheng Jiahao on the shoulder and said, "Thank you all for your hard work during this time. Come on, let's go upstairs and sign the contract." With that, he strode toward the elevator, with Zheng Jiahao following closely behind. The two figures quickly disappeared into the elevator doors. The headquarters of Wheelock Group is located on the top floor of Wheelock Tower. As soon as Zhang Kaiming and Zheng Jiahao stepped out of the elevator, they saw Wu Guangzheng already waiting for them. Upon seeing the two, Wu Guang greeted them with a smile. Seeing this, Zhang Kaiming quickly stepped forward, grasped Wu Guangzhen's hand, and said, "Mr. Wu, I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting here." "Zhang Sheng, you're too kind," Wu Guangzheng said with a smile. As he spoke, he pointed to the right with his right hand and said, "The signing ceremony is this way, please follow me." Before he finished speaking, Wu Guangzheng turned around and walked ahead, leading the way for Zhang Kaiming and Zheng Jiahao. "Okay, then I'll leave it to Mr. Wu." Zhang Kaiming finished speaking and followed closely behind. Before long, they arrived at a tightly closed door. Wu Guangzheng gently pushed open the door and gestured for Zhang Kaiming and Zheng Jiahao to come in. Upon entering the room, Zhang Kaiming's gaze was immediately drawn to the scene inside the conference room. He immediately spotted Bao Yugang sitting at the conference table, talking quietly with another middle-aged man who looked to be around 50 years old. Seeing this, Zhang Kaiming walked a few steps to Bao Yugang and said apologetically, "Mr. Bao, I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting here." Bao Yugang, however, did not seem to mind at all. Instead, he let out a hearty laugh, "Ha ha ha, not at all, I just arrived myself." He pointed to the middle-aged man next to him and looked at Zhang Kaiming, saying, "Come, Kaiming, let me introduce you. This is Zhang Yuliang, Zhang Sheng." He then introduced Zhang Kaiming to Zhang Yuliang. "Mr. Zhang, hello. It's my honor to meet you today," Zhang Kaiming said with a smile, extending his hand warmly to shake hands with Zhang Yuliang. Zhang Yuliang smiled broadly as well. "Mr. Zhang, I am honored to meet such a young and promising genius as you." Bao Yugang laughed and said, "You two are both called Zhang Sheng, it sounds a bit awkward. Sit down and let's chat." Zhang Kaiming nodded, found a seat, and began chatting happily with Bao Yugang and Zhang Yuliang. After chatting for a while, Zhang Kaiming learned that Zhang Yuliang had also come here to sign a contract. It turns out that what he sold to Pao Yukkong was only Wheelock shares, while he still held a considerable number of shares in Wheelock's real estate companies. The purpose of this visit is to sell all the remaining shares to Pao Yukkong. Knowing that Zhang Yuliang was currently selling off his Hong Kong assets at a loss, Zhang Kaiming asked with some curiosity, "Uncle Zhang, are you planning to immigrate overseas?" Zhang Yuliang nodded and said frankly, "Our Zhang family started acquiring assets in Australia several years ago, preparing to expand overseas." Zhang Kaiming still had some doubts. The situation in Hong Kong was so good right now, and the Zhang family was a well-known and established family in Hong Kong. It was impossible that they didn't know about Hong Kong's development prospects. For ordinary people, immigrating overseas might offer an opportunity to make a fortune, but for a large family like the Zhang family, it's not necessarily the case. The formation of a large family is no simple matter. It requires a great deal of resources, years of accumulation in one place, and good relations with various forces. Once you leave your old base and develop in a new place, if foreign forces come in, you'll have to seize resources if you want to grow stronger. Developing it won't be easy. Zhang Yuliang must have known the pros and cons of this, yet he still wants to immigrate. There must be a special reason for this. Zhang Kaiming didn't know, and he couldn't just ask, but that didn't stop him from seeing if he could get some benefits out of it. "Uncle Zhang, I remember the Zhang family started out in the pharmaceutical industry. I wonder if any of your companies, or people you know, are interested in selling a pharmaceutical company." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuliang's heart skipped a beat, and he was somewhat surprised. "Kaiming, you want to acquire a pharmaceutical company?" Zhang Kaiming nodded and said, "Yes, I'm currently pursuing my medical doctorate and need to work for a pharmaceutical company to conduct some research. We approached HSBC for help with the acquisition, but it's been so long and we still haven't found a suitable one." Well, Zhang Yuliang, Bao Yugang, and the others in the conference room all wore expressions of astonishment. The way they looked at Zhang Kaiming was as if he were a monster. Zhang Kaiming, as reported by the media, is a double PhD and is currently pursuing a medical doctorate. This learning ability is terrifying. Kaiming, I wish my descendants were half as smart as you, Bao Yugang said with envy. Mr. Bao, my only advantage is my learning ability, everything else is just so-so. Jiang Kaiming said modestly. So-so? Upon hearing this, no one wanted to discuss the topic with him anymore, lest they be hurt. After a moment's thought, Zhang Yuliang said, Kaiming, our Zhang family did indeed start out in the pharmaceutical industry in our early years. They mainly act as agents for Western medicines and also own a pharmacy called Baxing Pharmacy, which has more than 50 stores in Hong Kong and Macau. A pharmaceutical factory? Huh, Uncle Zhang, if there isn't one, that's fine. I'll look for other suitable companies. Zhang Kaiming looked a little disappointed. Zhang Yuliang said, Kaiming, I invested in a traditional Chinese medicine factory that makes muscle relaxants, bruise and sprain medicines, and health products a few years ago. It's not a big company. Are you interested? Zhang Kaiming, who had initially been disappointed, suddenly brightened up and said excitedly, I'm interested, Uncle Zhang, name your price. Zhang Yuliang smiled and said, how about this, we'll find some time another day for you to go take a look, and then we can talk about the price. Okay, I'm free this afternoon. I wonder if they're available this afternoon. Zhang Kaiming asked anxiously. He has always wanted to contribute to the happiness of men all over the world, but unfortunately he has not found a suitable company. Rebuilding a pharmaceutical company is too much trouble, so I haven't taken any action yet. Now the opportunity has finally arrived. Just as Zhang Kaiming and his group were having a pleasant conversation, their lawyers walked in with the contract. Zhang Kaiming was now eager to visit the pharmaceutical factory, so he grabbed the contract and started reading it. Without saying a word, he signed his name on the contract in a flash. Seeing Zhang Kaiming's anxious look, Bao Yugan didn't dawdle and quickly signed his name. Looking at the signed contract, Zhang Kaiming's investment in Wheelock, which had taken more than a month, finally came to a successful conclusion. He really made a fortune from this investment, not only receiving more than HK$ 200 million in cash, but also acquiring corporate assets worth no less than HK$ 1 billion. Zhang Kaiming's initial investment was a mere 50 million yuan borrowed from HSBC. This made Zhang Kaiming deeply aware of the magic of capital operation. Before leaving, Zhang Kaiming made an appointment with Zhang Yuliang to visit the pharmaceutical factory at 2 p.m. After going downstairs and getting into the car, Zhang Kaiming instructed Zheng Jiahao, Old he, you will incorporate all the electronics and electrical assets acquired this time into Pfister Industries. Yes, young Master Zhang, Zheng Jiahao nodded in response. Pfister Industries was formed by the merger of several electrical appliance factories, and they hired an American named Pfister as their legal representative. The pharmaceutical factory that Zhang Yuliang mentioned is located in an industrial park on Suiwo Road, Fo Tan, Shatin. They had agreed to meet at 2 p.m., but Zhang Kaiming and He Junhao arrived before 1 p.m. As soon as Zheng Jiahao got out of the car, his eyes were drawn to the huge sign above the pharmaceutical factory gate. When he clearly saw the words Xiangjiang Yangshengtang Pharmaceutical Factory on it, a strange look instantly appeared on his face. He sidled up to Zhang Kaiming mysteriously and whispered, Young Master Zhang, I've heard of this pharmaceutical company. They have one of their drugs that's quite well known in Hong Kong. Seeing Zheng Jiahao's mysterious demeanor, Zhang Kaiming became intrigued and asked curiously, what kind of medicine is it? Most medicines, due to their complex chemical names or technical terms, often have names that are difficult to pronounce and thus hard for people to remember. Zheng Jiahao, however, wore a sly, irritating smile and spoke slowly. This medicine is called seal pill. Hee, I wonder if you've heard of him before, young Master Zhang. Upon hearing this unfamiliar and peculiar name of the medicine, Zhang Kaiming frowned and asked in bewilderment, seal pill? Is it really that famous? How come I've never heard of this before? What are its effects? Having suffered from headaches since childhood, Zhang Kaiming had a lot of dealings with various medicines when he was young. If this seal pill were truly famous, he wouldn't have any recollection of it. When Zhang Kaiming asked about the effects of the seal pill, he blushed. The effects of this medicine are so unique, how can we explain them? Zheng Jiahao looked slightly embarrassed and said in a roundabout way, Young Master Zhang, the seal pill can be said to be a sacred object in the eyes of many middle-aged men. Upon hearing this, Zhang Kaiming was taken aback for a moment, but quickly realized what was going on. He turned his gaze to the pharmaceutical factory, and his satisfaction with it grew even stronger. This pharmaceutical company actually shares the same ideal as me to dedicate itself to the well-being of men. The thought that Zheng Jiahao knew so much about this so-called seal pill made Zhang Kaiming's face break into a strange smile. He gently patted Zheng Jiahao on the shoulder, then said earnestly, Old Zheng, you need to pay attention to the balance between work and rest in the future, and try not to work overtime if you can avoid it. Once a person reaches middle age, they must take good care of their health. Upon hearing this, Zheng Jiahao instantly realized that Zhang Kaiming must have misunderstood something, and hurriedly waved his hand to explain. That's not how it works, young Master Zhang. I'm in great shape, I can easily run a full 5 kilometers every morning. No need to explain, I completely understand your unspeakable difficulties. Don't worry, I will definitely keep it a secret for you. After all, you're different from us young people. It's good to get some exercise in the morning, John Kaiming said, with a look on his face that said, I already know your secret. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiahao was on the verge of collapse, and hurriedly tried to defend himself. Young Master John, you've really misunderstood something. I really have no problem. However, before he could finish speaking, John Kaiming interrupted him. John Kaiming waved his hand and comforted him, Old Zhang, don't be embarrassed to admit it. Don't worry, I have a secret recipe, and I guarantee there will be no side effects. What? Young Master John, you actually have such a precious secret recipe. Zhang Jiahao's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing this. As if he had discovered a new continent, his face was full of disbelief. Seeing Zhang Jiahao's surprised yet expectant look, John Kaiming's lips curled up slightly, and he laughed, haha, of course. Once I successfully acquire this pharmaceutical factory, I can turn this secret formula into a product. When the time comes, you can have as many as you want, all for free, not a penny. Just as Zhang Jiahao was about to continue explaining that he actually didn't need it at all, suddenly, out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of Zhang Yuliang and his group walking out from inside. He inwardly cried out in alarm. If he let his boss continue like this, and Zhang Yuliang overheard it, he would be utterly humiliated. Thinking of this, Zhang Jiahao quickly changed his words and said, Young Master John, look, Mr. Zhang Yuliang and the others are coming. Upon hearing this, John Kaiming quickly turned around and looked in the direction Zhang Jiahao pointed. Sure enough, Zhang Yuliang was leading a group of people slowly walking towards them. Uncle John, good afternoon. John Kaiming greeted him with a smile as he hurried forward. Haha, Kaiming, what time is it? It's still early, not even 2 o'clock. I really didn't expect you to arrive so early. Zhang Yuliang said with a big laugh, his eyes full of joy. As he spoke, Zhang Yuliang casually raised his hand and pointed to a middle-aged man who looked to be about 50 years old next to him, introducing him to John Kaiming. Come on, Kaiming, let me introduce you properly. This is Mr. He Qingkui. Mr. He is an expert in the medical field, not only proficient in traditional Chinese medicine, but also quite knowledgeable in Western medicine. He can be described as a true master who has mastered both Chinese and Western learning. Many of our highly praised medicines were successfully developed under Mr. He's leadership and guidance, through countless experiments and improvements. Upon hearing this, John Kaiming couldn't help but feel a deep respect for Mr. He Qingkui. The medical industry is different from many other industries, it requires a very high level of professional knowledge. There are countless people with exceptional medical skills throughout the world. John Kaiming quickly stepped forward, extended his right hand, and warmly shook He Qingkui's hand, sincerely greeting him. Mr. He, hello. I've long admired your name, and it's a great honor to meet you today. He Qingkui smiled and replied, Young Master Zhang, hello. It is truly my honor to have your appreciation. At this moment, Zhang Yuliang waved his hand and said heartily, Kaiming, let's go, I'll take you on a tour of our pharmaceutical factory. Let me show you the ins and outs of this place, he said, before walking toward the factory. John Kaiming nodded and followed closely in Zhang Yuliang's footsteps. Along the way, Zhang Yuliang talked at length about the various aspects of the pharmaceutical factory to John Kaiming. From production processes and equipment to personnel management and quality control, everything is explained in great detail. This pharmaceutical factory has a 2,000 square meter production workshop and a 500 square meter research and development laboratory. There are 300 workers and 30 pharmaceutical research and development personnel. The factory mainly produces purple flower oil, safflower oil, shuangfiran, a type of herbal medicine, baoxanin oil, wanhua oil, loquat syrup, muscle relaxant oil, and the traditional Chinese medicine such as the seal pills that He Junhao just mentioned. These medicines all have their own formulas. Annual sales can reach more than $80 million. When John Kaiming stepped into the pharmaceutical factory, he was full of expectations, but those expectations were soon shattered by reality. As his gaze fell upon the pharmaceutical factory's outdated production equipment, he noticed that the manufacturing dates displayed on these machines indicated they were purchased at least 4 or 5 years ago, or even earlier. This discovery left John Kaiming feeling somewhat disappointed. His initial enthusiasm seemed to have been doused with cold water, instantly extinguishing most of it. This caused him to instantly lose interest in further investigation. Zhang Yuliang, who had been by John Kaiming's side the whole time, perhaps with his years of experience dealing with people, keenly noticed the change in John Kaiming's emotions. Therefore, he did not insist on leading John Kaiming to inspect more production processes in detail. Instead, after a short stop, he led John Kaiming toward the office. As soon as Zhang Yuliang entered the office, before he could even invite John Kaiming to sit down, John Kaiming impatiently asked, Uncle John, just name your price. How much are you asking for to sell this pharmaceutical factory? Zhang Yuliang was slightly taken aback at first, then pondered for a while before slowly saying, Kaiming, if you really want to acquire this pharmaceutical factory, based on a comprehensive assessment of the pharmaceutical company's current scale and asset status, its value is estimated to be around 100 million yuan. I'd be happy to transfer it to you if the price is right. Zhang Kaiming shook his head repeatedly, indicating that he could not accept the offer. He pointed to the old equipment outside the window and said rather rudely, Uncle Zhang, the equipment in the pharmaceutical factory is too dilapidated. Based on these hardware conditions, if I may be so bold, even if I include all your assets, such as the Yangshengtang medicine formula, I would only offer a maximum of HK 50 million. If you can accept this price, then we can discuss this deal immediately. If that doesn't work, then I'm afraid I'll have to find other, more suitable pharmaceutical companies to partner with. After saying this, Zhang Kaiming looked at Zhang Yuliang quietly, waiting for his response. A look of hesitation appeared on Zhang Yuliang's face. After a long while, he nodded vigorously and replied, Kaiming, I must say you're really good at bargaining. Alright, from now on, this pharmaceutical factory is yours. Upon hearing this, Zhang Kaiming's lips curled into a smile. He thought to himself, he doesn't know how to bargain, he just doesn't want to waste time on the acquisition. Thank you so much, Uncle Zhang. I'll bring my lawyer over tomorrow to sign the contract. No problem. Zhang Yuliang readily responded, and then asked, Kaiming, now that you've chosen to acquire the pharmaceutical factory, are you interested in one of my chain pharmacies? Upon hearing this, a glint of curiosity flashed in Zhang Kaiming's eyes, and he asked, Uncle Zhang, do you also sell them at your local pharmacy? Zhang Yuliang smiled and nodded, explaining, that's right, Beixing Pharmacy is a long-established chain store in Hong Kong. They also act as agents for various medicines from many well-known pharmaceutical companies around the world. Currently, it has a total of 68 branches in Hong Kong and Macau. As you know, I plan to take my whole family abroad. Therefore, this chain pharmacy naturally had to be disposed of as well. If you happen to need it, I'd be happy to sell it to you. After hearing this, Zhang Kaiming asked, Uncle Zhang, are those stores of your Beixing Pharmacy rented or purchased outright? Zhang Yuliang said, that goes without saying. These are all old shops with decades of history. Of course, they were all bought with money and belong to the assets of the chain pharmacy. Zhang Kaiming's words tempted him, and he immediately offered a price. Uncle Zhang, this pharmacy seems to suit my taste. Okay, if it's under HK 10 million, I'll seriously consider acquiring it. When Zhang Yuliang heard the price, the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily a few times. With decades of experience in the business world, he almost burst out laughing when he heard this price. This kid really dares to make a bid. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yuliang slowly said, Kaiming, I'm not trying to be mean, but you think you can get me to sell my family property for a paltry 10 million Hong Kong dollars? I will never agree to that. Medicines are a necessity, everyone, regardless of age or gender, needs them, making them an invaluable asset. Zhang Kaiming slowly shook his head. This chain pharmacy was indeed a high-quality asset, but its profits might not be as high as imagined. As someone from a later era, I am somewhat aware of the differences between Hong Kong and the mainland in terms of medical policies. In Hong Kong, doctors have relatively high income levels and do not need to rely on the mainland's drug-driven healthcare model to make a living. The price of medicines is minimally affected by the doctor's personal factors. In addition, there is another important reason, which is the tax exemption policy for pharmaceuticals implemented in Hong Kong. The business model of pharmacies in Hong Kong is quite similar to that in the United States. Every pharmacy must be staffed with strictly certified pharmacists who will precisely dispense medications based on the patient's specific condition. They dare not prescribe too many medications to patients at once, which inadvertently reduces the sales volume of the medications. These licensed pharmacists working in pharmacies are considered to be in the upper middle income bracket among Hong Kong's working class. According to relevant regulations, any pharmacy must employ at least 2 such pharmacists in order to operate normally. This increased the costs required to open a pharmacy. The medicines themselves are relatively inexpensive, but hiring pharmacists requires paying high salaries. This resulted in the profits of pharmacy middlemen in Hong Kong being far lower than those in mainland China in later years. In the entire pharmaceutical industry, those who truly reap astonishing profits are not the middlemen, but the pharmaceutical giants with strong R&D capabilities. The pharmaceutical industry has high barriers to entry, and research and development usually requires a large investment of funds. This will correspondingly reduce a lot of competitors. However, once a product is successfully launched and becomes popular in the market, it is likely to remain a bestseller for decades, bringing a steady stream of substantial profits to the company. Most Chinese families in Hong Kong do not favor industries that require high investment in research and development. This is why Zhang Yuliang wanted to switch to the real estate business after becoming the head of the Zhang family. On the contrary, their own family-run chain pharmacy has not developed much in recent years and has just been living off its past achievements. John Kaiming looked at Zhang Yuliang, counting on his fingers as he calculated the accounts for him. Uncle John, it's true that pharmacies have stable income, but I estimate that these 68 pharmacies will only have a gross profit of around 30 million yuan per year at most. With so many pharmacists to employ, plus other costs, how much net profit can we expect? Seeing that John Kaiming was too shrewd and not easily fooled, Zhang Yuliang said, Kaiming, I own all these pharmacies, and the shops around here aren't cheap. How about this? I won't take advantage of you, HK 50 million, how about it? John Kaiming said, Uncle John, are you kidding me? Your old shops are so dilapidated. 20 million Hong Kong dollars is about right. Too low, 40 million, 22 million, 38 million. John Kaiming gritted his teeth and said, Uncle John, HK 25 million is my final offer. I don't earn money easily, and you're worth billions of Hong Kong dollars, so please let me have a break. Zhang Yuliang was so angry he gritted his teeth. You little rascal, everyone in Hong Kong knows you, John Kaiming, are the best at making money. HK 30 million, take it or leave it. That's all nonsense they're making up. Uncle John, 30 million it is, I'll do as you say, John Kaiming said with a pained expression. With the price agreed upon, Zhang Yuliang didn't delay and said, bring your lawyer to the pharmaceutical factory to sign the contract at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Okay, Uncle John, I'll be there on time at 10 o'clock tomorrow. The following morning, John Kaiming, accompanied by lawyer He Junhao, visited the health center once again. Zhang Yuliang, who was eager to deal with his Hong Kong assets, had been waiting there with his lawyer for quite some time. The moment the two sides met, they had no time for pleasantries and immediately had their lawyers start discussing the details of the contract. After a morning of heated debate, the two sides finally signed the acquisition agreement. Kaiming, congratulations. From now on, my pharmaceutical factory and pharmacy will all depend on you. Zhang Yuliang said happily, holding John Kaiming's hand tightly. I have to thank Uncle John for making this possible. John Kaiming's face lit up with a smile. After acquiring Xiangjiang Health Center and Beixing Pharmacy, John Kaiming didn't waste any time and immediately began a comprehensive overhaul of the two companies. The former general manager of Beixing Pharmacy was a senior member of the Zhang Yuliang family, who had been working with the Zhang family since he was very young. The Zhang family decided to immigrate overseas, and he planned to follow them. After successfully completing the handover process, he will leave Beixing Pharmacy. Fortunately, under He Qingkui's tutelage, Yang Shengtang has accumulated a considerable number of talented individuals. John Kaiming simply selected someone from Yang Shengtang to temporarily serve as the general manager of Beixing Pharmacy to ensure a smooth transition for the company. The headquarters of Beixing Pharmacy is located on the 9th floor of the Federal Building in Central. This building was started by the Zhang family in the 1960s, but it now belongs to Li Kaxing's company. John Kaiming arrived here early in the morning. Upon entering the company, he immediately dialed the internal line and summoned Zhao Wuzhe, the current general manager of the pharmacy, to his office, demanding that the other party report on the recent work progress in person. Upon receiving the instruction, Zhao Wuzhe on the other end of the phone dared not delay in the slightest and immediately put down the matter he was handling. She picked up a prepared work report and hurried toward John Kaiming's office. A short while later, Zhao Wuzhe stood panting in front of John Kaiming. Good morning, young Master Zhang. Zhao Wuzhe greeted him as he placed the report in his hand on John Kaiming's desk. John Kaiming's gaze fell on the thick stack of documents and reports on the table, and he nodded. John Kaiming didn't look at it immediately. Instead, he looked up, his gaze fixed on Zhao Wuzhe opposite him, and asked, Manager Zhao, in your opinion, what problems exist in the operation of our Beixing Pharmacy? After acquiring Beixing Pharmacy, John Kaiming has very important plans for its future. He highly values the abilities of those in charge. Zhao Wuzhe was temporarily brought in to fill the position of general manager, and he was not particularly familiar with Zhao's abilities. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuzhe's heart skipped a beat, and he instantly became tense. He thought for a moment and organized his thoughts before replying, Young Master Zhang, our Beixing Pharmacy is a long-established pharmacy in Hong Kong. It has been more than 40 years since it opened. The advantage is that the annual turnover and profit are quite stable, with basically no major fluctuations. This is precisely its biggest drawback. The situation was so stable that the entire pharmacy staff gradually lost their drive and innovative spirit. So many years have passed, and it's practically been stagnant, there's been virtually no real progress. After listening to Zhao Wuzhe's analysis, John Kaiming showed a subtle smile, clearly quite satisfied with the answer. John Kaiming nodded approvingly and said, Your analysis is quite insightful. It seems that promoting you to the position of general manager of Beixing Pharmacy was the right choice. Young Master Zhang, thank you so much for giving me this valuable opportunity. Zhao Wuzhe said with a face full of gratitude. I've given you this opportunity. As for whether you can hold on to this position, that depends on your future performance. John Keiming's expression was calm, and his tone was indifferent, but it contained an invisible pressure. He then changed the subject and began to explain to Zhao Wujia his long-term plans for the future of Bexing Pharmacy. What I hope for is that our community pharmacies will be able to spread to every corner of the world in the future. To become a truly international chain pharmacy, to continuously supply high-quality and effective medicines to hundreds of millions of patients. You are now the company's general manager, and I plan to open tens of thousands of pharmacies within the next 10 years. What are your plans for the future? After saying that, John Keiming's deep and sharp eyes locked onto Zhao Wujia. Zhao Wujia was stunned when he heard that John Keiming planned to open tens of thousands of pharmacies in the next 10 years. He hadn't expected his boss to be so ambitious. One can imagine that in the future, he may lead a large pharmacy with tens of thousands of stores worldwide. He couldn't help but feel his blood boil with excitement. Considering that Bexing Pharmacy currently only has 68 stores in total, Zhao Wujia's initial excitement instantly subsided. After careful consideration, Zhao Wujia slowly said, "Young Master Zhang, based on my understanding of the pharmacy's financial situation, the average monthly revenue of each of our pharmacies is currently stable at around 100,000 Hong Kong dollars. The payment cycle for the various medicines we represent is typically 3 months. If we choose to lease a shop to open a new store, 100,000 Hong Kong dollars is enough to support the normal operation of a small pharmacy. We are fully capable of rapidly expanding our store network through a virtuous cycle strategy of using existing stores to support new ones." After listening to Zhao Wujia's ideas, John Keiming had even greater appreciation for his abilities. "Your plan is excellent. Please submit a detailed and comprehensive plan report. If there are no problems, I can approve your execution. Over the next 3 years, the total number of our pharmacies should exceed 3,000. Especially in Japan, there should be no fewer than 1,000. Japan is a world-renowned powerhouse in the AV industry, where sex culture is very prevalent. However, due to their race, they can never shake off the label of being a little toothpick. This current stage represents the peak of Japan's economic prosperity. The Japanese people are bursting with confidence. They've even started arrogantly proclaiming that they want to surpass the United States. Their purchasing power is terrifying. Of course, having more money made Japanese men very arrogant. Yet, he felt extremely inferior in front of his own woman. John Keiming felt that they desperately needed a miracle drug to regain their dignity as men. His purpose in setting up pharmacies was to use them as a channel for future drug research and development and distribution. Japan is the most developed economy in Asia, and it is essential to focus our efforts on developing it. Upon hearing his boss's demand to open 3,000 pharmacies within 3 years, Zhao Wujia inwardly groaned. He has been working diligently at the health center for nearly 10 years. He was always suppressed by industry giants like Kinkui, which prevented him from getting the promotion he wanted. He finally caught the eye of the new big boss and was given the precious opportunity to take the position of general manager. For Zhao Wujia, this was undoubtedly a crucial turning point in his life. He wanted to secure his position as general manager, so he gritted his teeth and took the job. Zhao Wujia bit his lip hard, his gaze unwavering as he made a firm promise to John Keiming. "Young Master Zhang, please rest assured, I will do my best and will never let you down." Hearing this, John Keiming nodded in satisfaction and said, "Shouting slogans is useless, we'll see how you actually act and perform. If you can complete the task excellently, you will naturally receive a generous reward." He then added, "Also, don't forget to relocate the entire company to the Carver building for normal office operations within the next 2 days. Alright, I have other important matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now." As soon as he finished speaking, John Keiming stood up, turned around, and walked out of the company gate. "Alright, young Master Zhang, let me see you off." After leaving the federal building, John Keiming asked Tan Bing to take him to the Shitin Health Center pharmaceutical factory. The miracle drug must immediately enter the research and development stage, as this male enhancement drug will be one of the main sources of his cash flow for the next few decades. We hope to develop it as soon as possible so that it can be launched on the market sooner. Director He, do you want me to invest another 50 million Hong Kong dollars? Yes, young Master John, the 50 million is the amount I've already streamlined. Shitin Health Center Pharmaceutical Factory Office. Upon seeing John Keiming, He Kingwei handed him a funding application report. Looking at He Kingkui's outrageous demands, John Keiming couldn't help but ask, "I spent 50 million to acquire this pharmaceutical factory. We haven't made a single penny yet, and now you want me to invest another 50 million? There must be a reason." John Keiming doesn't object to spending money, but he doesn't want to be taken advantage of. He spent 1 or 200 million Hong Kong dollars to build his own laboratory base, but it hasn't produced anything yet, and he doesn't seem to care at all. He Kinkui said in a serious tone, "Young Master Zhang, please take a close look at my application report. I absolutely did not waste money. The pharmaceutical factory has a batch of outdated equipment that needs to be replaced. The laboratory research and development projects also require funding to purchase advanced equipment. Medical equipment is very expensive, $50 million is my conservative estimate. I have listed all the expenses one by one. There was absolutely no selfish desire involved. Hearing He Qingkui's righteous and eloquent words, John Kaiming picked up the application report on the table with a suspicious look and began to read it. A moment later, after reading it, John Kaiming did not hesitate at all. He took out his checkbook from his pocket and signed a check for $50 million. He handed it to He Qingkui and said, "Director He, I approve your application. Take the check and buy the equipment you need as quickly as possible." He Qingkui picked up the check and looked at it, then stared at John Kaiming in surprise, feeling for the first time the new boss's boldness. Unable to resist asking, "Young Master John, aren't you afraid I'm lying to you? Especially with research and development projects, there's no guarantee of results even after investing money." Hearing He Qingkui say this, John Kaiming smiled broadly and said, "Director He, I fully support any reasonable investment. Especially in terms of R&D investment, I will spare no effort to invest in any project that I approve of. Moreover, I trust the character of any factory manager." John Kaiming's trust touched He Qingkui's heart. Over the years, he has approached Zhang Yuliang countless times, hoping to retain some funds for research and development and to upgrade factory equipment. But most of the time they refused, and most of the company's profits were taken away. They only retained some funds to keep the company running normally. This prevented many of his research and development projects from proceeding normally. "Young Master Zhang, rest assured, I guarantee your investment will bring you even greater returns," He Qingkui assured him. "I certainly wouldn't believe anyone else who said that, but I believe what you said, Director He," John Kaiming said with a smile. "But do you really believe it?" John Kaiming wouldn't readily trust an outsider, he trusted himself. He believed that He Qingkui could not hide anything from him in the field of medical research. Although he did not spend a long time pursuing his medical doctorate in the United States, after returning to Hong Kong, he only spent some time studying on his own in the evenings. This does not mean that he is lacking in medical knowledge and ability. Realizing that he had other purposes for visiting the health center, he changed the subject. "Director He, I've looked at the company's medicine prescription reserves, and the reserves of traditional Chinese medicine prescriptions are still too few. The company will allocate 50% of its annual profits to new drug research and development and the acquisition of drug formulas." You immediately arranged for someone to assemble a team of elites from the company who are proficient in traditional Chinese medicine. I acquired large quantities of drug formulas from Chinese people around the world, especially from mainland China, and registered the corresponding patents. Especially ancient Chinese medicine prescriptions. Don't be afraid to spend money, acquire as many as possible. Upon hearing John Kaiming's words, He Qingkui's eyes reddened, and he said excitedly, "Young Master John, you have done a truly meritorious deed. You have no idea, but now the whole world is slandering traditional Chinese medicine, and even our own people don't recognize it. If this continues, everything left by our ancestors will be lost sooner or later. Old He, don't make me sound so noble. I'm just doing this for the benefit of my own company." John Kaiming laughed. It's astonishing to think that Japan holds 90% of the global Chinese medicine market, while China only accounts for 2%. Almost all of China's wild medicinal herbs have been bought up by Japan and the United States. All the crops used by Chinese people are artificially cultivated. While we are still debating how to resist traditional Chinese medicine, the Japanese have already registered more than 70% of the patents for Chinese medicine. Despite China having a history of traditional Chinese medicine spanning thousands of years, it accounts for less than 0.3%. Even more tragically, in later generations, 80% of the medicinal herbs used in Japan came from China, were further processed, and then resold to us. The best Chinese medicinal herbs are exported overseas, and the vast majority of Chinese people simply cannot afford them. What a tragic thing this is. John Kaiming doesn't believe he has the great spirit of selfless dedication, but he thinks he can still do it by spending some money to preserve some medicinal formulas for the Chinese nation. "Young Master John, don't worry, we know quite a few old-timers. Assembling an elite team of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners is absolutely no problem," He Qingkui assured him. "That's great." John Kaiming was overjoyed when he heard about this wonderful opportunity. Then he added, "By the way, ancient emperors had 3,000 concubines, yet they still managed to leave behind so many offspring. There must have been many imperial prescriptions. Old He, do you have any?" Upon hearing that John Kaiming actually wanted aphrodisiacs, He Qingkui gave John Kaiming's burly figure a strange look. "Young Master John, do you have some hidden health problem? I have some medical experience in this area, I can take a look," He Qingkui said softly. John Kaiming was so angry upon hearing He Qingkui's words that he almost vomited blood. He quickly struck a bodybuilding pose, revealing his muscular arms, and shouted, "Are you kidding me? Old He, do you think my body is no good? Yes, I understand. Let me take your pulse." He Kinkui thought Jiang Kaiming was too embarrassed to say it, so he reached out to take his pulse. Go away, go away. If I say there's no problem, then there's no problem. Jiang Kaiming waved his hands repeatedly in refusal. He felt he couldn't explain himself clearly, so he quickly changed the subject, saying, I asked you if you had this prescription because I wanted to create a best-selling product for the company. The pharmaceutical industry requires a huge amount of R&D investment, and it's definitely not enough for me to invest in it alone. It needs to generate revenue through the company. If there were a miracle drug that could solve men's sexual problems without any major side effects, I believe this will be a boon for men worldwide. It will definitely bring a steady stream of revenue to the company. Seeing that Jiang Kaiming refused to take his pulse, and after hearing his explanation, He Kinkui had no choice but to give up his plan to take his pulse. He replied, Young Master Jiang, isn't our seal pill just this kind of medicine? The results probably aren't very good, right? Otherwise, the company would have made a fortune by now. Jiang Kaiming questioned. He Kinkui's face fell, and he said awkwardly, it still has a 20-minute effect. If you take it once a week, the side effects won't be too severe. Jiang Kaiming shook his head and said, this kind of medicine is definitely not going to work. I recently developed a prescription. Take it and make a sample to test its effects. As he spoke, he took out a prescription from his bag and handed it to He Kinkui. He Kinkui took the prescription with some skepticism and began to read it. Soon, his eyes widened and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. Offices in the Amaya building. Jiang Kaiming was sitting in his office chair, listening to Tao Wenzhang report on the upcoming second quarter financial report. Our company achieved total revenue of HK $3.18 billion in the second quarter. Gross revenue reached HK $1.646 billion, while net profit reached HK $1.098 billion. Compared to the first quarter's revenue of only HK $126 million, our second quarter revenue increased by a whopping 25.2 times. Tao Wenzhang said excitedly. Then, he continued in detail. We also performed well in the home fan business, achieving a total revenue of HK $1.23 billion. Its gross profit was 320 million yuan, accounting for 26%. Its net profit was 123 million Hong Kong dollars, accounting for 10%. The company's newly developed computer cooling fans and chassis products achieved revenue of $250 million, gross profit of $170 million, and a net profit margin as high as $125 million. Our computer cooling fans have captured 70% of the global market share, which undoubtedly proves our strong competitiveness in this emerging field. After Tao Wenzhang finished his report, his face turned bright red, and his excitement was palpable. Looking at his boss, who was more than a decade younger than him, with admiration, he exclaimed excitedly, Young Master Jiang, the financial report of our Amaya company for the second quarter of this year is simply outstanding. This is an achievement our company has never made since its inception, and it is all thanks to your wise leadership. Once the information is released to the public, the revenue and net profit figures in our financial report will certainly cause our stock price to increase significantly. At that time, our company's stock price will surely soar like a rocket. It's possible that those stock investors will frantically buy our shares again, just like before. With enough luck, it's entirely possible for the company's market value to surpass 10 billion. As the saying goes, what is said without intention may be taken to heart by the listener. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Kaiming couldn't help but start making his own calculations. He secretly pondered how he could successfully push Embren's stock price to a market capitalization of HK 10 billion before September. That would undoubtedly be a great help to his subsequent plans and bring him great convenience. Thinking of this, Jiang Kaiming's lips curled up slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile, and then he slowly spoke. The release of Amego's financial report will be postponed. I will notify you of the specific time later. Upon hearing this, Tao Wenzhang was stunned, his face filled with astonishment, and he blurted out, but wasn't it agreed that it would be officially released on July 1st? Why did you suddenly change your mind? Faced with Tao Wenzhang's question, Jiang Kaiming simply waved his hand casually and answered unhurriedly. No need to ask any more questions, just do as I say. Anyway, according to regulations, this financial report just needs to be released by August 31st at the latest, there's no need to rush it. Despite still having many doubts, Tao Wenzhang saw Jiang Kaiming's resolute attitude and stopped asking questions. He could only suppress his doubts and nodded in agreement. Okay, I will follow your arrangements. I'm all done here, you can go ahead and get back to work. Jiang Kaiming waved for Tao Wenzhang to leave. In order to achieve a higher market capitalization for Emporio in the stock market, Jiang Kaiming decided to personally take charge and do his utmost to accelerate the integration process of Pfister Industries. Not long after Tao Wenzhang left, Jiang Kaiming left the headquarters of Amaya company without hesitation. We rushed to a large-scale electrical appliance industrial park not far from Amaya. Jiang Kaiming and Zheng Jiahao strolled side by side through the park. Along the way, Zheng Jiahao gave Jiang Kaiming a detailed account of the entire park. Through Zheng Jiahao's comprehensive and in-depth introduction, Jiang Kaiming gradually gained a clear understanding of the basic situation of the industrial park. The land area occupied by this industrial park is roughly the same as that of the industrial park owned by Emigo. More than a dozen electrical appliance factories have moved in, employing more than 2,000 people. Previously, Wheelock owned 30% of the shares in this industrial park. Wheelock acquired these shares to ensure the stability of its trade supply chain and successfully integrated many factories into one place. Jiang Kaiming has successfully acquired this valuable shareholding. As for the remaining shares, they remain in the hands of the various factory owners. The oil crisis led to an economic downturn, which severely impacted Wheelock's trading business. These electrical appliance factories lack orders from Wheelock and do not have their own brands. On weekdays, they mainly make a living by providing OEM services for some little-known small overseas brands. In the 1980s, the OEM industry was still in its infancy and far less prevalent than it would later become. Large, well-known overseas companies typically choose to build their own factories without hesitation in order to control the entire production process and quality standards. After all, owning your own factory means you can better guarantee product quality and flexibly adjust production lines according to market demand. There are also small companies in some economically developed countries that possess excellent design and R&D capabilities and are able to launch innovative products that are truly eye-catching. However, due to limited funds, it is difficult to bear the huge investment required to build a large-scale factory. Therefore, they turn their attention to regions with relatively lower labor costs, looking for suitable partners there to process and produce their products on their behalf. Hong Kong, Taiwan, and the Lion City were able to rise rapidly as one of the 4 Asian tigers precisely because of this unique development model. By taking on OEM orders from all over the world and utilizing the cheap and abundant local labor resources, the manufacturing industries in the 3 regions have flourished and gradually accumulated a solid industrial foundation and technological experience. By the late 1980s and early 1990s, with the accelerating pace of global economic integration, trade between different regions became increasingly frequent. At the same time, affected by factors such as inflation, labor costs have also shown a trend of rising year by year. Against this backdrop, many large enterprises have begun to realize that building their own factories not only requires a large amount of capital for construction, operation, and maintenance, but also faces the risk of squeezed profit margins due to rising labor costs. In contrast, outsourcing production to professional contract manufacturers is more economical, efficient, and convenient. As a result, large contract manufacturers have sprung up like mushrooms after rain and have gradually become a new force in the global manufacturing sector. At this stage, the companies that seek OEM manufacturing are mostly small overseas brands. After Zheng Jiahao finished giving a detailed introduction to the basic situation of the industrial park, he paused briefly and then continued. Young Master John, the electrical appliance factory in the industrial park we're in is mainly responsible for producing range hoods and all sorts of other kitchen appliances. In addition, there are 2 industrial zones in the new territories. One of them is the appliance factory that we previously acquired through full ownership. The other location was an industrial zone that was previously 30% owned by Wheelock Holdings. The factory site there is significantly larger than that of Ameijao. He paused, took a sip of water to moisten his throat, and continued, there are only 4 factories in that industrial zone. Their main task is to act as OEM agents for various branded products such as refrigerators, washing machines, televisions, and VCRs sold by Gongdafeng Trading. However, to be honest, the brand awareness and actual sales volume of these brands are only so-so, barely passable. Moreover, after losing Wheelock Trading's orders, they faced considerable difficulties. Jiang Kaiming was not surprised when he heard this. For Wheelock, industrial production has never been its main business area. The core businesses have always been trade, real estate, and shipping. Therefore, it is understandable that factories under its umbrella have not received enough attention and importance. After listening to Zheng Jiahao's introduction, Jiang Kaiming nodded slightly, indicating that he had a general understanding of the situation. Immediately afterwards, the 2 set off to conduct on-site inspections of the other 2 industrial zones. After careful observation and understanding, he discovered that if all these factories were added together, their total number of workers would be roughly the same as that of Emigo. Fortunately, the factory's production processes are quite good. After all, Wheelock mainly sold these products to developed countries overseas, where the quality requirements are much higher. This was the only point that satisfied Jiang Kaiming. The thought that a significant portion of the factory shares acquired this time came from overseas core component manufacturers stirred something within Jiang Kaiming. He immediately turned to Zheng Jiahao beside him and solemnly instructed, "Old Zheng, those overseas factories that we've invested in have mastered a lot of core component technologies. You should quickly think of a way to relocate them to our Hong Kong area. If it's truly impossible to move them, then we must find a way to acquire their technology and the corresponding production lines." Zheng Jiahao nodded without hesitation and replied, "Yes, young Master Zhang. Don't worry, I will do my best to handle this matter well." Zhang Kaiming nodded slightly in satisfaction, then asked, "If all these factories were integrated together, what would the approximate valuation be?" After a moment's thought, Zheng Jiahao replied, "Young Master Zhang, based on a preliminary estimate, if we add up the assets of these factories in Hong Kong, it should be around HK $300 million. In my opinion, we should strike while the iron is hot and simply acquire the remaining 70% of the shares held by the factory owners in those two industrial zones. In this way, all resources can be integrated into an organic whole. At that time, a valuation of 1 billion or 2 billion is very likely to be achieved. These factories produce a wide variety of products, basically covering all kinds of electrical appliances used in daily life." Zhang Kaiming nodded and said, "Then let's do it your way. I'll give you 3 days. Can you get it done?" Zheng Jiahao laughed and said, "Young Master Zhang, don't worry, the real economy is still very easy to acquire." With Zhang Kaiming, the big boss, constantly urging him on, Zheng Jiahao felt like he was on fire, filled with endless motivation and passion. Inspired by this atmosphere, he led his team to work with boundless enthusiasm, as if they were on steroids. The speed at which the entire integration project is progressing is astonishing. In just 3 days, and at a cost of only HK $80 million, the acquisition of the remaining shares in the two industrial zones was successfully completed. One of the key factors that enabled them to acquire these shares at such a low price is that these companies are all relatively small contract manufacturers. If it were two large industrial parks of considerable size, let alone a mere HK $80 million, even several times that amount would probably not be enough to buy them. Once this integration is fully completed, the situation will be very different. At that time, he will be fully able to value the company as a large industrial group with 3 industrial parks. When the time comes, if we sell this company for 1 or 2 billion Hong Kong dollars, I'm sure the shareholders of Embrun will not raise any objections or complaints. This inspiration came from Zhang Kaiming's observations of Hong Kong businessmen in the 1980s and 90s who integrated small, dilapidated factories in mainland China and then cashed out through listings on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. After acquiring all the factories, Zhang Kaiming readily made the payment, telling the factory owners to leave as soon as possible. Immediately afterwards, he began to reorganize the various factories, integrate all those similar industrial lines together. In order to facilitate a smooth merger with Emigo, Pfister Industries directly modified its management structure to follow Emigo's model. When reorganizing the factory, Zhang Kaiming directly ordered Qin Chao to transfer a group of security personnel to take over the original security department. At this time, Qin Chao's security department already had more than 500 people, of whom about 100 were retired veterans. The security department conducts military-style training every day, led by veterans, and the training effect is excellent. In factories, there are bound to be some little mice, but as long as the accounts are checked, these little mice can be easily caught. Zhang Kaiming didn't want the little rats from Pfister Industries to sneak into Emigo. These little mice often have nepotism, and they're easy to catch. During that period in Hong Kong, there were triads everywhere, and many people had some connection with them. These little mice are especially prone to getting involved with gangs, and might even be members of those gangs. With Qin Chao leading the security department, Zhang Kaiming was able to confidently and boldly purge a group of unqualified employees. Even if a few wanted to cause trouble, they could only obediently cooperate and slink away when they saw the security personnel who were undergoing military-style training every day. They wouldn't dare cause trouble at all. In August, seeing that Fit Industrial was now virtually indistinguishable from Emigo, Zhang Kaiming nodded in satisfaction and announced the acquisition plan for Fit Industrial at Emigo's board meeting. At the meeting, Zhang Kaiming emphasized, Pfister Industrial is about the same size as Emigo, and it has a variety of core electronic and electrical technologies and a complete range of products. With a valuation of HK $2 billion, the company has made a killing. With his absolute prestige at Emporio, no one dares to oppose his plan. The entire meeting lasted only 10 minutes before the merger plan was unanimously approved at a valuation of HK $2 billion. Inside the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, a group of people with the most ambitious dreams of getting rich gather every day. They either anxiously stared at the constantly changing numbers on the big screen or whispered among themselves discussing various stock market trends. Damn, what's going on with Emigo? It's suspended from trading today. The screen was like a boulder thrown into a lake, instantly creating ripples and attracting the attention and panic of many nearby investors. No way! Could it be that the recent surge in Emigo's stock price is hiding some unspeakable secret, and they've been summoned for questioning? I think it's unlikely. Those big orders that Emigo just secured not long ago were all genuine. As the star stock with the most terrifying increase in the past month or so, Emigo has attracted the attention of countless stock investors. The sudden suspension of trading in Emigo without any warning immediately sparked numerous speculations. Many shareholders who own shares in Emigo are somewhat panicked. They rushed anxiously to the Hong Kong Stock Exchange's specially set up stock suspension notice board, eager to find out what caused this sudden change. In an instant, the bulletin board was packed with people, with investors pushing and shoving each other, creating a chaotic scene. Haha, Amego is going to surge again. I'm going to make a fortune. A shareholder stood in front of the bulletin board, his eyes fixed on the announcement posted by Amego. His face was filled with barely suppressed excitement, his fists were clenched and he was waving them in the air, shouting loudly. His excited voice drew the attention of those around him. Let me see what good news is making you so happy, and why is Amega's stock price going up again? Hearing the shouts, another shareholder quickly came over and craned his neck to look at the bulletin board. Haha, Amego is so sharp. After just one glance, the stock investor who came over couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Wow, Embrand is actually going to acquire an American electronics company. That's a bombshell. It's just a merger and acquisition of a company, it shouldn't cause a significant increase in the stock price. You know, when Amego closed yesterday afternoon, its market capitalization had already exceeded $5.3 billion, which is quite high. A seasoned stock investor next to him shook his head, expressing his doubt. Why wouldn't it surge? Think about it, if it's just an acquisition of a small company, there's no need to suspend trading at all. Since the company chose to suspend trading to handle this matter, it means that this acquisition is definitely not simple. This only happens when a company acquires a large enterprise. The shareholder who first discovered the news retorted confidently. But, I've never heard of this Pfister Industries before. Could it be some unknown small company? Someone asked. In any case, the fact that Logic dared to acquire a foreign company is itself a very bold move. Even if Pfister Industries isn't very well known right now, it's still a company from the superpower, the United States. How could it be anything less than excellent? This is a great opportunity for us to make money. Another murmur arose from the crowd. That's right. Ever since John Keiming became the chairman of AMAJO, every move he makes has been a big spending affair. The news of Amlogic's trading suspension spread like wildfire throughout the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. Countless shareholders gathered together, whispering and discussing amongst themselves, all filled with curiosity and anticipation about the real reasons behind the merger. After completing the integration of Pfister, John Keiming immediately submitted an application to the stock exchange for a temporary suspension of trading in Amigo shares. This major event was not widely publicized at the beginning. John Keiming knew that sometimes giving a definite answer too forcefully might not achieve the desired effect. Therefore, he decided to adopt a more subtle and gradual strategy. Let the dust settle and let public opinion ferment slowly. During this period, John Keiming planned to intentionally or unintentionally reveal some relevant information every few days. This gradually pushed the merger to the forefront of public opinion, until it attracted widespread attention from the entire nation. Hong Kong Kai Tak Airport. People come and go, bustling about. John Keiming was in the waiting hall when he turned to Zheng Jiahao beside him and asked, "Old Zheng, when will Pfister arrive in Hong Kong?" Zheng Jiahao quickly glanced at the itinerary in his hand, then respectfully replied, "Young Master John, based on the estimated arrival time of their flight, they should arrive here around 3 p.m. There is currently about a 10-minute wait." John Keiming nodded slightly, indicating that he understood the situation, and then smiled and said, "In the past 2 days, the news that our company, AIMGO, is going to acquire Pfister Industries has been spreading like wildfire. Many media reporters racked their brains trying to uncover more inside information to attract readers' attention. It seems we've controlled the public opinion very well this time. Did you arrange for someone to secretly leak the information that I would be at the airport to pick someone up today?" Young Master Zhang's methods are truly brilliant, Zheng Jiahao exclaimed admiringly. Then, patting his chest, he assured him, "Young Master Zhang, you can rest assured. I already had my men leak the information. Right now, the airport is probably already packed with reporters, and there are likely quite a few even lying in wait inside." Upon hearing this, John Keiming nodded slightly, a faint, indescribable smile appearing on his lips, and said softly, "That's fine, but we must make sure to give proper instructions to Pfister. We absolutely must make this performance absolutely brilliant." Zheng Jiahao quickly replied, "Young Master Zhang, you can rest assured. I've already arranged all these things. Such business practices are commonplace in the United States. And this Pfister, I can't speak for his other skills, but his tongue is truly formidable." John Keiming stared intently at Zheng Jiahao, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes, and asked, "Oh? From what you're saying, it seems you're quite familiar with him." Zheng Jiahao quickly explained with a smile, "Of course, young Master Zhang. This Pfister was actually my roommate when I was studying in the US, and we were very close. His most notable characteristic is his exceptional ability to boast. His eloquence is simply superb. Young Master Zhang, you'll understand when you meet him in person." As John Keiming and Zheng Jiahao continued their conversation, time flew by. Before they knew it, the flight that Pfister was on finally landed slowly on the runway of Kai-Tak Airport. Not long after, John Kaiming and Zheng Jiahao noticed a tall, middle-aged white man in his 30s waving enthusiastically at them from a distance. The middle-aged white man was wearing a well-tailored dark suit and a brightly colored tie, and he looked energetic and debonair. Behind him followed a blonde-haired, blue-eyed white man and woman. "Young Master John, look, that's Pfister." Zheng Jiahao lowered his voice and whispered in John Kaiming's ear. John Kaiming nodded slightly, indicating that he had noticed the other party, and then decisively ordered, let's go, and take a look." Before the words were even finished, the two strode off straight toward where Pfister was. Seeing John Kaiming and Zheng Jiahao walking quickly towards them, Pfister surprisingly spoke first. "Hey, Tom, it's been a long time." His words were filled with the joy of a long-awaited reunion. "Pfister, it's been a long time indeed," Zheng Jiahao replied with a big smile. Immediately afterwards, he stepped aside and led John Kaiming to the front, solemnly introducing him. "Come, let me introduce you, this is my boss Mr. John Kaiming." Hearing this, Pfister's smile grew even brighter. He rushed forward, grasped John Kaiming's right hand tightly, and said excitedly, "Boss, it's such an honor to meet you." Faced with such an enthusiastic Pfister, John Kaiming maintained an elegant smile and politely responded, "Mr. Pfister, a warm welcome to the beautiful city of Hong Kong." Zheng Jiahao coughed lightly twice, then walked slowly to Pfister's side with light steps. He leaned down slightly, close to Pfister's ear, and whispered, "Ahem. Pfister, don't forget who you are. Now you are the chairman of the prestigious Pfister Industries Group." Upon hearing this sudden reminder, Pfister, who had been somewhat indifferent, instantly snapped back to his senses. He quickly reached out and straightened his slightly disheveled clothes, trying to make himself look more dignified and proper. Immediately afterward, Pfister quickly adjusted his posture, adopting a very formal and serious expression, and smiled at John Kaiming, who was standing not far away, saying, "Dear Mr. John, I sincerely hope that we can successfully reach a cooperation agreement this time." Seeing this, John Kaiming nodded in perfect agreement, smiled, and said to Pfister, "Of course, Mr. Pfister. You've come all the way from the distant United States, you must be very tired. Don't worry, we've already booked a comfortable hotel room for you in advance. You can go to the hotel first to rest and recharge." After listening, Pfister smiled with satisfaction and nodded repeatedly, saying, "Okay, then I'll follow your arrangements." "Then, Mr. Pfister, please follow me." John Kaiming smiled and extended his right hand, pointing towards the airport exit, making a warm guiding gesture. The group walked towards the parking lot, chatting and laughing. After safely putting Feist and his entourage into the car, John Kaiming turned and walked towards his own vehicle. After getting into the car and settling in, he turned his head slightly to look at Tan Bing, who was sitting in the passenger seat, and asked, "Old Tan, when we were at the airport just now, did you notice if any reporters were secretly taking pictures?" "Several groups of reporters were taking photos without my knowledge," Tan Bing replied. "Okay, let's go back first." John Kaiming nodded and said. The next morning, John Kaiming was still holding Zhong Chahong, immersed in a sweet dream. The explosive news that John Kaiming, chairman of AMAJO, was suspected of personally meeting with his American boss at the airport was like a bombshell, instantly making headlines in some Hong Kong newspapers. The news of AMAJO's suspension of trading for the past few days, and its plans to acquire other companies, has been widely discussed and speculated upon. Newspapers that publish news about Emporio have recently become highly sought after. Some of these were messages that John Kaiming deliberately leaked, but most of these are just smokescreens released by financial companies out of thin air. Today's news is different. The clear photo of John Kaiming and Pfister shaking hands at the airport made citizens recognize John Kaiming at a glance. The fact that the owner of Pfister Industrial Group personally visited Hong Kong undoubtedly stamped the authenticity of the acquisition by Amex with a bright red seal. This was like a shot in the arm for countless stock market investors, filling them with endless anticipation for the reopening of Amigo. After learning of the market's expectations for AMAJO's opening, John Kaiming, adhering to the principle of going all out, decided to go all out. He then began to guide Pfister through the Emig Industrial Park and Pfister's 3 industrial parks. This time, they made no attempt to hide their intentions and launched a high-profile investigation, which then led to what appeared to be a thrilling negotiation. After a week, John Kaiming felt the time was right and officially signed the acquisition contract with Pfister. Amex Group acquired Pfister Investment Company's Industrial Group for HK $675 million in cash and 25% of shares, totaling HK $20 million. After the acquisition, John Kaiming originally held 44% of AMAJO's shares. After a 25% dilution, his shareholding decreased to 33%. It remains the largest shareholder of AIMGO. With the addition of shares held by US-based Pfister Investments, his actual shareholding has increased to 58%, and he has also received HK $675 million in cash. John Kaiming did not intend to take this portion of cash back to Hong Kong. but rather leave it to Pfister Investment Company as seed money. The United States, this supermarket, is in the midst of economic globalization and the great industrial relocation. Many industrial companies are struggling, with even their domestic markets being taken over by Dongying's products. These industrial entities contain so many of the things he had always dreamed of. Moreover, with the glamorous guise of the United States, many countries around the world will open their doors to investment in him. With the contract now signed, the acquisition is successfully completed. It's time to hold a press conference and announce this good news to the world. Thinking of this, John Kaiming immediately ordered Tao Wenzhang, "Old Tao, go and prepare a press conference for tomorrow to announce our acquisition victory." Tao Wenzhang replied, "Okay, young Master John, I'll arrange it right away." On August 9, 1985, the Peninsula Hotel's banquet hall was brightly lit. The invited reporters from various newspapers arrived at the scene early, some chatting excitedly, others nervously adjusting their cameras, all looking forward to this important press conference. When John Kaiming and Pfister arrived at the press conference on time, the reporters below the stage immediately became excited. Their eyes were fixed on John Kaiming and Pfister, their cameras flashing incessantly. After the host's opening remarks, John Kaiming took the microphone, faced the reporters in the audience, and said with a big smile, "Thank you very much to our reporters for coming to the AMEAJO press conference. I have an engineering background, so I'm pretty good at technical stuff, but I'm not very good at talking." John Kaiming's self-deprecating remark drew light-hearted laughter from the reporters in the audience. "Young Master John, you're not just good at technology, you're even better at making money," a reporter shouted at John Kaiming on the stage. Ha ha. The atmosphere at the scene became even more enthusiastic. John Kaiming also smiled broadly, and then introduced Pfister standing next to him to everyone. "This is Mr. John Pfister, chairman of Pfister Industrial Group." Slap slap slap. As soon as John Kaiming finished speaking, enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience. The reporters kept pressing the shutter button on their cameras at Pfister. Pfister smiled and nodded to the reporters below the stage. The scene gradually quieted down only after John Kaiming gestured for them to stop. John Kaiming cleared his throat and continued, "The Pfister Industrial Group has strong capabilities in the fields of electronics and electrical products. The company has 3 contract manufacturing bases in Hong Kong and a product research and development laboratory in the United States. My plan for M-Logic is to enter the full range of electronics and electrical appliances in the future and pursue diversified development. After the merger and acquisition between Emigo and Pfister Industries Group, Emigo's shortcomings will be made up. I firmly believe that with Pfister Industries joining the Amigo family, Amigo's future development will undoubtedly enter a period of rapid growth." At this point, John Kaiming suddenly raised his voice and shouted, "Next, please welcome Mr. Pfister to say a few words to everyone." Slap slap slap. Amidst enthusiastic applause, Pfister took the microphone, faced the reporters, and greeted them with a broad smile. It has to be said that Zheng Jiahao was absolutely right. This guy has an incredible talent for public speaking, and his eloquence is truly unmatched. After a burst of American humor, Pfister ignited the atmosphere. "I'm very pleased to be able to collaborate with Amigo this time. Jack Zhang is a true technical genius." Pfister began to praise John Kaiming at length, recounting in detail some of the computer science papers Zhang had published in the United States. In addition, his vivid and eloquent speaking skills gave the reporters present a deeper understanding of John Kaiming's achievements in the field of computer science. 5 or 6 minutes later, John Kaiming quietly tapped his watch on Pfister. Upon seeing this, Pfister ended his speech amidst the lingering expressions of the reporters in the audience. After the signing ceremony, John Kaiming officially announced the amount for the acquisition of Pfister Industries, which was as high as $2 billion. Whoosh! When the reporters in the audience heard the acquisition figures, there was an uproar. The atmosphere reached its peak, with reporters whispering excitedly among themselves. Subsequently, witnessed by them, John Kaiming and Pfister signed their names on 2 copies of the contract. Once the press session began, the reporters in the audience could no longer contain their excitement and raised their hands, eager to get John Kaiming's attention. Facing the reporters' barrage of questions, John Kaiming casually pointed to a reporter from the Hong Kong Economic Journal and smiled, "Let this reporter from the Hong Kong Economic Journal ask the first question." When Xiao Zhang from the Xinbao newspaper saw John Kaiming pointing at him, he felt that he was being blessed by Wang Tai-sin today, and his face turned red with excitement. He quickly stood up and asked in a slightly trembling voice, "Young Master John, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to ask the first question. I have a question I'd like to ask you on behalf of the many shareholders of AMEAJO. Is that all right?" As Xiao Zhang spoke, he looked at John Kaiming with anticipation, his eyes sparkling with excitement. After hearing this, John Kaiming was somewhat speechless, but a slight smile appeared on his lips as he said softly, "Of course, please ask." Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhang was overjoyed. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, and then hurriedly asked, Young Master John, as far as I know, the electronics and electrical appliance industry is now basically dominated by Japanese products, which can be said to have swept the globe. Even the US domestic market is dominated by products from Japan. At this time, you spent over $600 million, plus a 25% stake, totaling $2 billion, to acquire Pfister Industries in the United States. Have you ever considered that you might not be able to outsell Japanese products, thus failing to expand your sales channels and causing your stock price to fall? John Keiming looked at Xiao Zhang with admiration. He hadn't expected this reporter to have such keen insight and profound analytical ability. Your question is very insightful and forward-thinking. John Keiming nodded slightly and smiled. However, what I want to say is that we cannot only see the difficulties and challenges at hand, but should look to the future and see the potential and opportunities in the market. Xiao Zhang listened attentively, nodding occasionally in agreement, his eyes revealing his recognition and thoughtful consideration of John Keiming's views. Feist Industrial possesses advanced technology and an excellent team. After our acquisition by Amego, we are confident that through innovation and hard work, we can create competitive products that can rival those from Japan, John Keiming continued, his tone firm and confident. Xiao Zhang couldn't help but interject, so, in your opinion, how should we deal with competition in the current market environment? After a moment of contemplation, John Keiming replied, the fact that American products cannot sell as well as Japanese products in the domestic market does not mean that Japanese products are technologically more advanced than American products. The biggest reason is that the United States is deindustrializing, and policy support for the real economy is declining. Secondly, the labor costs in the United States are several times higher than those in Japan. Producing the same product costs significantly more than in Japan, so they have no cost advantage and it's normal that they can't outsell it. Xiao Zhang asked thoughtfully, so, after Ameo acquired Pfister Industries, what specific plans do we have to improve our competitiveness? John Keiming's face showed confidence as he said, our acquisition of Pfister Industries will not only double the factory's production scale, but also diversify its products. Moreover, Hong Kong's production costs are lower than those in the United States and Japan. For the same product and the same quality, we have a cost advantage. As for sales channels, there's absolutely no need to worry. Since acquiring Wheelock Trading, my biggest concern has been sales channels. Xiao Zhang asked excitedly, so, what are your thoughts on the future market prospects? John Keiming replied with a smile, I am full of confidence in the future. As the market continues to develop, we will continuously innovate and improve product quality and service levels to meet consumer needs. After hearing John Keiming's explanation, Xiao Zhang's face immediately lit up with joy. Other reporters in the audience who held shares in M-Logic were also beaming with joy. John Keiming then answered a few more questions before concluding the press conference. Inside a lavish, opulent private room at the Peninsula Hotel. After the press conference, John Keiming led Pfister and many senior managers from Amego into the private room. Amidst the clinking of glasses and the constant laughter and cheerful conversation, the atmosphere was lively. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, John Keiming waved his hand gently, signaling the other company staff to leave first. Only Pfister and He Junhao remained in the private room. Immediately afterwards, the waiters quickly cleaned up the leftover food on the table and replaced it with a table of exquisite and delicious afternoon tea snacks. John Keiming, Pfister, and He Junhao picked up their teacups, took a sip of the fragrant tea, and began to chat. The discussion mainly focused on the U.S. economic situation. As the world's only superpower, the United States economy has far-reaching influence, affecting the global economic landscape and development trends. For some time now, John Keiming has been immersed in recalling his past life's memories of the famous Plaza Accord. However, in his previous life, he was just a member of the lower class and had relatively limited knowledge. The information he obtained about this major historical event came solely from the internet. Nevertheless, this fragmented knowledge was enough for him to know that the Plaza Accord existed and that the signing of the agreement would trigger a series of huge economic changes. According to John Keiming's vague recollection, within a few short years after the Plaza Accord was signed, the exchange rates of the currencies of the 5 participating countries will undergo significant changes. The US dollar will depreciate, while the Japanese yen, French franc, German mark, and British pound will appreciate significantly. This agreement will have the greatest impact on the Japanese economy. The appreciation of the yen will lead to a large amount of bubbles in various industries in Japan, severely damaging the export trade of industrial products and causing the economy to gradually collapse. In this life, John Keiming experienced firsthand the current economic situation in the United States while studying there. Currently, the United States is facing a severe fiscal predicament, with its fiscal deficit becoming increasingly serious. After several frequent interest rate hikes, the US dollar exchange rate has shown a significant upward trend. This situation did not bring the expected benefits to the United States. Instead, it triggered a series of problems. The US domestic market was gradually being encroached upon by products from industrialized nations such as Japan and Germany. Among them, products from Japan performed particularly well. They boast extremely low labor costs and impeccable high quality. It has not only achieved great success in the US domestic market, but is also widely popular around the world. This situation directly led to a widening trade deficit in the United States, and a sharp decline in the competitiveness of its physical industrial products in the international market. When Jiang Qiming was in the United States, he often saw news reports in various newspapers calling for the devaluation of the US dollar. Many owners of manufacturing companies believe that it is the excessive appreciation of the US dollar that has caused their products to lose their original competitive advantage. The presidents of the United States are all puppets pushed into power by these wealthy capitalists. The US government has always attached great importance to the various demands raised by its capitalist masters. Since the 1970s, the US government has introduced several policies to devalue the dollar. However, the results were not good. The outbreak of the oil crisis led to a global economic crisis, forcing the US government to raise interest rates to bring the dollar back to the US. The interest rate hikes have led to a rapid appreciation of the US dollar. Combining this information, Jiang Qiming's brilliant mind analyzed it thoroughly. They believe the best way to save the US economy right now is to accelerate the depreciation of the dollar in the short term. For a country's currency to depreciate, relying solely on the free adjustment of the market economy would take a very long time. Given the current economic situation in the United States, it is impossible to wait that long. Only through strong artificial intervention to rapidly depreciate the dollar in a short period of time can the US economy be saved. The most direct and effective means, of course, is to use the status of a superpower to force the currencies of its smaller allies to appreciate. This allows the US dollar to reap the wealth of these smaller allies in order to save the US from its economic crisis. Jiang Qiming understands the general trend, but that doesn't mean he'll necessarily succeed in the details of the operation. Just as everyone knows that a bull market is coming and that the stock market will definitely rise in the future, many people still lose everything during the bull market. The foreign exchange market is extremely volatile. A slight misstep could result in a margin call before you even get the desired outcome. After communicating with Pfister, he felt more confident about his upcoming forex trading. Based on historical trends, the Plaza Accord will inevitably occur again on September 22nd of this year. It's already August, and he doesn't have much time left. He must speed things up. Boss, are you really going to hand over these $600 million to me to handle? When Pfister arrived at the private room and heard Jiang Qiming's decision, he showed a look of delight. Based on his conversations with Pfister over the past few days, and his analysis of the US economic situation just now, Jiang Qiming discovered that Pfister's financial expertise was no less than Lee Junhao's. The plan was to set up the framework of Pfister Investment Company and hand it over to Pfister for management. That's right, I will also add some funds to make up a total of $100 million, which will be given to the investment company to invest in some projects. However, you currently only have the authority to invest $10 million independently. The remaining $90 million must be used to short the US dollar. Jiang Qiming wasn't stupid. He wouldn't grant Pfister too much authority until Pfister's abilities were fully recognized by him. Even after hearing that he only had access to $10 million, Pfister was still very excited. Boss, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I will definitely prove you right with my results, Pfister said gratefully. Those people on Wall Street only care about lineage and seniority. Pfister's repeated struggles only resulted in him being defeated by reality. As a result, his financial knowledge never got a chance to be demonstrated. In the 1980s, racial discrimination was very serious in the United States, especially on Wall Street, which was dominated by Jews. Pfister's financial expertise is excellent, but he is Mexican American and was born in a poor neighborhood in the United States. Many respectable jobs don't give them a chance. Stories like those in movies like The Pursuit of Happiness are rarely seen in reality. It only happens occasionally, and those are just isolated cases. People like Pfister, who are crushed by reality and unable to rise above their circumstances, represent the true social reality. Looking at the excited Pfister, Jiang Qiming smiled and said, "I'm waiting to see your results. If you perform to my satisfaction, you'll have no problem managing $100 million or even $1 billion independently in the future." Okay. Pfister patted his chest excitedly. Then, remembering Jiang Qiming's suggestion to short the US dollar, he had a sudden inspiration and asked, "Boss, am I allowed to use leverage when shorting the US dollar?" Jiang Qiming nodded and said, "Okay, you can decide on leverage up to 10 times. Higher leverage must be approved by me." "Okay, I understand." Pfister nodded solemnly. $100 million in foreign exchange reserves could not satisfy Jiang Qiming's appetite. The immediate priority should be to accelerate the process of pushing up the stock price of Amex, so that he has enough capital to invest in the foreign exchange market. The grand press conference announcing Amego's acquisition of Pfister Industries Group had just concluded when news of the event spread like wildfire throughout Hong Kong. The following day, reports of the press conference appeared prominently in major newspapers, and this major news instantly became a hot topic of conversation. Even ordinary citizens, busy with their mundane lives, now knew a startling piece of news. Jiang Qiming, the youngest chairman in Hong Kong, has once again made a surprising and extravagant move. But this time it's not about making money, it's about spending money. They actually spent a staggering $2 billion to successfully acquire a company from the world superpower, the United States. Most ordinary citizens may know very little about this company called Pfister Industries. They don't even know what kind of business it does, or what kind of strength and influence it has. Citizens may have a limited understanding of American companies, but everyone knows that the United States is a superpower. For a long time, the American dream has swept the globe, captivating countless people. With the strong export of American culture, many people blindly worship the United States. I firmly believe that it has the world's most advanced technology, the most comprehensive system, and the highest quality of life. This has led to absurd statements such as everything in the country is beautiful, even the air is sweet. Moreover, this view is not limited to people in mainland China. There are many such blind followers all over the world. This phenomenon undoubtedly reflects a blind trust that ordinary people have in the United States. In later generations, if a domestic company were to acquire an obscure small American company, or even just a shell company, it would be a big deal to boast about it in the newspapers. Most Hong Kong people during this period weren't much better off. The fact that Hong Kong filmmakers take pride in getting into Hollywood reveals the inexplicable confidence that ordinary people have in the United States. Amex is so powerful that it can acquire large American companies, a feat that no other company in Hong Kong has accomplished. Jiang Qiming and Ai Mei Jiao were lavishly praised by Hong Kong newspapers, who elevated him to the level of being on par with Bao Hong and Li Ka-shing. Jiang Qiming felt a little embarrassed when he found out. In terms of fame in Hong Kong today, Jiang Qiming is even more famous than the most popular stars, Zhou Runfa and Zhong Chahong. After a few more days of public discussion, the financial market is increasingly optimistic about the market value of Amlogic after its resumption of trading. Many institutions have even predicted that AMI's market value will definitely exceed $10 billion. Of course, there are also some small organizations trying to take advantage of the situation, exaggerating their claims and deliberately hyping up the market. Seeing the market was extremely hot, Jiang Qiming immediately asked Tao Wenzhang to apply to the Hong Kong Stock Exchange for a resumption of trading. The announcement regarding the timing of Ai Mei Jiao's post-market review was published in the Xianjiang Metropolitan Daily. As soon as the news broke, the Hong Kong Metropolitan Daily was snapped up by citizens, and after multiple photocopies, the newspaper's sales increased to 100,000 copies. It quickly became one of the top 5 newspapers in Hong Kong in terms of circulation. In future generations, if a domestic company can acquire a little-known small American company, even if it's just an acquisition by a shell company that's all show and no substance, it can be touted in the newspapers for 10 days or half a month, as if it were a momentous event. Most Hong Kong people during this period were not much better off. The fact that Hong Kong filmmakers take pride in entering Hollywood is enough to show the blind confidence that ordinary people have in the United States, which is like moths drawn to a flame. Amex is so powerful that it was able to acquire a large American company, a feat that other Hong Kong companies wouldn't even dare to dream of. Jiang Qiming and his Ai Mei Jiao were lauded by Hong Kong newspapers as if they were stars around, even comparing him to Bao Hong and Li Ka-shing. When Jiang Qiming found out, he couldn't help but blush. In Hong Kong today, Jiang Qiming's fame surpasses that of the most popular stars, Zhou Runfa and Zhong Chahong, making him incredibly popular. As public opinion continues to ferment, the financial market's valuation of Amlogic's market value after its resumption of trading is rising steadily. Many institutions have confidently predicted that Amex's market value will definitely exceed $10 billion. Of course, this also includes small organizations that want to take advantage of the situation. They act like clowns, exaggerating and deliberately hyping up the market. Seeing the market booming, Jiang Qiming made a decisive move and instructed Tao Wenzhang to apply to the Hong Kong Stock Exchange for a resumption of trading. After obtaining the accurate timeline for the postmortem analysis, Ai Mei Jiao's announcement of the postmortem analysis timeline, once published in the Xianjiang Metropolitan Daily, caused a huge uproar. As soon as the news broke, the Hong Kong Metropolitan Daily was snapped up by citizens. After multiple photocopies, the newspaper's sales skyrocketed to 100,000 copies. This propelled the Hong Kong Metropolitan Daily into the top 5 newspapers in Hong Kong by circulation, a meteoric rise indeed. Not long after being crowned the fashion queen, actress Zhong Chahong has now added the title of newspaper queen to her list. However, those in the know understand that all of this is because Jiang Qiming is standing behind her. Not only is she incredibly popular as an actress, but she can also find the best men in Hong Kong. There's a new voice in Hong Kong now saying that women should be like Zhong Chahong. Countless female celebrities in the entertainment industry envy her to death. On August 13, AIMGO will resume trading and go public today. Even before the market opened, long lines of investors had already formed at the exchange to snap up shares of Emigo. Xiao Zhan, why did you abandon your interview work again today and run off to buy Logic stock like you're possessed? Oldley looked at the microphone in his arms, then glanced at Xiao Zhan, who was queuing up, his face full of helplessness. Oldley, I told you to buy with me last time, but you wouldn't listen. I bought 2,000 shares last time, and the cost per share was only a little over 10 Hong Kong dollars. Before trading was suspended, the stock price of Logic had skyrocketed to over HK$33. I've already doubled my money. Xiao Zhang said smugly, giving Lao Li a provocative look. Oldley earnestly advised, you've already doubled your money and you're still not satisfied? Hurry up and sell it. Getting back to work is the real priority. Xiao Zhang shook his head and said seriously, Oldley, you don't understand. You can't make a fortune just by working honestly. You have to learn how to invest and manage your finances. If you don't manage your money, how can your money manage you? I think you've been brainwashed by those financial management courses. Oldley looked at Xiao Zhang like he was an idiot. Xiao Zhang didn't buy into Lao Li's words and retorted, Lao Li, you're a pretty good person in every other way, but you're too stubborn. You're destined to be forever without wealth. At the last press conference, I was the first person to interview Zhang Xiao, and I learned a lesson from his words. After this opening, Amaejao's market capitalization will inevitably exceed 10 billion yuan in no time, and may even reach tens or hundreds of billions of yuan in the future. Hearing Xiao Zhang's insane remarks, Lao Li was stunned and felt that he was not only a madman, but also a fool who was talking nonsense. Hundreds of billions? You must be dreaming. The market capitalization of Hutchison Whampoa and HSBC is not that high. The total market capitalization is only a little over 100 billion. How could Amy's market capitalization be so high? I hope you won't regret it later. Oldley shook his head helplessly. He stopped trying to persuade Xiao Zhang, because he knew it was futile to reason with a madman. Regret? I'll never regret it in this lifetime. Just you wait and see. Xiao Zhang said firmly. He then checked the time and said to Lao Li, all right, I'm not going to chat with you anymore. The market is about to open. After I buy the stocks, we'll go and finish the interview. As he spoke, he turned his back to Oldley and waved, his gaze fixed on the trading hall, his eyes filled with fervor. That was a desire for wealth, a desire for Amex stock. There are countless stock investors in this exchange who share Xiao Zhang's aspirations, all eagerly awaiting the moment the market opens. The market is open. The market is open. People kept shouting as the market opened. Countless investors began to keep a close eye on their favorite stocks. The largest number of investors are undoubtedly those looking at Logic stock. Holy crap, it opened at HK$42 per share. Amway's stock price is so high, I can barely afford it anymore. Yes. Before the trading halt, it was only HK$33.12 per share, with a market capitalization of only HK$5.31 billion. The market capitalization immediately exceeded HK$6.768 billion upon opening, with each share increasing by more than HK$9. Those who held Embrun stock before made a fortune. Are you going to buy or not? If not, get out of the way. It's only a little over 6 billion. Amay Highlights spent HK$2 billion to acquire a US company, and its stock price has only increased by a little over HK$1 billion. It's far from reaching its peak. That makes sense. I want to buy it. Imgo, buy 100 lots. Sir, you don't have enough funds. I'll buy as many as you can. HK$45 per share. I want 50 lots of Embrun stock. 100 hands. Amid a frenzy of buying by investors, Amex's stock price soared, reaching HK$50.4 per share by the end of the midday trading session, with its market capitalization exceeding HK$8.064 billion. Imga Tower. Inside Zhang Kaiming's office, Tao Wenzhang was reporting to him on the review of Amaejao's performance. Young Master Zhang, this is the stock price movement of Amaejao after the market resumed trading this morning. After the market opens this afternoon, our market capitalization is expected to exceed HK$10 billion, and it's not impossible that it will even break into the top 10. Tao Wenzhang couldn't help but feel excited when he thought about the impressive rise in Amaejao's stock price. With the stock market having been building momentum for so long, the surge in Amaejao's market capitalization was exactly what Zhang Kaiming had anticipated. Upon hearing Tao Wenzhang's report, Zhang Kaiming couldn't help but smile. However, Tao Wenzhang's overly optimistic attitude made Zhang Kaiming shake his head and smile. A market value of 10 billion Hong Kong dollars is definitely achievable with our revenue, but breaking into the top 10 is unlikely today. Tao Wenzhang said optimistically, young Master Zhang, even if we can't break into the top 10 in market value today, we definitely can in a couple of days. Especially after we release our second quarter financial report, it's not impossible for us to be in the top 5. Under your leadership, we will surely become the king of Hong Kong stocks with the highest market capitalization. Ha ha ha. When Jiang Qiming heard that Tao Wenzhang had such ambitions, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. If you want to become the king of Hong Kong stocks with the highest market capitalization, this financial report alone is not enough. Qiming Technology has already designed a heatsink for computer motherboards. You should hurry up and produce samples. Once Qiming Technology secures motherboard cooler contracts from IBM and other PC manufacturers, coupled with its sales of cases and case fans, it might even have a chance to contend for the top spot in market capitalization this year. As Jiang Qiming spoke, a glint of ambition flashed in his eyes. Which listed company doesn't envy and yearn for Tencent in Hong Kong and Nvidia in the US? Chinese people love to be number one. Jiang Qiming was no exception. If Amex truly becomes the king of Hong Kong stocks, its influence can bring Jiang Qiming many benefits, especially within Asia. Upon hearing Jiang Qiming's words, Tao Wenzhang was initially delighted, but then a bitter expression appeared on his face as he said, "Young Master Jiang, you're giving all the benefits to Qiming Technology now, leaving Ameajao with only a meager processing fee. Profits will definitely drop significantly. Why not just license the technology to AIMGO directly? What do you think?" Jiang Qiming asked Tao Wenzhang in return. "All right," Tao Wenzhang said helplessly. He knew why Jiang Qiming did this. It's because Qiming Technology belongs to Jiang Qiming alone, while Ameajao does not. Jiang Qiming looked at the dejected Tao Wenzhang and said, "What you need to do now is to pass on the production line needed for the computer motherboard heatsink, so that the production department can make adjustments and be ready for mass production at any time. If a large number of orders come in by then and the Omega production line isn't in place yet, don't blame me for subcontracting the orders to other companies." "Yes," Tao Wenzhang replied hastily upon hearing Jiang Qiming's warning. Jiang Qiming nodded and said, "The sales department of Ameajao will be cancelled and merged into Whitefang Trading Company. This has already been approved at the board meeting. Pass this message down, have all sales staff report to Wheelock Trading Company in Carver Building starting tomorrow." "Yes, young Master Jiang, I've got it." Tao Wenzhang nodded in response. Jiang Qiming gave Tao Wenzhang a deep look and said meaningfully, "Old Tao, you are a senior member of Ameagao. I hope you will not disappoint me. I won't be focusing all my energy on Omega anymore." Jiang Qiming only said half of what he wanted to say, but Tao Wenzhang was shocked and his heart started pounding. "Young Master Jiang, rest assured, I will definitely not let you down." Tao Wenzhang suppressed his inner elation and solemnly declared, "Okay, go ahead and get busy." Jiang Qiming nodded and waved for him to leave. Upon hearing this, Tao Wenzhang bowed to Jiang Qiming and left the office with great excitement. After the market opened in the afternoon, the stock price of Amway continued its upward surge, just like in the morning. The enthusiasm of stock investors was completely ignited by Ameajao, which even drove the entire market up. This marks the second time that Logic has driven the market up. This shows that Embrun's stock price trend has begun to have the ability to influence the overall market. By the close of trading in the afternoon, Amex's share price reached HK$63.52, and its market capitalization exceeded HK$10.163 billion. Officially joined the Hong Kong stock market's 10 billion Hong Kong dollars market capitalization club. There are fewer than 20 companies in the entire Hong Kong stock market with a market capitalization exceeding 10 billion. Just yesterday, IMGO's market capitalization successfully surpassed HK$10 billion. This shocking news spread throughout Hong Kong's financial circles. This delighted investors who held shares in stocks with high valuations. This also triggered a chain reaction, directly propelling the Hang Seng Index to break through the 1,500-point mark. Such significant news naturally made it to the front page of the financial sections of major Hong Kong newspapers the very next day. For a time, people were discussing this matter enthusiastically on the streets and in the alleys, and during their leisure time. Meanwhile, experienced and insightful financial experts couldn't contain their excitement and came forward to share their views and opinions. They unanimously expressed optimism about the future development prospects of Amigo, believing that the company has enormous potential and a broad market space. Looking back over the past few years, the market index has experienced a series of ups and downs. After reaching a peak of over 1,800 points in 1981, it fell all the way down, dropping to a staggering 600 points by 1983. During that period, stock market investors felt like they were living through an eternity. It wasn't until 1984, after China and Britain officially signed the relevant agreement, that the market finally turned around, gradually recovering and climbing to over 1,200 points. Now, the market index has even gone a step further, recovering to a high level of over 1,500 points. These encouraging results have filled many securities firms with confidence, and they have begun to openly proclaim the arrival of a bull market. This signal seemed to possess a powerful magic, attracting more and more ordinary citizens to flock to the stock market, hoping to get a share of the profits. It is foreseeable that with the continuous injection of funds and the sustained surge in market sentiment, the stock market feast may have only just begun, and Amego undoubtedly became the most dazzling star stock. Given its high level of attention, it is believed that Amex will inevitably be the leader in this bull market. This has attracted numerous investors, who have focused their investment attention on it. August 16th was destined to be an extraordinary day for Ameo and John Keiming. After several days of soaring prices, Amex's market capitalization skyrocketed, successfully breaking through the astonishing $12 billion mark. This not only propelled it past Hutchison Whampoa, owned by Li Ka-shing, to surpass its market capitalization, but also secured its position as the fifth largest stock market maker in Hong Kong. Among the many Chinese companies, Amlogic stands out with an undisputed advantage, becoming the undisputed champion in market capitalization. Before it, there were four other powerful British-owned companies: HSBC, Jardine Matheson, Hong Kong Telephone, and Eastern Telegraph Company. Many angry young investors are clamoring for support for EMA, hoping to make its share price surpass that of British companies. This achievement made John Keiming secretly proud. As the company's market value continued to rise, his status within the Hong Kong Chinese community also increased dramatically. His reputation among the citizens is comparable to that of business veterans like Bao Xiaofu and Li Ka-shing. Especially among the younger generation of Hong Kongers, John Keiming has become an undisputed idol, and his influence is unmatched. It has a strong resemblance to the worship that later generations of Chinese people have for big names like Musk and Huang. With his love of beauty reaching new heights, Tao Wenzhang, as John Keiming's assistant, experienced the feeling of being superior to others when interacting with other business owners. This made him very happy during this period, and he felt like he had become more than 10 years younger. I felt much lighter and faster after walking. Fortunately, he was still able to clearly recognize his own position and knew that all of this was because others were doing it for John Keiming's sake, not because he was really capable. This made Tao Wenzhang even more attentive to his boss John Keiming's affairs. Ameo office. Tao Wenzhang respectfully suggested to John Keiming, "Young Master John, in my opinion, given the current strong upward momentum of our company's stock price, shouldn't we consider announcing the specific time for Amego to release its financial report to the outside world?" Upon hearing this, John Keiming nodded slightly in agreement. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded decisively and said, "Yes, your suggestion makes a lot of sense." "Then it's decided. Let's set the release date for the financial report at noon on the 25th of this month." John Keiming's memory of the signing date of the Plaza Accord was somewhat hazy. He could only vaguely recall that it was in September, but he couldn't remember the exact date. Stock trading is about expectations for the future. John Keiming believes that after Amego announces the release date of its financial report, over the next 10 days, the company's stock price is bound to experience another strong upward trend. This is precisely the situation he has been dreaming of and urgently needs. Only in this way can his meticulously planned investment strategy be perfectly implemented, thereby reaping substantial returns. Upon seeing that John Keiming agreed to his suggestion, Tao Wenzhang's face immediately lit up with a delighted smile. "Okay, boss. I'll take care of it right away." John Keiming nodded slightly and waved his arm, signaling Tao Wenzhang to take immediate action. Tao Wenzhang bowed respectfully to John Keiming, then quickly turned around, left the office, and devoted himself to his work. Time flies, and before we knew it, it was afternoon. Inside the bustling exchange hall, a prominent notice board attracted the attention of many stock market investors. Here is the latest announcement regarding the release date of Amlogic's financial report. This news was like a bombshell, instantly sparking heated discussions among the crowd. Some shareholders cheered excitedly. Amego is actually going to release its financial report on the 25th. This is fantastic. Some investors, however, took a more calm approach, shaking their heads and saying, although the news of Amego securing a large order has already spread far and wide, the hype has gradually faded, and there's really nothing to look forward to. Other shareholders countered, "That's not how you say it. Who can say for sure that Amego didn't secure more orders during this period? Perhaps an even bigger surprise awaits us." In an instant, various viewpoints clashed and intertwined, immersing the entire exchange in a lively and bustling atmosphere. "That's absolutely true. The orders for Amego home electric fans have not yet been announced to the public. You know, it's summer now, the peak season for selling products like electric fans," someone said excitedly. Another person shook his head and sighed, "There's really nothing to look forward to in terms of household electric fans. Amego's fan business has seen a continuous decline in performance over the past few years." Immediately, someone else retorted, "You can't say that. Don't forget, the company used to be run by that Lu Luanxiang, but now the one in charge is John Keiming, who's famous for making money." However, some people were still unconvinced and responded with a sneer, "Even if John Keiming is in charge, can he completely reverse the disadvantage in the household electric fan market? I don't think so." At this moment, the man raised his voice again and shouted, "I have a lot of faith in John Keiming, and I firmly believe that he has the ability to create another brilliant miracle." The upcoming release of Amlogic's latest financial report has become a topic of debate among shareholders, with the outcome being both positive and negative. One side firmly expressed optimism and expectation, while the other side remained skeptical. The two sides argued fiercely, each sticking to their own views. Even many financial experts have joined in the fun. These experts love to cite sources and try to support their views with various data and cases, making the debate increasingly heated. In her financial column for the Hong Kong Economic Journal, prominent financial expert Li Yuehua made some noteworthy remarks. She pointed out that the computer industry is currently in an unprecedented period of rapid development, which is undoubtedly an excellent opportunity for major companies to establish their brand image and seize market share. Emeco's cooling fan technology is far ahead of other competitors worldwide. Li Yuehua further analyzed that for many computer manufacturers, if they do not want to be eliminated by their competitors, to remain competitive in the face of fierce competition, Emego products will undoubtedly be their top choice until more advanced cooling fan technologies emerge. It is foreseeable that Emego will inevitably receive a steady stream of new orders. Singtao Daily is a media organization with a wide influence, and its newspaper circulation covers almost all Chinese communities around the world. Judging from their recent reports, they are clearly making full use of all the information channels they have and sparing no effort to collect detailed data on the specific sales situation of Emego fans. In the financial column of Singtao Daily, another senior financial expert, Wang Chengyi, also brought an exclusive report on the household fan industry. According to him, John Keiming's positioning of the household fan market differed significantly from that of his father, Zhang Yingwei, and the first person in charge, Lu Luenxiang. In the past, Zhang Yingwei and others focused more on promoting their products to developed country markets. As the global economy gradually recovers, consumers in these countries, with their higher incomes, tend to choose air conditioners, which offer better cooling, rather than traditional fans. In contrast, John Keiming astutely grasped the needs of low and middle income groups and clearly positioned his fans to serve this group. Financial experts generally believe that this precise market positioning is an extremely wise and forward-thinking decision. To verify the accuracy of this positioning, the team conducted an in-depth and detailed investigation and research specifically targeting the Hong Kong fan market. The technology involved in household fans is very low, which is why the competition is extremely fierce. During its heyday, Emego's home fan shipments remained number one for a long period. However, starting a few years ago, its shipments have dropped to third place. Emego, the brand with the highest fan shipments in Hong Kong this year, has regained its number one position. They also discovered that the vast majority of Emego fan sales regions are highly concentrated in Hong Kong, Southeast Asia, and South America. Even when conducting sales activities in some developed countries, they are no longer fixated on large shopping malls in developed regions. Its market scope also targets areas with relatively low incomes. They believe that Emeg's upcoming second quarter financial report is very likely to exceed everyone's expectations and imagination. Many well-known financial experts have unanimously expressed their strong support for Emego. During this period, they wrote free promotional articles for Emego in various newspapers, praising its products and business strategies. This powerful public opinion boost resulted in a near-perfect upward curve for Amlogic stock. Under such favorable circumstances, Amlogic's market value has been soaring, setting new historical highs almost every day. Faced with such a gratifying situation, John Keiming, as one of the company's core figures, was naturally overjoyed. Of course, John Keiming knew very well why these so-called financial experts were so unanimously optimistic about Emego. Aside from the fact that Amex is indeed a rare high-quality stock, the bigger reason is to follow the example of the later A-shares market, to promote a speculative stock, attract a large number of retail investors to enter the market, and thus heat up the market. A vibrant stock market needs plenty of speculative stocks. How could John Keiming possibly stop someone from getting something for free? But what truly excited John Keiming was not just that. After more than a month of repeated trials, Yang Shengtang finally succeeded in producing the finished medicine from the prescription he provided. John Keiming, who was busy in the office of Emego, received a phone call from He Qingkui. Unable to contain his excitement, he got up and hurriedly went to the Yang Shengtang Pharmaceutical Factory in Shatin. Shatin Health Center Pharmaceutical Factory has now been officially renamed Keiming Pharmaceutical Factory. As soon as John Keiming arrived at the pharmaceutical factory, he quickly changed into a set of clean white medical protective clothing and went straight to the laboratory without stopping. Upon entering the laboratory, John Keiming strode up to He Qingkui, not even bothering with pleasantries, and immediately launched into a tirade. "Old He, where's the medicine? Bring it here so I can take a look." His voice revealed an undisguised eagerness and anticipation. Seeing John Keiming's anxious expression and sudden question, He Qingkui's face once again showed that strange look from before, and he asked, "Young Master John, you don't really have something going on in that area?" Yeah, my body is perfectly fine. Jiang Kaiming interrupted He Kinkui. If he were to actually say it, he would be incredibly embarrassed, especially since there are quite a few other people in the lab. Oh, He Kinkui's face showed obvious disbelief, but he realized he needed to save face for Jiang Kaiming, so he quickly changed his tune. Young Master Jiang, the medicine has been produced. Theoretically speaking, the effect should be excellent, and the side effects should be very low. But this is a drug meant for human use, and we need to obtain approval from the Drug Regulatory Authority for use in human clinical trials. This can't be accomplished in a day or two, so it may take several years before the drug is available on the market. Jiang Kaiming frowned upon hearing this. The prescription he gave to He Kinkui was a result of his careful consideration and repeated deliberation, based on his memories from his previous life and his current medical knowledge. Theoretically speaking, this prescription should be feasible to some extent, but it has not yet been tested in practice. A drug cannot be produced casually and immediately put on the market for sale. It must undergo a long and rigorous clinical trial phase, and can only be marketed and sold normally after its safety and efficacy are ensured and it has been approved by the local drug regulatory authority. This process typically takes several years. Jiang Kaiming was aware of these circumstances, but he couldn't wait that long. He had to take an unconventional approach. He already had a plan in mind for this. For a brand new drug to be successfully launched on the market, it often takes 2 to 3 years to complete various stages such as review and clinical trials. Even for products classified as health supplements, the minimum approval time required according to Hong Kong's approval process is at least 9 months. In order to get the product on the market as soon as possible, Jiang Kaiming already had a clear plan in mind. He planned to use the name of Male Health Products to push forward the approval process. YST Group already has products like Seal Pills under its umbrella, so applying for related clinical trials again shouldn't present too much of a challenge. So Jiang Kaiming shared his idea with He Kinkui. After listening, He Kinkui frowned slightly and asked, "Young Master Jiang, is it really appropriate for you to position this new drug as a health supplement and speed up its market launch?" In response to He Kinkui's question, Jiang Kaiming nodded slightly, indicating his agreement. "That's right, that's exactly what I'm thinking. Old He, if we continue to use the standards for medical drugs for positioning and operation, that means we'll probably have to wait many more years before it can be truly launched to the market, which is clearly not what I expected. The company will increase its investment in the research and development of new drugs. I cannot continuously inject capital into the company indefinitely. A company must have a stable source of income. Relying solely on the company's existing products is far from sufficient to meet the funding needs for research and development." He Kinkui's expression changed slightly, a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes, and he parted his lips slightly to say, "Young Master Jiang, I need to explain the situation about this medicine to you in detail. If taken at the normal dosage, which is 1 capsule per week, it does indeed have a certain degree of health benefits for liver and kidney function. However, if taken more than 4 times a week, it is very likely to put a certain burden on the body. After all, any medication needs to be used in moderation." At this point, He Kinkui paused slightly before continuing. "Moreover, the most significant effect of our medicine is that it can effectively solve the problem of male erectile dysfunction. Its efficacy is several times that of Seal Pill, and relatively speaking, its side effects are much fewer. In the past few days, we have specially recruited a group of volunteers to conduct the experiment. Taking one of these pills will take effect in about 10 to 20 minutes. The effects of the drug last for as long as 4 to 5 hours. Therefore, isn't it a bit inappropriate to classify such an effective medicine merely as an ordinary health supplement?" After listening to He Kinkui's words, Jiang Kaiming gently shook his head, then responded in a very firm tone. "No, Lao He, you must remember that our medicine is just a health supplement specifically for liver and kidney function. As for the claim that it can significantly enhance male virility, that's merely a minor side effect of this health supplement." Hearing Jiang Kaiming's words, He Kinkui was stunned. He obviously did not expect Jiang Kaiming to give such an answer. For a moment, he felt as if he couldn't quite figure out Jiang Kaiming's true thoughts. Just then, Jiang Kaiming spoke up again, emphasizing, "Old He, this matter is settled. Just do as I say, and don't think about anything else." His tone revealed an unquestionable and resolute attitude. Jiang Kaiming was very familiar with the story of the birth of Viagra in his previous life. It is said that it was originally developed by the famous American company Pfizer in the 1980s. The original intention was to use it to treat angina pectoris, hypertension, and a series of other intractable cardiovascular diseases. In the subsequent intensive clinical trials, the researchers, who had high hopes for the drug, were surprised to find that its efficacy in treating cardiovascular diseases was far from satisfactory. But as the saying goes, what is lost on one front may be gained on another. Its side effects, which were originally considered flaws, suddenly attracted the world's attention like a dazzling firework bursting in the night sky. This led to the drug becoming a global sensation starting in the 1990s, becoming a household name and a popular product. It generates tens of billions of dollars in revenue for Pfizer every year. John Keiming planned to follow this strategy and make a good move. They advertise themselves as health supplements, and of course, they will emphasize their side effects. Whether or not to buy them is up to the consumer. Okay. Hearing John Keiming's firm tone, Kinkui knew very well that he could not persuade his boss to change his mind no matter what, so he could only nod in agreement helplessly. John Keiming immediately noticed the slight hesitation on Kinkui's face and quickly offered words of comfort. Old he, just go ahead and do it without worry. With all the experience you've accumulated over the years, can't you see it? This medication doesn't actually have any serious side effects. After hearing these words, Kinkui nodded thoughtfully. If this drug truly has severe side effects, given his consistent style of doing things, he would absolutely never agree to apply for its market launch as a health supplement. He believes he cannot do anything that would make money at the expense of patients' health. Thinking of this, Kinkui's concerns lessened somewhat. Kinkui looked at John Keiming with a smile and said firmly, "Young Master John, please rest assured, I will go and apply for the relevant approvals right away. Regarding this medicine, what name do you think would be more suitable for it?" John Keiming frowned slightly, lost in thought. After a short while, his eyes lit up and he said, how about we call it Rising Dragon Pill? The name not only sounds grand and majestic, but also implies that the person who takes this medicine will soar to the heavens like a dragon. Upon hearing this name, Kinkui couldn't help but twitch his lips. He thought to himself, isn't this name a bit too obvious? It doesn't sound like the name of a health product at all. Knowing that it would take 8 or 9 months from approval to official listing, John Keiming was unwilling to wait idly. After a moment's thought, he decisively gave the order to Kinkui. Old he, there's no time to lose. You need to immediately adjust our pharmaceutical factory's production line and start small batch production of Shenglong pills as soon as possible. Upon hearing John Keiming issue such an order, Kinkui looked troubled and asked with great doubt, "Young Master John, the approval process will take at least 8 or 9 months. Wouldn't it be a bit too hasty to start mass production now?" Faced with Kinkui's question, John Keiming smiled dismissively and then confidently replied, "Haha, who said I have to wait 8 or 9 months before starting mass production and sales? What I mean is, start production immediately, and then immediately begin sales." Upon hearing this, Kinkui's face turned deathly pale, cold sweat poured down his forehead, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Kinkui shook his head frantically and said in great fear, "Young Master John, selling drugs without approval is a serious violation of regulations. We absolutely cannot do this, it will ruin our company." John Keiming was initially thinking that he might as well tell Kinkui his entire carefully planned scheme in detail when he saw that Kinkui was terrified. But seeing the other party's panicked appearance, he abandoned his plan to tell him the next steps. So, after a moment's thought, he spoke. "I'm not stupid, how could I not have thought of that? Don't worry, this batch of medicine won't be sold in major pharmacies. You just need to focus on production." Phew, oh, I see. That's great. You scared me to death. Kinkui let out a long sigh of relief. The heart that had been hanging in his throat finally settled back down. He quickly composed himself and pressed on, "So, young Master John, how many pills do you intend to take this time?" John Keiming pondered for a moment, then slowly raised his head, looked firmly at Kinkui, and calmly replied, "Produce 100,000 units for me first. The exact number may be adjusted later based on the actual situation. However, let's prepare according to this number for now and see what the final results are." "What? 100,000 of them?" Kinkui exclaimed in surprise, his face filled with disbelief. John Keiming's lips curled slightly upward, revealing a confident and composed smile, and he said softly, "What's the big deal? A mere 100,000 units is just the beginning, production will only increase in the future. Considering the staggering sales figures of Viagra in later generations, how much is 100,000 pills? Hong Kong alone isn't enough to meet demand." He paused briefly, then turned his gaze to Kinkui and asked, "By the way, Lao He, what's your estimate of the cost of each of these pills?" After hearing this, Kinkui lowered his head and pondered for a moment, secretly calculating the various costs and expenses in his mind. After a while, he looked up at John Keiming and replied, "Young Master John, if we produce this batch of 100,000 according to the current plan, the cost can be effectively reduced due to the relatively large production scale. The cost of the medicinal materials alone can be controlled to around $5 per pill." After a moment's thought, Kinkui added, "In my opinion, it would be more appropriate to price this medicine between $20 and $30 per pill. After all, we haven't spent too much money on research and development." Upon hearing this, John Keiming said with a displeased expression, "Who said there weren't many R&D costs? My knowledge is priceless." Immediately afterward, as if suddenly struck by a sudden thought, a sly glint flashed in John Keiming's eyes, and he confidently gave the order. "Also, when the product is officially launched on the market, we need to do a good job of promotion. They publicly declared that this was a liver-protecting and kidney-nourishing product, developed by Yangshengtang with a massive investment of $1 billion, after 10 years of painstaking research and improvement based on secret imperial formulas from various dynasties. Yes, young Master Zhang is absolutely right. He Qinkui nodded in agreement without hesitation. He was not at all disgusted by this practice of exaggerating R&D investment. In the pharmaceutical industry, this was a perfectly normal phenomenon. After all, such methods can better enhance the product's brand awareness and perceived value, thereby attracting more consumers' attention and purchases. Zhang Kaiming said with a serious expression, "I spent a lot of effort developing the formula for this rising dragon pill. During the research, I rigorously screened all the medicinal materials used. The medicinal materials needed are mostly common types. However, are the yields from the medicinal herb fields were cooperating with actually enough to meet the demand?" He Qinkui quickly nodded and replied, "Young Master Zhang, you can rest assured about that. These medicinal herbs aren't rare or expensive varieties. The output from our medicinal herb fields is more than enough to meet your needs." Zhang Kaiming recalled that in later generations, the best Chinese medicinal herb bases in the country were mostly occupied by countries such as the United States, Japan, and South Korea. The thought of this filled him with a sense of crisis. He certainly didn't want to end up being held hostage by others due to a shortage of Chinese medicinal herbs, and ultimately having to import them from other countries at high prices to maintain production. So he decisively said, "You should know very well which places produce the most Chinese medicinal herbs. I will invest $200 million in the company. Now you should immediately arrange for people to go to the mainland and contract out as many areas as possible that are rich in Chinese medicinal herbs. We'll book as many as we can, we absolutely can't hold back. Furthermore, every year thereafter, a specific amount of funds must be allocated for the continued expansion of the contracted area." Upon hearing Zhang Kaiming's ambitious investment plan, He Qinkui's face instantly lit up with a joyful smile. He couldn't be more supportive of expanding the medicinal herb cultivation area. He answered hastily, "Yes, young Master Zhang. Don't worry, I will definitely do as you instruct." Zhang Kaiming said with a serious expression, "Okay, then you must do everything I just said properly and in accordance with my requirements. The pills that are about to be produced will be received and processed by other partner companies, and they will not be distributed through our company's existing sales channels. In addition, it is essential to recruit several temporary staff members as soon as possible. They were put in charge of guarding the warehouse where these newly produced rising dragon pills were stored." Upon hearing this, He Qinkui's eyes widened, and he asked with a puzzled expression, "Hiring temporary workers to oversee new medicines? This?" For a moment, his mind was filled with questions, and he couldn't figure out what Zhang Kaiming was up to at all. Is it really necessary to be so careless about such an important matter as overseeing new drugs? Faced with He Qinkui's questioning, Zhang Kaiming simply smiled and replied casually, "That's right, just do as I say, no need to ask any more questions. I have other urgent matters to attend to, so please excuse me." Thinking about his next plan, Zhang Kaiming didn't linger there. After speaking, he turned around and left the laboratory. Watching Zhang Kaiming's retreating figure, He Qinkui shook his head helplessly. Although I still can't understand my boss's decision, but he had no doubt about his new boss's ability to make money. With this in mind, He Qinkui temporarily put aside his doubts and decided to stop worrying about it. Instead, he immediately took action according to Zhang Kaiming's instructions. Inside the Ameijao Industrial Park, there is an open space that serves as the temporary training ground for Ameijao's security department. Zhang Kaiming's initial plan was to wait until a dedicated security company was formally established before carefully preparing a more professional training ground. The company's current growth rate has far exceeded his expectations. Especially after the successful introduction of Rising Dragon Pill, its efficacy was no less than that of Viagra in later generations. In later generations, Viagra has generated hundreds of billions of dollars in value. This product is bound to attract the covetous eyes of many outsiders. Establishing a security company and recruiting more security personnel are the top priorities at present. After leaving the pharmaceutical factory, Zhang Kaiming headed straight for this familiar training ground. 1, 2, 1. Zhang Kaiming looked in the direction of the sound and saw the security personnel training hard on the training field, sweating profusely. The scene before him instantly ignited the passion and fervor deep within Zhang Kaiming's heart, causing him to surge with emotion. Qin Chao, who was diligently directing the training, keenly spotted Zhang Kaiming outside the training field. He then handed over command to his deputy and jogged toward Zhang Kaiming. Soon, Qin Chao arrived in front of Zhang Kaiming, slightly out of breath, and asked, "Young Master Zhang, it's so hot outside, why did you come to the training ground in person?" "Master Qin, don't forget, I was also personally trained by you. Do you really think I'm that delicate and fragile?" Zhang Kaiming said with a slight smile. He then added, "Besides, everyone is training so hard, how can I, as the boss, not come and check on them? Furthermore, I have something to discuss with you." After saying this, John Kaiming still had that faint smile on his face. Qin Chao appeared relaxed and replied, "Young Master Zhang, compared to the intensity of my training in the army, this is nothing." He paused for a moment, then continued, "I wonder what business you have with me this time, young Master Zhang." Although John Kaiming himself had never served in the military, he was very clear about the hardships experienced by soldiers like Qin Chao who had been on the battlefield. Those brutal scenes and hardships are beyond what most people could endure. At this moment, John Kaiming thoughtfully asked, "Master Qin, if I want you to train these security personnel according to the standards of the military, in your opinion, how many people will ultimately be able to persevere?" Upon hearing this, Qin Chao's pupils constricted sharply as he instantly recalled John Kaiming's earlier words, "I need to see him about something." Considering the company's recent large-scale recruitment of security personnel, he seemed to understand something. Qin Chao's eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately reported to John Kaiming, "Young Master Zhang, our security department currently has a total of 546 security personnel. Among them, as many as 132 were retired soldiers from mainland China. There are 114 people from Hong Kong. There were also 200 people from mainland China. If they were trained using the same high-intensity methods as the military, those veterans would certainly not have any problems. These brothers who came from the mainland are generally very hard-working and resilient. According to my preliminary estimate, if we continue with this kind of basic training for 3 months, we can expect to retain about 60% to 70% of the recruits. However, the situation is less certain for the local Hong Kong residents." After listening to Qin Chao's report, John Kaiming nodded slightly and said, "What we need is not quantity, but quality. Only the truly elite will remain, there can be no mediocre candidates. A thorough selection process is essential." "Understood," Qin Chao replied loudly. Immediately afterwards, John Kaiming told Qin Chao his true purpose for coming here, and explained it to him in detail. "Next, I plan to establish a brand new security company. We've already decided on a name, Thunder Security. Master Qin, I plan to appoint you as the general manager of this new company. After the security personnel undergo a rigorous screening process according to your established high standards, all those who pass the assessment will be uniformly assigned to this new company." When Qin Chao heard that John Kaiming planned to establish a security company and intended for him to be in charge of its management, he couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He smiled wryly and said to John Kaiming, "Young Master Zhang, you flatter me. I'm just a roughneck. I'm good at training troops, but to make me the general manager of a company is a different story. I know absolutely nothing about management." Faced with Qin Chao's concerns and refusals, John Kaiming simply smiled and comforted him. "Don't worry, Master Qin. Security companies are different from ordinary enterprises, they have unique operating models and management needs. In fact, you could operate this security company in the same way you would in the military. Moreover, we are not in a hurry to let the company take on security business in the short term, within 1 to 2 years. At this stage, the main task is to ensure that we can provide reliable security services for my other companies." After hearing this explanation, Qin Chao, who had been somewhat hesitant, began to be tempted. Looking back on his experience of leading the training of those security personnel, he found himself unconsciously rediscovering the feeling he had when he was in the army. The rigorous, orderly, and disciplined pace of life made him feel extremely comfortable, as if every cell in his body had been activated. After careful consideration, Qin Chao finally nodded, indicating his willingness to try this new challenge. John Kaiming said with a serious expression, "As our company's business continues to expand, its scale is growing day by day. The competition we face in the future will become increasingly fierce, and our opponents will be diverse and numerous. I need to have sufficient strength to ensure the safety of the company and my family." John Kaiming paused slightly, then emphasized, "The selection of personnel for security companies must be strictly controlled and carefully chosen. Loyalty must be the top priority. Only those who are absolutely loyal to the company can be entrusted with important responsibilities. Under these circumstances, I have no restrictions on the number of participants. Even if you recruit a whole division in the future, I will be fully capable of supporting them." As he said this, a hint of confidence flashed in John Kaiming's eyes. "You know those mercenaries abroad, right? That's exactly the kind of elite talent I want." John Kaiming looked intently at everyone. Upon hearing John Kaiming's high demands, Qin Chao's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement. Unable to contain his excitement, he asked loudly, "Young Master Zhang, you just mentioned mercenaries. They are all equipped with firearms. Are we allowed to equip our side with firearms?" John Kaiming's face showed a hint of embarrassment and difficulty, clearly stumped by this sudden question. Despite the apparent proliferation of triads in Hong Kong, the control over firearms remains extremely strict. Security companies in Hong Kong are also strictly prohibited from possessing any firearms or equipment. As John Kaiming pondered this, he turned his gaze to Qin Chao, who was in front of him and was extremely agitated. He thought to himself, no matter when or where, what men love most are always those powerful weapons. Although Hong Kong has a strict crackdown on arms smuggling, there are still people like Chung Sai-ho who manage to obtain weapons. This indicates that smuggling is a very serious problem. This makes him feel insecure. Security companies must have weapons. John Kaiming composed himself slightly and slowly explained, currently, Hong Kong has extremely strict control measures regarding firearms. Security companies are absolutely prohibited from possessing firearms without authorization, he said calmly. However, Qin Chao immediately understood the deeper meaning behind it. This instantly ignited the long-suppressed war instinct deep within him. He eagerly replied, "Young Master Zhang, if you want your security forces to reach the level of mercenaries with super combat capabilities, the amount of money required in the early stages will definitely not be small. Moreover, achieving profitability in the future will likely be difficult." In response to Qin Chao's words, John Kaiming simply smiled and calmly replied, "As for how much money is needed, I don't really care about that. I never expected this security company to bring me much financial benefit. Its greatest significance lies in its ability to fully fulfill its protective function. Of course, in my opinion, the best defense is the best defense." Qin Chao quickly nodded and replied, "Yes, young Master John, I understand what you mean." John Kaiming laughed and said, "I have found an excellent way to make money for our security company. With this stable income, we can absolutely support the future development needs of the security company." Immediately afterwards, John Kaiming explained in detail to Qin Chao the miraculous effects of the so-called Rising Dragon Pill. After Qin Chao heard the introduction about the effects of Rising Dragon Pill, his originally calm expression instantly became extremely strange. However, when John Kaiming proposed that the security company be given full responsibility for the sale of the drug, Qin Chao's face flushed bright red, like a ripe apple. "Young Master John, this is really..." Qin Chao stammered for a long time. However, he was unable to finish what he was about to say, clearly indicating that he had great concerns and inner turmoil. Seeing this, John Kaiming simply shook his head slightly and sighed inwardly. He knew very well that Chinese people in this era, especially those who came from the mainland, were like this. Their thinking was relatively conservative and closed-minded, far less open and avant-garde than it became later. So John Kaiming patiently explained to Qin Chao, "Master Qin, don't worry. This Rising Dragon Pill is actually just a health supplement for nourishing the liver and kidneys. It's nothing special. When you go out to promote it, just emphasize the side effects." "Young Master John, are you really sure you want to sell this pill?" Qin Chao looked at John Kaiming with a conflicted expression and couldn't help but ask. John Kaiming nodded without hesitation and answered decisively, "That's right, if you want development funds, you have to sell." Then, John Kaiming explained in detail, "Do you know the true value of this Rising Dragon Pill? If it can be promoted and sold globally, it could conservatively generate at least tens of billions of US dollars in revenue each year. Even if we only sell in Hong Kong, it's perfectly easy to earn hundreds of millions of Hong Kong dollars a year. So tell me, how could such a good thing not be sold?" After hearing this, Qin Chao was slightly taken aback at first, but then he quickly realized what was happening and patted his chest to assure John Kaiming, "Sell. Of course I'll sell. This isn't illegal drug trafficking. Why wouldn't you do this legal, compliant, and highly profitable business?" The thought of selling billions of US dollars every year made Qin Chao's eyes light up with excitement. No, it's not that he's that greedy for money. He secretly pondered what it would be like to earn such a huge fortune. Even if we expand the company globally, we must protect this miracle drug. By then, with plenty of money in hand, you can buy any weapon you want. John Kaiming nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, "That's good. You need to carefully select a loyal and trustworthy person. After Kaiming Pharmaceutical Factory successfully produces the pills, we will recruit a group of temporary workers to be responsible for guarding them. At that time, the people you've arranged can then infiltrate them." He paused, then continued to explain the entire plan in detail. "Those temporary workers will naturally resell the pills to you secretly, and this transaction will never go through the company's accounts." After speaking, John Kaiming patiently explained the specific operating procedures and every detail that needed attention. After everything was explained, he solemnly emphasized again, "Remember, the person going to pick up the medicine this time must be one of our most trusted and trusted members, understand?" "Understood," Qin Chao replied loudly without hesitation. At this moment, John Kaiming changed the subject and asked in a serious tone, "However, once this drug starts to sell well on a large scale, it is almost a foregone conclusion that it will attract the covetous eyes of various gangs. If you unfortunately become the target of those gangs, do you have a plan to deal with it?" A fierce look instantly appeared on Qin Chao's face, and he gritted his teeth and said, These gangs are nothing but low-class scum. If anyone dares to reach out, I'll chop them up without a word." A palpable aura of killing intent emanated from his words. John Kaiming nodded after hearing this. Rising Dragon Pill is different from Viagra after all. Behind Viagra is the backing and protection of Pfizer, a pharmaceutical giant from the United States. The United States, as the world's policeman, has always been extremely domineering and tyrannical. It will absolutely not hesitate to launch global law enforcement actions against any behavior that may harm the interests of its own companies. John Keiming knew very well that he did not have a powerful backer to rely on. The only hope is oneself. To protect the pills, ruthless methods must be employed. So, he decisively said to Chow, "Master Chin, the pills are still in the approval stage. People selling pills cannot use the security personnel that are openly present. I plan to inject a full $100 million into the company. That way, you can use the money to hire another batch of bodyguards." Upon hearing this, Chin Chow immediately straightened up and solemnly assured John Keiming, "Young Master John, please rest assured. I will handle this matter properly and ensure that it does not implicate any of your companies." John Keiming nodded slightly to show his satisfaction, and then said, "Okay, then you can go and make the arrangements. You little dog, get the hell out of here. You must have eaten too many pork kidneys, you didn't stop talking all night. Startling things so early in the morning, don't I need some rest?" A plump, middle-aged woman, her face flushed, pointed coquettishly at a middle-aged man who was shirtless and as thin as a bamboo pole, and scolded him. He, you old woman, I didn't eat any pork kidneys, do you admit defeat today? If you're not convinced, let's fight another 300 rounds, Greyhound said with a wicked grin. Upon hearing Shigo's words, the middle-aged woman blushed deeply with embarrassment. "I give up, you big dummy. Get back to work," she said, rolling up her sleeves as if to whip the dog. All right, I'll deal with you properly when I get back tonight," said Zigu, straightening his back and striding towards the company. He was completely different from his previous sleazy appearance. It was as if he had suddenly transformed from a sleazy man of many years into a real man, walking with a gust of wind. "Skiggy, your old woman has drained you dry again, hasn't she?" a neighbor teased with a grin. "Ha ha, I heard a lot of noise coming from your house just now. I bet it's because your thing is useless and your old woman got tired of it and took care of it. Ha ha ha." Faced with the ridicule of his neighbors, he would have slunk away with his tail between his legs in the past. But when he thought about his heroic performance last night and this morning, Zigu became radiant and full of confidence. He glanced at his neighbors with disdain and said smugly, "Go away. What kind of international joke is this? What are you talking about? What can I, Zigu, do? Can my wife handle me? I'm the only one who should deal with her. Ha ha ha." Greyhound's words caused the neighbors to burst into laughter, and no one believed him at all. The dog ignored those who mocked him, and planned to search for the magic medicine that would restore his virility that night. That miracle drug is really good, but it's just too expensive. He thought about the miracle drug that old Wong next door recommended to him at the nightclub last night, saying it could turn him into a real man. After being suppressed by his own wife for decades, the Greyhound gritted his teeth and bought two. It cost him a full $400, which really hurt him at the time, but looking back now, it was totally worth it. A moment of pleasure is priceless. That guy next door, old Wong, managed to win over all the widows in the surrounding streets. It must all be thanks to this miracle drug. Work hard today, and keep buying tonight. The thought of the miraculous effects of the medicine filled Zigu with energy. In the past week, there have been quite a few men in Hong Kong like Shigo who have either revived the family traditions of men or frequented brothels. Many women experience a bittersweet experience because of this. Girls, especially those working in brothels, have been suffering greatly lately. Normally, it would only take 3 to 5 minutes to settle a deal with a customer, but now it takes at least half an hour, without even a moment to spare. This caused them to earn a lot less money. All of this is because a newly emerging group launched a male health product called Rising Dragon Pill a week ago, which led to this result. A week ago, a group of mainland immigrants arrived in Kowloon Walled City. Upon their arrival, they immediately suppressed and absorbed a small group selling rice noodles in the walled city. They also established a gang called Mad Dragon, whose leader was Xiao Taijun. Rumor has it that he's incredibly fierce in fights, and that he single-handedly took down half the underlings of a small gang. Faced with these outsiders, Kowloon Walled City, being such an exclusive place, naturally united against them. I originally thought that with thousands of men and only 100 or so on the other side, I would definitely have the advantage. As it turned out, once the game started, they realized that their mistake was far too blatant. These outsiders are well trained and know how to cooperate. They are even more disciplined than a regular army. In less than an hour, over 1,000 of his underlings were hacked to pieces, crying out for their mothers. The scene was truly horrific. The Mad Dragon Society has about 100 members, and very few of them were injured. On the contrary, most of their 1,000 plus people were injured, and many were seriously wounded. When a gang leader brings his underlings to a fight, it's no joke, they have to pay each person per fight. Moreover, if someone gets injured, all medical expenses must be covered. Additional compensation should be given based on the severity of the injury. John Kaiming specifically instructed that no one should be killed, and that it was okay to make the injuries a little more serious. As long as no one dies and no firearms are used, the Hong Kong police force won't bother with these gang fights. These triad leaders will have to spend a lot of money just to pay for the medical expenses and compensation of their underlings. After the arranged fight, he gained nothing and even had to pay a large sum of money in compensation. According to the unwritten rules of the underworld, you can't refuse to compensate. Otherwise, no one will follow him in the future. Therefore, under normal circumstances, gangs are not very willing to engage in large-scale armed conflicts. They prefer to negotiate peace if possible. In Hong Kong, there are countless cases of triads disbanding because they couldn't afford medical bills due to gang warfare. The gang led by Xiao Taijun was John Kaiming's men. John Kaiming arranged for this secret guard force to operate in a gray area, including security personnel who did not suffer from war syndrome. Mad Dragon was Xiao Taijun's nickname in the army. He was extremely crazy and reckless when fighting. After retiring, they are unable to integrate into ordinary society. Qin Chao used his connections to recruit a group of people from the mainland, including Kuan Long. They were all retired soldiers who had been on the battlefield and seen blood. 100 regular soldiers easily cut through the disorganized gang members, and the battle ended in less than an hour. Mad Dragon rose to fame in Hong Kong and became one of the top triads. They promised to sell only the health supplement Shenglong pills, and to avoid gambling, prostitution, and drugs, as well as collecting protection money. The only requirement is that all nightclubs in Hong Kong must not prevent them from selling Rising Dragon pills. Seeing that Kuan Long was not someone to be trifled with and that it wouldn't affect their business, the various gangs had no choice but to grit their teeth and acquiesce. As a result, Rising Dragon pill became the most popular male enhancement drug in Hong Kong's nightlife scene. Kaiming Pharmaceutical Factory. Upon learning that the pills were selling well, He Kinkui showed no joy whatsoever. Instead, he was filled with worry. He complained to John Kaiming, "Young Master John, look at this. The Mad Dragon Gang is actually selling our Rising Dragon pills for 200 Hong Kong dollars each in nightclubs. The purchase price they offered us was only HK$20 per piece, which is just too unfair. And we can't even spend this money normally. We've really lost a lot of money." He Kinkui was unaware that the Mad Dragon Society was also one of John Kaiming's people. He simply assumed that John Kaiming had found a connection through the society. Feeling cheated by selling them for 20 yuan each, he kept complaining to John Kaiming with a pained expression. He couldn't help but wonder, wasn't this the channel you found yourself? What kind of operation is this? Is the thief crying stop thief? How can you be so shameless? Seeing this, John Kaiming quickly reminded him, "Old He, what are you standing there for? Go find a lawyer and sue them, send a lawyer's letter." "Young Master John, who should we send it to?" He Kinkui asked, looking completely bewildered. He felt that he had lived most of his life and was completely out of touch with the ways of today's young people. John Kaiming raised his voice and said, "To whom should it be sent? Of course, we should send them to the Mad Dragon Society and the temporary worker who sold us the pills. We must sue them." "Young Master John, it's one thing to sue that temporary worker, but suing the Mad Dragon Gang, won't that cause trouble? I've heard they're not easy to mess with," He Kinkui said with a worried expression. John Kaiming deliberately raised his voice and said, "What's so scary about gangs? I am mortal enemies with evil. You should immediately contact the lawyer who works with the pharmaceutical company and draft a lawyer's letter. Send a lawyer's letter to Xiao Taijun of the Mad Dragon Society. They are being sued for colluding with temporary employees of the company to illegally resell Kaiming Pharmaceutical Factory's new product, Shenglong pill." "Okay, I'll go right away." He Kinkui couldn't figure out what John Kaiming was up to, but seeing his confident tone, he had no choice but to hurriedly turn around and go find a lawyer. Watching He Kinkui leave, John Kaiming murmured softly, "Old He, you'd better stick to being a pure medical research expert. You shouldn't get involved in these scheming ways. The most sophisticated tactic is to sue yourself. There will never be winners or losers. This is the best advertisement ever. Sigh, the new drug is on the market, but it's not well known. In order to bring happiness to our fellow men as soon as possible, we have no other choice but to resort to this desperate measure." He. After He Kinkui had a lawyer draft the lawyer's letter, John Kaiming immediately ordered someone to send it to Xiao Taijun. Xiao Taijun had already received instructions from John Kaiming, and without hesitation, he directly invited reporters from several newspapers to hold a press conference. To avoid getting into trouble, the organizations tried their best to avoid media coverage. The Ma family behind Oriental Daily News runs the newspaper because of the excessive media coverage. Oriental Daily was established in order to manipulate newspapers and whitewash its image. The fact that this new gang, Mad Dragon, took the initiative to hold a press conference is unprecedented in Hong Kong. This piqued the curiosity of the newspapers that received the invitation. Among the reporters from major newspapers, quite a few were indeed bold enough to come and conduct interviews. At the press conference, Xiao Taijun, the founder of Kuanlong Pharmaceutical, showed reporters the lawyer's letter from Kaiming Pharmaceutical, threatening to sue them. They also declared that they would actively defend themselves in the lawsuit, emphasizing, "Our Mad Dragon Society is not involved in prostitution, gambling, or drugs, does not collect protection fees, and only does legitimate business. We are purchasing pills from Kaiming Pharmaceutical Factory through normal channels. There is absolutely no collusion between us and its employees." To prove he was telling the truth, Xiao Taijun showed the reporters the procurement contract. The contract stipulated the purchase of 1 million Rising Dragon pills at $150 each, with a deposit of $5 million also paid. But now they've only given tens of thousands of pills before running out of stock, the reason being that the medicine is still under approval and can't be sold. Xiao Taijun did not accept this explanation and demanded that Kaiming Pharmaceutical Factory supply goods according to the contract, otherwise he would sue. When the reporters saw Xiao Taijun produce the procurement contract, they felt that what he said made sense and sensed that there was a big story hidden inside. As soon as the press conference ended, I went straight to Kaiming Pharmaceutical Factory to interview the factory director, He Qinkui. He Qinkui turned pale with anger after hearing the reporters relay Xiao Taijun's words. John Kaiming never intended to tell He Qinkui the whole plan, he wanted him to play himself so that it would seem more authentic. He Qinkui directly presented the application report for Shenglong pills, saying that the tens of thousands of pills were used for clinical trials and had side effects. When the reporters saw the report's date, they realized it had only been a little over a week since the application was submitted, and that it was definitely not allowed to go public under these circumstances. An Oriental Daily reporter asked He Qinkui, "Professor He, you are a leading expert in Hong Kong's medical research field. They must know that health supplements that have only been approved for processing for a week cannot be sold on the market. How could the Mad Dragon Society have your company's procurement contracts? Moreover, they even paid a deposit of $5 million. Is this because you took a new drug that's still in clinical trials and started selling it without authorization, just to make money?" Upon hearing this, He Qinkui was so angry that he puffed out his beard and glared at his opponent, shouting loudly, "This is utter nonsense. Our company has been established for over 10 years. When have we ever done anything so unethical? Our company has never received any deposit of $5 million. This is clearly a case of the Mad Dragon gang colluding with our pharmaceutical factory's temporary workers to resell the company's Rising Dragon pill. Just wait for the court summons." A reporter from Sing Tao Daily also questioned, "Temporary worker? This is such an important new drug, and you're using temporary workers to guard it? That's completely unreasonable." When the reporter asked this question, He Qinkui's heart skipped a beat, but fortunately, he didn't show any weakness on his face. Instead, they became even more self-righteous. "What's unreasonable about it? Our company is expanding rapidly recently and has hired many new employees in every department. Those who haven't been there for 6 months are all temporary workers." Upon hearing this, the reporter from Oriental Daily News seemed to have found some loophole and immediately pressed for an answer. "Professor He, does your company's rapid expansion mean that you are particularly short of money? That's why you're selling unapproved drugs to make money and solve your funding problems?" He Qinkui burst out laughing and said loudly, "Are you kidding me? Our company account has nearly $200 million in cash. Would we be short of money? Does your company have that much cash?" The reporters were somewhat skeptical. It's no wonder the reporters didn't believe it, since many companies that look big are actually dirt poor and have almost no money. In this era, the idea of cash as king is not yet popular. Generally, once a company has some money, it will use it to expand its scale or distribute dividends to its shareholders. Very few companies will have a large amount of money lying in their accounts. He Qinkui said with certainty, "That's right, my company's new boss is not short of money. He just injected $150 million into the company. With the company's existing funds, there are now nearly $200 million in the company's account. Would we be foolish enough to do something that harms the company's interests for a mere $5 million? An Oriental Daily reporter asked curiously, "Professor He, has your company changed owners? Who is the new owner?" He Qinkui proudly said, "Our new boss is John Kaiming, and I believe you all know how strong his financial resources are without me having to say more. There are few people in Hong Kong who don't know the name John Kaiming, let alone reporters like them. When did John Kaiming acquire another pharmaceutical company?" Upon hearing this, the reporters sensed there must be big news, and their eyes immediately lit up. An Oriental Daily reporter asked anxiously, "Professor He, are you referring to John Kaiming, chairman of the Amayajao Group?" He Qinkui nodded repeatedly and answered affirmatively, "Yes. It's Zhang Sheng." Then, with an expression of admiration on his face, he said, "Many people only know that Zhang Sheng has 2 doctoral degrees in business administration and computer science. Little did they know that Zhang Sheng, while managing such a large company, was also taking the time to pursue a medical doctorate. He said his purpose in acquiring our company was to transform his medical knowledge into tangible results to benefit all of humanity. Upon hearing this, the reporters present were first stunned, and then they erupted in surprise. What? Zhang Sheng is still pursuing a medical doctorate? Wow, Zhang Sheng is amazing. Everyone looked on incredulously, their eyes wide, and they couldn't help but marvel. Faced with such astonishing news, these seasoned reporters were speechless with shock and completely stunned. The world of these geniuses is truly beyond their comprehension. He Qinkui recalled discussing medical issues with Zhang Kaiming, and was amazed by Zhang's profound medical knowledge and extraordinary learning ability. He couldn't help but exclaim, since Zhang Sheng acquired our company, it has truly brought about tremendous changes for us. He provided us with substantial funding, allowing us to fully dedicate ourselves to new drug development. At this point, He Qinkui's eyes lit up, and he continued, tell me about the rising dragon pill that we developed. This is a health supplement we've improved based on an ancient imperial court recipe, specifically designed to nourish the liver and kidneys for men. It took more than 10 years to develop, with an investment of no less than 1 billion Hong Kong dollars. However, the side effects persisted, and research and development stalled. It turns out that once the boss saw that things weren't going well, he refused to invest any more money. When everyone was in despair, the god of fate smiled upon us. A month ago, Zhang Shenju acquired the company. He reviewed the research findings, felt there was room for improvement, so he invested heavily and even personally participated in the research. At this point, He Qinkui gave a thumbs up and exclaimed in admiration, Zhang Sheng is truly a once-in-a-century medical genius. In such a short time, the side effects of Shenglong pill were reduced to a minimum and brought within the permissible range for drug use. This is something we couldn't do in the previous 10 years. The reporter from the Hong Kong Economic Journal looked skeptical. You said the side effects are minor, or are there side effects? Isn't this playing with people's lives and health, deliberately trying to harm them? Faced with such sharp questioning, He Qinkui showed no fear. He straightened his back and retorted confidently, the fact that you asked such a question only shows that you know nothing about medicine. All medicines in the world have certain side effects. This is common knowledge in the medical field. The product I developed is a pure traditional Chinese medicine, with far fewer side effects than Western medicine. The only obvious side effect discovered so far is that patients experience a persistent erection for 4 to 5 hours after taking the medication, which lasts for 10 to 20 minutes. However, don't worry, as long as you take no more than 4 pills per week, the body's metabolism can regulate and repair these minor side effects. This conclusion was drawn after trials with dozens of volunteers. Of course, this is only the beginning of the clinical trial phase, and we'll see what the final results are. It will take several more months to reach a conclusion. Upon hearing this, the male reporters present exchanged glances, a sense of unease stirring within them. They asked almost in unison, are there really such strange side effects? Seeing this, He Qinkui smiled slightly. They were all men, so he understood this kind of reaction. Fortunately, he remembered Zhang Kaiming's instructions and publicly referred to Shenglong pills as a health product. He Qinkui said with a serious expression, based on the current clinical test results, the situation is exactly the side effects I just mentioned to everyone. I suspect that it was because of this side effect that the Mad Dragon Society and the temporary worker were so bold as to resell the Rising Dragon pill, which was still in the clinical trial stage, and make huge profits. However, I must emphasize again that Shenglong pill is actually a health supplement with liver and kidney protection effects. Although it has the side effect of making men achieve prolonged erections, it is ultimately not a real medicine. There is no way to completely cure erectile dysfunction. Furthermore, it is still in the clinical trial stage, so it is not recommended for anyone to purchase it now. If necessary, you can wait 9 months for the clinical trial and approval results to be released. If the approval process goes smoothly, the product will be put on the market and sold according to the normal procedures. It's not too late to buy it then. Furthermore, I solemnly advise the Mad Dragon Society to stop immediately and cease selling. Otherwise, Kaiming Pharmaceuticals will definitely sue you immediately. When the male reporters heard that they had to wait another 9 months, this is no joke. They can't wait even a day longer. They love the side effects of this pill so much now that they can't wait to try it. After the interview, the reporters were all beaming with joy. It's definitely going to be the headline tomorrow. The reporters rushed back to the newspaper office like lightning, ready to work themselves to the bone writing their articles. No, before even writing the article, many male reporters had already decided to buy a Rising Dragon pill and personally experience its effects. Yes, it's to prove the authenticity of the Rising Dragon pill side effects and ensure the truthfulness of the news. Zhang Kaiming first received a call from Xiao Taijun, followed by a call from He Qinkui. The two of them recounted in detail to Zhang Kaiming the interview they had with the reporter that day. Zhang Kaiming listened quietly to their reports, a faint smile gradually appearing on his lips. He was very satisfied with the initial results of this carefully planned, self-directed, and self-acted drama. Zhang Kaiming instructed He Qinkui and Xiao Taijun to engage in a war of words in the newspapers. We must make sure the whole city knows about this. On Kaiming Pharmaceuticals' side, John Kaiming instructed He Kinkui to publicly accuse the Kuanlong Society of colluding with the company's temporary workers to illegally resell Shenglong pills in the newspaper. Meanwhile, on the Mad Dragon Society side, John Kaiming instructed Xiao Taijun to accuse Kaiming Pharmaceuticals of breaking its promise and failing to deliver 1 million Rising Dragon pills as stipulated in the previously signed contract. John Kaiming didn't want this show to end so quickly, he wanted to drag it out as long as possible. In John Kaiming's mind, this war of public opinion was just the beginning. He not only wants to fight in Hong Kong, but also in England and the United States. After 1997, we can still fight in mainland China. In short, John Kaiming intends that wherever the Rising Dragon pill is sold in the world, the war of words between Kaiming Pharmaceuticals and the Mad Dragon Society will follow, until the effects of Rising Dragon pill spread to every corner of the world. Big reveal: a single pill sparks a massive brawl involving thousands of members of a criminal organization. A boon for men worldwide. Rising Dragon pill. John Kaiming, the father of Rising Dragon pill. John Kaiming makes a strong foray into the pharmaceutical industry. How dare you cheat the temporary workers of the Mad Dragon Society and Kaiming Pharmaceuticals? Good news: the side effects of Shenglong pills will make you a man again. Breaking news: a miracle drug with an exorbitant price has been discovered, and John Kaiming may make billions. Early in the morning, these eye-catching news stories successfully attracted the attention of countless Hong Kong citizens. Especially the middle-aged male citizens holding newspapers. After seeing the headline, they were all so excited that their faces turned red, their hearts raced, and their eyes almost popped out. Holy crap, is this for real? A middle-aged man with sunken eyes exclaimed in surprise. No way, there's no way there's such a powerful medicine. A pale-faced man said, expressing disbelief, but his eyes revealed a hint of longing and curiosity. Isn't John Kaiming a PhD in business administration and a PhD in computer science? When did you become a medical doctor? They also developed a health product. Such a tiny pill costs HK $200. This is highway robbery. I think this is probably true. John Kaiming is a super rich man with billions in assets. He doesn't lack money at all, so why would he need to cheat people to make money? This Rising Dragon pill might really keep a man's virility going for more than 4 hours. Only HK $200? That's such a great deal. I heard that this health product is going to apply for clinical trials, so it shouldn't be fake. This kind of thing isn't difficult to verify. I bet it's those side effects that made the gang target them. The topic immediately became a hot topic of discussion among the citizens. If this thing really has such miraculous effects, then we men will be so happy from now on. How about we go to a nightclub tonight and have some fun, and maybe try out a Rising Dragon pill while we're at it? And so they continued their lively discussion, each offering their own perspective. Hong Kong has a population of just over 5 million, yet it can publish more than 3 million newspapers every day. Numerous media reporters rushed to report and disclose information related to the Rising Dragon pill incident. The miraculous side effects of Shenglong pill spread like wildfire throughout the streets and alleys. What started as a small topic within the nightlife scene quickly spread like wildfire throughout Hong Kong. Well, now Rising Dragon pill has become one of the most popular topics of conversation among all male citizens of Hong Kong, and even some female citizens, during their leisure time. Food and sex are human nature. Beauty and ability are always among the topics that men are most interested in. As the morning sun began to shine, John Kaiming appeared in Sham Shui Po, Kowloon, a relatively remote area. His destination was an industrial park located there. This industrial park is now the headquarters of Thunder Security Company. Just a week ago, John Kaiming made up his mind to start his own security company. He immediately told He Jun how to find a suitable venue. For the sake of confidentiality, John Kaiming requested that the security company be located in a remote area. After spending a day, He Jun Hao actually found this industrial park, which covers an area of 5,000 square meters, in the remote area of Sham Shui Po. In recent years, the real economy has not developed well, and this industrial park has been left unattended and idle. John Kaiming urgently needed a suitable venue, so to save time, he spent HK $30 million to acquire it. Once the contract was signed, John Kaiming immediately ordered Qin Chao to lead a team of security personnel to be stationed there. They took matters into their own hands and carried out a comprehensive renovation of the industrial park according to the security company's requirements and standards, aiming to transform it into a suitable place that could meet various training needs. After watching the team members training enthusiastically for a while, John Kaiming walked over to Qin Chao to ask about the sales of Shenglong pill. Qin Chao was incredibly excited when he thought of the news Xiao Taijun had told him, and a happy expression appeared on his face. At this moment, John Kaiming asked, and he immediately reported excitedly, "Young Master John, Kuanlong said that even with the limited daily sales of our Rising Dragon pills, we've sold nearly 50,000 pills this week. The sales revenue is almost 10 million Hong Kong dollars. However, they were running low on goods and asked if we could provide them with some more. Jiang Kaiming was both surprised and delighted to hear about the excellent sales of Shenglong pill. He had high expectations for the market response to this product, but the actual situation is much better than he imagined. Rising Dragon pills are fast-moving consumer goods. This stuff is a goldmine that can never be fully exploited. Jiang Kaiming couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. After a moment's thought, Jiang Kaiming decided it would be better to follow the same strategy as Viagra, selling limited quantities each year. So he said, "Here's what we'll do: send some goods to Mad Dragon, but not too many. Scarcity increases value. If the outside world thinks that the raw materials for Rising Dragon pill are easy to obtain, its preciousness and uniqueness will not be apparent." "Okay, I understand," Qin Chao quickly replied loudly. He didn't know how to sell well, but he believed that Jiang Kaiming was definitely better at business than him, and he just needed to do what Jiang Kaiming asked. Jiang Kaiming changed the subject and asked with concern, "By the way, has anything unusual happened at Kaiming Pharmaceutical Factory recently? How's the security?" Qin Chao said with a serious expression, "Young Master Jiang, we have been closely monitoring the area and have discovered suspicious individuals loitering near the pharmaceutical factory. However, our defenses were tight, and we didn't give them a chance." Jiang Kaiming was startled, but quickly calmed down and asked, "What about the safety measures in the pharmaceutical factory's laboratory?" Qin Chao said confidently, "Don't worry, young Master Jiang. I assigned 100 elite personnel to guard the lab day and night in shifts, ensuring it was always on high alert and that no disturbance escaped their notice." Jiang Kaiming nodded slightly and asked, "What about Professor He Kinkui? Have you assigned someone to ensure his safety?" Qin Chao quickly replied, "Young Master Jiang, you don't need to worry. I specifically assigned a professional security team to protect him 24/7, whether he was resting at home or working in the lab. The team would stay by his side every step of the way." Hearing this, Jiang Kaiming breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, he wasn't worried about the prescription being leaked because he had deliberately set up many hidden traps for the preserved prescription information. If competitors rashly produce the pills according to the formula, they will pay a heavy price. What Jiang Kaiming was really worried about was that those with ulterior motives might take extreme measures and kidnap Professor He Kinkui. Even with the strongest patent protection, it is impossible to completely prevent this possibility. If Professor He Kinkui falls into enemy hands, there is no guarantee that no accidents will occur, and the resulting losses will be incalculable. Fortunately, Qin Chao did a good job in security arrangements, which saved him a lot of trouble. Thanks to a series of carefully planned hype campaigns by Jiang Kaiming, the health product Shenglong pill has seen its reputation soar like a rocket in Hong Kong, attracting widespread attention. As more and more citizens began to try Shenglong pills, the benefits they experienced made them want to keep using them. As a result, word of mouth spread, and market demand for the product exploded. It didn't bring Jiang Kaiming a lot of cash flow every day. However, it has not yet brought much substantial benefit to Kaiming Pharmaceuticals. Each Rising Dragon pill was sold to the Mad Dragon Society for only $20, and with the intention of controlling sales, they naturally didn't make much money. The vast majority of the profits were used for the development of Thunder Security and the Mad Dragon Gang. This relieved Jiang Kaiming of the immediate financial burden of these two money-devouring behemoths. For Kaiming Pharmaceuticals itself, the only way to truly make a fortune is to wait for approval from the relevant authorities. The first batch of 100,000 Rising Dragon pills produced only generated a total sales revenue of $2 million. This money cannot be spent openly. Jiang Kaiming simply donated the entire $2 million to an orphanage in the name of Kaiming Pharmaceuticals. This not only solves the problem of funds not being used properly, but also establishes a good social image for the company. Along with Shoriyamaru, Emigo Corporation has also garnered significant attention. During this period, Amlogic's performance in the stock market was nothing short of phenomenal, with its stock price soaring and becoming a hot commodity pursued by investors. Since the release of Amlogic's second quarter financial report, the entire securities market has been filled with optimistic expectations for the company's financial situation. This positive attitude stems not only from the strong performance of the company's new businesses, but also from the recent emergence of a series of positive news. Jiang Kaiming also used the power of public opinion to secretly fuel the flames. Over the past 10 days, Emigo's stock price has soared without any sign of slowing down. Every day at the close of trading, the stock price breaks new records, repeatedly setting new all-time highs. Such an astonishing surge has delighted investors and has also made Jiang Kaiming, the major shareholder, ecstatic every morning when he opens his eyes. They will be pleasantly surprised to find that their wealth is growing at an astonishing rate. Moreover, this growth is measured in hundreds of millions. As of the close of trading yesterday afternoon, August 24, Imagi's market capitalization had exceeded an astonishing $16 billion, with a share price of $100.23. With such outstanding performance, it has become the second largest listed company by market capitalization on the Hong Kong stock market. The gap between it and HSBC, the bank with the largest market capitalization, is only a few hundred million Hong Kong dollars. The surge in Amigo's stock price has sparked a flurry of speculation in the market. Many believe that once Amex officially releases its second quarter financial report and the data exceeds market expectations, the company's market capitalization will undoubtedly top the list of Hong Kong stocks. On the surface, John Keiming holds a 35% stake in Amigo, with these shares valued at over $5.6 billion. This is why he successfully entered the ranks of the top 10 richest people in Hong Kong and firmly holds the 8th position. In just a few months, his wealth increased more than 50 times from around $100 million. The rate of growth is astonishing. The current richest man in Hong Kong, Pao Yukong, last year's rich list showed his net worth at $31.2 billion. Following closely behind is Li Ka-shing, who holds the second position with a net worth of $18 billion. Recently, however, many media outlets have published predictions claiming that John Keiming is very likely to become the richest man in Hong Kong within a year. When John Keiming happened to see such a report, he simply smiled indifferently and did not take such comments to heart. Following the historical trajectory of the previous life, the Hong Kong stock market began to recover rapidly starting in 1984, and in 1986 and 1987 it was completely engulfed in a near-frenzied surge. During this period, the share prices of the three listed blue-chip companies controlled by Li Ka-shing CK Asset Holdings, Hutchison Whampoa, and HK Electric soared like rockets. This caused his wealth to expand rapidly in a short period of time, allowing him to surpass Pao Yukong, who had previously held the top spot, and successfully become Hong Kong's new richest man. From then on, Li Ka-shing's position remained as solid as a rock, and he never fell from his pedestal again. Compared to Li Ka-shing's numerous powerful and high-performing listed companies, John Keiming is well aware that he currently only has one listed company under his control. Judging solely from market capitalization, it is almost impossible for one person to defeat numerous strong competitors and become the richest person in Hong Kong. But who can predict what the future holds? John Keiming felt that he might be able to do it within a year. August 25th. This morning, sunlight shone through the thin clouds and fell softly on the earth. Inside the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, the price of Amlogic shares, which had been soaring during this period, only saw a slight increase. As time went on, the stock eventually closed steadily at $101.21. The relevant data clearly shows that after nearly 10 days of market speculation, the hot topics triggered by the company's financial report have basically come to an end. The upward trend has shown signs of weakening. The hype gradually subsided, but at this moment, Amigo's stock price did not show any signs of falling. Many investors still hold the view that Emgren's financial report is likely to exceed market expectations. If the financial report released at noon falls short of expectations, the afternoon opening will mark the beginning of a decline in Amlogic's stock price. The clock hands quietly pointed to 12:30 p.m. This moment is particularly important for the vast majority of stock investors, because at that very moment, Amigo's financial report was finally officially published on the stock exchange's bulletin board. In fact, long before the financial report was officially released, the area in front of the bulletin board was already crowded with anxious shareholders eagerly awaiting the results. Occasionally, bursts of noisy shouts could be heard from the crowd. Look, Amigo's financial results have finally been released. What are the financial results? Let me take a look. Don't push, everyone calm down. Let's see if this financial report exceeds our expectations first. The various sounds mingled together, creating a noisy scene. Suddenly, someone shouted excitedly, "Ha ha ha, look, Amex's total revenue in the second quarter has reached more than 3 billion Hong Kong dollars. Moreover, the gross profit exceeded $1.646 billion. This performance has far exceeded our expectations." Upon hearing this, the people around immediately erupted in excitement. One of the investors said with a beaming smile, "That's wonderful. I just bought some Amigo stock this morning at the bottom of the market. Judging from the current situation, am I going to make a fortune? Ha 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 ha." Like that shareholder, the other shareholders of Amlogic stock couldn't help but laugh, their laughter echoing through the crowd, as if foreshadowing a grand feast of wealth about to begin. Although I expected that Amigo's financial report would exceed expectations, I never expected it to be this amazing. You guys need to take a look. Amex's revenue in the second quarter reached over $3 billion. Its net profit reached a staggering $1.098 billion. Net profit reached a full one-third of revenue. Upon seeing the staggering profit and revenue figures of AME, everyone couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. How can the net profit be so outrageous? You probably can't find another company in all of Hong Kong with such a high level of net profit. Please just remove the word. Even HSBC, the bank with the largest market capitalization, only had a net profit of just over $2 billion for the entire year last year. And they only earned this small profit because they have billions in revenue. Compared to Embrand, HSBC is far inferior. IMEC's net profit for just one quarter has already reached over $1 billion. If this trend continues, by the end of the year, its net profit will easily surpass HSBC's by more than double. Everyone started discussing. The analysis is good. IMAGI's current market value is not even comparable to HSBC's. Does that mean its stock price still has at least more than double the upside potential? Someone excitedly speculated. No, in my opinion, it's far more than double. Generally speaking, the price-to-earnings ratio, P/E ratio, of the banking industry usually hovers between 5 and 10, while HSBC's current P/E ratio is around 8.5. However, for technology companies, a price-to-earnings ratio of 14 to 20 is generally considered reasonable. Hong Kong doesn't have any decent tech companies, so it's hard to make a comparison. Compare it to those highly profitable tech giants in the United States. Some price-to-earnings ratios can even reach tens or hundreds of times. We believe that Omega's future potential is beyond imagination. Aimgu is a technology company recognized by IBM, the world's largest technology giant by market capitalization. It is not unreasonable for its price-to-earnings ratio to be several tens of times. That's right. Judging from its revenue and net profit, which is the highest among Hong Kong-listed companies, it's perfectly reasonable for its price-to-earnings ratio to exceed 20 or even 30 times. According to you, Omega's current price-to-earnings ratio is less than 10. The stock price would have to rise several times over to be considered reasonable. Ha ha ha. Actually, I don't ask for much. If it can double again, I'll consider it a huge profit. Damn, the wisest thing to do is to ignore the price and buy now to make a profit. Didn't any of you notice what was said in the announcement? Second quarter revenue increased by a staggering 25 times. Don't hesitate, I'll buy it even if I have to sell everything I own. John Keiming is a true genius. Buying his stock is definitely the right choice. If you don't believe me, take a closer look at the breakdown of the business segments in this financial report. It clearly states that the revenue of AMEAJO's home electric fan business reached HK $1.23 billion, with a gross profit of HK $320 million and a net profit of HK $123 million. The home fan business is clearly experiencing a significant rebound compared to before. Back when Lulu Wenxiong was chairman, which quarter could have produced such a substantial net profit? What's even more terrifying is that the new business that John Keiming personally developed has a staggering revenue of $250 million. The gross profit reached an astonishing $170 million. It amounted to a whopping $125 million. Looking at their computer cooling fan business, they have demonstrated unparalleled strength. It captured a staggering 70% of the global market share, making it the undisputed leader in the field. A 70% market share, how is that any different from a monopoly? Monopoly? Monopoly is good. Only with a monopoly can we earn such high net profits. Don't forget, everyone, not long ago, Emego successfully completed the acquisition of American Electric Company. This allowed them to rapidly expand their business into the vast majority of electrical appliance sectors. Given John Keiming's management skills, AMEAJO's revenue in the next quarter will likely become even more staggering, reaching unimaginable levels. When people mention legendary figures in the business world, they often think of Kazuo Inamari, who is known as the saint of management in Japan. But from this day forward, on this land of Hong Kong, John Keiming is the god of business. Damn, do you have to lick like that? Exactly, if anyone's going to lick, it'll be me licking first. I bet that Embrand will become the first company in Hong Kong to be included in the Fortune Global 500. Just then, someone suddenly shouted as if they had discovered a new continent. Ha ha, I've discovered something very interesting. HSBC and Hang Seng Bank are no longer on the list of the top 10 shareholders of Emego. My god, it's really true. Were they kicked out by John Keiming? Or were they stupid enough to sell their shares? This is unbelievable. I read a report before that said that before Emego was first suspended from trading, it was maliciously shorted. What? Such a thing exists? Could the stocks being shorted be those borrowed from Hang Seng Bank and HSBC? Haha, you know what, it's actually possible. After its opening, AMEAJO's stock price surged more than tenfold and has continued to rise ever since. The guy who shorted the stock can't buy back the number of shares he sold. At worst, he'll just have to accept the loss. But if HSBC and Hang Seng lend out shares and can't get them back, that would be a real huge loss. Upon hearing this, the people nearby immediately burst into gloating laughter. The release of Amlogic's second quarter financial report was like a bombshell, causing a huge uproar on the stock exchange. This financial report, which far exceeded everyone's expectations, seemed to give all the shareholders present a shot in the arm. Everyone suddenly became extremely excited, as if they had been injected with adrenaline, their excitement overflowing. Those shareholders who held shares in Amlogic were especially overjoyed, practically going crazy with happiness. With the opening time of 1 p.m. drawing ever closer, anxious investors surge toward the stock trading windows like a tidal wave. Everyone knows perfectly well that if they can successfully buy shares in Amigo, it means they are about to embark on the road to wealth. Faced with such a huge temptation of wealth, how many people could remain unmoved? Some hot-headed investors even started planning to take out loans to speculate on stocks, hoping to make a fortune from this opportunity. Knock, knock, knock. The heavy, resounding sound of the gong rang out precisely at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, like a thunderclap shattering the silent sky. Inside the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, investors' eyes were fixed on the bronze gong that symbolized wealth and opportunity. Its ringing signifies the official start of the afternoon session in Hong Kong stocks, signaling the approaching tense and exciting moment. As early as noon, the news of Amlogic's financial report spread like wildfire throughout the stock exchange. Many investors had been waiting impatiently, gripping their trading terminals tightly and staring intently at the screen, anxiously awaiting the afternoon opening. When the gong rang out, time seemed to freeze inside the exchange, and a brief silence fell over it. It exploded just a moment later. The exchange immediately became bustling and noisy, with shouts and curses rising and falling. Quickly, buy me Amigo stock. Buy as much as your account can overdraft limit. A burly middle-aged man, his face flushed, shouted hysterically at his agent beside him. Veins bulged on his forehead, and his hands waved incessantly, as if trying to seize any fleeting opportunity to make money. Buy 10 lots of Amigo stock at the new price, and act fast. Another young man in a suit appeared much calmer, his anxious eyes fixed on the constantly changing stock price of Amway, revealing a similar mix of anxiety and anticipation. I want 5 lots of Amigo stock. 10 hands love beauty high. Buy 1 lot. Such voices were heard everywhere, and the entire exchange seemed to have turned into a giant vegetable market, with everyone doing their best to snap up Embrin shares. With investors buying in a near-frenzied manner, the price of Amlogic stock skyrocketed like a rocket. The stock price of Amex fluctuates wildly, making it dizzying to watch. HK $101.55 per share. HK $102.34. 104.35. Within minutes, the stock price had risen by several percentage points, and there was no sign of it stopping. The atmosphere inside the exchange was extremely tense. Some people cheered with excitement, while others regretted not being able to buy in time. This extravagant feast of money and desire has only just begun, and no one knows how it will end. Within 10 minutes of the afternoon stock market opening, IMGO's share price soared to HK $106.26. Its market capitalization has broken through the HK $17 billion mark, successfully surpassing the market capitalization of HSBC, which has long held the top spot. It became the #1 listed company by market capitalization in Hong Kong. Seeing this situation, the exchange was well aware that this historic moment was of great significance in stimulating investors' trading enthusiasm. Therefore, the exchange's management did not hesitate to issue an order to announce it to the entire venue via the broadcast system. Dear investors, let us witness this exciting moment together. Amex Technologies' market capitalization has exceeded $17 billion, topping the Hong Kong stock market. The Hang Seng Index also broke through 1,580 points, which undoubtedly proves that Hong Kong stocks are recovering. However, we would like to remind everyone again that investment requires caution. Do not invest blindly. This news was like a bombshell, instantly causing an uproar throughout the entire exchange. The investors were initially stunned, but then they were overcome with uncontrollable excitement and elation. Those who already owned Amlogic stock cheered and rejoiced, thanking themselves for their wise choice. Meanwhile, investors who had not yet made a purchase were filled with regret and rushed to the trading counter, hoping to catch this train to wealth. In a short time, more and more people were buying Amigo stock, and the trading hall was packed with people, with the scene being more popular than imagined. They seemed to completely disregard the reminders that followed the broadcast. At this moment, the entire exchange seemed to have become a huge battlefield, with everyone fighting hard for their desired share of stock. Whether they were seasoned stock market veterans or newcomers to the stock market, everyone was attracted by this sudden market surge and fell into a frenzy. The shouts and arguments rose and fell in waves, never ceasing. This is incredible. America has actually surpassed HSBC's market capitalization and taken the top spot. Someone exclaimed in disbelief, their eyes wide. Yes, who would have thought? Just a few months ago, Amex's market capitalization was only a mere 200 or 300 million Hong Kong dollars. But now, in just 2 or 3 months, it has run wild like a runaway horse, and its market value has exceeded $17 billion. This is simply a miracle. Another person echoed, their face also filled with surprise and shock. Isn't IBM, the #1 company by market capitalization in the United States, a tech giant? It's entirely reasonable that Amex became the top stock in Hong Kong. That's absolutely right. I'm so envious of those who bought Embrin stock early on. Those guys who held shares in Amigo from the very beginning are the real lucky ones. In just 2 or 3 months, the stock price skyrocketed, increasing dozens or even hundreds of times. Such a stroke of luck is something most people wouldn't even dare to dream of. Unfortunately, I'm short on cash right now. Even though I'm watching Embren's stock price soar, I can't afford to buy any. That's right, one share of Amex stock costs more than HK$100, and to buy one lot, you would have to spend more than HK$40,000. As a small retail investor like me, I only have so much money in my pocket. I'm lucky if I can buy a few lots. Any more than that is really too much for me. Sigh, if only Emigo could split its shares. That way, it would be easier for us shareholders with limited funds to get our hands on shares. Amid the clamor and excitement of the stock exchange, discussions about Emigo's stock price filled every corner. Some people are analyzing the market factors behind it and speculating on future trends. Others were exchanging investment tips and discussing how to seize the next similar opportunity. Some people keep complaining that Amex's stock price is too good. Many others, however, were immersed in this carnival, fully enjoying the joy brought by the increase in wealth. It's astonishing that a technology-driven company like Amex has managed to become the most valuable company in Hong Kong's stock market, a market dominated by real estate, shipping, and finance. This is truly unbelievable, a miracle. Companies in Hong Kong's real economy typically have relatively low market capitalization. They are not favored by the stock market, and the Hong Kong government provides very little support to technology entities in many policies, even in education. Those companies with high market capitalization are either giants in the real estate industry, financial giants, or basic energy companies with a monopoly. Although these companies are very powerful, to be honest, they don't have much advanced technology to speak of. The rise and success of companies like Amex, which have risen to the top through technological innovation, is simply not in line with common sense in Hong Kong. This is largely due to the unique characteristics of the Hong Kong region. The British government treats Hong Kong merely as a cash machine. How could it possibly put in the effort to develop technology? How can Singapore, a tiny country with an area and population smaller than Hong Kong, become a developed country in manufacturing and high technology? It relies on the long-term industrial planning of the country's leaders. Hong Kong doesn't have such preferential treatment, it only has short-sighted policies aimed at making quick money, policies that want to drain Hong Kong dry in the shortest possible time. As for the long-term development of Hong Kong, sorry, there has never been such a policy. They didn't care about selling their land. Developing real estate was the Hong Kong British government's favorite pastime. They can easily make a lot of money just by selling land. Developing technology requires a lot of government investment, so why would they do that? If it weren't for the Sino-British agreement limiting the amount of land that could be sold each year, they could have sold off all the land in Hong Kong before the 1997 handover. However, most people are now completely unaware of the sinister intentions of the Hong Kong British government, because the consequences of this evil will not manifest until decades later. The fact that Hong Kong's economy continued to decline in later generations, and that it could only barely maintain its prosperity by relying on aid from the mainland, is the best manifestation of the disastrous consequences. Just as investors were enthusiastically discussing Amlogic's stock price, its price was soaring and its market value was undergoing a huge change. Initially, Imagi's market capitalization barely surpassed that of HSBC. As time went on, the gap widened, eventually leaving HSBC far behind. By the time the stock market closed in the afternoon, Imagi's share price had risen to HK$115.26. Its market value has soared to HK$18.441 billion. In comparison, HSBC's market capitalization is only HK$16.831 billion, while Imagi's exceeds it by more than HK$1 billion. In the following hours, the stock price's upward momentum gradually slowed down. One very important reason is that many stock investors are beginning to feel overwhelmed by such high stock prices. Amex's stock price is too high, not everyone has enough capital to keep chasing the price up. Zhang and Li, both financial reporters, would come to the stock exchange every day to wait and hope to catch some hot financial news, especially today, which happens to be the day that Amex releases its financial report. Xiao Zhang is a fervent follower of Amego, so he pays close attention to any news related to Amego. So, I dragged my old partner Lao Li to the exchange early this morning to wait. In the afternoon, as the Hong Kong stock market closed, Xiao Zhang and Lao Li, who had been busy with interviews all day, were finally able to take a short break. They had a very fruitful day. This is absolutely insane. Those stock market investors have completely lost their minds. Look at Embren's stock price, it's already risen to such an outrageous level, yet they're still tirelessly and almost frantically buying it up. Thinking of the frenzied pursuit of Amlogic stock that he witnessed at the stock exchange today, Old Li couldn't contain his excitement and started complaining incessantly. Hearing Old Li's strong words, Little John couldn't help but reveal a sly smile, and then jokingly said, "Old Li, I advised you to buy this stock back then, but you stubbornly refused to listen to my advice. Today, Amex has transformed into the undisputed king of Hong Kong stocks, with its share price soaring all the way up, easily breaking through more than $100 per share. So, are you feeling even a little bit of regret right now? Faced with Xiao Zhang's slightly provocative teasing, Lao Li suddenly raised his voice in response. Regret? How could I, Lao Li, possibly regret it? Xiao Zhang, you're still too young. You've never witnessed the devastation caused by the terrifying stock market crash of 1973. The scene was so horrific that it was truly shocking. Every day, countless people who lose everything jump off rooftops. Blindly following the crowd and buying at the peak will inevitably lead to regret for those who acted this way. Looking at Lao Li with a regretful expression, Xiao Zhang said, Lao Li, it seems you were really heartbroken by what happened back then. If you had held onto those quality stocks and refused to sell back then, you would have broken even by now, and might even have made a fortune. He paused for a moment, then enthusiastically shared his investment experience. Take my 1,000 shares of Embrun stock for example. When I bought them, the average price per share was only $25. But look at the current stock price, it has already increased more than fourfold. It's a pity you didn't buy it back then, even though you followed my advice. Aren't you even a little bit envious? As Old Li listened to Xiao Zhang's animated description, a hint of envy flashed involuntarily in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He sighed helplessly and said, What's the use of being envious? Back when I lost money investing in stocks, I swore a solemn oath to my wife that I would never touch stocks again, even if it meant my death. At this point, Old Li seemed to recall his disastrous experiences with stock trading, and his expression turned serious as he reminded Xiao Zhang, there's no such thing as a stock that never falls in value. You've already made a fortune, so it's best to know when to stop. You should find a suitable time to sell it as soon as possible. Otherwise, you might regret it if the market suddenly changes one day. Xiao Zhang didn't take Lao Li's advice seriously. He curled his lip and retorted, Lao Li, you were a top stock trader back in the day. In your opinion, is Emigo stock a quality stock or not? Anyway, in my opinion, the current situation is very good, so I won't sell it easily. After saying that, Xiao Zhang confidently raised his chin at Lao Li. Old Li recalled the financial report he saw at noon today, and he was shocked by Amajo's revenue and profits. He had never seen a company like this in Hong Kong before.